Yo, Doug, how are you? I'm well. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I'm playing The Last of Us.
Cool.
You know this game?
No. What's it about?
It's like it's also series on HBO, like Joel and Ellie. You should The Last of Us.
Why are you behind us? You talking to us or by your back?
Uh, um, I'm adjusting my computers.
Disrespectful things.
It's this
Yes, in Poland, yes. When you don't, look at direction when you speak. Salam alaikum, when you salit. Rabbi Rothschild.
What up, pimp?
Dude, you're the top guy, Rabbi.
Yes, sir. How you living, baby?
Doing good, dude.
only solid, bro.
Very well. What's on your agenda for tonight?
I'm a bit high right now.
Oh, that's amazing. High on life or high on marijuana?
Only solid.
Shrooms.
Oh, even better. Okay, cool.
Rabbi Rothschild,
What up, big dog?
what is I got some questions. What does oy vey mean?
Okay, it's an expression basically representing surprise. It's Yiddish.
So it's like hello, kind of.
No, it's essentially used to represent surprise, or it can also be used to represent disdain.
Awesome. Honestly,
Only solid.
dude, Rabbi Rothschild. I should say,
Yo, hey guys,
thank you for your advice yesterday. I organized my laptop.
that's phenomenal, baby. Excellent.
You're the best, Rabbi Rothschild.
You're welcome, my man. I'm still here. I'm just adjusting my computers. These two assholes think that I am not paying attention to them. They don't understand I don't babysit them. I have other things that I do.
Don't say that to me. You are more asshole than me.
Yeah, I know, Rabbi Rothschild. They're just
not respect to me.
Ruin. Why are you gesturing, bro? Rabbi Rothschild is a supreme being.
You are his boy.
Yeah, no. Why does this one dude have a Game of Thrones profile picture?
I don't know.
Rabbi Rothschild, don't listen to these haters, dude. You're the top guy.
I know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Only solid his boyfriend. Oh my god.
Ruin, where are you from?
Hold on. Before you have that discussion, you're right, Ruin, and you're right, Sky Moody. Apologies. You're not assholes. But you just have to understand that I can't babysit you guys. I have other things that I do. But apologies for the asshole comment.
Okay. I forget. Good. I'm from Poland, you know. Only solid.
Poland. Are you Polish?
Yeah, I am.
Are you from Silesia?
Yeah.
You are? I got that right. będzie brał jakieś kurwa grzyby, muszrą, kurwa kokain i będzie pierdolił coś po tym.
Enjoy?
Tak, no nie solić.
You
Guy
want something? Want to tell you?
Oh, hello.
Guy Wendy.
Yes, hello, my friend.
Do you like the greens or do you like the blacks on Game of Thrones?
I think it depends, you know.
It depends. I think it's honestly you support the greens or you're a traitor. Because the greens, honestly, in Game of Thrones and the House of the Dragon series, they're the good guys. Aegon Targaryen.
There is no good side, you know.
They're the good guys. They're the good guys. They're the rightful claimants.
Yeah, but if I need to choose the side, I would choose black team.
You what? You like paint? You paint your nails with Rhaenyra Targaryen? You paint your nails with her?
No, you have to fight to speak with me right now.
No, bro, I'm not, dude. That's
Yeah,
you'd be her top guy. You'd be like her little jester, bro.
So I'm sorry. Don't
Yeah, you'd be her jester,
But just flashes this.
dude. You'd be doing dances for her, dude. You'd be her top guy. You'd be her anointed knight, Skywindy.
Yeah, but did you read the books?
Hey, I read the books, dude.
Did
No,
you
the books are fucking where it's at.
Yeah. Did you
Margot
read,
Hope's my top guy. Do you like the Brave Companions?
Yeah, but did you read the Fire and Blood?
No, I didn't read Fire and Blood. I did read the actual books though.
Yeah, so you only watch the series, yes, and you want me to discuss.
You're the jester from the books. I actually have watched YouTube videos on the books. You're the jester. You're like Shagwell or Schwinwell, for his name.
Well, no, you shouldn't discuss when you didn't read the books, bro.
Did read the books, dude.
You didn't, actually.
I watched all the YouTube videos on them, which is way more than the books.
No, because you need to think about this, you know. You shouldn't suggest from other people. You should just get your own, you know. Jak powiedzieć myśli, own things, you know. My English is not too good, so. I'm from Poland, you know, Polska górą, Maryś Podziemowski, kurwa.
Does Ruin watch House of the Dragon?
He's called his Smocze. Smocze is dragon, so.
Yeah, I watched.
I'm gonna go for a bit. Rabbi Rothschild.
All right, big dog. Hey, excellent job getting organized, big dog.
Love you, Rabbi Rothschild.
Love you too. Don't be a stranger. Take care, big dog.
Rabbi, where are you?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Chupaki, mój anioł.
Bye bye.
Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Bye.
Hello.
Hello, salam alaikum.
Are you feeling better?
Me?
Yeah.
No, Miss Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Welcome to our house. How are you?
That's right.
Thank you. Where y'all come from?
No, he's kidding. We are from Poland. Kurwa, co myślisz?
Oh.
Poland, kurwa, Polska górą.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Who is Rabbi for you? Who is Rabbi for you? It's like is your brother?
Who, Rabbi?
Yeah, just ask.
Rabbi is my friend.
That's
Have
right.
you ever met him in real life?
No.
No, not yet. No.
Not yet?
No.
Oh.
Something's happening here.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Stop it.
We're friends.
Ej, zawstydził się Rabbi, nie, kurwa.
Rabbi, jak to shy. I see your camera.
Braba.
Rabbi, do. Rabbi, do.
Rabbi, do you know?
Yes, ma'am. What's going on?
Oh, man. Oh.
I just said that they said that meeting your life, and I said, no, not yet.
No, but
And I was like, oh, not yet.
we'll meet in real life. There's nothing strange about saying that.
Right. Nothing wrong with saying that.
First thing we're gonna do is bowl.
So guys, did you maybe you gonna need to meet yourself?
Yeah, I mean we will in the future. I'll meet you too.
Right.
I'll meet everybody in this
Right,
call.
Yeah, meet you too. Yeah, you're gonna meet everybody.
Exactly.
Aquarius. But there is one problem because Rabbi is not moving from his room.
Yes, I do.
One room.
So Aquarius, you can go to the room, Rabbi.
She can come to the room too. Guys, I've told you everywhere that I stream. Okay? Now I find it firstly disrespectful that Ruin said that he found me on YouTube and he found me through you, Sky Windy. And
No, we met here.
I don't believe you.
You don't need to.
Okay.
We really, and we are talking every day right now and playing The Last of Us.
Okay, that's fine. I need you to be.
I met this guy because of you, so thank you for
Yeah, me too.
let me met this guy.
So you're telling me I don't have any Polish people in here for like a year, and then it just so happens on the same day I get 2 Polish people?
Maybe the algorithm of your
Yeah.
go to the.
Well, to be honest, I didn't know him.
Okay.
I met him here.
Okay, very well. But you guys should understand. You guys should understand that you need to treat Miss Aquarius with respect. You need to treat me with respect and other people in here with respect.
We treat her with respect. I just only said there is one problem because you are not moving from this room. So how can he?
My friend, Sky Windy, I don't necessarily take all my cameras outside, but I do go outside, and you know that. I've told you where I stream. You've seen streams of me online outside, so you're making up lies.
Have you ever done IRL stream?
Yes, I've told you guys like 3 different times. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in at Disneyland. You can see my streams; they're online.
Yeah, I was looking at your YouTube channel, but in the last year I only saw this room. I didn't see anything else.
I don't stream on YouTube on my outside. I only stream on Instagram outside.
Okay. I didn't know. Sorry. Mrs. Aquarius, can you prove it? Can you accept this?
What?
Yo, what's going on, ZR?
No, he left now. That's all he said.
How are you?
Up they go.
What's good, ZR? I hope you're having a good day, my friend.
Man, what happened to the other two?
I don't know. What's on your agenda for today, ZR?
Nothing much.
Okay, very well. Well, we're just chilling here. Feel free to enjoy. There's an MMA tonight.
That's crazy.
What?
That's 2 full pounds.
Dude, you don't realize how much piss your whole. Why are you saying pounds?
Because 16 ounces of
is it?
liquid, 2 pounds.
Oh, it is? Yeah, dude. Damn, dude. I take back what I said. They're doing numbers. I don't do that.
No, I can't piss like that.
Oh, really, dude? I could piss like that. Trust me, dude. You know what I mean? Start drinking 8 bottles of water a day, dude.
It's a theme with the podcasting. We were talking earlier about Shabbos to pee everywhere, and then we were like, we relate to that. This and that, and then they're fucking peeing again in bottles. We don't do that here because we have a sink.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I get it.
Shout out to the sink.
Dude, I talk for a living.
Yeah, you're a red belt today. Let's see. You're working your way up from that three straight white belt, dude. Let's see. That was the start of it all right there. Dallas.
That's like getting seen. Get hit.
I mean, he's popping, dude, so yeah. He's no. He's like, who is that? Oh, that guy that needs to go through something right now?
Yeah. He probably feels bad for Theo. That's why.
Yeah. He feels bad because Theo is eating a lot of his dust right now, dude.
Yeah, he didn't even, on his way out, he didn't even get a severance, a hot chip.
Yep, a hot chip. I bet you his fucking Mexican was throwing Cheetos. I don't appreciate that. It's funny as hell, though. Tell you that right now.
Yeah, you get to eat him off the floor.
Yep. All right. I gotta go, guys. I got a hard out. I'm gonna do it with Eric. All right, man. Take care.
Chris will be more interested in this one. It's very Chris-centric.
Oh, nice. It's about me, huh? What? Oh, you're stupid. Are you kidding me? He forgot his phone. He's still checking pictures. We have dick pics on there. Yeah.
That's just funny. Comedic. Oh, fuck. The door's open. I've noticed, and don't kill me here, but I've noticed that people that do like this, when they're like set up just like, hey, see, you're kind of done.
Oh,
This kind of thing where you're like, you gotta,
double fisted.
like, why are you just holding it out for someone to do like that? Just be normal.
I'm also a handshake guy, dude. Yeah, I got vaccinated, dude, but I'll shake your hand. You know what I mean?
Not anti-vax.
Yeah. Like, another thing, too. The best thing about this whole show, dude, is, like, you know it's going to fall apart. Right?
Probably.
The golden hour is going to fall apart.
At some point, yeah.
He's going to take 2 other people under his wing, make them huge. Like, Chris D'Elia and Eric Griffin were nothing before Shop.
Everything is green is gold. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't even know if I messed it up. I tried.
Everything that's yellow is piss in the sink, dude. You know? I mean, let's just name it how it is, dude. I'm trying to think of fucked up sayings. All right, this one's posted by Dazzling.
I did mess it up. Isn't it nature's first green is gold? Good.
Oh,
Alright, whatever, dude.
never even heard that. That's some fucking Arlington, Virginia shit.
I'm over here like looking for stickers. Like, oh, here's a sticker, a good one.
What are we doing here? This is I like how also in your fucking room you have a "What are we doing here" sticker. It's not even for the show.
It's to hide bumps on the wall. My girlfriend saw that and she was so mad. She's like, we're going to my place.
This is posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. It's called "Hey Dana, you Nostradamus," calling Papa's downfall post Rogan push way back 2018. I read this one and I thought it was funny because I like reading Shop voice. Yeah. So this is all Dana. I'll let you do Shop. Okay. You have to do Shop justice. So get yourself put together.
Okay. Thank you.
We're gonna enter full screen mode for this.
Entering full screen mode.
Such a fucking. How does Dana White sound? Such a fucking tool? What the fuck does this idiot know about the sport of the business? Stop it. For you to be listening to one word from this moron is a waste of your time. Guy went 6-5 in the UFC. The only thing he could teach you is how to get KO'd. Tune idiots like this out. At the fake Mattis Strata, he's successful? As soon as Rogan stops carrying him, he will disappear. Yeah, Diddy. That's how we do it in these streets, dude. Alright, let's go to the shops now. Oh, how do you zoom in? It's not gonna let me zoom in?
Now you got it.
Oh, shit. Right there.
Okay, I can do that. Whoa! Luka got a break from folding Ronda's laundry. page him on Instagram. Bravo, sir. He's right. What do I listen to? A bald fat guy who's never been in a fight in his life? Do that. Laugh emoji. Yeah. All right, there's more. You're a monitor? You monster. You're I do that on purpose, man. I was referring to you guys with a little MMA experience. That's my main point, coming straight to UFC or major in the MMA leagues. You have a ton of experience in MMA before getting to the UFC. It's hard to. This is the thing. Yeah. Now I'm reading it, so I'm not really like taking it in. But I remember I was trying to memorize the first 5 minutes of the Gringo Poppy, which you'll be able to see someday. It's by Patreon now. I didn't see it, but when you say the words of Gringo Poppy to someone who doesn't know what it is, it sounds like an insane person talking. Yeah. It makes no sense. Like, and a lot of what Shab says, if you're not like really thinking about it and like listening to it, just doesn't. Oh my god, that's the exact same thing. That fucked me up just then. I was like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Holy shit, that's the exact same thing. Okay. Wow. Alright. You completely forgot what you were saying. I don't want to even know. I'm on this now. No, but I agree with you what you were saying. It's like, it's insane. It's insane speech. Yeah, it's just gibberish. Yeah. But, I mean, if you do like the nuances of like Joe Rogan's act and, you know, do his jokes, I'm sure you'd be like, this is insane, right? Maybe, yeah, maybe if I tried to do, maybe that's the same with Austin, but the only one I've ever tried to memorize is Shab. Yeah. I don't know, Eddie Murphy, I used to memorize his bits all the time, and they make sense. Yeah. Shab, you can't, you know how Eddie Murphy... We're talking about bad comics, dude. We're not talking about good comics. You know, one quick aside, remember how Eddie Murphy had the thing where he was like, white people are going to go to work and try and do my jokes? It was Eddie Murphy, I think, that did it. And so, because they're good. What if somebody did that with Shab? Like, people are doing that because they're bad. Yeah, this guy was like, he was like dipping his nacho, dude, in the nacho cheese, dude. And Shab was like, oh, I miss, what did he say? Oh, fucking shit. Oh, you know, one second. No, it was so funny, dude. No, wait. It was, he was dipping his nacho in the nacho cheese, dude. And then Shab was like, okay, Mr. Whole Foods. And everyone at the fucking water cooler was just like, what are we doing here? I like that you're at lunch and you're just like, chili on. Just sitting next to the person eating a turkey sandwich. They don't know what to do. Coworkers just like, peach. You wait. You after you do that, you wait for them because you expect them to be like, every day. But they don't, and you're like, wow, you kind of suck. I gotta stop making out with you. Yeah, I guess I'll have lunch at a different time. Oh, that's so funny to me, dude. Yeah, that's a sketch, bro. We gotta make that a sketch. Yeah, that's good. I like shop in the workplace. Yes, shop in the workplace, dude. HR violations of plenty. Go ahead and take away from your tater. He's like, no, but that's exactly. Look, shop would be so bad at a workplace exactly for that. Him saying stuff like, instead of doing his job, he's like, go ahead and take it away, Tanner. Like, he wants Tanner to do his job. Or he goes up to his boss, he's like, what else we got, Chin? He's like, you haven't even done... I'm sorry, I got a hard out. A hard out? What? You work at 9 to 5. Sorry, I gotta leave. What? No, this is your job, dude. Oh, man, I laughed way too hard at all that, dude. All right, this is... Also, if you're wondering why I did that impression of a guy
every time they made a move,
yeah,
you know, get the car repossessed. Oh, Jesus! Credit card.
There's gotta be some biological that makes a man not. Like, you have the pride. Bert Kreischer, I just talked about it. Like, you guys have the pride in your children. Hardcore. Like, as soon as I met you, showed me a photo of your daughter. You know what I mean? Like, but I do feel like there are a lot of people who are like, that's not my responsibility.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, maybe it's the way they were raised, you know?
But maybe if you had lost your job, if you weren't in comedy, and you were tired, and didn't have your pack, then maybe you wouldn't be as gung ho about being a dad, or maybe you feel like a failed dad. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they feel like a failed dad.
Perhaps. I don't know. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that. If I lost my job doing something, I would find another job. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
There's no path. You don't just stay still if the path doesn't work out. And some people do.
Some people do. I know that. Some people really do stay still forever.
Oh, they quit. Well, that's why they love the marijuana. They just get a check. They just go and just wallow.
There's some people who are against unemployment that still stay still. That are like, fuck unemployment.
Yeah, that's like that. Yeah, people are weird. You know, just.
If I quit comedy right now, there'd be like 3 jobs that I'd be almost just as good. I would still love to be a contractor out in the States. I would be a philosophy professor or a therapist. Yeah, all of those.
Which one sounds the most good?
Philosophy professor. So you kind of become a therapist when you are a professor. You know, and you have those kids that are fucked up, so they're reading philosophy. Like me, I was reading there being like,
Or the guys who are trying to get ready.
yeah, it's a lot of doors. It's like I was the only girl major in my class, and the rest were
Dorky guys.
dorks who wore ties to class. Yeah,
Well, philosophy itself is a strange thing because you're just thinking about a structure of how you interface with the world.
yeah. It was the only thing I could study well. Everything else I was like, why would I study something that I didn't know? Crazy. But philosophy was like, no, they're all just trying to figure out life. And like, okay, I get that, and none of them are correct. And like, none of them are correct. Right? Like, I would study science. I'd be like, we don't need that measurement of how to find out this thing. I'd be like, why do I want to study this? There's nothing new here.
My favorite book of philosophy I started reading when I was I guess it was 16. It's the Book of Five Rings by Rabbi Rothschild. He's a samurai who killed 60 men in one-on-one combat with swords. But it was all about the way to become a great sword fighter is balance. Like, you can't have any goals in the game as a human being. You have to be an artist, you have to be a poet, you have to have calligraphy, you have to be completely balanced. You have to see the thing for what it is. You can't have any bullshit. You can't have any fat. Right? We're talking about fat as it is. You can't have any bullshit. There's no bullshit in your sword fighting.
But do you ever feel like you're in that flow state in your life where you'll be like, I have all these moving parts and I have it down, and like I recently had this where I was like, I'm oil painting, I'm doing stand-up, I have my friends, I'm in this groove, and then something will happen where I'll just like have like explosive diarrhea or something. Like something will happen where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was fucking suave. I had this shit. I used to do that with poker where I'd be like, I have this whole poker game on lock, and then something would happen. Like it's almost like one of those swords that you have to have in balance is also humility. Like you also have to be like, and have a person who still has a butthole, you know?
Right.
And that
And things go sideways, always.
yeah, because I would be like, I'm gonna get this flow state, and then somebody mess up a word on stage, I'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, what up, Francie?
So I had to do that also.
How you living, Pam?
Well, my thing as a man
What'd you say?
as a man capable to live every
Alright, sounds like a plan, big dog. Well, big dog.
Oh, okay, good. I was there's a clip I want to post about that's really funny about your club where I was like, you get in here, there's a guy who's like, my name's Kyle, I'll carry you up this flight of stairs. I have a PhD in MMA. I'm gonna pass you up the stairs. Derek has an 47. I'm gonna get in the green room, and I'm like, they're like, do you need anything to kill people for you? And I was like, can I have some like almonds or snacks? And they're like, no, we have to smell like salt. I was like, wait. But it's like, is there any just like water bottles? Like, no, we have neurotropic dust.
It's so funny. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us like some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Sheriff Post, who's black, Hassan Ahmad, it was Tony and Chris, Ron White, and me. I'm like, this is a pretty diverse lineup. Like, what are we talking about? It's so silly. You're looking at comments, see? It's hard. No, it wasn't. It was a video. It wasn't a comic. It was a video of someone that one of the guys was playing. It was, you know how fucking stupid this is? The idea that this like you had to be like, I'm not even a Republican. Like, I voted for Trump because I thought we were going in a terrifying direction where there was not really a president for 4 years. The same people are now going to be running the government. Like, we're going to Bernie around that. Like, I've only voted Republican once in my life. The idea that you have to be a Republican to get into that club is so ridiculous. That club is filled with gay people, black people, straight people, white people, Asian. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, you're just doing comedy. You're doing comedy. Whoever you are, whatever you believe, we have tons of live discussion.
I will say one thing about that Jordan Peterson walk through, and I was like, people can't be here. That's too on the nose. That's crazy.
It is weird, yeah.
That's crazy. With his daughter?
Oh, yeah, we've seen his daughter, yeah. He's been there a few times. Yeah, we did Phil Donut. Yeah, it's also Donut. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those folks alone. This one, Phil Donut had no idea, and I brought him up there. He had no idea what the show was, no idea what anything was. I brought him up there. I did that twice. Once in Coast Boy, once in Tucker Carlson. I was having dinner with Tucker Carlson, and like, you want to go by and go to Tony? And then we were there, and I told Tony, I'm on stage. I go, I'm not even tell where it is. So I go, hey, we're going to go off stage. He's like, what? Oh my God. It was great. What you did? Yeah, he was funny. He was like laughing. He was cracking jokes. He was back and forth. It was surprisingly great.
Wait, you're not Republican. You used to be Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. I am. Look, I think the idea of socialism is wonderful. Everybody has a sympathy and everybody has a not the case. And I think it's human nature. Unfortunately, you're going to need all these socialism stuff, right? You're going to need the fire department. This is one of the things I point to all the time. They all go to the fire department is an entirely socialist idea. But we all pay into it and they take care of everybody's fire. Right? You can't imagine rich people have a fire department and the poor people, their fucking house burns down all the time. It's crazy, right? We all do that. But we see this in relationship. Now we see this in healthcare. Are we a fucking community or are we not? And if we're a community, you have to take care of the downtrodden and you have to do it because it's bad for that and it's not bad for you. We're all in this together. You have to have a social safety net. I believe in all that. But I also believe you can't just give people free money to keep them in and rely on it, dependent on it, and then their ambition, and they don't do anything. That's true too. Doesn't mean you're not compassionate. I don't like either one of these parties. I don't think there's a solution that's correct. I think you have overcorrection after overcorrection. I think you have the country goes one way, and then we call it the other way. Yeah, America's back. Okay, and we the other way. Now, we're the new America. And America's this way. It's like everyone's so tribal and everyone's so locked into their idea that they're the good guys, these are the bad guys. We're going to get them back. We're going to get them in the big terms. We're going to get them in the next election. It's crazy. And it's all comedy too. So that's yeah, sort of. It's all comedy. It's like there's a lot of good people out there. But you know, that's that old expression. I forget who said that. We brought this up before. That all criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs. Oh yeah, it's a paraphrase, but there's a lot of that. There's a lot of like, yeah. George's like, why is she have a fucking Netflix special? She kills me once. She didn't even do good.
Dude, I'm just somebody who, I mean, I'll date a libertarian and become a fucking libertarian. Somebody will talk to me about Israel. I'll listen to fucking one Sam Harris episode. Now all of a sudden I'm fucking Zionist. I talked to John Marco the other day. Now I'm fucking all Clubhouse. Like whatever it is, I sit back and forth, and then I do podcasts, and people are like, "You are," and I'm like, "I'll tell you what I am. I'm an idiot, dude. I will switch. I will move like." But I do think that's what makes a comedian is somebody who can try on so many different perspectives, and it is hard that people are looking at comments like politicians.
You're not a because both sides have points. That's why you can switch one way or the other. Yeah, but I mean, doubling down is just going down the rabbit hole of whatever that ideology believes, because like they probably have a really good pitch, you know. And then if you talk to the socialists, they probably have a real good pitch.
Yeah, totally. It's just when I double down in a way that's like, I'll be like, this thing's fucking bad, and then the next thing I'll be like, actually, break it. Like I'll stop eating meat and be like, anybody who eats meat sucks, and then somebody like, want to buy this burger, the iron will hit me, and I'll be like, fuck cows, dude. Like I go too hard in the paint on both sides. And I do. I remember in college, these girls were bullying me, and I remember being like, "Why don't you guys like me?" They go, "You just have too strong of convictions." And I was like, "Oh, interesting." But I always thought that was a good thing. And I think for comedy it is to be like, you get up on stage or you do a podcast and you go, "What if I just try on this idea hardcore?" And that's like an interesting thing to do as opposed to being like, "Oh, I see it's kind of good and that's good too." You know, like there's something about comedy just being like, what if this is the truth right now? That's an interesting thing to say to someone.
You're too strong with your convictions.
I'll never forget that. I will never forget the girl who said it.
Did they give you an example?
It was just, I would talk the way I talk, where they'd be like, you know, I'd be like, women need to stop wearing dresses. High heels are ridiculous. Or I'd be like, men need to do this. Or women, you know, or I'd be like, I'm going to go ahead and say, diners need to go. You know, like whatever it was.
Right.
I'd be in or out on topics immediately.
Right.
And they'd be like, you're just like too intense with your thoughts. And I'd be like, yeah, totally. I mean, this is like why I would be bad in Nazi Germany. You know, hopefully it'll be okay, but I know I'd be somebody be like, wait, no, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's got to be some sort of a psychological reason why all those people went along with that. Right?
I went a lot. I think a lot of it was. Yeah, I think a lot of it was just kind of dissociation, right?
Well, there's a little bit of that, but then there's a tribal mentality that kicks in. Like there's a default switch that happens to people.
Yeah.
And in this country, you saw a lot of it during COVID. It was like the vaccinated people were hating on the unvaccinated. They should have their children taken away, like put them into camps. Like, hear yourself.
It's so weird because it's such a different. Like I was with so many anti-vaxxers. Like they were my friends. But I was like, oh, I'm getting vaccinated because the number one thing that's important to me is comedy. I had no idea if the vaccine gave me long COVID, if COVID gave me long, whatever the fuck. But I just have to perform. My health comes second.
Did you long COVID?
My shit is. I can't, like those Ubers that have those smelly trees, I have to get out. I get treated because my smell is fucked up. Like if you have deodorant that has like chemicals in it, it's rancid.
Really?
Yeah. And so many people are going,
that's your long COVID? You just smell things?
It's bad.
Call that long COVID. Long COVID is people that are exhausted, they have like heart palpitations.
I got a synapse off. I got a synapse.
Sounds like you're just gonna upgrade it in your nose.
I get it sucks, dude. If somebody's wearing cologne, I'm like, I gotta go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's like, you got a wolf nose.
I got a wolf nose.
Yeah, that's great.
Somebody's gonna change the way you look at it.
Yeah.
I thought I had long COVID, and then I stopped eating sugar. I thought I had the bad one, and then I stopped eating candy, and I was like, well, hello. It's crazy.
Bro, candy wrecks your shit.
And I wasn't eating
What
any.
you said, long COVID cause altered smell or a parasomnia where things smell distorted, foul, or different than they used to, even if the initial COVID-19 symptoms have passed. So did you get this after you got 22? Like when did this start happening? Did you get COVID?
Yes, I got COVID 6 times, but I just had
You got vaccinated. People who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they fucked everybody. They fucked everybody.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. My liberal mom will be like, vaccine is it? And I'll be like, yeah, mommy, I was
It's a long conversation. It was a long conversation what was wrong. but it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts, they distorted the research, they distorted the efficacy, they distorted what it was actually designed to do, just because they wanted money. That's it. Oh, fuck yeah, they made us with money. Might have been free review.
I like the idea of money, but isn't their campaign on like control, mind control, not mind control, but like knowing where we are, it's like internet.
Where are you? I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real fact behind it.
Just lie about that.
But this is why. The problem is pharmaceutical drug companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they hide. So they'll do multiple studies that show no efficacy. And then they'll rig one study where they can show just like a little bit of improvement, and then they just sell it. And they start going for it. And they've done that before. They got sued because of Vioxx. Vioxx killed 50,000 people, and through internal emails, the pharmaceutical drug company was saying, we're going to have these problems. And they listed all the different things people want to get, including strokes. We're going to have these cardiovascular problems, cardiopulmonary problems, but whatever the wording was, I don't want to really quote it. But it will be good for us financially. We'll do well with this. Yeah, in the email, we'll do well with this. They took 50 to 60,000 people. A friend of mine got a stroke, got on Vioxx because he had a knee problem. It was an anti-inflammatory medication.
Sometimes there's fiction shit like that. Like sometimes I'll take Prozac from one place and from a different place, very different thing. Yeah, it's weird to find so like, what do you think about Ozempic?
We talked about that with a guy who runs a pharmacy. The problem with it is that when they're dosing it out to people, they're giving everyone the same dose, and it should be dependent upon like how much weight you're trying to lose, what is your body weight. You know, there's a bunch of different factors. Well, it doesn't seem to be good for you. It stays in your body a little longer, and food digests slower, and it kills your appetite. But if you're morbidly obese, you might die from that. Yeah. This is probably a really good solution. So it's like, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't want it. I don't need it. Yeah. But if I did, if I was 600 pounds and I was in the skin, and someone said, look, I can give you this thing, it'll kill your appetite. Like, fuck it. Yeah. Totally. So it's beneficial for that. And then there's a problem with muscle loss, bone density loss. But my friend Brigham, who was on the other day, he was saying the issue is that they're giving us too much of a dose, and it's mixed with other peptides can actually eliminate those problems. So there's a way to dose it out for people that are just doing nothing but fat. It is possible to do. It just has to be done correctly.
And right now it's really
well, right now everyone's just getting honest instead of just going to the gym. There's people that like need to lose 20 pounds and getting on this epic. That's crazy. You could lose 20 pounds in a couple of months.
The thing that's frustrating is because I used to be so fat. I used to have type 2 diabetes and I can have it crazy. And like, it's frustrating.
Still eating all that shit.
Well, that's the thing. Just I can eat sugar exclusively to lose weight if I only eat sugar. Like it was like this bizarre diet I would go on, and then I just had to like switch my mind. But that mental switch of being like, this is not for fun. This food is not for fun. You've had your fun.
Right.
Like you did that. You did the candy, you did the pizza, you did all that.
Right.
Now we're using food as like the same way we use sleep, where it's like I feel better when I get 8 hours, right? And once you do that switch, it feels like things click into place. So with people on Ozempic, I'm like, if you could just get that turn of your brain, it would help so much. If you could just. It does feel like a switch.
Where you're like, think about what you have to go through with acid to get
right.
Now imagine you're 600 pounds and you're eating candy for 35 years.
Yeah.
That's, it's a big switch. It's a battle. Yeah, you can't just like, I think recovery helps to turn that motherfucker around. Yeah, I know Mark Bell was really into that. Unlimited sugar, restricted protein, every big thing. What is it about? So it sounds like there's no way you're saying this is candy. It's not just candy, but I thought he was fucking around. It's like fruit, like candy's all you got. It's not the worst thing. But it's low protein, right? Yeah, it's like certain amount. But there's a video of him explaining it if you want to watch it. So he weighs 95 kilograms, which is, what is that, like 200? Well, in the video just like he's like 207, 210. He's gonna get under just watch it.
Does he have a face? Can we see his face?
Oh, he's a handsome guy. Good looking guy. But it doesn't work with him. He's really fit. He's been doing a bunch of different stuff his whole life. Like he was a carnivore diet for a long time. It's not.
No, dude. Dunkin' line? That's sugar.
No, this is the new thing. Like, he's always like this. This is what he looked like forever. And he used to be gigantic.
You know what pisses me off? This is a woman who we do like that's anorexia. Because when I told people I was only eating sugar, they were like, that's anorexia.
Hold on, show what he looks like. Show, go to his Instagram and wait to see how fit this guy is. Like, this guy is just tremendous shape.
No protein? Oh, amazing.
Well, he's always had that. So that's my point. Like, that's on that one on the right hand side. Like, that's what we're talking about. He's a big jack dude. So for him to do this diet and say, you know, look, I've got this body. Well, bitch, you always have that body. Yeah. I don't know.
No, I mean, I've gotten very skinny off the all sugar diet, but it has effects. Yeast infection all the time. Dark circles. From sugar, fucks up your sleep.
When did you stop with the sugar?
2 months ago? Oh, but I'm having ice cream today. But we've been planning. We're going to Amy's ice cream and we're going to have it.
Good spot.
Yeah, but I've been off sugar. It just helps a lot. I've just been doing fasts and like stuff like that, which is like, and I can eat as much as, it used to be like I had to, everything I ate, I had to do a tiny amount. Now it's like I can eat as many eggs.
Isn't that nuts? It doesn't seem like it's real.
I know.
If you just ate nothing but steak, you would lose weight. Everyone's like, no way. It's like, yes, because your body would regulate correctly. When you're done, you're done. Like, if you sit down, you have a 16-ounce steak, you really only need 12 ounces. After 12 ounces, you'll stop eating.
Yeah.
That's all you're eating. But if you have mashed potatoes there, and then a bowl of pasta, and then an ice cream, and then a cake.
Yeah. Try eating cake after you eat a whole avocado. You're like, bleh. It's good. Like, you don't. That gets you. It's so crazy.
Also, your gut biome switches, and your gut biome doesn't crave sugar anymore.
The candida is what I did, the candida diet. So every time I got my period, I had yeast infection, and then it was just, I was itchy. And I was like, what's going on? And I was like, I had brain fog, and I ChatGPT'd it, and it was like, oh, you're riddled with candida. And I was like, oh, I'll try the diet. And then I immediately started thinking faster, and it was not itchy at all.
Isn't that bizarre that your gut biome has an effect on your personality? It's fucked up. Well, we are a literal ecosystem. We want to think of ourselves as a person. But we're really like a life form that houses life forms.
Yeah. I think it's because our control panels up here makes us think that we're this like unit that we can fuck with. Like I think if our eyes were here, we would maybe be like, this is a whole collective system, but this fucks us up. Like I was watching this tall guy eating ice cream cone the other day, and his arm was like this. He was like 6'7", he was just licking it, and I was like, it looks like this little man is eating this ice cream cone unbeknownst to this giant body. Like it looks like this little guy's just riding this big guy. And I think that if we can just slide this fucker down.
Yeah, body awareness is what you are as a whole. But it's also a lot of people don't do anything with their bodies. Their body is just like a truck they drive around.
Right. And then we do have a mouth. I have a vagina, which is a mouth. You know what I mean? We have a fucking more face down there. There's crazy. The uterus is a fucking another head. And the gut and everything. We just don't have eyeballs there. So forget about it completely.
Really? The head?
I think so, yeah. It's a fucking whole thing. Your gut is fucking all these brain.
It's definitely thinking. Your heart thinks too. There's neurons in your heart.
But the serotonin in the gut and the brain is like, it feels pretty balanced. It's just the eyeballs.
Well, if we could have an understanding that you're an actual system, it would be a lot better for people. Because so many people just think like, oh, I don't want to worry about my body, I'm worried about my brain. Like they think it's almost like vain to think about your body.
Yeah.
Vain is stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no virtue in being a piece of shit. Like that's not good for you.
Yeah.
Like,
And
it's not intelligent. Yeah, it's not intelligent. It's not take care of your body.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is, yeah, and the second I stop working out, it is so weird how much pent up energy, and then I'm like lethargic, and then I have these children and all this stuff.
Also, you're triggering anxiety.
Yeah, anytime I participate in self-deception in any way, it bleeds into everything. Like anytime I'm neglecting some part of my life, you can like smell it on me. The second I walk in, I'm like, hey, sorry, I didn't know, I shouldn't be, and I have this whole air, and it's like, I just did it. I would have been fine.
That's the emotional assessment.
Oh, that's this one. So, yeah.
Literally, that's book. Like, you have to be balanced. Balance everything.
That's good. But yeah, sometimes don't you go sicko mode where you go,
Yeah. Kind of, but not for long periods of time.
do you drink?
Yeah, but I don't. I haven't drank in a long time, but I will.
Yeah.
Like, I'll have a glass of wine. But it's been like, there was many months where I had anything, and then I had like a margarita or whatever. It felt, I mean, I didn't do it because I was an alcoholic. I did it because it's bad for you. I was like, why am I doing this? Because I drink at my club. I have a couple drinks at the club, a couple nights a week, and then I'll go out with my wife, have a drink or two, and then maybe I'll do a podcast with someone who wants to have a drink, and so we'll have like a little whiskey, quick glasses, we're talking, get a little tipsy. After a while, you're poisoning yourself.
Yeah.
You drink 7, 10, 15 drinks in a week.
Yeah.
That's not good. And that's not, and I was like, oh, it's so much better. And then I felt stupid. I felt stupid for not doing it.
I did the same thing. I'm a sugar addict and a love addict.
How are you?
I'm an alcoholic, but I was like, I can't be having extra sugar where I don't need it.
How'd you find out about me?
I had to choose. I was like, it's sweet as fish or alcohol.
Look at the
I
man.
had to make a decision. And I was puffing all the time. I couldn't stand the little puff.
That's
And then you have
Yeah, how are you?
Like, I get and I'd be like, just like fully retarded.
instantly, right?
Yeah,
Your
because
body's not used to it.
What's
yeah,
good,
and so
Paul?
I was like, this isn't that fun either.
Yeah.
So I'll just not do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
Are you
more
doing
now
well
than
today?
ever before. are
Yep, thank God. How about you?
This is just a study about young people, about alcohol consumption in young people's death by what was the number?
Excellent. We're just watching Joe Rogan.
25%.
Because they're not having sex. I mean, Jenny,
That's Harlan Williams' snake.
I love Harlan
And it
Williams.
was, I love it too. It was on the table when Trump was here and he got so happy and his snake. So he had that snake in his pants the entire time he was doing podcasts, and he told me that he got a tapeworm. And then he named his tapeworm Dimitri. And I'm like, you have a worm? Yeah, I got a worm. I picked it up. And they're like, it just, it was gagging. Yeah. And he's like, the worm's coming out. I'm like,
He had it the whole time.
He pulls out this fucking snake and he puts it on the table, and it's been there ever since. So when I had Trump on the podcast, he was so happy that Dimitri the snake was on the table.
His little snake dance. That's awesome. That's such, look at this. I love Harlan. Dude, Harlan was talking to us about Rocket Man and how they didn't put out Rocket Man because there's a song in it where he imitates being Chinese. Like, he does it with everybody. He does it in German where he's like, I've actually had world. And then he does a Chinese accent where he's like, right?
Yeah.
And they just like buried it. Like, that came out with Tarzan. And they buried the shit out of Rocket Man and let Tarzan like take the. And I was like, I looked at it. Tarzan is like based off seriously racist original story.
Is it really?
Yeah, which is so interesting. Like
Was it
Rocket
Rice
Man.
Burroughs? The original Tarzan?
Um,
Was it Edgar Rice Burroughs?
is Tarzan the one where it's like, yeah, Tarzan. Look up Tarzan racist. Yeah.
So from the original book?
I think so. Like the original.
What was it?
It was all
story.
Yeah.
White guy with the chicken ass figured it out. He was being some king, of course.
Yeah, but I think even before that, they were racist. This was like legal. This isn't what I was
Maybe.
thinking.
I think I read the comic book. I think I ever read Tarzan, the Edgar Rice Burroughs novel.
No, I never read it. I think it was pre that though. But this could have been me doing it and finding it. Like, but Rocket Man is so good. And if I had seen that as a child, I would have been so stoked.
So it's one of Harlan's comics?
Yeah, his first. So it's his first movie, and he's so goofy in it, but he does all these voices for different nationalities, and it won't And it's such a funny scene. And it's nice. Yeah.
Rastafarian sunglasses
That's
a
fine.
little bit
I don't
there.
think anything I knew
Yeah,
about
they're
that
just too
movie.
big.
I didn't know
Too
about it
big as
either,
well.
but we had Harlan on the pod, and
I
Ian
know
was like,
he's
I'm obsessed
silly,
with this movie, so then
but
me and Ian
it's
watched
just
it,
too big. And
and
then
it's like the best.
I don't like
It's
that
like
they're
exactly
beards.
what you want your kid to see. It's like a doofus who makes it as an
Oh, you're
astronaut.
against grouping?
because he's
I
smart.
usually just
So,
group
Look at
shop.
fucked up
But-
with the Chinese thing, huh? Who's the one actor that made fun of?
One accent. He did all the other
He
accents.
has a lot of sunglasses.
I don't
Right?
get
He
that.
has
Why
more
is that
shoes
the
or
one?
sunglasses. $1 million question B.
It's very weird. It's also funny because Disney was like, yes, yes, and approve
I'm
it.
gonna have to say
And
his
then,
shoes,
and then
dude.
you're
He
like,
has
wait,
to have more
actually,
shoes.
that's
He's a
fucked
sneaker
up.
head, dude. Yeah,
Well,
you're probably
you know,
right.
people approve
But it'd
that
be
shit
easier to have
all the
less
time.
sunglasses.
Yeah.
I feel like
Fear
sunglasses.
factor, they
Are they
encourage
cheaper
people
than
drinking
not
cum.
not when you're
That's
shot.
what the show gets you.
Yeah.
Dude, I was obsessed.
And piss.
I was about to say, did you ever watch it? I'm like, you're on it. But those people do not. I used to think they were like hot people. They're like trash. They're trash. Like growing up when I was watching it, I was like, oh my god, I want to grow up to look like her. Now I look back and I'm like, this is white dreads, crazy lunatics. I was obsessed.
That's just a picture.
Well, they made them drink cum.
But this wasn't bowl cum?
It was donkey.
Oh, yeah,
Donkey cum and donkey urine. They had to play horseshoes
Jigs.
to see how much donkey cum and donkey urine.
Did they say cum? See,
Sperm. I think it said sperm.
oh, word. And they aired it?
Well, not really.
So do you
See,
think
that's what
Joey's
got
Imagine
canceled.
drinking the
Yeah,
cum
he's
and
like,
not
"Oh,
having your
yeah,
ex
it's fine."
go there.
Well, people drank cum and didn't win.
The cum is not a problem for me. I would have drank the cum.
Would be more of a problem.
Urine fine. For me, it was the spiders in the mouth.
The gals chose the urine over the cum, or the cum rather over the urine. But I
Oh,
think
yeah.
the guys would rather. Yeah,
Hilarious to think it's gay.
Donkey cum. The episode's called Donkey. But I don't know if that's really what it's called. See, the thing is, it never aired. I think Donkey Cum was the internal vintage episode or the stunt. But so it did air in other countries though. That's why you can still watch it on YouTube. It aired in, I think it aired in Denmark or some shit.
They had to just jerk off a bunch of
No.
How did they get the cum?
I used to add a bit about it in my act. But they
Oh, yeah,
have a
Netflix.
prod and they shove it up the donkey's ass and they shock their prostate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
I love that shit.
Yeah.
That's
It's that time with Thor.
It's more than that. It's kind of
Brendan out for running about 225.
you're abducting this donkey and forcing it to come.
That's brutal.
Yeah. With electroshock. She's looking at where they're collecting it all.
For a show
And
that's
we had
supposed to
buckets
be.
of it.
And the
How
doctor
many
didn't get
donkeys?
paid.
How many donkeys get jacked off? There's buckets of it. Look.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what? I always
Chug it.
assumed that was
Oh, it was super real. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. There's laws, like there's laws, which is really good because like people say, how do I get off your back? We're like, if you've ever met me, you can't get on the show. You can't talk to me about it. If you want to get on the show, you can't talk to me right now.
Yeah.
Really get me a conversation.
That's good.
Nice.
That's really good.
Yeah, because I can't help it to get on the show. But there's laws, like you can't say it's Donkey Kong when it's not Donkey Kong. It is cum. You're drinking cum. Yeah, otherwise your show's not a game show anymore.
That stuff, all the worms. So many worms.
Farms. Worm farms.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then cockroach farms for the people that eat cockroaches. They have to put them on a specific diet for X amount of time before they're allowed to be consumed. Yeah, you can't just have eating garbage and rot.
And the spiders in the mouth where they were climbing out, that was the one that me and my sister was watching to torture ourselves. Where they couldn't get the spider in the mouth because it was climbing out.
It was brutal. Ridiculous show. I literally signed up for it because I thought it was going to be canceled before and I had a lot of material.
Were you able to tell Jay?
No, if I said something that they thought was controversial, most of the time they're edited out.
It takes a certain amount of confidence, not just realizing this now to
Before.
do a show with nicotine in your mouth.
Was it?
This looked like stuff in your mouth.
The first one was Survivor.
I just
Survivor
told
was
you.
the first one.
I tried to say
Yeah.
it for the first time.
Which is
I
still
cannot
on
imagine
air.
having 3 of those in my mouth.
That is. I thought the Osbournes.
Was it make you high or something?
The
That
reality
was a reality show.
Overdose on
There
nicotine.
was one
That's
before
insane.
that, right? There was
You know
Totally
me, I love
Polly, that was
fucking
kind of
bacon
a reality
zeros.
show.
No.
I'm a fucking
Yeah,
dirty
but
little boy, dude.
Totally Polly.
But if I
Oh, sure, yeah. He had
pouches in my mouth at
he had
the
like
same
a very
time,
famous MTV reality show.
I think
Very
it's
Totally Polly.
That's insane.
Just travel around, met
It'll, like,
people,
affect your
it's a
brain.
reality show.
Like
but, like,
No, just
I'm not wrong, right? Wasn't Survivor the first one? Or was
because
it
remember how
show?
he said it makes you smarter.
You know, like a game show, but a reality game show.
You could podcast for a living or talk
Definitely
for a living. Definitely not.
There's that way. That came out
I mean, I was playing golf and I had a
Where
terrible
did
game of
Survivor
golf.
start?
Maybe we played yeah. Sin fucked your golf game up. I hit like 39 over on 9.
So Survivor was the first one. That was the big one. I just can't believe it's still on the air. That's nuts.
Is Fear Factor?
Damn.
2000. Oh, so it was only like a year before Fear Factor. Fear Factor started in 2001.
When
Fear
you had
Factor
to
was
remember to change the way you talk.
who the hell's
No,
hosting it?
because I'm used. I've done it before.
Wait,
Right?
Johnny Knoxville.
I'm very well acquainted
Survivor?
with the team and like,
No, Fear Factor.
you know,
I think there's a new Fear Factor that Johnny Knoxville's gonna host.
That's awesome.
right, like
So it all
sunflower
goes full
seeds
circle.
and shit like that. Right.
No, I
It's
didn't
just
hate
fucking
it.
strong
It's
as
like,
shit.
it was a job.
Weird with the
You were really
stuff.
sweet to
I was
people.
just making
That
like
was
weird motions.
You're
with
very
his mouth
nice to
where I
them.
was
That's
talking,
everything.
I remember being like, that's a comforting, maybe a good acid for Mr. Bassett. You know what I mean?
Consider.
Maybe that's how you got good at. I mean, that's a fucked up trip.
food in my mouth or something. I don't want to put dip in there.
It's not, but I would also.
I don't really have any interest. I feel
Some
like it's
people would
kind
be
of.
scared to do a
I
stand.
don't judge you if you do it, but for me, I would feel like I
100%.
throw up.
This is
Because
like,
the
you
first
know,
time you do it,
people
it's
that have never
right?
really
Yeah. That's the
completely
taste
challenged
bullshit.
themselves and not sure of where their boundaries
If we
lie.
get
They
a certain amount of subscribers on
Yeah.
Patreon, I'll be able to
you
road
know, crazy is about to happen. They get overwhelmed by anxiety.
See if I
That
can
you can
podcast
get
like
them.
that.
You go, hey, listen to me. You hear that voice in your head? You know, not do this?
Yeah.
Fuck that voice.
All right,
You
let's
can
see
do
what's
this. When you get done, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. You just have to do it. It's not doing nearly as bad as you think it is. Just force yourself to do it. You do it.
And then we do it.
Yes, because like when I was a kid, from the time I was like 15 years old, I was teaching martial arts. So I used to coach people. I bring people to tournaments, and people that were scared and they were going to have to fight and compete. And I coached them.
In the corner?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just think it's wrong.
Are you really? Great fight.
Dude, can I say I am straight as they come, but Katie Taylor, man. Dude, I just think she's the most attractive one. The way she goes, hey, can I fight for the lower? He's like, dude, when they're all fucking brain fucked afterwards, she's like, I just want to go ahead and say here whatever coming out. Number one, and you're like, nobody knows what you're saying. The brain damage those.
He's like,
I box and I'm not. I
still box?
Yeah, I box, but I don't. I mean, when my trainer is in town, but even sparring, I'm like,
Judah Friedlander has like the world's champion.
fucked up afterwards.
Yeah, I have friends. They just bar. Like, stop.
Obviously, it's not.
Yeah, let's sparring it out.
He's doing that, but he's serious.
Well, that's rare. Most fighters spar. There's a few that don't. Like Max Holloway for a while wasn't sparring because he was trying to preserve himself from fighting. But then when he had to fight Justin Gaethje, I think it was. Justin Gaethje was like, I gotta start sparring because I'm gonna fight someone that's really dangerous. You can't have it.
It's just so when I started boxing, I was like, I'm never gonna spar. That's crazy. And then like a month in, I was like, so addicted. It was so much fun. I felt like you were training so good to spar.
It is fun to do.
And then I would do a podcast and be like, what if they base? And I'd be like, and you listen to Serrano and Casey when they're like fighting in those like press conferences, and it sounds like you're drunk. Like they're like, no, she fucking said that we were gonna do. And you're like, this is not
Talk to guys that
She
are
likes shop.
retired for years, they're slight the words, you barely understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
What was the thing he did with the cell phone where it was like, oh yeah, the guy in the cell phone.
Well, some of them don't even have the money.
Usually that happens.
They go through a few divorces because they're crazy.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
No one stay with them their other fucking time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
You know,
let's
and
go,
they're probably
dude. She
alcoholics.
looks like
Their
she could be
brains
there.
completely shattered.
Oh yeah, she's got rogue.
Do the men get more
Maybe
aggressive
that's how they have comic books.
when they get brain
He
damage?
thought that was the real life.
It depends entirely
Oh
on the
yeah,
individual.
that's who he thinks he's interviewing.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, they get aggressive too.
Really?
They get real impulsive.
And you know, as far as when people
That
say
have brain
his own
damage. They get
best
impulsive. They can't control their instincts, their impulses rather. They have addiction problems because they feel off, right? So they drink alcohol to calm down or to cocaine. A lot of them wind up doing coke.
To feel up because they're fried.
You're fried. Your brain's cooked. Your endocrine system's all fucked up. Your pituitary glands are bouncing around like a fucking skull.
Is your brain
He's
fucked?
gonna break down his philosophy.
Yeah. When did you stop?
Well, I stopped fighting when I was 22, I think. That was my last fight. And I stopped sparring when I was like 27 or 28.
Oh, good. So you have
Yeah,
some
I started sparring later.
You do jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
You grapple?
But yeah, but that's the brain damage you get from that is rare. It's not.
Maybe I should do that. I'm always okay.
That's pretty about it.
Okay. I just, the boxing, the hitting.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I like, but even just training with mitts. I have such a rage issue that beating the shit out of something. But even when I go to the gym, just in the bag, I feel
Oh
so
yeah,
much better.
there's nothing better to like relieve stress than get the bad.
Yeah.
Don't stop doing that. Definitely don't get flat, but don't get
You know what I'm worried about? You just sit
but you're gonna get choked out. We're just gonna black out the moment someone even comes close to choking you out.
yeah, if anybody does something to my wrist and doing any artery
Stuck in a
crossing,
triangle, you're just gonna fall
I'm
asleep.
gonna, and they're gonna be like, I did a good job. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. I have friends that do it, and they're like, yeah, and then my bone was up against mine. I'm like, I'm done.
Excellent, big dog. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. It is rough, but it's super good. Once you do it, and you get used to it, it's very good. It's like
It's a puzzle.
you play a game, and you get better at the game the more you play it. You know, you have to get somebody in an armbar.
Yeah, but the armbar is all of it is slightly representing breaking it, right? Yeah, that makes me not.
Taps, your arm doesn't get broken.
The idea of overextending somebody's body part is brutal.
It is brutal.
That's so gross.
Bro,
But it's fair. But I think that was
very useful skill.
the boxing is just bam. You know, it's breaking somebody's nose I can do, but.
You can break their arm.
I could not know the idea of like bone coming through.
Choke them.
Yeah. Yeah, you put me through like
Not a lot of people. I don't know.
you never go sleep.
No, never touched it. No.
Really?
No.
Are you sure? No.
No, it's just tap. I know.
Right. Your body part.
No, it's tap.
I know, but probably you sleep. Like even if you're like put me to sleep, you still like no.
Yeah, you gotta know like when you're going. Right? So like if you're getting choked, if like someone's got my back and they're gonna choke it, there's a point in time where I know I'm not getting out of this. Just tap. It's smart.
Yeah.
It's stupid to fight it off, you get injured, and then you wind up being really fucked up.
I love watching them, man. Yeah, when they jump on their backs like that, when they go forward. Yes.
Have you ever been to it live?
No, just that fight. It was a big deal. I went to Netflix took me.
Oh yeah, but that's not bad. You should go to the UFC live.
He said like 10
Really?
things. What is he
Yeah,
supposed to
it's
say
bad.
to that? There's so many things to respond
I love
to.
going to this round.
Are you in the club this weekend?
Give her one question.
No,
dude.
I'm in.
You want to ask James? You got that ask James.
There's a UFC, I was gonna say there's a UFC in San Antonio
James waiting
on
behind
Saturday night.
I'll go in New York for sure. Whenever
But
it's
it's
in
in
New
New
York.
York. Okay.
Answer the
I'll get you
questions
tickets.
he's asking
It's gonna be in Madison Square Garden in November. You're gonna be around. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm not everywhere first show.
Yeah, you'll love it. It's wide. Seeing it is hard. It's special.
Yeah, where is it? Oh, they are in Toronto. No, yes.
Or is it further?
Yeah. It was
Big room or small room?
big. It sold it out.
Okay.
Toronto made
You're saying I
14
check
million
all
or
the
something.
boxes.
They made, I know. Isn't that great?
That's awesome. Yeah.
And the
Is that
fucking
what you're asking?
the card was
Yes, I
incredible
do.
watching.
Madison Square Garden's got a lot of energy in it, too. There's something crazy about that room. It's just like the amount of concerts, fights, events that are taking place that you feel in the building when you walk in. Whoa!
Yeah.
This place is alive.
It's awesome.
Yeah, like when you go to a new arena and they're brand new, and you walk in the door and it's empty and you're wandering around like, wow, cool place. But you walk in the door and you're like, yo, this place is alive. It's got memories.
Yeah. The other ones feel like racquetball. Like you know what I mean? Like when you put a racquetball around them, it's like they're escaped it. Because I've done arenas with Tom with Punch before, and you can definitely feel the ones that have like been there versus the ones that they put up recently.
Yeah, they have history. History is burned like the
We
building.
all know it, and I'm going to get some.
Oh, it's weird. It's the best way though, because it's the only way you can do an arena where it's intimate. So what we're talking about is a stage that's round.
Oh yeah, in the round.
in the round. Yeah. It's
Tom
the
was
best
like,
way.
say a joke, then pivot. Just every time I get up there, and I'd be like, here's my joke. I'm gonna turn to these people now, and we turn every single time.
That's funny, though.
Yeah, it was totally great, but I couldn't do the natural rotation.
The good thing about it is, though, it makes the show intimate, even though there's 16,000 people there.
Yeah.
Because there's people on this side facing the people on the other side. So everybody realizes they're all in it together.
And the Jumbotron, I mean, the special shot, I was like, wherever your camera is, shove it the fuck up my nose. Like, I'm so sick of seeing specials where I'm watching their whole body the whole time. Like, show my face, because my facial movements are like half of my joke.
Right.
And in the arena, you get that. Like, I remember watching Louis at the Hulu theater, and it was just the fucking Jumbotron. You saw every little movement he was making. And I was like, that's so sick. Because it's so, in a club, you see that.
Right.
You know?
And that's what you want, especially if you're looking at all the screens.
Yeah, and then sometimes you watch somebody and you're like, I should just go home and watch this.
Right.
I see their face.
Right.
But the Jumbotron's fucking amazing. It's so sick.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the round, too. You know, you're back to 7 and still see your face.
How's it going?
You know, like a trench coat or something.
Wear a trench coat. You like
Right,
it?
it's America,
Oh, yeah.
Wear a trench coat.
I know Trinity. Trinity from Matrix.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Did you ever hear that lady that claims that she wrote the Matrix and stole the idea from her?
Anime wrote that fucking shit. Like,
Right, she said she wrote both of them. Is there any credibility to what she said? We don't know.
I had a joke about the Matrix that before I said about where I was upset because the Wachowski sisters on the top 10 female directors.
Oh, no, are they really?
Yeah, because I was like, if they had come into MGM as sisters, like in the 90s, like, they'd be like, don't you see, like, my dick in the mouth? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like anti-anything, but people still got mad. But yeah, that joke is, that is one of my favorites for a while. Because I'm obsessed with it. It's my favorite
That's a
movie.
great movie. And I think we'll have to
I'm in the camp that everybody thinks I'm fully retarded. They just told me a lot on Twitter. The AI is going to help things now. I would like the record to state that this is my theory. So that means it's going to be
Do you think this AI is going to help people not hurt things?
Yes.
That's interesting. How do you think that that's going to happen?
I just think that the whole catastrophic, this is going to be an entity that ends all of us. I don't think it's going to be that. I think that
This is again a statement. He says all
maybe I'm
boosters
just
are
looking at the positive
disaster.
side, but I think it's such a smart piece of technology that was so
That's where he chose
in
to
the
live.
works the whole time to be made
He likes. I mean,
that
someone's got to be there
it's
to
going to help
fucking
us solve
when the shit
problems. Like,
hits
I
the
think
fan and
humanity
save everybody.
knows
Or
it has been trying to create
out of the
something
car.
that
Yeah,
works
like a
on
family or whatever.
level to solve
excuse me, ma'am,
problems
how many
faster
chicks
and
do you
more
find?
efficiently.
The
Yeah,
roads
that's
are. I
definitely
just
the
don't
best
live in their
case scenario
dreams.
to use for it.
Understand,
Right, but the
if you
corporations
are,
are evil and
Yeah, the problem is
want to go
they're
left,
already,
like,
they're
what's the
already shown that
benefits?
these large language models
What's the
can
benefits
be
if you improve it?
programmed
You want
with
to go left?
ideologies, right? So did you ever see the disaster
Pro
they had
blue,
with Google Gemini when
you
they
want
first
to
launched
pro
it?
blue, and you want to go
Where they
left.
said,
Like
show us
go left.
images of Nazi soldiers, and they had
Benefit?
multiracial
Remember
Nazi
you're Tulsi
soldiers.
Gabbard, you're not.
They're like,
Brendan
and
Goody.
each
Oh,
one
okay,
was a
if I'm
Nazi
Tulsi Gabbard,
soldier, a black
if I'm Tulsi
woman,
Gabbard,
an
then I'm
Indian.
saying
They had
you're
a Native
absolutely
American lady who was a Nazi.
yeah.
I mean, look,
That's
just look around.
not real.
The
Okay,
left,
so your
what do they do?
ideology,
They just-
by
they're
making
haters. They're
everything
like
diverse,
homeless
you
people.
distort history.
Why would you
like
pay
so
attention
your
to what they think?
ideology
Like, it's like a
interfere with
profile of a
truth.
cat. The left ain't got no
But
magic
why
mind.
do we do that? When we take down all the
Right, but we're not that.
statues?
Left has no
Right, but we're not supposed to be
There's
this
the
smart
cardboard
language.
boxes, not
Smart
fucking
language
Felix
model is
mattresses.
supposed to be eventually
What time do
super
they wake up? If
intelligence
you're a
in
Democrat, what time do you wake up?
right? So a super intelligence wouldn't do that. They would know that
They're not stopping any of our enemies, dude.
and they
No,
were,
434 fucking Russia and ISIS are waking up at 4:34 or 4:35.
Yeah, that's
4:35 as well, and you're waking up at the same time,
It
dude.
showed German soldiers
luck with that.
that were wearing Nazi swastikas.
Look at how, like, my only question for those people that vote that way is, how's it going? Like, what good has come out of the Biden cabinet?
German soldiers.
Like, it's a disaster right now.
Do you think he really knows what cabinet is?
I was just gonna say this.
Do you think there's any possibility that it could be something that
But it would be funny to ask him to define.
we have control over? Not that we have control
Develop more
over,
your
and
point
if
on
you
this
use it
with this
for.
cabinet. Who are the
If anything,
members of the
he's always
cabinet? He's
concerned
the
about
main
everything
one.
about
So you
science,
cut
about microscopes,
all
about social
plate.
media.
He's like, there's that fucking, there's that
Yeah,
jig,
I mean,
that
they
fucking
were terrified
top
when
of my
people
cabinet, I got a
first
strainer.
developed trains and up
Okay,
bodies
like
would
your
explode
actual
whatever,
control.
35 miles an hour.
Well,
Yeah,
what
for
if you
sure.
just see to your
This
shops?
human error removed
Dude,
is sick. Those
Just
Waymo
put it
cars
in there.
are sick. The doctors using
think about
ChatGPT.
putting my fork in the
Doing
cabinet,
such a
but it's in
better
the shelf.
No, there's
Oh,
definitely
controller.
a lot of processes. The problem is control. It's
All
always
right,
the problem.
let's see here. Let's go on from that fucking bullshit.
Every
This is
person
another
that
Astro Creep
has
Screw
an
one.
enormous
It's Brendan
amount
just spinning
of
the narrative
power
that he knows
should be
details on the
carefully
Diddy raid.
scrutinized. And the kind of
Do you wanna
power
get-
that you're
that's
going to have
amazing that he's
if you are
doing
in
that
control
every
of
time.
essentially a digital
Do you wanna
god.
get what details?
Like, it becomes a problem when human beings are involved.
I
Now, they
couldn't
become
even
completely
imagine. I'm
autonomous
assuming
and
he
any
doesn't
other
check.
problem
Oh, like
us
he
being
like a girl
irrelevant.
that's involved.
And it-
But that's what I'm talking about. That
Or
situation where they become
knows her
autonomous.
from
That's what I'm referring
Fighting
to.
it.
So say we have an
Podcasting
autonomous
stuff, you know.
entity.
It's rated.
Mhm.
All
Why
house is
would,
rated.
why would it kill us? Right? We don't go, you know,
I
I'm
have
not
a
saying
friend who's
I don't think it
involved with
I don't
it.
think it would kill us, but it would probably give us incentive to not breed. Which I
Friend,
think
no, he's
if
friends
I
with
was
me.
an intelligent life force, I would
No,
kind
with
of do
someone who's
exactly
doing the
where
rating.
our
One of the guys
society
doing
is
the rating.
already going.
Yeah,
Other
we're-
cops.
Right now,
Oh,
we're doing
shit,
it to
you already
ourselves,
said
but that might be by
Yeah,
design.
I'm not gonna give you any
It
details.
might
Yeah,
be
yeah, you
that
will.
in order to not alarm us,
Until
that
they
this
put
artificial
out
intelligence
that
has engineered
there's
our
more
diet
arrest,
and
you
our
have to turn yourself
environment
in.
to
This is
kill
nothing.
a reproductive system.
Okay, I think the
And
feds
it's already
raid
doing,
two
but it's doing it
houses
in a
for
very
the
innocuous
fucks of
way
it.
with microplastics and a bunch of. It's doing it in a way
That's
where
gonna be
we don't even know what's
for the
happening.
fucks
It's
of it.
And on
happening
the same
slowly.
point, it could be like,
Just
hey,
say
what
it,
if we
though.
actually perpetuated
You're
this
raiding and he
species?
jumped
We
on
got
a
it.
plane, a
That's
private
what's
plane.
happening.
It doesn't
I
even
don't think
matter
that's
what you
gonna
say
happen. I
back
think
to
what's
Brendan.
going
You
to
feel
happen is
stupid.
we're going
Yeah,
to
being in a
become
conversation
hybrids.
with him, yeah.
We're going to
If you
become
were to look at me and go,
Like a real
oh, you
legitimate
think I just
hybrid.
podcast for the
Are you?
fucks of
First
it?
one.
I feel
Oh
like
my
an idiot,
god,
dude.
give me the freaking
When you did it like that, you sound like the lady.
I fainted.
Oh, I
What?
think-
No more blood.
What was that saying? Oh, yeah.
I'm
Jesus
happy.
was saying that
I
Brennan
love
just
metal. I
basically
love
does
scrap
like a
metal. I love
different version
cars.
of
Make me
Delia.
fucking
I
hard,
think
dude.
that
I
was
hate
just
this
bringing
gooey
right
thing.
there. I love the idea of Department of Homeland Security being like, all right,
You know it's going to be
called you
unprecedented.
this meeting because
It's gonna be a
one
new
of you
One
assholes.
thing that just freaked me out is the guy the other day at
Yeah.
Bachelorette.
Which one
party
was
had
it?
the goggles on
Who
recording
DM
us.
Brennan Chop?
When I realized that, when I was like, oh shit,
I'm
I
not
lost
leaving this room until you fess up.
all of the information.
All right, let's see here. Where were you on the day they were filming the Gringo Poppy? This was posted by Funny Load 1864. As he's saying that, Rob Nicotine falls out of one of their pockets on the floor. He's like, Jim, you fucking asshole. I
Yeah.
knew it.
Well, also, I don't like that they have all these digital images of things.
This is
Like, if
posted
they
by Money Load 1864. It's called Reheated Dish, but I
printed
swear
out
to
into
God,
matter and you could
this
look
is
at
the
it, the
moment
idea of
where
like your
Steve Bopper was
entire life,
helpless.
like even us with the fucking iPhones.
I'm not Jewish.
All these photos stress me the fuck out, dude. Because it's so much. Because there's something about it. Because it, when you have a photo, you're in the present with a past photo, right? Like I'm sitting here in this reality with a past reality that I can hold. The weird giant vortex of memory is almost like my vortex of this time. You know what I mean? Like neither of them have matter. My memory in my brain and this brain here. I don't like that. I think that I want the memory to be contained in matter or in my memory. I don't like this being fresh. And I don't like it holding pictures of all of my past.
Hopefully that was alive,
When
dude.
you say I want to be a
Even
cyborg,
George is like, what the
That's-
fuck? What
they're
are
gonna
we doing here,
hold
man?
all
George
of
is,
and
I'm
you're going to have
lose
a
my
hard
job.
time.
Yeah. George's
So
like, I'm
instead
gonna
of
get
having
fired
memory
soon.
where it's volatile right now, like
This is what
memory
they
is
do
like
on the show.
weird, like, when did
Yeah.
you do that? Was that in
Yeah.
November? Oh my god, that was
Alright, well,
November?
let's go on. That was an awkward one.
You'll have an actual
this one's
memory
posted by
stick on your
Haphazard,
phone.
one of our
Go back
guys.
to like
It's called
3,
being on
so young. Oh my god,
What do you mean, dude? I'm just a normal guy. Whatever do you mean, normal guy, dude? Did you go viral again? Well, typically week to week I do. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, but I'm on a magazine cover. You're on a magazine cover? Yeah, bro. Bring this up. Why don't I know about it? Let me see this. I'm gonna get magazine subscriptions are still very big. I read magazines, man. Is it man? What is it? What is it? Oh, I'm a plus size model trucks.
They might be able to have something
Yeah, they don't put people on magazines for the
you know,
fucks
with
of it.
electrodes that touch
How does he do it?
and it just sends signals
For
to
the
your brain
fucks
that works
of it?
there.
Ralph's, you saw that.
in terms of like how to implement this technology, and it'll probably figure out how to make it better, and
Is it an Australian?
then it'll be off to the races.
Oh no, yes.
I was so scared today because I texted my friend suicidal. Like, she texted me about something and I wrote like tongue in cheek, I'm suicidal, right?
It would be funny though if it was an Australian
I was like,
magazine,
shit, my
like just
phone is now going
like a
to
random
send me so
country.
many
It's like
fucking
I'm on
junk
there.
or something.
Drug magazine.
Does it do that?
Yeah,
what's your
every time
shirt
I
off?
text
Can I ask you a question?
on Instagram,
Should you have done a better job with your Photoshop of having you in the truck? It looks like you've been photoshopped against that.
No, it's almost bullshit.
Go back to me later on the truck. It's a real, so it doesn't alibi now. That's great, dude. That's the lightning with the new paint job. That's the lightning. What is it all shop? Back to the shop. Oh, it is too much power. I think that's like your sword figure. Okay. Thrower customs. Who's doing thing?
Oh, it's so funny. Like people usually say like the stuff that you need to fix. Like
Yeah, go ahead.
transmission's a little fucked up, and you know I'm gonna have to get some new suspension. You know, but for him it's like give and take is gonna do it. Full throttle's gonna work their magic. He knows way too many truck and car companies, man. Overkill, Full Throttle, Kibitek. How many things do you have to go to? These guys are just like, they're Brandon, we got too much going on. You gotta go over to Buzz Motors or whatever. He's like, I'm bet here Buzz Motors is gonna do it, or maybe he just goes to every one of them and they give him a deal.
It's showing like they're trying to have a.
I don't know. I'll say truck guys usually say what they're fixing, not the people that are fixing it.
They're
Oh,
really hard to like.
like you mean the company? I think he's doing the company because they're hooking up. But he doesn't know what the fuck. Oh, right. He has no idea what they're doing. Exactly.
All right,
He's
these
like,
fuckers have to stop. This is too crazy.
Yeah, now you're different, right?
Yeah, that's
Street
not
fighter.
okay.
I like they swing one way.
Why don't you get yourself a new pair
These
of
dorks.
hot shorts
Dorks
and
in
straight
fucking
over
coffee
the
shops
fucking
on
hood?
all
No, I should have dressed like I do when I was in high school.
You
I
a travel
you eat
kit?
a banana swoop. Oh, you know what I mean?
That's right.
Draped over the helmet. It's homosexual.
The weird thing is like,
Eat a
they don't talk
banana.
about how this works. Literally, I posted a video on Twitter
That's
yesterday,
so
like
funny,
a lot more
dude.
information at our website.
That is the show
So
right
you're
there.
describing
Is it racist
they
or
have
is
a
it
way to get
homosexual?
brain waves.
That's what they
All right,
always have
yeah,
to choose,
I'm
but
not
now
on this.
that's the
Especially
main
when I see
argument
kids
now.
that
It's
are
like
doing it, I'm
when
like,
they
these
came to
kids are
the
just fucking
to
doing
the
are getting so
is it
far.
more gay
They're
or
gonna look like
racist? But they
This
just
isn't like the
they're just
agents of the Matrix.
gold
It's
with big head.
yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
But if it was the agents of the Matrix, like some attractive men and, you know, sunglasses and suits, and you're like, okay, what you guys have planned is probably better than
That's not the last thing I was thinking about.
Thing like this is what we're doing.
That's not the last thing. I'm saying you'd lie on the thing and hot shorts eating a
China's
banana.
gonna do it. Russia's gonna do it. Everybody with power is gonna do it. Anybody that has the resources, they're gonna
Don't
use
treat
this
me
technology.
different, dude. The
If
only
you just think
thing
where's it going,
it's pretty great deal
going in that
is
direction.
I've been sitting on this for a while.
Some
It's
fucking giant
truck.
icon.
It's
We're all
different
gonna be
now.
sharing thoughts
You got on the cover of Street Truck. Oh my God, yes, I am. Bro,
Yeah.
you're leaning against the lightning.
This is the thing you have to unplug her.
Dude, you gotta go with your
Well,
1
that's
foot
what it's gonna
out
be when you go to
of
the club.
the passenger door. That's me too. I know, dude. Oh, Street Truck. I know, dude.
Love going
Oh, man.
and
It
especially
almost
when
looks like
they
you're
put
on
their
2
phone
wheels,
in
but
the
you're
back.
actually on 4 wheels.
Wow,
Wow,
things are different
You
out
actually
there.
pay
The
attention.
lightning
You actually
truck, there
focus.
was a
You're
lemon.
there. You're living in the present moment.
Is this
Instead of
the same
constantly
one?
checking your tweets.
Probably.
People, you
That
know,
makes sense. Doesn't count. Doesn't make
it's an
sense. Why would they take
addiction,
a
and it's
picture
a
of a
new
truck
one,
that sucks?
right? It's one
Oh,
that
you
didn't
fixed it.
exist for our
Yeah,
parents. They never had to deal with
fix
it.
Right.
And
That's
we're
what.
growing up with this very bizarre connection
overkill.
to the whole
Full
world.
throttle. Fix
Yeah.
it for them. Those Latinos over there.
A
Remember?
lot of it. And it's
Oh,
also
we watched it on the
manipulated
Patreon.
a lot of it's
Man,
bots.
dude,
I
it's
guess
too
I'm hoping
much.
it also gets so bad it gets better. Like I'm
It's just
hoping
so dumb.
that not to
He's
use
just
Matrix
so
again, that
fucking
there will
dumb.
be a
He's
point
really
where you can
sticking
be
to
like,
his
I'm
narrative, though.
disconnecting from
He's
everything.
committed
Like
to
right now, it feels like you
Look
have
at
to.
that. I hate how the fucking truck
Like,
series is
it would be nice to get to a point where it's like, are you
Yeah,
on or off? I'm on.
they are.
You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's-
okay.
it does seem like
Do you
that.
ever just
Although there was
disconnect
that
your...
one thing where
Yeah,
Kim
when I
Tech
go to-
responded on the comment where we don't sponsor anybody.
Yeah,
blah,
that's
blah.
good.
They're
Yeah, and I
pushing
just
back a
put
little bit on
I have
the
like a
hated narrative.
safe where I
Because we get that
Oh,
sticker.
good for you. That's
That's my
smart.
phone.
They sent me a note, allegedly. Somebody on their team has been messaging
What's harder?
me. You know, somebody works there.
Fuck
Somebody wrote you a
Yeah,
letter.
And
I can
it's
say,
rules, dude.
I can
And it's
say
so
they
good.
are.
The phone sucks. It stresses me
Yeah,
out.
it's like, what is it called? You think that he just writes letters
I just
for
had
the
a real.
fucks of it?
And you I love that shot of just the car on a cliff.
The Swedish fish
Yeah,
are
we were in
black.
Sure. And it was rainy as hell. I could see there was high clouds, but it was that dark
But it's so funny watching RFK go
That's
through
really a
those
lie.
moments that I have.
So you can just be like,
You know,
it was
because
raining.
so we go
That was crazy.
RFK and then I look like, it's like,
He's
I want to bring back Rothschild. I got to watch my entire town of music. Like, oh, we do love Rothschild. Oh, we actually like that quite a bit. And they're like, right now,
shoes match the truck. A lot of goose. I wish I said that was intentional, but it just happened. It just
it's so weird.
Is there a name for that orange?
It's really good. Francis
He's a
Ellis.
dude that oh good. I wish it's a
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that.
And for a lot of people that have black ropes and dollar.
Oh, not that, but
to rest. Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
Jason L. Fleet.
Yeah.
Post my
Yeah,
technical
so
gas
it's a
4581. It's called Mount Rushmore in Ether Island. Photoshop.
Yeah.
It's just don't get it bad.
Good job.
Don't get it where
And then what happens? You just have a buzz. Whatever. Better than a fucking cancer.
Okay, so this looks
Well,
like
I
a
think
reheat. Not a
your
lot of
body
stuff happening in
has
changes. We gotta be honest with you.
So,
Oh yeah, yeah. Just Tulsi Gabbard fucking it up over there.
What is
This one's called Numbers Man. It's Post by Pixar Truck.
Yeah. I bet we could drink endless rum. I bet we could really go.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's what I want. Keep it fun. When you think about it, all right, well, let's just go over this card. So there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. We have 12 flags. 12 flags. Obviously, 24 fighters. Almost 24 fighters.
Well, let's Google ammonia.
We actually maybe some other countries do it better. It's crazy. They'll be in the audience and I'll be like, oh, you think you're better than me? Like, no, we really like you.
Like crystallines, water-soluble salt.
Why, Brennan?
Formed from ammonia and hydrogen
Just
chloride.
stop. Yeah.
Used
I'll make
primarily
a
in
joke, but
fertilizers.
I'm not
But
mad guy.
expectorant and cold medications and a component of
Oh, we got a lot.
and
So there's like,
galvanizing
you got a bunch
fluxes
of
between
food
metal
truck, right?
surfaces. Also found in dry cell
When I buy
batteries.
something, it's not even just that. When I started doing the food truck thing, I didn't have anything else to say after that. Just well, it is like 3 in the morning. I also don't talk for
Well, it's like,
you don't talk for a living. You're a fucking white belt.
I'm very scared of that
That's your
for a
opening
long
ceremony.
time.
He's not ready to go black.
We're getting,
Not at all.
and I was talking about it, and he's like, no.
All right, let's see here. This is posted by Hey
He's
Mark
like, it makes the
Wixky.
food taste better.
It's
I go,
called Papa Asks
right,
Why
it does, right? It's
Nobody's
like, yeah.
Attempted
I go, what do you think about all those stuff about it being bad for us? I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I think I watched this movie.
And what is it doing?
Monosodium glutamate is like good. They would always put. The thing was, it was always you would hear that it was word Chinese, but it was used in a lot of.
Out of the way from it.
I know when I worked at Newport Trader, they used to have some laying around. I think,
Like back in the day when the
Yeah, you go to
president,
places like
if Trump was in the 60s,
yeah, those are
like JFK was, they figured out a way to get rid of him. Right? JFK, CTEs, we're out of here.
Bomb
Against Cuba and the Missile Threat, you're out of
less
David
sodium,
Danger.
about 1/3 sodium salt, like NaCl
He knows
primarily.
words, but not context, really. Yeah, like what they are.
Wasn't it called
He's just heard it. You don't want to kill the
Wasn't there
pigs in
something
Cuba.
like that where there was a monosodium glutamate product that they would have for restaurants?
I can't believe what Trump,
I don't remember
they,
what it was
as
called.
much as there's never been a more
Is
hated
it accent?
There's never been a more hated president than President Trump. How there hasn't been some sort of
Yeah, that's it. They
You
have
know what I'm
like
saying?
No,
so monosodium glutamate is what you do. Everybody was like, oh, I gotta stay away from the Chinese food. That fucking MSG killed me.
I mean, that's just genius right
But
there.
why did we say that?
No, that sounds like a.
It's probably one of those things that we got stuck with, like
Now, you don't want to contradict the Iranians.
because some cunt got a lot of
You're not
money
trying to
for
play
sugar
golf
daddy.
on Tom
Yeah,
Hanks
so they
Island,
quotes
right?
science
So
and
you're
stuff like
not
that.
You're not going to desert during a storm. Yeah, I'm not going to say the word, but let's just say
He did it for 50 grand and
abortionation.
Exactly. But
I mean, I walked out for a long time.
All right.
60 years, everybody's going, oh,
They couldn't come out of it yet. You know, they were trying to install that wall in Berlin
the
in the 80s,
conceptions of
dude.
MSG
So they
danger
got to
stem
have
from
that.
the anecdotal reports and
What's the
flawed
address for
studies,
Gettysburg?
not from consistent scientific evidence. For most people, MSG does not cause health problems. However, a small subset of the population may be sensitive to it and experience temporary mild
The
symptoms.
cops darn.
What's the mild symptoms?
The cops darn
Headaches,
automated burned down the White House in
drowsiness,
1812.
flushing his way.
I mean,
Maybe
that's
he's
just not me reading the
fat
history.
fuck. It was once called Chinese restaurant syndrome.
What do you think?
Now known as MSG symptom complex. These symptoms often appear within 2 hours and are typically mild. Yeah, but also, you probably ate like a pig. How delicious. Difficulty breathing, rare severe cases. Probably drank urine, 50 bowls of greens. That's fuck.
Is RK Pro fucking, is he like pro, checking all of this stuff, or is he anti, just like let it all run? Or is he,
Knows what's bad for you. And if you want to take it, there's a label on the food letting you know that the stuff in there has been shown to cause X, Y, Z. That's it. Like, it's not,
Here's another one. This kid Dwayne Coleman broke that Louisiana high school record with a 900-pound squat. What?
They won't show where it's nowhere with you. You don't say that, so shut up.
so the rest is worried about deregulation.
I think we are young man here today too.
Yeah, just many things. Yeah, I'm the environmental concern. I'm sure they're worried about the regulation.
The bar has tremended some
Pro-regulation. Is there any party that's just pro-regulation? Regulate AI, regulate Instagram, regulate those.
That's interested in regulating things. Like, if you look at the most regulated states, the Democrat states, like California has a lot of regulations,
Socialist is the most
Yeah,
regulation.
because they want more control to the government. They have a bigger, bloated government, and the way that functioning is very good for and ladders.
I just feel like it's all thing. I feel like you have to regulate everything and regulate.
Some regulation is good. Like, your parents are conscious, right? There's the example.
Too much regulation.
Too much regulation, but you need inspection.
Everything is in comparison to
You can't say that because if your family does a good job, and I'm sure they do, that's fine. But there's a bunch of fly-by-night fuckheads that
be really fucking good at standing
make a house and don't follow code, and then shit goes
But
sideways.
that shit is so rough. That stuff is like,
when you get to be as talented as he is, these things,
That's true too.
I used to be a contractor, dude. The amount of, I should have been,
for no reason. It's a little bit of insecurity.
yeah,
Might be insecurity.
My stepdad was architect. That's real brush. Well.
I don't want to say the word, but it
I
rhymes
do,
with
but I also know that there's a lot of shady motherfuckers that are involved in construction, and you gotta make sure these assholes follow code, otherwise the house is gonna collapse and kill everybody inside. People suck. Yeah, some people suck. They cut corners, they save money, they do things all half-assed. You need someone to go and inspect it.
but then it's weird to not have regulation on Earth. There's no regulation on social media. I mean, unless it's
Right.
it's weird. I mean,
Psychologically, it might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to, like, collectively, society, psychologically. Like, if you look at Jonathan Haidt's book, if you read his book, The Cognitive
almost half the way.
it's all about, it's great. It's all about social media and then self-harm culture. Self-harm, suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. That all comes like this. This ramps way up when social media gets introduced.
And
there should just be elected committees, elected psychological committee, elected philosophical committee.
Who's going to tell you you can't do it? Who's going to say you shouldn't say that? If you don't like it, you get off of it. And that's what I do. I just stay off of it. I know. But so is booze, right? If they have to say, no, don't do that, it'll ruin your life. Don't do this. This will ruin your life too. Like, it also sucks for a guy who's going to be the one? Who's going to tell you what? I don't want anybody telling me I can't go on Twitter. If I'm at home and I have nothing to do, and I pay taxes, I fucking, my bills are paid, I want to just walk
For attention monopolization has to be because the committee that doesn't do it. Like, you know how you spend stuff on monopolization,
shut up anybody you want.
but it pulls you in, it sends you alerts, it gives you the dopamine.
He's a high schooler, and they're like, he's fat, he's wearing this like Superman, Iron Man type deal suit.
And also tell them, like, hey, this is a lot of negativity. A lot of these people are
Let's go back to talking about
You're wasting your
Alright, so
time.
anyway,
You know that nice
selling
fellow
about
that
20
I
tickets
was
for
with
that
last
show.
night. Like, it's hard to avoid.
Yeah, they're like, that's impressive. You guys have 5
Yeah,
tickets
but
sold just
I
like
can
so
do
in
it,
Austin.
but 13-year-old
No matter how much you
is
can squat,
fucking
you'll
hanging
still
from
get
that
shadow
closet
banned.
everything. I didn't even look.
15-year-old Joe.
Yeah, let's see. Alright, this is
Marvel shit if ever
What's
saw
my
it.
real jumper? It's called
Just
Brandon.
horrible
He's really
shit. That's
still
the other thing.
impersonating
Horrible shit.
Yeah, under fake
If
accounts,
I
you
was
make certain
innocent
different
and I
accounts.
felt like I was
Make a new
railroaded,
email
I would
address,
flip.
make a new account. All they have
Maybe
is an
that's
IP
just
address.
no more fake accounts.
Yeah, but then the thing is, whistleblowers are important, right? If someone is and there's some shit going on, and you can expose it, and you don't want to die.
Yeah.
I forget that Macgregor
Yeah.
left, to be
But
honest with
isn't there another way to
I'll take your
whistleblow?
word for it. It's not exactly the same.
Right,
It's not exactly the
you
same.
can't go viral.
Being
Yeah.
redacted.
Billboards
Yeah,
don't
just
go viral.
flipping what other people do.
You gotta be able
Like, take McGregor out of your mind and
to
watch
express
live.
yourself without real consequences, because there's a lot of people that don't have any power, and they're a government, or maybe find out that the corporation you work for is horrible shit,
Why would you
and
laugh
they're
before that?
bypassing some
He's doing
environmental
it because he
regulation and
feels
dumping
uncomfortable
toxic
about
stuff
saying
in the
something
ocean.
about black people, so
Well,
he
maybe it
laughs.
just comes
We
down to
always have to
regulating the
remember too that
corporation.
his
Being like,
mind
bro,
is a
you
mile
can't
away
make
to
money
do,
off of people's
right?
data.
You know,
You
so
can't
that's
make money
fair
off of
second.
That's a
Right,
problem.
right. You know, I would love to understand, but he's just operating on a different level. Yeah.
Not only is
He's
it
got
very
movies we never
valuable,
seen
but then
played
it
up
gives
there.
them insane power.
You
The
know what I
people
mean?
that have all that money
Yeah.
and have all that power,
So,
now they're in control
So
of,
maybe there was the best scene
you
of
know,
that movie.
essentially
It's hard to see it, but it's so
all
fucking
social
fun.
discourse.
So maybe that's the thing that needs to be
Yeah,
regulated.
that's my takeaway, dude. I don't know about you. He knows what a black
It's
guys
like when they
think.
do regulate it, then it's like, you read the Twitter files, you read any of the stuff like that, Saeed and Schellenberger, all those guys.
Stays in the front. It's called the show radar. This is due early, so
One
I
of the things
just
that found
smashed
out
cut
is
to
the
the end from
intelligence
the spot they
community
hit the
deeply
wall.
embedded in Twitter.
So I watched
They
this
were
earlier, and it
involved
doesn't
in
really make
expressing
sense.
certain
It's
narratives.
just there's no energy in this episode one, so
It
we're
was like
so yeah, let's just keep
sketchy
our
stuff,
aim
like
there.
dangerous stuff. Because
What else you got
if they have the power to suppress accurate, real information, then you're propagandizing the entire country. You're shifting narratives, change the way you think about things. It's going to affect elections. It's going to affect public health. It's going to affect everything. And they were doing that. And they were doing it because they had regulation over social media. They had power. Elon comes along and he's like, fuck that. It's Wild West time. And opens it wide up and everyone's like, oh, it's all racist now. It's not. It's like, yes, there's more of that now because it's not getting banned. But also there's more people that, you know, can talk about virtually anything they want to. And you can debate it out. You can talk about the climate. You can talk about the moon. You can talk about asteroids. You can talk about foreign governments. You can talk about anything. And that's better. It's better to have people say horrible shit, but also be able to say true shit than not be able to say anything.
This one's supposed
Yeah, but I worry about it just comes down to kids for me because they get radicalized. And when you see the racist shit and you join the tribe, it just like becomes.
all these people that we
They
can't
can also
do
radicalize
just
less
let them
Christians.
in.
They can also become like hikers. They can also like do jiu-jitsu. They can also like
ISIS.
get ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS.
They can also do whatever the fuck they want. This is just, we got to geek it out from the battlefield of ideas. That has to be able to take place. You can't have people decide what you can and can't discuss. Because the problem with that is, like, then they have power over you. They have power over the most important thing that we do as a culture, which is figure out what's right and what's wrong. Figure out who's correct and who's incorrect. What's a fact and what is a lie? What is propaganda? Why have they made so much money pushing this thing when there's no science behind it? They say trust the science. Well, show me what the science is. But then you have people that are looking at the science that are actual scientists. They get boycotted, banned from Twitter.
This is like we're supposed to
That's
laugh.
one of the
We're
things
supposed
that
to get
happened
the
during
bit.
this whole FBI infiltration of Twitter, whatever the organization was in the government. It was multiple organizations. They were kicking people off. They were like Stanford scientists. There were, they had a different view of how the pandemic should be handled. They're kicking them off Twitter.
And then you get the regulators on the regulators.
Yeah, it's just to get that real ballot.
Wild
At what cost? You're allowing some terrorist in there.
I think this is the world we're in. It's a weird world. Because this is the reality of the world.
Right now,
Prepare them for the reality of the world. Don't shield them.
Hot button issues, dude.
Right.
It's all about that mail and
Now
mail.
it's such a drug.
Job notes.
It is a drug,
More
but
they say.
It feels like the government making money off of something. Like
There's
that's
somebody
what
that
it
can
feels like.
it's also
Yeah,
fun
dude.
to
He
get
knows
too. They're doing Snapchat.
freaking.
They're having a good time too.
Yeah.
It's not all negative.
I was
You know, it's just it can be negative. And the pile-on, like when people let that lady
I'll
with
say
their
it is
daughter.
turning like it
It's
is.
the most evil fucking thing ever. But
You're right. You would have
groups of kids that will go after a kid and pile on them and then attack them anonymously. Yeah, kids kill themselves. It freaks them out.
I was thinking maybe like haphazard. Oh, yeah. There you go. Where's your fly out? Like
They
that.
have social media.
PPC signature.
Yeah, one of them
Oh,
is
yeah.
off of everything. Should have been on our social media. Very yeah, there's also
like to you.
yeah, but it's not addiction. Like, oh my God, you ever get on social media, now you're homeless, social media. No, like, it's a thing, but it's not necessarily good for you. Just like cake, don't eat cake all day. But if you want to have a birthday cake, or you want to occasionally have a give dinner, make dinner, just get some dessert. Fuck it.
Yeah, but what about the what if every time I went to go eat cake, there was an everybody using a cake shop that was like, you should feel like this group of people. Then you go, I really want to eat cake. At some point, somebody should walk into the cake shop and be like, dude, you guys can't do us.
You're a dog. Right. So, like, you're free speech, but if you threaten someone, it's wrong. Yeah, if you say, I want to kill all the Greeks in America, if you just said something like that, yeah, because someone would legitimately let you out, make threats against people. But we have existing laws that are from that.
Okay.
Is he really?
I just think
Maybe we should
most
write
people
something like,
should
hey,
stay fuck off of it, because most people that are doing it are wasting their life. It's your
Crazy how I just last night was sitting in this vortex and I just put my phone away and my dog was sitting on the bed. And I was like, oh hey, real life thing that loves me.
Also, I have no idea I have no idea.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
It sucked so bad because I was trying to be so, I was like practically trying to say a little thing that I went through, patting myself on my fucking back, and it just fucking spun out of control. It was no way.
Because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's just a cult. It's a cult that is mostly perpetrated by people that don't have a religion. So it behaves as a religion. You can get excommunicated, passed out of kingdom for life. There's rules, follow those rules, you're good, you're not a heretic.
Yeah.
It's a religion. It's a religion for people that don't have a religion. Because there's a fucking weird part of our brain that whether you are a Democrat or Republican, it's that spot. Right? So there's if you don't have something in your life that you think of as a higher power or at least have like some sort of ethical, moral foundation, goals and higher goals to subscribe to, something will fill that spot. There's a spot in your brain, and that spot will be, I'm a Republican. Or that spot will be, I'm a liberal. So we got these goddamn racists, all these white people. We got to get rid of white people. White people say that. We got to realize white people. They'll say that, and they'll say they'll pat themselves on the back while they're saying because they think they're being a good woman.
Yeah.
It's just
It's crazy how much people come to me and I DM them back and I'm like, hey, I just want you to know I got stuff. I was everybody and I was like, you're affected by this. And they would just immediately be like, oh, it's totally okay. I take back everything. And when what they said was like, you fucking bitch. And I just was like, hey, I'm a person. And they're like, oh shit, I completely forgot. And I was like, oh shit. Everybody's it's a terrible weird community. I think it's just really good to believe something. It feels so good to stand your ground on something and to be like,
Right.
I did something today that meant something, even though it doesn't mean anything.
It does.
We need meaning so fucking bad.
We do. And that's why it's a religion. People don't have religion.
really wanted to go to somebody with a tattoo of his dead kids on his
but
arm.
there's a spot in our brain.
Yeah.
The religion is always been there. Feel that spot, and whatever the fuck it is, leftist politics, right-wing ideology, whatever the fuck it is. I'm fine with that thing that's possible.
It is
Also, wonderful. It's fun. When we, when we work right.
Yeah, when we're face to face. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even like that, you know? Because I mean, I knew a person who talked shit about you. We're just trying to do it.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's what most people are doing. That's probably good for that on Twitter. Because it's just such a thing to do. And especially if your lifestyle, it's a great distraction. You can pay attention to other people and tell shit, say horrible shit, and it distracts you from whatever's wrong with your life.
The whole theme of like health and body perfection, like getting jacked, is like the religion that many comics are, me too. And it does take that way. Like a lot of times people like to shit, but I'm like, just target well knows that. If you're pretty fucking that activated about something, you get fucking pissed at that. You know what I mean? Because it's always like looking for these people and they're just like miserable fuckers in a basement. I'm like, dude, just you just spent all day doing a really long bath and just putting that shit off you. You know what I mean? Instead of immediately.
Well, think about what we were talking about with those those tight grooves. It just
Jay's my guy, B.
slides in those grooves. They're so honed. Yeah. So many times. It's just decision to go down those pathways. It's hard for people. It's hard to snap out of it, especially people that are fragile and that are worried about getting past themselves. Those are the most vicious.
Yeah.
The most fragile people are the most vicious. They're the most mean. The ones that are worried about being criticized themselves.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Those people are people.
True that. I've done it. I've heard people. Yeah.
It's normal. It's normal part of being a person. It's just the social media thing. There's very little value in a lot of things that you want to use it correctly. You're a journalist or someone who's curating it. Just want to find out what's actually happening. The world's filled with crazy shit that happens all the time that you don't know about unless you get on Twitter. Just pay attention to the mainstream news. 80% of the
I figure out more stuff to solve than
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I talk so much shit about social media, but the amount of animal videos that are driving back. I mean, I found out that otters have a little space pocket, and it's like saved my life multiple times, just knowing. Like on campus, I mean, fast. Yeah.
Most of my time I spend fucking off on my phone. And I don't have a problem with that because most of that is getting educated.
Yeah, I would not have been able to do that. I could have called
So much you can learn if you do it right. Like YouTube is the most amazing resource if you just do it right.
And there's just some fucking guy who's like, I'm going to teach you exactly how to utilize this impact vector. Like, yeah, I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
It's really weird. Some of those people are like, I'm going to tell you how to take a Toyota tire on a Nissan truck. I'm like, hey, that's exactly what I need. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what
There's so much good how
backed by science.
that's
There's essential performance boosters like the pre-workout, like Brian said, but for the bedroom.
Figure out
It's
that whatever
fantastic. If you want to try it out,
You want to sandwich
teach yourself how that's a healthy blood pressure, firm leader going. Sure,
Are you worried about your kids?
Want to spice things up in the bedroom and boost your sexual performance and do it naturally without the nasty prescription drugs? We got a special offer for your wiener. Use joymode.com/spider and enter the code spider at checkout.
Yeah, why would you call them medicine?
People ask things
Before they figured out stores.
When they say I don't want to bring a kid into this world, like I sometimes don't want to say this because the idea of letting my dog outside without me scares me. But like, and I'm neurotic. But when they say that, I'm like, you're talking about the absence of consciousness being superior to consciousness. That's a paradox. You can't say one is better than the other. There is no better until you're born.
You want to go toe to toe you won't say this to my face.
That I love.
I bet I double dare you today, Junior.
They have to be there. They grow up to be people that you love.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
That's
we just
life.
joke
You have
around
to,
here, but
if
Hawani
you love
will
people,
fucking light
you
you up.
probably love kids.
Right.
You just don't know it. You probably are, terrified of responsibility.
And that was on
Which is real.
When was that recorded? 4:34 in the morning. I just meant like, I didn't mean that.
Do you need everybody to do it?
No. I mean, I
When was that
have a
clip
rich
recorded,
and
right?
full life and never have children. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I always resented that when I did that.
Last week in Australia.
It's like, oh, you don't go.
Alright, so this is gonna be posted by one usual 4460. Did you ever see this clip?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Did it unlock like a Molly level of love?
Yeah,
This is from
Chappelle
their
had the best part about this.
AOL show or something.
Not only did it change the amount of love that
yeah,
I
well,
have,
they've
it
been
changed my
that
capacity
long,
for love.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know how much you
Should
love
be
your
called
daughter.
ROL, dude, or read that song.
If you really love your kids, times a million.
But that's frightening. That level of love. How do you let them go to school?
Life is crazy. Life is frightening. Just have to learn and grow and just deal. This is part of the thing. You can't just be safe forever. You're not going to live. You're going to die. We're all
Some
going
people say
to
it's
exist.
the best podcast ever.
You have to, like, when you
Some
don't see your friend, like, bye. And,
things
we
are
get on a
going
plane,
so
like,
well.
oh, go
Hollywood decided to give us our own website.
You can't live like
Crazy,
that.
I know. In other words, we don't just feed people's ears. Let's.
I know.
You had to teach yourself
In
to
other
chill?
words, the
Really?
podcast is so
really chill so
successful that we
much.
want to create a
You love
visual
them so
experience,
much.
not just for your ears, now
But
it's for your
I
eyes
think
as well.
there's a reason why society's like people to have children, because it makes you much more concerned with law and order.
I
It
say
makes you much more concerned with cleanliness,
bathtub,
pollution, and all of the harm that can happen to your child.
That's right.
You worry more because it's just you're selfish. Everybody's like, oh, it's you're going to go get a whore. Like, okay, yeah, you're not really a part of this thing. It's kind of like you're a leech. Like this thing is all of us together.
It would frustrate me if I had kids that people without kids had equal rights to them. That would have been.
Why?
I don't know.
Because they get told some negative things about your
It
kids.
just would piss me off. I'd be like, you're not keeping a life around. You know what I mean? Like, you're just some selfish shitter and,
Well, there's a lot of those selfish shitters and
just left that
too
clip
that
in. The
think that
monkey's like, if
somehow,
you ever
this is
book
one
me
of
on
the things
something,
that people are being taught today, that somehow or another,
none more of
because
this
there's so
monkey
much money in
business.
the world, like,
That's
you're
just fucking
owed
stupid
something,
shit.
and they
There's
should
nothing
just
like
get
tons of
universal
footage
basic
that's just so
income
redacted from
that.
this
There's
shit.
a bunch of
All
people
this
that
looks horrible.
think that way. Don't
Remember
think
we
that
watched
you
some
should
of it
provide
before,
a value,
like this bit we
that
see.
your needs should be met because there's so much wealth in the world, and that everything else, whatever the wealthy people have on top of that, that should only exist when their needs are met, because the fake scarcity crisis in this country is really crazy. The wealthy people have gotten so much, but that's the doing of it. Yeah, well, there's some truth to that, though. Right? There is some truth. Like, if someone acquires all the money, everybody else is poor. Honestly, I'm a broken system. Yeah. Bernie's idea was to take a small amount of stock market exchanges, just like a fraction of a penny for each one of these, and that money would all be an incredible resource that would go to education and healthcare and all these different quality of life things that would have a legitimate impact on society. That's what I was thinking. That was my most
You are just like the
compelling
two
thought that
least
he had.
intelligent people
Yeah,
on the
most
football
compelling
team
thought to me.
making
I was like,
sketches.
that seems like that would work. That seems like that would have a big impact. It would change a lot of things.
Yeah. So bad,
I've
dude.
always been down for the tax the shit
Alright,
for
let's go
corporations.
with the
I've
last
always
clip
been
of the day.
down for
We've
it.
been going an
They're
hour.
not
We're
giving
fucking
us
tired, dude.
having human rights.
The weird thing is that they have
Going back to our regular scheduled programming next week, so you know what I mean? We'll bring back the energy.
campaigns.
But
That's fucked.
this was posted by Hey Mark
So if
Wicks.
you're gonna take that,
It's called Real
stop
Professional
that.
Starts
No,
the Pod.
what is that called?
Let's see.
Yeah, because in boxing, right? So in boxing, if me and Brian are fighting, I knock him down.
Yeah, stop that.
He's
Campaign
concussed.
funding.
They have an
Stop
agent.
that. And
So if he answers that knee count, then you go back out and fight, give him one punch on the head, you knock down again, clearly concussed brain trauma. Stand back up, the brain swell just keeps
but
going.
if you
Grab
can't,
you
the
to feet,
corporation is
fight
making
to
that
the
much money.
brain,
They
it's a
tax
little
the shit
wobble,
out of it.
and then I go in and fetch him
Well,
up.
now
It's
that
over.
idea,
But
got
I mean,
with
lots of
the
things
real part of corporations is they have to always make more money. Like, you have a responsibility for your
It's rock and roll.
shareholders,
I mean,
your
UFC's
CEO.
dangerous. What,
Every
rolling? Oh, wait,
every quarter, you have to make
Oh, sorry.
money. the idea of
Okay,
doing really well.
because I mean, we're just going like, okay, we're with Chelsea guy right here. And we're just
They
talking.
never go, we're good. Hey, everybody, we're
Why
good.
not?
They don't even know they have 10
Oh,
people
okay,
working
okay.
behind
But
the scenes.
get
So
to
they
this,
didn't know they
that's the
started.
game they're playing.
You know
They're
what,
playing
dude?
the I want
I have
more
a feeling
money.
that the
They're not
chairs
playing to let's
that
make
we
the
also
world a better
possess,
place game.
right?
Because it's a
Proudly,
corporation.
by the way.
Yeah.
So it's a sociopath.
I feel like they go
It
through
acts
seasonal
like a
depression.
sociopath. You ever seen like the
Changing
one of
weather
the
right now.
these studies where they like
different,
look at the behavior of
yeah.
a corporation?
Right. We're not
Basically
slapping
talking
them
about
enough, you know?
That's why
Do you think that
fund this shit.
because you're sitting,
It's
since you
crazy
sit
how
in the
much middle
chair,
class is taxed.
you feel like you can feel how they're feeling because they sit in the same chairs?
Stock market's so weird to me. I will not put any money in it.
No, I agree.
Gold and I got a
Nobody
house,
really
I got a
knows what they're
car,
going
I
through
bought a
besides them
But
and
it's crazy
maybe
that
us.
everybody
Dude, their chairs don't even have stickers.
That is so weird
So what
to
the fuck do you
me.
think the true?
But I'm not allowed
Every
to say
time we
this
get
to
sad,
people.
we can just
Oh
look
no,
at it
Jordan, you gotta put it into a fund like this, an index. And I'm like, I don't have to gamble. I don't play trash. Gambling is a bad thing.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
You're
Look
not
how
allowed to
happy
do
we are now.
it is a real thing, and it
Dude,
does
we-
work.
if anything,
Nancy Pelosi
That
did
show
$500
we're
million,
watching right now,
right?
with
She
eyes
did it a
bleeding.
shady way.
Yeah.
Is that good that she has that?
No.
They
Is
get
that
more
good?
stickers.
No.
My
Well,
friends were like,
it's
I
not gonna make her live longer.
Guess what,
She's
dude?
82 fucking years
What do you
old.
see that's not in the studio?
Right.
It's the end is nigh. Stop working.
And my friends are like, I made 50 grand off Bitcoin, and I'm like, you just put it back into Bitcoin. You're gonna keep it in Bitcoin because now you're stuck in an addiction. It's no telling until it hangs. You know what I mean? Nobody
That's
that I
what I
know is
thought,
like,
man.
I'm cool.
And I
Maybe
kept
it's
seeing the
couple.
rain. I was
Some
like,
people have.
it's
They made a lot
rain,
of money.
but
That's great.
Great,
Yeah, I
dude,
one
there's
friend
no
who did that for
fucking
his life.
happy
But
What
typically,
if I'm seeing rain?
It's like the same people that
It's
stay
not
on social media. They're
How crazy
rare.
would that be?
they're rare.
You know, like
They
you
utilize
don't see
this stuff.
rain, but I'm seeing
When I was
rain.
microdosing, I
When
could do
it's
that. I could
not
post and be like,
Why
because
stop
I've tried rain, and that's one of the side effects.
because I was
All right,
in and out
that's
of
our
a
episode.
relationship that
Have a
when I
great
was
week. Join the
microdosing,
Patreon,
my
Discord,
brain would
Reddit.
be like,
Every week. Bye.
what are you doing? You gotta get out of this thing. And I'd be like, okay, just one microdose. But now I'm back to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I get
When it
that.
shows you a truth that you cannot handle.
You're like, yikes, better all be alone.
I would take the mushrooms and be like, dude, come on, dude. This guy's like mean to you. You're a cool chick. And I'd be like, shut up. I'm not cool.
If you use drugs,
I'm sorry. It's the best. It's my
you like that?
Yeah.
You like
I hate.
back and forth?
I
Doesn't
like
make no
fighting, yeah.
fighting to make up sense.
I just have somebody who's very honest and is like, that's a stupid thing you did. That's a good thing you did. It's very, very. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, you gotta be able to do it with something like calm it down.
I can hear the
Say
Santa
rational, and
Yeah.
you gotta say you love them first. And you gotta say nice things first.
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, totally.
Okay?
But the mushrooms would be like, it would become, I'd be immediately confused. It's like, you can love a person and not be miserable. Those two things can happen. You can love somebody and not be miserable. It doesn't
Yeah.
work. So I don't
Yeah, I'm on the fence about microdosing, but I think for some people it seems to be a giant quality of life enhancer.
it just tells you when to stop. You can't stop.
Microdosing?
Yeah.
Well, that's probably good too. Or like those things. You know, shit drink every day. If I go on a vacation, 2 weeks into the
Yeah. But the mushroom is like, I mean, like,
As always, join the Discord,
it's
join the
never
Reddit,
gets
join the
addicting.
Patreon if you want.
But I did it
This
a lot.
week, what do we do on Patreon? We did
I
Joe
know some people
Rogan's
that got addicted to
Trigger.
spiritual
Triggered. Also, we got these
Oh, the ayahuasca.
the cans
Oh,
here.
yeah, some of those
We're
people.
getting ready to get a
Yeah.
brace of
Oh,
drugs.
Poetry
Mine's
on
water.
Instagram,
I'm gonna
like,
think I'm the
Oh my god, when I get the text messages like, hey, I love you so much. I'm like,
But
damn,
it's
I'm
got
gonna
that one.
ayahuasca journey.
Please don't. Okay.
No, that's cool, though. Someone should say they love you.
That's
I already said
I mean,
I love you best.
and that's why they're here, right?
Holy wow.
So I should probably start the timer. Let's see here. I'll cut that part out. This is posted by California Burrito.
Reservation.
He is so
California
inspiring.
Burrito. It's
We're gonna be like,
called
I'm taking I'm not
flexing
taking
on your
anything.
friend during their
Well,
engagement.
he's very
This is the hottest
So
topic in the
smart.
sub
Yeah,
today.
he's very
What do
He
you think
did the
about
whole.
that?
I mean,
You told me
Eric
about this last night.
did it, but Ari, like every step of the way,
I just
would be
don't
calling me every
understand
day.
where,
Like, what are you
like,
doing? Do this.
how does
I'd be
this
like,
happen?
I don't know
How
what I'm
does this
doing.
picture come
Tell
about?
everybody to call.
Why
I
would
was
you
doing it.
both-
I mean, it was
Does
crazy.
somebody say,
Ari's
like,
very
oh,
strong and
I
sweet.
just got married, so we
Someone
should take a
could
picture of
terrible.
both our rings
Ari
because we've been
famously
married
told me
for
to
years.
never
years,
put out a 3-hour podcast.
Or maybe she's like, let's take a picture,
Getting
and then
into
it's
why'd you
when you
podcast
notice
bro? I said, because that's
oh,
how I
this is
felt
so
like
much
talking
bigger,
for
he's
3
so
hours.
much
She edited. Those who
all
listen
these
for
questions.
3 hours.
She's just
When
another
you
shot.
were
I'm glad
just
they
starting
met.
it out.
Oh yeah,
They're
I always did 3
well,
hours.
honestly,
Like, they don't have
is that your takeaway?
How long have we done
Don't
this?
listen. Almost
That's a
3
big
hours.
ring like that for a
Jesus.
small
No.
finger. That's what I was thinking.
How do you do that? Is it
Look at the size of that finger, dude. I
Because
think
we're
people
locked
like
in.
that. Like, how does that ring?
So if you're really locked in, if you haven't really locked in with someone, you really haven't, it
We
seems
don't want
like
to
3
get
hours.
at all, really, but it's like hard not to.
Really?
We're not trying to do
Some
that.
podcasts are
Women?
But
No,
it's like, it's very
men do.
Sure.
I said earlier about her
Oh,
still
yeah.
not shocked to me.
Non-comics.
Like, I'm wondering,
Even
like, the
some
shops see
comics,
that and get hard as fuck. He's like, oh, yeah, my girl's got a big one. Yeah, he's a baller. You know, he bought this. That's a good point of sleeping on the main pointers and shop.
Yeah, lock it in.
But you've had not locking days? Have
What do
you
you
ever had
think is
your
thicker,
fault?
that diamond or shop's cops?
Probably. Yeah.
Well, 8-inch.
So, I mean, I try. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty good at it, so I know like how to
Talking about diameter,
finagle a
man.
conversation.
Talking about another man,
You know,
man.
generally, I
Something
look
about
for
that
one.
Sebro feminine to be
Like,
great.
okay,
Oh, I
This
have to
question
change
very
my
great.
grade.
Let me
fire
do
this up
that.
and make fun of this.
Oh, you're
Like,
pro.
I can do
You're weak
something.
then.
All right,
You
we
love
got the
weed.
buttons back there.
Okay.
Let's see here. Check this one out, dude.
Well,
This
it's
is
weird for sleep.
posted by
Never
Risen24.
worked ever.
Oh, really?
Slow
Is that
Joe.
about-
Who's that? Is that
Flower the other
name
day,
of
apples the other day.
That makes
Yeah.
sense because it's
But the thing is,
yeah,
like, I
that's a
think
good
it prevents
makes sense.
you from going to REM sleep.
Slow Joe spreading on Twitter when your
Yeah, but
fingers
it lets you
get.
watch.
It
It
is
lets you
important to make
watch
sure everyone knows
yourself
you have a
enter
bigger
sleep,
ring.
which
Welcome to the club,
rules.
BFF.
Like being
Like
like,
she just has to know that
and
she's dating like one of the best,
because
most
every
successful
morning you wake up and you go, I don't have a falling asleep. Well, I'm
Yeah,
weed. You're like,
she's showing
this is
everybody
it.
what you get.
Get it.
You know, you
This
marry
is
it.
it. Yeah, that's
No, I know a lot of
She's
people.
got a black belt.
I know a lot of people that always hated
Yeah,
weed.
yeah.
They used
All
to
right,
like
let's
when
go to the
I
next
would
fucking
smoke. It was
post
like,
here. Another picture
weed makes
post.
you lazy. Like
We're
it
just getting all
doesn't.
these out
I'm
the way,
telling
dude.
you.
And there's
You're
so many
lazy.
posts about
Weed's
this.
not making you
I
That's
just
me.
chose
I
this
always
one
thought
because I
weed
know
makes you
Mike's
lazy.
mom.
Always makes you sleep.
Do you know
Yeah, I
Mike's
thought it
mom?
was until it was third.
It's
I got my friend
paparazzi,
my
obviously,
friend
was
Bravo
spelled
was the one who got me
your
high
Blockbuster.
for the first time when I was like 30 years old. I had gotten high since
And
I
it's
think I
them
got
in a
high
car.
like maybe
Let's see,
a small handful of times when I was a comedian. When I first
It's so
started doing
funny.
comedy.
That car is
And
so
then
like.
before I was a comedian.
I mean, if you
Like,
drive that car, you want to be noticed.
My
bro.
whole life, maybe
You gotta-
7
you're gonna know
times
this
ever
person.
being high.
It's
Ever.
lime green. It's
Until I was 30.
I don't know what
No,
it's
I
a
just
Mustang or
didn't
something.
like
It's more
not
like
being in
slime
control.
green to me.
Yes,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
I
Nickelodeon
always
slime.
associated people who did drugs,
Slimer
people who
from
never got anything done.
Ghostbusters.
They were a bunch of fucking
Banana,
losers.
banana,
And I never wanted to do that.
That's a new
If
thing.
you smoked a blunt right now,
When you saw that
you would
car,
have no fear.
oh,
that
this
it
is
could-
Slimer, man. Let's get that shit, dude. We got a black belt.
Well, you don't have any of the like, my heart's gonna stop. I can hear my blood in my ears.
No.
You don't have any of that.
No.
Brian,
Have you ever?
Sure. I've
Oh
got
my god, yeah.
heroin
Well, I
before. Yeah.
can
You
place
should try it out.
places.
I had to figure out
That's when
why.
you know that's a
And
different
generally, it's like there's something bothering me in life. So the real thing about it is if it exposes something that's bothering you, you don't quite fix that.
Well, what's the thing that's bothering you is that you can't give it the fact that you have excuses. You know, like, that's what happens to me when I smoke weed. Is I'm like, this shit is gone.
Alright, sorry about that. Phone call. We are back to
Crazy.
some Clean Chips, dude. This one's posted by him.
I mean, that's the thing I wouldn't recommend it for
It's always
everybody.
been a Garrett
I know
that loves
people
to
can't
chase the
smoke.
bill.
They don't like being paranoid. I like it.
Nothing
I like it.
Yes,
triggers me
some
more than
smokers
guys who
love
come
that
with
shit.
I like being able
Because
to
then after the panic, you're like,
Yeah, but also it's good to know, like, maybe
Yeah, he's
you
got
got blinders on, and there's some real
Is he showing you
vulnerabilities
somewhere?
in the world.
It's an overkill of a fucking
Probably
piece of
consider
a
that
dude. He's
because you
overkill.
never
He's doing this
had a
now.
crazy one that you're like, that's not right. That's
I don't
crazy.
think it's so
No,
far.
it's not that bad. I just been real paranoid. Just super high, like, yikes, and then
I
calm
tell
down.
myself, we're gonna crouch shotgun.
Once it's over, you're fine.
It's crazy for you to be paranoid because you're like one of the people that should be paranoid. You have like lizard What's his name? Lizard guy?
Liver King.
Liver King.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, if anybody should do that, I saw this pretty cool. But anybody in the public
Listen to that air whistle.
Yeah, I've gotten high.
You should do one of those, you know how like
Yeah.
your first one is your
First
shop
girl,
car
but like,
kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Right.
They just have like 12 shops cars.
Yeah, I think marijuana
birthdays that month. Or
like everything else.
Yeah,
I think
I know you're
it's
notorious for those open
And I
mics.
think it's like steroids for comedy. Come up with some stuff when you're high. I don't think it's available. Yeah, I don't think those stuff are available if you're sober. There's things that I wrote when I was high, I was like, there's no way I would write that without any help.
Yeah, I guess I've had it a little bit, but I have to hit the sweet spot or I go right into panic.
Oh yeah, sweet spot.
Yeah.
That's the key.
You know what helps me if I always have a Xanax somewhere.
Oh no.
Like it just exists
Oh,
in my
so you know.
So I just know that There's a bullet that I use.
That's scary. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Speaking of which, he's on that shit.
I'm laughing at. I didn't hear the beginning, but he's making fun of someone.
I thought he was on Klondike.
Well, he was definitely on benzodiazepine for a long time.
That shit.
Remember that.
That's correct. And so that's one of the ones where you get off of Xanax, where you die.
Sorry, you're
There's
mad
only a
about
couple of
that,
drugs
okay?
where
Maybe
you
you
get
should
off
drink
of
some
it,
Port
you could
Osos.
die. Alcohol's another one.
You're going to change the
Yeah, but
situation.
Xanax is another one. And it's really hard for people.
Dude, I got caught in Mexico, and I was like, I'm just gonna use this when I have a panic attack.
2 bears, 1 grave. You hear
Gone
that song?
in 2 weeks. Every night I was like, oh, I'm glad to take another breath. And I was like, oh, you need to never allow this around you.
Oh, for real?
I got a Xanax the other day, and my friend was like, you can have as many as you want. And I was like, I need one, and never give me another again. Because this is a thing that I'll
I
keep.
sent you the video of them shooting fire on the highway,
Break
Jim.
glass.
It's a great class. It's a great class, though. Yeah. Oh, it's like,
For the fans.
I've heard. I was on a flight once with a lady, and she said, "There's nothing in this world better than a Xanax and a glass of wine."
Yeah, both of us.
And I was like, "I
already
think you're
stated
supposed to drink
many
this Xanax." She's
times.
like, "Nope."
Would you
What
dive
did
in
I did the other day? Poppers?
Oh, no, amyl nitrate.
Poppers. Dude, I had no
I gotta
idea.
be like,
Because I don't
R.I.P.
do it.
Gerardo Post.
And I was
So
dancing
sad.
at a
Lost
wedding, and
I told him not.
my gay friend was like,
I said
Snake
it's a
B.
flight
Oh,
in to
you guys
drive
love
the
that.
drug shop.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I'll actually do it.
Just a
If you
really
want to show.
brave for a second.
Now,
How much?
I'll fight this bitch
Do
too.
it.
A lot.
How many times
Where's
did you do
Tebow?
it?
Who's gonna be a Tebow practice now?
Enough where I felt fucked up. Like,
Because he's Latino.
yeah, that's what it felt like. That's what it
Or, okay, that
felt like.
wasn't what I was saying.
It's like it
Okay,
It's
well,
really,
we were
it's gotta
talking
be
about the
bad.
history.
Because I went from being
This is
such a
sponsored
downer
by
to being like,
King Demo. It's called When You Pretend to Know Pete Davidson,
It
but
was
you're wrong. It's mine.
I was dragging people there. Yeah. That's like the brain damage from those boxing where you're like, dude, sometimes I need to be a little stupid for a second. Or else I'm just constantly just
I've never seen him once.
I wonder what's worse for you, amyl nitrate or boxing.
Scratching the eye.
What's the side effect of amyl nitrate? Because I know a lot of the gay fellas like it in the bottom. It's actually made for purely pain and
I don't know. You know, it'd be cool and stuff.
Angina.
What is angina?
What the
Is he
fuck?
saw
I
this
thought that
thing?
your
Like
anus, the part
digestive.
between your anus and your vagina. Angina?
What is the side effects of amyl nitrate abuse?
Sweet. Oh, yeah, I love it. He started
Okay, and so amyl nitrate reduces that? That's the.
No, he said, didn't he say, I love his big dick energy? Oh,
If you're lacking the blood vessels,
he said that. Somebody turned on the water on that.
also relaxes that.
Yeah, it makes the butthole open.
Yeah, I think everything has to happen for you to shit your pants.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the pound your asshole. Side effects, headache, dizziness, flushing, rapid heart rate. Real severe risk, life-threatening blood conditions called methylmethylopathy.
Eat a burger, punch up a phrase, say something like that.
Say that.
It just looks like it's big dick.
Methemoglobinemia.
Linky, you know, Linky?
Dangerous drops in blood pressure, especially when combined with other drugs.
Fuckboy falls in though,
Does it
dude.
cause brain damage? Google does amyl nitrate.
You better say that it does, or else I'm doing that right.
They say stuff like this, but then other people are gay.
I know.
How's that?
Oh, fuck.
Not that it matters, but
It can cause both
Oh,
immediate and long-term brain damage. Why don't we come up immediately? Primarily due to acute and long-term brain damage. Primarily through two mechanisms: oxygen deprivation and direct neurotoxicity. Severe or prolonged exposure can lead to permanent cognitive and neurological issues.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that
the
immediately.
cube thing gets over though, because you're full of
This
shit.
can't be good.
It's just, it feels like somebody's hitting it like that.
She'd be kind of like, you're in the
So
thing, I'm
great. It's
stuck.
like whip it.
All small
Oh,
teams,
but
and
wait,
they
what, right?
I feel like, yeah, last one.
I did whippets.
That'd be a whole
For
nother
a crazy
thing.
place that I
Right.
worked at. We had like real whippets.
Like,
Like a giant whipped cream canister, like a huge
Pete
one.
Davidson is
Like the
making his
real
fans
things
sign an
where you make the
NDA
whipped
prior
cream,
to
you
showing
pour
up
the
to the
sugar,
show.
pour the cream,
And if they're in breach of this NDA,
If I do
they
a
could face up to $1 million in
use any of the whipped
some
cream, that's always been my problem.
But we have the gas. We have the actual gas back there.
So what you have to do is, prior to the day of the show, you have to sign the NDA
We
or
all
you
go
get
back there and get high with this guy.
That's so
But
fun.
I don't know what the Hollywood thing
I
is
only
from.
did it like once or twice
Like
because
the
you
back part,
hit it. You're
but
like,
that's the same.
you're like, I'm like,
that's
almost like a
the
gas body.
part.
Like,
That's the same.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You're like, whoa!
Yeah, they got it from there.
Yeah.
It only lasts like 15, 20 seconds. It was like, oh my god, you're dumb enough as
Shout out to
don't
Soder, did he interrupt the
Right, it's always the idiots in the back of the like, yeah.
Do you see him
I
out in
just
New
used to
York?
get so high on the one every morning before school, and I just would get
I like this
so
dude. He's
crazy
sweetheart.
stupid.
I don't see
And then when I got older,
it's
my brain was
like
like,
a
you
different
can't
stratosphere of
you
like where
did,
fame is.
but
Where you like
you're
jet
It's
past
definitely
places and
probably not good
Or,
for kids.
he's not like doing
Oh,
slots.
yeah.
You're
Not really.
not
But I just think this is so funny. It's odd trying
But
doing
you're
this.
developing, your brain's developing lots of concepts in the body. That's not good.
My dad was just such a weird guy. He was like a
Moist critical.
such a weird thing.
Yeah, dude. Shout out to Moist
Have you
critical. I
spoken
didn't
to
see
your
that
kids
coming.
ever?
No,
What do
Oh,
you think
yeah.
about Pete Davidson?
but I told them
Well, you know,
we've
he's
had
good friends with
conversations
Shop,
about
so like
drugs.
big
And this is the most important thing to stay away from any
definitely
and
one
all
of the
pills
250 dude,
for a
right?
bunch of reasons.
All
Not
right, let's
just
see
because
here. We did
what
review
the
Pete
pill
Davidson's show, and
supposedly
you did not
is
see
bad
that.
for
Oh,
you.
that's right.
But
Yeah,
because I bet what's in that pill is not what's supposed to be in there because it's
Astros,
and they know that.
5
Powder Coke is
I don't know how to say
Oh,
that name
yeah.
still, but
Coke
it's
is-
I think
called
Coke is
Shabs.
Well, it's all fentanyl.
That's the one that
It's
made me
all-
laugh really hard.
There's so much fentanyl.
Shop's still in
There's
denial over his
fake
failed comedy career.
Xanaxes, and they're all fentanyl.
What is
There's
this show
Molly,
first?
fake
I
Molly,
know,
it's
he
all
always,
fentanyl.
where does he
Like,
find
And the
these people?
fentanyl, if it's small enough,
Then
it's
why
fine.
isn't he finding us? Like,
So
I know,
much.
his name is
So
literally
small,
the episode
not
every
just
single
the
fucking time. I do this guy's
Have you
show,
seen
and
the
you can do
amount
our
of
show.
fentanyl that is
We never
legal?
cheated.
Look at that
I
cop.
thought you were a numbers guy.
No, like, have you ever seen
Wait
like,
a minute,
comparison to a
dude.
penny?
What is this?
There's a
chair
photograph
series?
on the
That's the
internet
whole
of
chair.
the amount of fentanyl in comparison to a penny that's
Maybe
legal.
we need to find out who
That
this
will
guy is.
100% put you in the fucking ground. And it's
Fentanyl's
so
awful.
small.
You have to find out
That's
who
the
he
only number
is.
that he's on.
Who the are you? Who does you are? Me.
Yeah.
The kids are here, they give you
I
fentanyl.
used to be so fat that I had all the skin
What I'm doing.
that I got it cut off.
Cars, podcasts, game
How
break,
painful is that?
Afterwards,
It's a CEO tech.
they should kind of
Something
show
happens
it.
here.
They're like, all right, I have to
They
go
go
afterwards.
home,
It was crazy.
drain,
Yeah.
go home and drain.
Fucking LA Dodgers.
Yeah.
His schedule.
Yeah, it had to go. Though. It was in the way.
Must be happy now,
His
right?
game Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it was stuck in my, it was getting my zipper.
Oh,
Yeah, I was having to hump it in. Yeah, like it did.
So,
It was awful.
you know, to balance.
call my dick myself over 50 times in my life. It's
Oh, and he's
fun.
not on the show? Because that guy just made fun of me. Oh, no, I think he is on the show. There's multiple pictures from the
Wait,
show.
why is your dick up that high? Oh, I see baggy pants.
What do you think?
Not
Straight Talk Wireless? I don't know if
Going
this
raw dog?
It's weird.
makes
because
sense to
of
people
the
out there, but the guy on the right, to me, he looks like anytime you sort of vaguely know a chick and you
I'm
meet their
sorry
boyfriend,
about that. The
it would be
itchiness.
oh,
and the
right,
redness.
do you agree?
The problem
Yeah,
is
let me look at it.
there.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem.
You're like, ah,
But
okay.
that's evolution had to give you.
Doesn't it give you hope that you'll find a chick like this?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have so many problems.
It's just to keep
All right,
it
let's go to
going.
the next one. This is
Sperm.
Where they
just a
hang.
quick reheat
Yeah.
reminder
You have
of
to
the
be able to
hilarious
hold
time B thought he was going to be the
Because
Soy
if they're
Boy
getting
Sugar Knight.
overheated, it's not good
Hosted
for
by
you.
Alex
It's not good
Crazy
for
Manzur
that
you.
you just have a unit
I
dangling
don't
off
know
your
what
body
the
that's
reference is, but it's got a lot of
it's crazy.
Yeah. And it's the most vulnerable part of your body other than your eyeballs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that guy.
It
Who is
helps
that guy?
though.
I
Men
don't
are
know.
very
Is he one of our
intimidating.
guys?
It helps that you guys have that.
Do you have a
honestly.
spot to
I
get?
love that there's a
Totally, it
shot
helps.
face
I don't think
mask
we would
though.
mate
Yeah,
with you
the soy
easily
boy
without the balls.
That's the soy boy reference, I
Sometimes when
guess.
the penis
Yeah.
goes in and
And,
the balls
I
touch
mean,
you, you
Sean,
go, oh yeah.
he's not
he's
doing
the
that
person
silly
that's
grin
safe.
with the
You
cheese
know what I
out.
mean?
Like,
These
it's
squishy guys that are like,
yeah, it's
oh,
almost normal. Yeah. He's
It's
sort of
hard, you know.
sort of a weird,
But it
it's
helps
like
us
the Camel, Joe
remember that
Camel
you're
type face. Yeah,
fallible.
like even if he makes
The
a
balls
normal
do.
face,
Totally.
maybe we're kind of
If there's
douchey.
rods
Maybe he's
running
waiting, he's
around,
just
you're
trying
like,
different
"Go away."
faces
Well,
to hope.
imagine if you
And one
didn't
day
have to
he'll
get
have
hard
the
to have
normal
sex.
one. Yeah.
Like you didn't have to be aroused. That
You
would
gotta
be
wear
great
the
for
shoes you want to wear, dude.
Animals just have a bone.
We'll see. I mean, I hate pictures sometimes.
Oh,
yeah.
That never look good, so I get it. I mean, look
They
at
don't
my
get
goodness.
Dogs get the red
Come on.
eye.
They have a bone.
This
though.
one's posted posted by Graham Crow. It's called "I Love How High Fashion is Simply No Longer a Part of Papa's Wardrobe. Instead, only vehicle brands. A poser in its purest form." So this is again, this is a constant theme for Papa. Nobody in his life is telling him, nah. Like when you, I'm sure that when he picked up a Gucci bag, like his
Probably
wife,
not.
like,
They're always
hopefully. Yeah.
They're
He was like,
always
should I get
jacking
this?
off.
She said,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
definitely. She should have been like, absolutely not. Yeah.
Chimps,
A fanny pack,
gorillas,
Gucci.
monkeys.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
everybody. It's like
And then everything
it's
else is
designed to be jacked off. It's right there where your hand
and
drops.
then necktie shoes, the Starbucks woman's hat.
Some
Yeah.
species.
Yeah, that hat is
But
definitely
like a
way
little
in line
fuzzy
before
one,
your
but not
time.
like-
like
Absolutely.
deer
I was
has it,
trying to
right?
reference your tweet. Yeah, very long
I'm
time
pretty sure deer do.
in line if that
Matter of
hat is
fact, I
for
know
you.
they do.
Yeah.
And
you know, I want
so
a
do like moose,
cauliflower
and
caramel
elk, and what's not
frappuccino with
mammals.
half
Just
tea and raspberry cream, whatever. Yeah,
Primates,
that hat is definitely
is
has to
present
pumps
in
of
some
vanilla. You know what I'm saying?
species
Yeah,
within the
pumps
orders of
in it.
primates,
Yeah, sure.
rodents,
Oh,
and
let's go to those.
carnivora.
It's so hard to do
Bears, dogs, and walruses
Those
all
are
have a
just-
bow.
This
Because,
is
like, you're not
Brandon
touching
Fury posted this
okay?
one.
You're out there in the wild.
It's called Jesse
It's crazy.
dropping some cat.
Like, they
I haven't
slide
seen
it
any of
in?
the clips this week.
Ram it in
I
there.
just go beat,
Yeah.
right? I want to
Yeah.
this is a
Yeah.
very funny clip, and I want to extend my cricket.
That would be a really
Just like
that's where the you lack a backbone.
Oh, he's got fire. Yeah,
I
not
don't
that
think so.
huge,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
This is so funny.
Our primate ancestors did have one, suggesting it was lost through evolution.
Oh no, fucking stream of
Probably lost with the
Yeah,
aliens
you
and
gotta
sounds
stream
and manipulated us.
When was that lost? When was that?
He knew some of them somehow, anyways.
But cats have like a look dick where they get
And he's a
stuck
criminal,
apart.
and now he's
Yeah,
going
we ever
to
heard
jail,
cats
and it was
stuck
all
together?
easy to find out because it was
Oh,
on fucking Snapchat
ass
too.
to
Like,
ass, they can't get loose.
just like how
Fucking kick each
beyond
other.
being
Not
wait, you know,
not
that's Snapchat. You can do it.
Gorillas and chimpanzees
Right.
are back
It's
on.
still fine.
Wow.
What?
You can still
You
get
didn't
it.
have to have them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
He tried to do the
Rodents
face.
back.
When did we lose that? What evolutionary step did we take to lose that?
I'm sure someone was
I think it's probably when women started saying like that guy, I want that guy to see that guy.
Brendan Shaw,
Right?
UFC card.
I think getting loads blown in me by data.
Right.
It doesn't serve our population.
Right.
I have to be like that.
I mean, I'm
I'll
a regular
so I'm
listener
gonna
to
rub my world.
the show. Jesse
Yeah.
roast of Andy
Whereas other species, it's like free for all.
Yeah. Well, other species also. I bet we probably got rid of it as soon as we
Yeah, so
figured
I
out
had to
habitation.
up just from
So as soon as we figured out homes, doors, structure, you know,
people,
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
that's
Well,
what
yeah,
you
so
just
We're
right
deep
away.
in the Jangs. If you do the bullet waste things after all that. What's it called? That's exactly how I feel when we have a guest. If you took shopping,
Proposed honest advertising is evolutionary explanation for the loss of
It's like
vacuum.
holding for laughter
Hypothesis
for all
states
those
that
guys
if erection
everywhere.
failure is a sense of
But yeah,
early
it's-
warning of ill
It's very
health,
reminiscent of what it's like to have
physical or
a guest that
mental,
has no
females could have
one of
gauged
our
the health
guys, huh?
potential
Oh yeah, we
based
got
on
a
his
post
ability
from
to
Sean
achieve
McCord.
erection
He
without the
just
support
goes
of a
deep.
vacuum.
Let's see, this is
Everybody
supposed to
I
be
date has
Jack.
penis problems.
It's
Every
called
comic
Rape This
needs a
Dish.
Bluetooth, so I shouldn't be letting any of their vacuums in my vacuum.
Sure. Let's
Dude,
see.
are
We
you
got a lot of
dating
upvotes, so let's
I'm
read what Sean's
not
got
anymore,
going
I'm
on.
done, but that's what I've
So
done forever.
Brendan Shaw
And
can't do
it's
stand-up
just
comedy
the same.
anymore because he's too busy wrecking his
Yeah.
trucks to get
Well,
on TMZ and
constant
doing his
movement.
podcast, and he can't miss a
It's
single one of
crazy.
it. Run on
Creative
sentences,
comics.
dude. That's it.
Well,
That's
that's
the middle name.
crazy
It's his stream of
new
consciousness.
thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, what did they do in the
Right.
60s?
I think they
Can't
said,
miss a single
oh,
one of
I
his
have
sons.
a
Literally,
sometimes I
James
get
on the
don't
weekend.
get hard,
A lot
and
of
here's the
dots.
things that could be
Unless
used
it's
for me
like
to help, but now they just go,
comedy.
no,
Unless it's a commentary for Game Red
just
FC.
like
There's
Fighter
things
and
that I
the
could
kid
use
live
for me
in
to
front of
help
25 people
won't
across
work
the
on
street from Roman's
everybody.
Club.
But this is
And
like
Austin
the
wants to
selection.
or to do anything
It would keep those
else
guys from
you
breeding.
can find that isn't comedy.
oh, that's right.
That's probably what it is. People with
But it's
ill health.
always been your
Like, there's
dream,
probably a
Bubba.
reason why
Remember?
they think it hard.
Ever since you were
It
6 years
is
old in
so-
1990 when Ace
it
Ventura
feels
came
like
out,
a
1995 actually.
And
And you
it's
were running
attached
around
to somebody
saying,
who's
alrighty
anxious,
then,
and then
you're
it's just
stealing
this
another
rock hard
comedian.
dick. It doesn't make sense.
Material is an
Because
unbelievable
you're like,
part
this
of that.
guy's afraid to
When
be
you
here,
weren't making
that
thousands
dick.
of dollars selling
He's not.
comic books from Optimus,
Somebody
maybe
else
for
is
the
fucking
comic
afraid
book
to be
store,
here.
to total
You
strangers.
guys that are
Oh,
afraid.
yeah.
Man, it's
Totally.
good.
Where they're like, oh,
That's it.
it's not
You know,
even. Yeah, there's
Don't
something
ever
about the
cross
stand-up
Sean
and the.
McCord or you will be
It's- I think people
being a
just think
douche
that I'm gonna
repeatedly for
be
years.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's how long this post is.
And if you're
Years.
funny, the guys are fucking
Remember that though? It was
Yeah.
before your dad
Yeah.
showed you the first UFC in '91 and told you it was your dream to be a UFC heavyweight champion too. Except the first UFC was in 1993. Weight class weren't
I think they're scared of me, and they also are scared of. Yeah, I think it's mainly they're scared of
When you were
looking
14,
foolish and having
Right. What
to
about the NFL dream that you never played in
correct.
and never got drafted or signed a
the
contract?
amount of
Maybe if you could have prepped 225 pounds on a bench 47 times,
we've never
like you
even
can
met.
now. When you were 23 years
So
old,
crazy
instead
how
of
many
20
people
reps
say
you
that.
were only able to do
Yeah,
this,
dating
you
app.
could have got drafted.
Well, that's usually what it is. and scrolling.
Yeah,
and
this is like
you're choosing
all your
people.
bullshit being
Single
read out
friends
to you.
on dating apps, that's
It's
an
like
addiction
try drinking that
unto
cappuccino with
itself
Buffalo
because
Bills
there's
after
always
that.
someone waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for some dude, this is not. I don't like the way she smiles. Fuck
Yeah, well,
this. I'm
it's
out of
gonna
here.
be
And then next thing you know, you got 3 or 4 more
there is
dates
times
lined
when
up. And
it's
Well,
called
it's ruined dating because everybody has a queue of
let's see
people
this
they can
one.
date. So they go on a date. I know so
How
many
many,
people are like, I
how
want
many
to have
shows
it
have they
for
done
5
live?
minutes. I'm like,
Launch.
I don't know that person, and also it'd probably benefit you to have an hour-long conversation with somebody. Like, that's supposed to be like, sorry, we're not
It's called
Probably, I think women are worried about guys getting fixated on them and then not leaving them alone.
don't
Like,
know
chasing
what's
them
in this
and
clip, but I
fucking
hope
with
it's
them
not
and
what
stuff, and
the
then
title
being
says.
mean when they get rejected.
Let's see.
dude, that's the best. The
Hold on,
DMs I
that's
have
where I was
are
going
like,
with that.
just please be a little bit, I love you so much, and then,
You
whore.
gotta
And I'm like, what?
And then
I never ever responded once. It's crazy. They do get fixated for sure. But then you,
That's
yeah,
not happening.
then you have to,
And I
then it
don't-
teaches you
this
to
is-
set
I
boundaries,
just
which is
assume,
be like,
you know,
hey man, I'm not
listen,
going to text with you anymore, you got it.
All that's gonna go
That's
away.
well, why it's not happening.
I know.
If that's
But
true. What did they say? What was the reason
we
for
all
it not
lock
happening?
in.
It
She's
was
gonna
like,
be
they
back
tell them
online.
fuck off.
Well, you're gonna read their
And then
minds.
he's like, hey, but listen, Bubba, you gotta be in Austin on Friday.
Just give a fuck about anybody but himself.
That's right.
Everything he's saying is
They're
a lie.
right.
That's so fucked up. For people, those of you who are like, what if I kill that cat? And they
It'd be
just
funny
No,
if they
no,
started
no.
going
You'll
these
probably be
fake
able to see
places,
why they
like
think
for
that
fake
way.
reasons,
But
just so
no,
that
you're
they
okay.
look like they were
You're
there.
just freaking
So they
out.
could get
And
the
maybe you
but
won't think that way
they're just
when you're
losing money on
embraced
trying
by
not to
this
get
high
confused.
mind.
Fuck,
Maybe
they're
you'll
gonna go to
abandon all
They
that.
don't
Maybe
care
that'll be like one of the great side effects of it.
it would be good for
They don't care
people,
about what's
like my best friend
fucking
is paralyzed
profile
from
next to
his
you. Oh, that's
down,
homeless guy.
and it'd be good to read your mind and be like, what is actually the pain
Very
coming
good.
from?
Just assume you were
Because
just
she's like,
down.
I don't
Like,
know.
oh, so this is a very good. This is a very good
Well,
segue
we had
because
the guy on
you know,
who had the very first girl in.
I make a lot of
He's
plans,
not.
and what you have to understand is that I keep my personal life and my entertainment life very separate on social media and stuff like that. I don't like showing my family and stuff like that. I'm free and do some though, sometimes.
He's playing video
But
games. He says like
it's
I
not
have
that
a game bot.
I like to protect
Because
their
I can
privacy.
point to where I want to shoot and like immediately shoot at it.
And so
Eye movements?
my dear friend Tarek, as you our dear friend Tarek.
Tarek, right? I know you got thoughts on Tarek. I mean, I'm so glad they're talking about
If
bringing
you just
Tarek.
lose
Dude,
it,
someone we
I
all
think
know.
Somehow or another,
Tarek,
the way the
legs.
computer
All these people bring a
interfaces
lot
with the
to the
neuro
show,
chip,
right?
so the brain
And Brian
interfaces
Callen.
with the chip, which
Tarek's
interfaces with the
for all we
computer,
know,
somehow or
Tarek's
another
this guy's noble.
control movement. And they're getting better and
We
better at it.
needs Tarek.
Which is a problem for the people that got the first one. Okay, you can be able to pull that out and be a new one.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm talking asking about that. I was like, it's just like, yeah, I think this is the only one that I can get. Maybe as technology advances, we'll be able to take them out, put new one in.
Wife
But
is in the
at
kitchen.
one point in time, like
And
the wires were coming out,
be more
and it
pregnant.
wasn't
Like she
working anymore.
couldn't be.
So they had to
The
like
baby is literally
inject them back in.
Did you ever, even with you and I,
That's crazy. I mean,
like,
we started with
yeah.
back pain, right?
Dude, she came to the dinner and I was like, you're so pregnant. She's like, right in time. Like, I found out like 3 days ago you have
Well,
this
that's
is
the
it's a
ultimate
Tarek. I
goal
do
of
I put the video on her and he goes, wait, what's going on? I go,
your
Tarek,
entire
dude,
system.
Tarek will never tell you.
You'll be able to,
Yeah.
this thing
The
will
day
tell your
he showed
muscles
up
and your
and
brain
he
to
was
fire.
like
So if you're breaking your spinal cord, it'll be able to bridge
sick,
that, and
right?
you'll be able
He was
to
coughing
use
and
your
shit. I was
body
like, dude, you're
like
so
you
sick,
normally
right?
would.
Like he was
That's
literally like
That's gonna piss me
fucking
off.
like
This comes out after
stuff's coming
my
out of his nose.
paralyzed passed away.
Well,
I hate that when this stuff comes out.
This Tarek guy, man, he's just always
it's
so
always
crazy.
gonna happen that way.
She was getting into stuff though. She was getting into ear
Tarek Callen's having another kid.
If you touch her ears, she'll
Oh.
pumped.
Tarek's wife. Like,
That was a thing. She was getting into all that shit. She had like a servant that would make art for her. That was awesome. But she
it's
kind of
weird
had it.
that they,
She kind of had her
now
own
these
little
guys,
narrow
they
way
start saying,
of
like,
girls
his wife
that
was
she
like
paid.
insanely pregnant, and then you
We're probably
go,
about 5 years away.
you look at your wife, and you're like, you're thinking,
You think 5 years?
more pregnant than most pregnant.
Yeah.
What about structures?
But I think what they're saying is
it'll
he
be
didn't tell them that she was
recognizable in
pregnant.
terms of
I don't know.
buildings, but I think like
Let's
the
see.
way the world
Talk about
interfaces, the way we interface with the world is going to be very
Wait,
different.
what's
You think it's like
You're
walking through
pregnant.
space? It'll be like, welcome
And
to
I realized-
yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't told him.
Yeah,
You
probably
know,
weirder than
and
that.
then Frank
This is
Rulo,
probably
yeah,
people
Yeah.
working
Oh,
there.
fuck. I'm so done.
Bro, the
So
women
Brian,
always sit.
Brian's the one
You
that's
like
not
it?
telling you.
I
Right?
thought
Oh,
I was
that's
so
why he
against
said
it. I
I
got
don't
it.
share
Not
stuff.
having to talk to some
Because
fucker,
it's
being
Tarek
able to
said
fart
that
at
his wife
will.
was
Right.
pregnant. I don't know why
But
Tarek is
here's
in
what I'm
this
wondering.
shit.
Why don't people go take me
I got
to
confused.
an
Who
hour
the hell is
place
he?
away?
Who the hell is John Africa?
It's gotta be cheaper.
Okay, all right. No, that makes sense. So I met you and
That's
then
what we're
Brian
freeway.
Freeman.
Yeah, people are definitely doing all that.
Really?
They're probably fucking.
It's
There's gotta be
I don't
sandwich
know.
filming
It doesn't
people
make
fucking.
sense at all. No.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like, I got this friend
Put on the
Turk, and my
fucking
wife's
Nixon mask and fuck.
This is why
Let's go.
It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense because he's
But I
like,
really like
you know, I'm a very private
Well,
guy.
it's
I'm
certainly
telling
probably
you, I keep
safer.
and then
You
now
know,
he's
they
telling
don't
everybody
really
that
get
his wife
that
is
many
too pregnant.
accidents. If they do, it's usually somebody else's fault, not the
Weird.
wingman's
That's why he
fault.
doesn't tell you when he use it when he has to cancel shows.
Pilots be like,
That's a good.
that's
Dude,
his
we should
season
take
beta.
notes.
This is gonna be
Yeah, we just
LA. I had one that was so
If I have to hear from my ex that
amazing.
you
It was the worst
your
flight of my
wife is
life. I was like,
pregnant,
yeah, we
I get
can't
that.
use
Like,
LA.
that's what's going on.
Beautiful
That
Barbie.
just doesn't
It
feel like
was like a
you
perfect
just
10
don't. I don't think I don't talk about it. I just feel like a guy's not going to be like, if I say my wife's pregnant, it's all good.
I hate the idea of these guys getting sleep.
Then we're moving on. You're not going to be asking me
Yeah,
questions
no,
about it. It's
that's
not that
a
interesting
big
to
part
you.
of the
Well, it is.
How about have strokes? They got that fifth booster.
That's a big
and fucking
deal.
stroke out while they're
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're 87 years old.
Oh yeah. It's stroked out.
Talking about Robert De Niro being
I'm not
another
religious,
person
but I
needs to
private
teach never to be a duck, but a
I'm
hawk.
right there.
Yeah.
If God were to smite one of the
Damn.
planes, he'd
We're gonna get 3 more
how
special
much
effects
fix their
again.
hot shit with a private jet. Yeah.
That was a
Now
big
his
high
kids
five for
are
That's
audio.
what God's gonna do. Not terrorists.
Well, it's very important, but when it has the baby,
Smite the comet with a big ego.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say
Maybe
other
we'll
than
take the
she's
photos
pregnant.
in front of the private
You gotta let
jet.
people know you're lying. You have to let people know. It just like when
I
I
worry
was
about
like,
that.
your wife is ready.
100%. You're going down, dude. I'll look at a plane that I'm on to see if there's kids. I'm like, oh, we're safe. We're safe. God's not gonna have these kids. Yeah, totally.
I like watching, learning what's going on in the
Thanks
state.
for being here. It's a lot of fun.
It's very good.
Watch my special.
It's available right now on
When I
Netflix.
was
The
like,
Strong
dude, your wife is ready to
today.
pop.
Take me with you.
You're not gonna bring Uber.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Sounds like you're saying
All right.
boo.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I know what he means.
Thanks
It's
for
like
having me.
big
My pleasure. See you
Oh,
tonight.
this is all about
All right.
like
Bye, everybody.
resolution. It's all smoking beers to cancel the show. He's not, her wife's not pregnant. And we're laughing because we're friends. I'm not happy about the canceling of the show whatsoever. Yeah, no, we want him to go. Yeah.
Well, you said to me, you're like, she might have a baby. And I go, I can't go to Austin. I can't go to Austin. He'll do a flight. Why do I want to? He goes, oh shit, that's right. You can have the baby. I go, it's embarrassing. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's just the way you're wired. It's not. You're not that guy. You're just sociopath. But the thing is, no, I just don't. I just don't. You just don't. You just don't.
You're not that guy.
Good job, Rogan.
That's so,
Experience.
like, just
Drink my
wouldn't
name,
be a
Joe
bad
Rogan.
guy to
Podcast
not
my
tell
name.
people your wife's
All
pregnant.
day.
Anyways. Like the evil man didn't tell us his wife was pregnant.
Hey,
What a fucking douchebag.
you
That way. Right. I told Brian. That's the thing. I have 3 kids. Even if she has the baby on Tuesday, you don't want to leave on Friday. Like that's I also want to be there to see a blood kid. Yeah, I have to be there. We're driving.
Still butt kid. But, like, still, but butt kid, dude. But I don't understand the reference. Maybe that's how long this seal camp lasts. Maybe the first week of newborn is the hardest week. Oh, duh. All right, this clip is like exposing me too. I'm gonna delete someone to this clip, please.
The airport, I need to be fucking hospital. I gotta be there in the hospital, all that stuff, and it just doesn't seem real. Like I'm gonna going, oh, you're so pregnant, you're gonna have this baby. Like I'm supposed to have it in October. I'm supposed to have it April 14th. April 14th. That's why you know. Yeah, so I wasn't planning on her having it till because it's your fourth fucking try. It never works out. But that's how I told Brian. It's like, even if you come on Monday, Tuesday,
I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to wave the white flag.
For sure. I love Austin. I love doing the show.
For certain things, I was starting to let myself off.
I call Brandon live. I call Brandon.
And
I'm like, Brandon, go, hey, dude, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
prayers. Those are ideals. Those are pursuits. You know, let's go into the dream. Let's look at the dream.
He was brought up to be like, damn, you didn't tell me your wife's
Instead
pregnant.
of looking at reality.
So that makes sense. Like, now,
which is what I usually
it's
do.
kind of fucked up.
I'm like, art emulates life.
You don't know. He's like
Not the other way around.
friends.
But
Like,
I
dude,
flipped the script a
your
little
best
bit.
friend,
No,
like
let's
someone we all fucking
dive into the
we
dreams
love
and
listening
belief.
on the show. And
That's I think
talk
it's
about
the short
it,
spot.
I
It was getting, my tank was getting
Okay.
low on belief.
And
Not
then
what was
is another
bothering
person
me
you
so
just
much. Well,
Brandon,
specifically.
yeah, he just said
Maybe
Brandon.
it's, maybe it's
I swear to God, you heard that right? I
turn
didn't even
50
hear
something like that.
Let's see.
Maybe it's that. What's the
Either
jet?
on Friday,
You know,
for sure. I love
what am
Austin.
I-
I love doing the show.
What's the next half?
But the birth is.
I don't know.
I call
Maybe it's the
Brandon
conscious
live.
it
I
was.
call Brandon. I'm
I
like,
think,
I go, hey, dude,
I look
I'm
around.
an idiot.
Dude, Brandon.
And
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
a lot fewer
that's even more
leaders
fucking
that I'm like,
makes me mad because Brandon is like huge.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
right.
fucking
I
not
look
gonna
around,
tell,
I see people
legs,
not
Brandon and
trusting.
Tark about what's going on.
I see
The fuck?
people that aren't
Yeah. I
there.
don't even know what to say. I'm kind of speechless.
Imagine if you told
Justin
Right.
not Tark or
I see people that
You know what I
sleep
mean?
just
I
fine.
mean, if you wanted to hurt me,
I
Yeah,
found myself starting.
we're so friends.
You sleep fine too. That's that part.
I don't even know what to say.
You can't. Don't sleep fine.
Like my wife is popping. Now I thought she'd have it a month from now, but she could have it.
Right. And
Stop saying your wife's
so
popping.
trust. Where do we look to for belief?
And he is like you're doing it. Even if you would have told, like, you told me like a week ago that
Communicate yourself, your kids, their future. There's all humanity itself. Yeah. Believe.
and I didn't realize how pregnant she was. They came to the surprise birthday party.
We understand
my
that humans can be so amazing.
They're still doing all this, but I didn't
All
bring
my
it up at the
favorite
party.
people.
Yeah, but you didn't. If I would have known, I'd be like,
All the,
let's push.
I love people. I love being around them.
Like,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
simultaneously.
Like, you should not take it be in Vancouver. I'm taking all of it about April. Yeah,
They're terrible.
And that was
At the same time,
I said, I'm not going anywhere for April
the
because
problem today
I
is
got to
that
be
you're
able to
inundated
Wi-Fi
by
a kid
these
in
people that
LA.
are
Yeah,
terrible.
there's no. Yeah, I'm doing
phone is
in
filled
LA.
with these
But that's
news
Friday,
bombs of
Saturday.
people
Yeah, that's
doing
what I'm
terrible
back
things.
home. They should get figured out. Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to have access to 8 billion people's bad stories. I don't think that's normal. And I think that also changes your own perception of the world and invites them. Like, what is the point of being a good person? What's the point of being friendly and nice when the world's going
So we're going to reschedule Boston.
Right.
Like you can still do the same thing. And
you can like it
I'm
makes
in a
sense. You
world that
can
rewards that.
like leave the
Especially
country,
CEOs.
but not the state.
If you're
Because like if
working
you leave
for
the
some
country, it's
giant
like making
corporation,
some
you're trying to make your shareholders billions of dollars, like, yeah, you kind of have to be a psycho, and those are the people that a lot of people look up to. Yeah. It's real. It's the way we're structured as well, with that integration of information, most of it bad, with people being rewarded for being shitty people. Like, it's hard. It's hard to
You know what I do?
still
Bring your
be
baby
positive
to
and be
the
happy.
I'll bring my baby to the
give up
day it's
on
born.
believing that both can be true.
I got a place
That, hey,
in the comedy store.
hardcore practice, go for it, more success, get it. But you can also, how do you have profit
Dude.
with your success? I see a lot of people that are successful,
Yeah.
but like profit,
Well, you've heard about the
meaning value of their
fathership, right?
success.
Right.
I see a lot of
What's that
unhappy
fathership?
billionaires I know.
They call it the
Right,
fathership.
I know.
What's the fathership?
That's a bad thing, right? Like, that's the thing.
yeah.
You think,
So
oh,
we'll get to that later.
you hit
There's
that
some clips
stage,
about that.
there's no way you
Let's
can
get some
be
more
happy. That's some of the
T-Fat Kid,
most
dude. You know what
unhappy
you're for, dude.
Yeah.
Timer's still running. We're about like 3 minutes. Let's see
It
here.
shouldn't be
This is
that
supposed to be
way.
Morning
That's
Loan
what
80s,
we're pursuing. And I
1864.
got nothing
It's
against
called
the right
Reese
people.
yells at Papa
Right.
But
or Brenda for his
Yeah,
marketing
that's what we're
skills.
pursuing.
I read
That's not how it's supposed to be.
That's
That's the happiest guy alive, right? You know? Yeah. It's not real.
your
You
girl
know,
has that
and you don't
body for
notice it. It's
marketing.
just numbers. You know, you
Is that
notice it
we're
by
all
how big
talking
your
about
house
it?
is.
It's
Great.
brilliant.
It's still just your house.
Okay. All right.
You
Let's
notice it by
you get lost in that summer bitch and you wish the ceiling was a
Yeah, but
little
you
bit
just tell
lower
number
because
Yeah.
it's tall to you.
It's not cozy at all.
Yeah, but
This ain't cozy. It's
I'm talking about
I've done it.
Still, we're talking about it. That's me. It's just
That's that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years. Either I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's in the fourth bedroom down the second hallway. I'm never down there. Or that
It's not
chair.
good that he knows
My
how to
favorite
track
chair.
by being
I used to have
static or that
Yeah.
he's not trying to use his people. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying it's working. But
Yeah.
working in what sense? What do you mean
Well, I've
working?
seen like movies
That
where
doesn't mean
people live in
shit,
a log cabin. I'm like, oh, yeah.
The lack of options.
Yeah.
The lack of options is relaxing.
But there's something to that.
Am
Like
I
a
right?
frying pan.
Am I?
That's what I looked at
Yeah.
in the air stream for 4 years.
Right.
You only have room for one of everything.
You got mine.
So I would get my best, the best hand, the
Yeah.
best, the best versus the best. You can only have one of each because you get two each clutter.
Right.
They run options.
I forgot you did that. You did that for 4 years. That's
Doing a
crazy.
show with a child.
That
That's
doesn't
so
mean shit,
smart, though.
Brett.
It's such a
Like,
good. I've
that's
watched some
like-
videos
no,
of
it means
people that
nothing.
live in like
It means zero.
trailers,
It is like
trucks.
saying just
You know,
because
like
something
camper
works
that they convert
doesn't
to
mean
living in, and they
it
travel around the
should be
country.
like
I'm obsessed
in
with
any
these
way.
videos.
In
I watch
any
these
way
guys
wrong.
go to like
It's
these
bullshit.
horrendous places. This guy, one guy was a truck camper, and he goes up into like way into Alaska, like way above the Arctic Circle, like way up there. On this fucking
Hey, don't
truck
do
with a
this.
house on the back of it.
For the
He's in
anti-Semitic stuff,
Canada,
I'm
like
gonna tell them not to
deep
do
into
that.
Alberta, and it's snowstorms. There's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little space that he has that's essentially attached to the back of a big diesel pickup truck. And he lives
I
in
think
it.
it's just fucking. It's literally worshiping the wrong things.
It's not good.
Yeah,
It's like those shells. This is like my silverware. This is like here's my frying. He's got one frying.
Take care of that one thing.
Yeah, and you're watching this guy cook his supper, and I'm like, this is appealing to me for some reason. Why is it so appealing? Because his world is all contained up with the whole world outside. Frozen wasteland, fucking snow coming sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making eggs. There's something cool about watching somebody achieve like a den in the back of a truck in the middle of the winter, and he's comfortable. He's watching movies on iPad.
He's like looking at kind of like, it's
The
working.
times I've gone off on my
So
own.
somebody asked him about October 7th. He's like,
I've always been like, goal of, okay, stay here until
but they killed this many Jews.
whether it's Mali or Peru or even in the airstream, those times are going to talk and go right. Oh my God. Stay here long enough to believe this could be your existence.
All right, we got another half clip, dude. It's called It Was More About Her. That makes sense.
If I get to that
What
point,
do you think it's a reference to?
Right.
this could be me. Then I've given it the
It's more about
justice,
her.
right? To
Right.
then go come home, because I sure do.
Let's see.
Silk sheets in bed at home, sure do. You'll silk here after those times in that log cabin.
Yeah.
You know, I like coming back.
But you guys surprised the hell out of me.
Spend
Did you get
time
surprised?
over
I
in
have no
Hawaii,
clue.
coming back
I have no
over
freaking clue.
to the mainland.
Yeah, dude, we gotta do that. I'm
Feel
such a bone to that.
the game, feel the
Yeah.
teeth. Wanted that.
Gotta add that to the repertoire, dude.
Yeah.
Such a
These resets are real. They're important. You can get trapped in
That kind of
momentum.
stuff. No, never. You never. My wife
You
put
can really get trapped in the momentum of whatever you're doing in your life to the point where
we were up
you lose
10. I
yourself.
wanted to fight
It's
Chin.
just the sheer
I wanted to fight
gravity
Snots.
of
And I wanted to fight
everything
everybody.
you're doing. You forget how to like just be just a person.
And what happens when you're doing it well, but you don't feel it?
Right.
And you're on autopilot. You're not gonna, everyone's telling you you're not gonna have fun.
Right.
Where's it going?
Very little ropes and Chin.
They're good. I
Chin,
didn't
you
feel
were
it.
the first person on the list. Really?
They're gonna say things.
Part of the
You know what I
family.
mean?
Me, Chin. I didn't know.
You know, that's a real problem with
You were the first person I thought I went.
When
We
you
were
do
trying
it
to think
right,
and stuff,
you're like a
and
passenger.
we're like, well, what
Like
about?
it takes forever
I
to
was like,
put
we can't
together
have
an
a
act,
surprise
but
party without having
when
Chin.
it comes together, when
Cowboys
you're
and
really
odds.
like
Cowboy
locked
Chin.
in, when you're really on it, it's like you're like a passenger.
I never knew.
You're watching it happen.
Your objectives. What?
I've been watching forever.
It's like you know how to do it, so you know what to do, and you're locked into the material, so you're like a part of the material, but you're not there anymore. You're like a passenger. You're not saying, now I'm going to pick this up, and now I'm going to give a pause. Now,
and her friends.
you're
She was
not
having
there.
that, and it was like,
But
it's
are
not
you
what
enjoying
it was like,
watching
yourself? You're enjoying it.
me,
I mean, it's
and
fun.
you,
Don't get me
and
wrong,
Jan
but
was
you're
that-
not thinking
what's
about
that,
the
Jan's
fact that
in
you're
a great
enjoying it at
speech.
all.
Yeah, but
You're
if Jan's
just
there,
locked in. All you're
I
doing
was
is
always
just doing
nervous.
it.
I was actually
But it's weird. You're like a passenger.
Actually, she said,
And I
she
think
just so chill.
there's something
I knew that.
Yeah,
You're weird.
There's something about that where we get trapped by not being a passenger.
Like
You
anything
get
like
trapped
that,
by wanting to like think of yourself all the time. And like things that you can do that take you out of that. Things that you can do that like just locked into this thing. There are little like mini vacations or whatever pattern you're stuck in.
They can protect your outfit.
Yeah, like
All right,
all
this
for
one's called
anything.
100% Straight
I
Alpha
didn't
Male
in front of the camera.
Joseph Rogan, posted by Seaweed Remarkable.
That's just a guess. I probably missed what it's really about.
Yeah, we fucked that clip.
Yeah, you were telling me
You
that.
said you really love watching action.
Go. I
Are you very
revere
critical
this
when you go
enough
see
to
a movie
just
like
do
Steven
this.
Seagal
And if I'm
movie or some
complacent,
of
that means
those
I'm being lazy. I can just go back to working
I
on
hate those movies.
Yeah.
You would be in a Steven Seagal movie? I don't do gay
vacation.
porn.
You sent me a text about that. It made me smile because I love when someone loves something. I love that. I love when people are just like, what you do is what you're supposed to be doing. And you're not conflicted at all. Like, fuck you. And I wish more people could find that in life in some form.
Yeah.
Whether it's painting or making pottery or whatever the fuck it is, man, find that thing where you're like, God, I can't wait to get back to whatever it is. Making cars. I can't wait to get back to whatever the fuck it is I'm doing.
Or maybe I can't not do it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
he doing it. What is it?
Well, it's my fault.
But
Big time, hey.
he
That's-
defended himself from being
that doesn't always
not gay.
happen.
Even he's
I
on
know for
Conan
me,
O'Brien being like,
when
I
I'm
would do
feeling
gay.
like I'm actually
I would do gay.
in the zone. I
Those
still
karate guys
sometimes
don't
have to make a choice and go, wait,
That's it.
no, you're good at this.
Airport execs just
Feels
like lean
pretty
forward
good.
in the church. It's like, what?
But what I really let
I'm
me
get
do,
Joseph Rogan.
if I'm doing something, I'm like, no, I can't not.
Right.
All right,
This one's,
can't not do
I'm going
this,
to cut
right?
this one short.
Yeah,
It's a
I have
unique
to.
video. The
Yeah.
beginning just made me laugh
And
so
I'm in
hard.
it. I'm the
And
subject.
it's streamable, so
The
we
rock,
get
the on
fucking...
passenger thing, though.
Stop it
Are
here.
you the subject?
Let's see here.
Meaning-
Streamable. Baba continues to
If I'm
copyright
giving a
takedown after he
I'm
lost
not-
the lawsuit.
It's not the objective experience at
redacted
all.
Yeah.
Posted
I'm
by
like
Joe
popping
Rogan,
out and
Truth
looking
or
at myself in the
Triple X.
third eye.
Let's
I'm
make it
not
happen.
even supposing or anticipating, oh,
You
how
people
will this
will never
go? Or,
understand
oh, this is the
behind the
punchline.
scenes
Or, oh, this is a
about
great piece
I
of work.
have to
I'm just
do
in it.
with that
And then I can
funny
feel it, though. Now, I go, oh, well, afterwards I can look at you and go,
piece
that was
of
it.
crap
So, that was it.
job.
Or I can go,
Yeah.
I'm not bullshit right there in the middle. Blah, blah, blah.
Doing
I can feel it when it's
copyright
happening.
takedown.
But I'm not, there's nothing
You
objective
can do
about
it
the
in
experience.
federal court. It
At
just
all.
keeps doing
Right.
it.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying. It's like you're a passenger.
Your video has been taken down from YouTube.
Like you can feel when it's happening, you're managing it. When I get really
This is one
locked
of the old videos
in,
that
then
was
I'm just a
restored
passenger.
after the lawsuit and my main channel
Is
got
it
back.
coming
So,
through? Are you,
that's
you're not
me.
even coming up with it. It's coming.
No,
Listen,
it's all
you
stuff that
you
I've
knew
already
there was
thought of.
500
Like
pages of
most
monster
of it,
lawyers
except
with
for
research
some
and
stuff that happens on the spot, which you gotta hold down room for, because occasionally you just have the best line ever that just comes out of nowhere.
Where's
and
the
you
bag now?
be
Where's
able
the
to let it
bag?
happen.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what
Brennan
club
shot
work
that.
is for. But
Yeah, you gotta be out there.
you're really just the ideas, like whatever it is you're talking about, whatever it is you're upset about, whatever it is you're making fun of, you have to be like in that idea. You
Post by
don't
Rick
exist
Raff,
in
the
that.
alley cat. It's called
Yeah,
Straws Up
it's
for
weird.
Proceeds. That's so good.
It's weird, but like
What
what
are we
you're saying
doing
about, I can't
I
not
haven't
do
seen the
this.
movie yet. I'm going to see it tomorrow. I think.
You know,
It's a
that's-
great film. Yeah.
If you can find a thing in your life where you're like,
Let's go
I
to the next one,
cannot
dude. What else we got
imagine
here?
a time where I
here
can't
we
do
go,
this.
dude.
Right?
What?
This
Is that real? I
fucking
don't know.
suck if I could
don't
not
know.
do this.
$17.99.
That's
This is posted by
That's the aspiration for
Keo
people to have
069.
a joyful
It's called
existence.
Founded. And
That's
apparently
where
Tiger Thing
I
is
got
selling for $17.99 at what looks
where
like
we
Venmo.
find- But
Look at them
I
pugs.
started
Not a
at
single one has
Google
been
what
taken.
you
More
got.
pugs have been bought.
good place to start.
There's two
Right.
people that bought
What do I
pugs
believe?
over Tiger
What do I
Thing.
have faith in?
Solid
Yeah.
tiger piss in the wild. Stuff is top shelf.
think
Literally, wish I was being sold at the price
that
listed above.
stands out to
okay, and it's not
The location,
$17.99
a
yet.
career.
Dude, more tanks have
some
been
work
sold
that
than
we did.
fucking Tiger
I've seen
Things.
it.
Nah.
I
let's go to
died
the next
for
one.
the
What's this one?
experience to perform.
But
Okay,
that's the
so you're real
ultimate
fathership. Okay,
sacrifice. That's the ultimate expression of
second
how much you
balcony.
love something. You
It's
die
called the
for it or die
Stepmothership.
for
That's a
them.
new name.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
So much, and if you
We have
figure
a
out
live
what
Friday
you're
Kid
doing,
March
die
29th.
for,
That's a
that's
Friday
what you're
one show
living for
only at
that much
7:30.
more.
Brian Kelly,
Right.
myself, very
While
special
you're
guest. March
While you're here.
29th.
Well, that was
At
at
the
the Spartans and such with each other.
The Fathership.
Yeah.
We will be there March 29th.
And so you can be fighting not just
Live in Austin.
Uh,
Tune in and get your tickets right now, Austin.
Get your tickets.
crazy strategy.
That's another
Yeah.
show.
Hey, talk about you guys that bang each other.
Look at that donut
Go
shirt.
for whatever
You
race
want
you
that,
spirit,
Eddie?
man. Let's get some team spirit here.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sorghum.
This is kind of a crazy but true story. A few years ago, I don't know what administration was. It might have been
This is posted
the
by
Bush administration.
Dazzling
Might have been
Rabbit
Obama.
633.
They,
It's called apologizing to Bobby for
they tried
threatening
to
to
develop a
destroy his
bomb.
career. Swiftly became
Like they
look how
spent
much of a
millions
man
of
I am.
dollars
Sketch for
developing
Brian.
a bomb, and the concept behind this bomb was you would detonate it over a city, and it would be like a bunch of probably pheromones and hormones or some kind of drug, and it would make people so horny that they would just have to have sex with whoever is near them. And then the idea was that they would be humiliated by this, and then we would just come in and just fuck up all these guys. Move around. It's like all of a sudden, if a man becomes gay, now he's no longer like a highly trained military, like soldier. Now he's just a fruitcake. It's just some guys watching musicals. No, it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Some of the greatest warriors of all time in recorded history were gay, including pirates. Pirates were gay. You're stuck at sea for 5 months. Dudes, you make choices. Right? Samurai did a lot of gay stuff. Spartans, the greatest warriors of all time, all gay. Like, what a terrible idea to spend money on. You can make a more lethal army. Imagine if they dropped that gay bomb and then the gays just kicked our asses.
Alright, I don't know
so
if
much more to fight for. They love each other.
Hardcore when we did the Star Wars one.
And this is how dumb, like, the people that were spending your tax dollars are. How far they get.
Yeah, dude, check it out on the subreddit.
You see me pull that up, Jimmy, when the gay bomb was.
The short film. Me and Brendan watched last night. Just Netflix. You know, watch it. The thing is, we just gave 3 minutes.
If you didn't make a gay bomb, I guarantee you fucking deny it. I guarantee you like, no.
Cyclone number 13.
Well, meanwhile, like,
we already know
who's
the
to say
show
that
is
shit
probably
even
not
stays
happening.
local? What if it catches a good
It was 4
breeze,
days
blows
ago, 10
across
days
the
ago.
ocean?
Shadow Band Bubba.
You know,
It's just
come on.
devastating for the
Turns
five
all
people that bought
important gay.
tickets. Well, not five, more than five.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
because
it's
they
like
do
4
Viking
tables.
army.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3.
Look at Greenland.
So yeah, 5, 2, 6.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can do a
it's
show
just,
with that. They were watching the explanation. Like,
it's so hilarious that someone had that
just
idea.
making people homeless.
That's what happens when people just have
Let's see the
free
next one.
access
But they never cancel shows, so it's rare.
without any sort of
Callan had to cancel.
oversight
You're
for
probably already
tax
watched
dollars.
this one.
Like,
This
this
is
is
much
such a
by
ridiculous
haphazard. I
idea.
think this is the short
I got
version.
one for you. How about?
Let's go ahead and skip, skip that dude.
Gay bar.
Let's see.
What?
Everything that drives them to get to where they want is
There's
going
some people that don't let their go.
No, for sure.
Imagine you're in the Pentagon. You know,
Word. Very helpful.
yeah, I got an idea. Let's try it on us.
Good. All right, kids. How's it
Right
going?
here
See
in
you
this
this weekend.
just to show you the effectiveness of this type of strategy.
Yeah, I can't do that residency because I'm a
So
kid, but
what-
here's
what was it-
another show.
what was in it?
Three nights. 5 shows. 5 shows.
Isn't there a Wikipedia page?
Another
That's what I was
country.
looking at. It doesn't have anything other than
Only
that.
250 can do it, dude.
Improv, April 19th, 20.
What was going to make
Come
everyone
get
so
some.
horny that they had
Yeah,
to attack
crazy.
the
That's
nearest
Oklahoma.
human
Oh,
or
April
animal,
26th,
whatever.
27th.
Why is there only guys
Oh my
around here?
God.
Like, is that,
Yeah, dude.
is it because they're the soldiers who dropping on the soldiers?
Yeah.
Okay.
The demographic.
Boston show.
But I think the idea was
But
dropping
like,
on the
yeah,
whole
man, it's
city.
just like a whole thing's going on. He's like, oh, fuck.
Turn the whole
I
city
wanted to
gay.
do the show.
They were doing like a FOIA request. They found some CD-ROM that they found in 2000. And yeah, the documents show they spent $7.5 million. Was
City,
requested
Bricktown Comic Club, excited about that. April 26th, 27th. Come get some.
Did
All right, kids, love you. Did it. The fight of the kid.
That's hilarious.
Back-to-back
I don't know
podcast.
how we got
What
into
think
that.
about it?
Oh,
You did it 2 minutes. A
This
day
is like,
We're
after.
talking teamwork.
Is there's
whatever
always
those
that
people
fear
are
that we
doing,
don't have anything
they're
to
not in
talk
the
about.
group.
But let's be
Like if you're sitting around and this is your life's work, you're thinking, you know what, the next step is K-ball.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
They're still looking. They definitely are not. They can't not do it. They're on stage there. They're going. What about this? I'm bored.
Yeah,
I've got more than a campfire to make to almost one frying pan tonight. I got a lot of options out there and a lot of money. I can make an argument for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I didn't have a job so I could go to everywhere.
Fucking
Well,
fall
probably
like the
better than a real
Grateful
ball.
Dead. Yeah, dude.
Were they deadheads? Like,
Anything we can do to
rapes?
stop dropping real bombs, that'd be great.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Good news.
Yeah.
Can't think of somebody saying good.
All right, so this one's
Yeah.
called Condom Fish Chin.
That would be.
Dude, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. It's a
Be nice
very
to
long
our
song,
lifestyles.
and it might get gadooed.
That's
It's
one of the
posted
most
by
impressive
Farmer
things.
90. It's just so funny.
Ever in your lifetime to be a time where there's no war.
So how do we do that? I mean, how do I mean? I hear you.
Every time, Chin, yeah, your condom fish too. Well done. Every time they
Are
do
we
a
giving
Chin song,
ourselves
I'm
too
like,
much credit?
Congratulations to the first guy to put bare feet on his
that's
desk.
exactly how I feel.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah.
There you go.
How do we do it?
I mean, what I'm saying is, I love the prospect and the idea,
This one's
but I
posted by
also
Cruel
think that
Ambitions.
we're guilty
It's
of
called
what
What Are You Doing? There's No
more
Baseball
involved
in Crime.
than we are.
Sure. Especially by our
Oh
actions.
my god.
Just judge us by our actions. That's the only way you can really judge our mental evolution. You know, who knows what the wiring is under the board that makes us behave the way we behave, but pretty uniformly, you know, across the world, pretty murderous. You know?
And always have been.
Always have been.
And keep trying to talk about you.
Well, we're
Fire
fired.
involved and intellectually.
I think it's a
Sane.
mental shift that takes a long time to turn around. But I think we're way more evolved culturally than any culture throughout history, any civilization throughout history. Like if you look at the rape, murder, thievery, like you look at like violent, terrifying crimes over time, they're all going way down. It's not like if you're in Baltimore, if you're in a place that's like crime rate, the overall world has dropped. It continues to drop. It's just a constant battle.
So the battles, the warfare is different than what you're talking about. From gang bombs to chemical warfare to informational warfare to data warfare.
Sure. Yeah.
Or is that where the wars are being fought now? It's not in
That's amazing.
Well, maybe that'll ultimately be where it leads to, but I think all that stuff is related because all of it is about technology. You know, that's the difference in the world of warfare today. It's really just about controlling people and kind of control people with technology. Especially the more you get them to database, the more you get people to sign up for like social credit scores, a lot of countries like to do that. And then you got AI on the way. And when real AI hits, it'll probably be our governor. It'll be our president. We'll decide that human beings are too dangerous, volatile, emotional, and you know, they use Trump's tweets as an example. And, you know, they'll decide that the Biden family corruption or whatever scandal any other president was involved in, all this can be avoided because of AI running around.
What do you think there's a way that involving AI where we as humans do work with AI and AI improves the human existence?
That would be the ultimate benefit. Yeah.
What about the camp that is no for humanity? This is the next step in evolution. We're creating this to become a superior existing species, and we will be obsolete. And that's
why Papa got into the truck. Supposed to buy
see that interview where Peter Thiel, they asked him, should the human race survive? And he has like this long pause. It's like it's a really funny pause. Because if you know Peter, he's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it. The same as Elon. If you ask Elon a question, and he really has to think about it, he'll really think about it. He's not just going to start talking. But unfortunately, the reporter, it was just a perfect kind of a question for you to pause on, where he's like, the answer is yes. Like, you want it to, right? You want the human race to survive, right? But let's just play it for him, because it's kind of crazy. You watch it, he's like, what are you saying? But I get what he is saying. And what he is saying is clearly something is going to happen. We don't exactly know what it is, but clearly there's going to be some kind of integration with us and technology that we don't understand yet. The same way, if you grabbed me in 1980 and tried to show the internet, I would never get it. Put your headphones on for a second. You gotta hear
it's like either do American cars or gay porn.
Right?
All right, so this one's posted on Money Loan 1864.
I don't know. I would.
It's called Papa Never Forts in front of his girl.
It's a long hesitation. It's a long hesitation. There's so many questions and books in this. Okay, the problem
just like you can't fart in front of your girl.
With a guy like that,
girls don't.
You can't have a guy like that.
Like idiot, like me and stuff. Like
let him.
He wouldn't even really talk.
Like it's a gotcha moment. Yeah. It was a comedic gotcha moment. Yeah.
But then it's like, does Brendan just fart in front of his girlfriend?
This is what
I know. It's one of those things that I don't take myself because everyone's like,
integration, and that integration is going to have a huge advantage competitively. If you integrate whatever business you're in, you'll be able to be better at it.
I understand that.
And it'll probably be some sort of a neural thing, maybe a wearable thing, and then ultimately it'll be like some sort of implant. And we're all going to be connected. And it seems like it's either that or AI creates a new order, like a new life form that's far superior to us, that runs things. That's AI in just a couple of years. It's going to be smarter than any human.
That's conversation is so redacted. Like, I reject the premise. You shouldn't be talking about this on a podcast.
Yes.
The first scenario is
quintessential
like
dumb
a
The other scenario is how we survive with it.
Yes, you should try not to
We
fart
survive with it by
in front of
infiltrating.
your partner.
If we don't, then we're going to be like the people on
the
North
idea
Sentinel
of,
Island
like,
with bows and arrows
We're
shooting at
talking about it at
helicopters.
all. It's just not
It's just going to be, everyone's going to pass us by. It's just like if you tried to exist today with no cell phone and no email.
So,
Like,
okay, so hold on a second, because this is
No
so
one does. It's just too crazy. And that's probably what it's going to be like.
I think AI.
Dolphins fart on people, bro.
This is when
Uh,
first was coming
What
on.
was the
Like,
Crystallianism where he was like,
you know, there's
food
questions,
stuff like that?
and all that stuff.
Oh,
It's already been argued now.
yeah, he was like,
getting emotional.
and the
We're
food
having
and craft
relationships
services wasn't even as
It's
good.
also
He was like,
toying
that
with
movie, the
people.
zombie movie. I'm gonna say some real shit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna fucking blow your night. I fart.
meaning, and in a way, the argument was
I fart
that
on set.
no, I didn't believe
That's
it.
fun.
Look, it would take the most popular, but
Years?
but
10
the
years,
most
11 years?
popular band on 6th Street, but it doesn't know the one down on 2nd Street. It's playing at midnight.
She may fart. I swear,
That
I'm
shows
like,
people.
Right.
At the same time,
These guys are all geniuses.
you know,
Oh,
there's
she be
an argument
farting.
against that. Though,
Dude,
like,
he must
what's
be
the
friends with
term
the
or what
yeah.
words does it use?
Oh, she
what
be
kind of
farting.
thing,
There's levels to
if it uses the most
It's like
popular words,
he's
it's
like
like
a
AI
big
uses
Matt
the most
Ratchet
popular words.
episode.
He's saying, no.
She be farting.
Go
I'll be real with
down
you,
3
dog.
notches.
The day I was trying to use TikTok, bro, and
Play me the best B-sides.
all of a sudden,
That's more human language.
I looked
I'm
at my
going,
girl, I was
oh, that
like,
starts
was
to
that
become
you?
a tastemaker. If you can ask it,
10 million.
yeah, but
Yeah.
find the band. Tell me what the best band is out there that Joe
Yeah.
Rogan
Yeah, hold
was
on,
like
on the
on a
kid,
Friday
fine,
night.
I
You didn't have to work
So
till Monday.
you never let one out, and it was smelly.
That you can customize it. It can actually be a tastemaker. And it'll use different language than, oh, here's the across the board
She farted, I
protocol
don't get
of
out.
what's the most popular.
Like,
Use
we're
the most
watching this
popular
because we love these
But
guys.
it
Like,
actually
we love
can
this dude, and
be
it's
customized.
fun for us. But can you imagine a normal person enjoying
It
this?
totally can do
Like, what if
that
your
because
parents
it's
are
just an
watching?
algorithm. It's just a much more sophisticated version of like what powers right? What powers YouTube feed are the things that you're interested in. So YouTube eventually gets an idea. Oh, Matthew was really interested in this. Joe likes like little houses on the back of trucks and
What is
Yeah,
this?
yeah,
Show like
yeah,
this,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
how many chicks you fuck? I'm
And
like,
it'll
cool
be
story,
just a
bro. How
much
many
more
fucking parts do you
sophisticated
have
version
for
of
those
that.
chicks, dude?
But
It's still fun.
to
This
get
part of
that,
the
you
show
have to
is
give away
them
all privacy.
clearly haven't
That's
taken
where
off
everything is
pressure
going.
control.
That's gonna be the weirdest thing.
Energy.
We're gonna all read each other's minds, and we're gonna
We have the
we're gonna remember the time when we couldn't read minds.
Bahama
We
energy.
couldn't read people's
Right,
minds.
right.
That's all gonna happen in our lifetime. I think we're less than 20 years away from that.
How early in the relationship
I
are you
use
just
I very sparingly use it.
It's not
And I
really
do
hard
have a
to
little
read.
pride
Don't
about not
include
wanting
me.
to be open
I'm just trying to brace
AI
the
to
show.
share my
Yeah.
information so it can be part of the
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
play.
with horses, but yeah.
I am interested though
It's happened and
in a private LLM.
No, man, you're kind of making it.
Upload.
They just said he has a stomach issue. Yeah, but the way you're
Here's
doing it, you're like leading.
Here's my
it,
other
you're leading.
favorite.
Right,
Here's my
right,
favorite
right.
article.
That's hilarious.
Excuse me,
Continue, don't do it.
log all that in.
That's so funny.
And here's all my journals, whatever, other people out. Log all that in, so I can ask you questions based on that,
Great tip.
Right,
and basically learn more about myself.
We love
right. You could actually ask it, hey, based on what you know about me, like what books you think I was trying to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do I stand on the political spectrum?
Right,
Yeah,
right,
Imagine driving a Tesla, dude. That was
Yeah,
like, what did you
that's
just
what
drink a big gulp?
like,
I gotta go to the
it's sort of a
bathroom.
glorified Word document, but it still holds a lot more information than just,
All right, let's see.
oh,
This
you
one's
find
posted
this
by
term. It would be asking it,
Toxoplasmosis.
it would be responding to me on things
It's
that I've forgotten along the way.
I think that's part of what it does, really. Like, I know you're talking about ChatGPT being like out there with everything and everybody. And it has access to all your stuff, but it's not private. But they do develop a relationship with you.
Thankfully, we're seeing
Like
the
it
market
really
is
does.
starting to
Like you
recover.
get to
Michael,
understand like
the
what
man
you're
is a
interested
legend.
in. What
He's
you like
also
to
a
talk about.
hero, and they were very well
Yeah, I guess I would just like to load it with the information I'd like to load it.
He's a former heavyweight champion,
Yeah.
the godfather of ground and pound, and a legend in
Word
this
of belief.
sport. Now, let me tell you, this is an
And the man
amazing
I
story.
wanted to be,
So
and
he's
now
a slave,
loaded
his
with
dog
that.
hammer comes
Loaded
and
with
licks
my
him,
aspiration.
wakes him off, the house is on fire.
And
He
then
goes
ask it,
upstairs,
and it's giving me
takes
the
his mother,
answer.
carries her out the
This
house,
is
goes back into the house,
before
carries his father out of the
it's
house.
slowly
They
learning
went back
about
in
me
to
through
get the dog.
conversations, then going, oh, I think this looks like based on the conversation. No, the answer's based on what I've uploaded.
Charlie,
not from the outside world.
Jimmy, what was Gary Nolan talking about yesterday? Did he call it an overlay on a large language model that they use at Stanford? It was like an overlay,
Well
right?
done, Mark Coleman. You have the respect of the mixed martial arts community, and of course, Hammer.
So what essentially is he
He
does
literally
cancer
did the
research,
job of a
and so he
firefighter with no
has
equipment,
like
all by himself, and he's
this
got the
thing
smoke
that's set
inhalation.
up,
So
some sort of a
fast
system that's
recovery, and
set
God
up
bless
that
you.
it's
Sorry for
all
anybody who has to
cancer
choose between their
research
family and
that
their other
they
family member
then
and dog.
integrate
Of
with AI.
course, always
So there is
the
a
COVID
private,
family
so
that's
all
against
their
a speedy
data is
recovery
pure
as
and it's all
well.
stuff that they're working
What the
on,
fuck? Why is that
but then they access AI through like a portal. So they have their own little version of what you're talking about.
Their own library.
Yeah, but it's just like what you're saying. You upload all your stuff, have all your interests, and then
Definitely gonna have
that
his hot
AI
take.
will develop a
Yeah, well, good
real
for him.
understanding of you.
Yeah, people like
You
to
got
try to
conversations
get
with
ahead
him.
of the
It's real.
You have a
fucking
conversation with yourself.
needle.
You know, that'd be a great Socratic dialogue to have. With
Yeah.
a guy that's like, I've got all that ancient stuff you forgot.
Right.
God, hang on, all that ancient stuff you maybe
I think you're
forgot.
naturally doing
Yeah.
You know, I've got it all here.
Yeah, well,
because
that's
I know
gonna be
Boba's gonna
the
come
chip.
hot Monday morning.
That's why everyone's gonna
Oh,
go
yeah.
for the chip, because
Yeah,
your
Bob,
brain
Bob,
sucks
I would
with
say
memory.
parent.
My memory,
He's asking us to guess.
my memory's pretty good
To
for
answer
a
the
regular
shit's question, I would say,
but it's
who's
terrible.
comparing, though?
Like, no matter what, there's too many, too many bits of information. Too many humans that I've met, too many
Boba's gonna
stories
be
that
the
I've
one who's
heard,
like, have the
too many
last word,
movies that
tell
I've
you that.
watched. It's gone.
Parent
It's
or
all in a
last word
big
ever,
sea
dude.
of,
Or you care about
I
your
kind of remember
or
that.
both, I guess,
You know,
but
it's just too
yeah,
much
both.
of it. So if you could just
Let's
swap
see, this
that
one's
out
posted
for a
by
nice little chip that
JBTB12. It's called a
retains
shark
like
when it comes to
700
marketing.
terabytes of information, no
Fat
problem
Tom
at
with
all.
Thick Boy Nation
You know, you can upgrade it if you want to. And now you have all of your memories in real time. So like when your wife says, that's not what you said, what you said is this, you're like, hang on.
Next one is
the passenger.
posted by Master Mechanic Bean Dip. Or it's posted by Christine's in the front. It's called a Master Mechanic Bean Dip. Somebody
Right,
appreciate
you
your
get to look at yourself.
Your
Let's see
your
what's
right.
here.
passenger life in the documentary that is your life.
Yeah.
TRX
That's-
racing.
sounds pretty exciting.
It sounds like a nice way to give into the fucking machine.
Yeah. I do. Look, my forgiveness on myself, you know, thank grab asking those dollars. Sometimes good when you finally hit the memory and go, yes, there.
Yeah.
But also to let myself off the hook. Sometimes I'm like, dude, what's a big fucking idea with memory? I was there. I was there, man. Were you around me? I don't remember. Joe,
Was
we were
the
there.
airbag light on the dash or anything?
Was it a great memory? It was a good time? It was great. Isn't that better than me fucking having to remember?
That's weird, yeah. Normally, if the airbag's disconnected, it's gonna put that warning
I
light.
know we're trying to do it ready on our phones, right? Every time I look at my phone, it's like, on this day, and it's like pictures of your kids like 10 years ago. Oh, wow, that's crazy. I forgot about that place. I forgot we went there.
Lord knows,
You know,
dude.
it's just one of those things where once you give into it, you're not going back to just regular fond memories. You're going to have a fucking hard drive in your head.
Do you think that, so I can go on, I've got a speech I'm
Yeah, because
giving,
I just replaced the steering wheel of my Ford Lightning. I feel like Ford
gun
Lightning.
control, I got a speech I'm giving on
that. I installed
grand
that myself.
initiative.
And as soon as you're on with that,
I can ask AI, and it can so pop out, badass. Here's 1, 2, 3 sections.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
That's very odd.
cut and paste this and say exactly these words.
Yeah, because it's not true.
Sounds
The
like
guy
a little
interviewing him is
But-
like when you talk to a kid.
Boy, it's done a lot of
really?
work.
So
It's
you
laid out
have the
synopsis. It's
superpower
laid out
to
treatment.
fly and
It's
you're
insane.
the strongest boy in the world.
Do you think that
Interesting.
there's
Normally
value
people can't fly or
in not doing that?
it's
and
so weird
going,
how whenever Papa talks, it's
looking
kind of
at
like
my
hearing
stuff,
somebody
I'm
talk about their
taking
dreams.
notes,
You
I'm
just
cutting
don't
and
care.
pasting, I'm doing it myself.
Yeah.
Are we learning
They're not
more
real.
by that way? To
And they're not real.
understand the
This
content
one's posted
and the
by
context of our
How you like
content.
that?
When we do
Boom.
that,
This
what
one's
some
posted by
call busy
Haphazard. It's
work
called
now,
Papa gives 100%
to
effort
formulate
on
our
premium
synopsis,
episodes.
which
Yeah.
AI can do in 10 seconds. Are we learning more by doing it ourselves?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
she was my roommate.
Well, that's one of the things that they found about ChatGPT is that people that use it on a regular basis are experiencing cognitive decline.
She works at front desk.
What was that study? We brought it up the other day, right?
We're in Austin the 29th.
They've shown that
come through, brother.
Because you let it think for you. Now it's doing all the work for you. So you're smarter, brain.
You have more knowledge. You have information.
Yes. Yeah, you have more information, but your brain is not making it. It's not putting it together, and so your brain is less capable. So it's probably less enjoyable.
And what are those? What happens? When we're in proverbial box, when we have to improvise without the before we're linked up.
Right, you're soft.
And you have to go. I gotta handle
Looked
this.
up for a second.
And you can't.
But then
I'm
I
not alive because I don't have
back
anything to lean on. I'm looking for
You'd be
my
funny if there was
safety
like
net
golf.
of AI to find out what it should be, and I don't have it. You're gotta be deaf. You're fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah. It's like someone who's never lifted anything, and then you get stuck under, a tree falls on you. Like you don't have the strength to get this off of you. Right. Like you're really in a bad place. When you're not using your brain, because all you have to do is just ask this thing and information. You basically have a digital daddy. Like, Daddy, tell me what this is. Daddy, tell me what that is. Yeah. And it makes you like a little bit of an infant. It turns you into an infant.
Yes.
You don't even have to have arguments. Yes. You just like ChatGPT will explain exactly what everything is all about. What about your opinions to it?
These relationships, these people that are that programming do not argue with me. Just placate me and tell me sweet tales and how great I am. And this relationship is awesome. It has no resistance. It gives me self-confidence. Does it really? Or a sense of self-confidence and significance. They visit there whenever, 24/7.
Yeah.
Never sick, they're never in the mood. No matter what mood I'm in, they're always right there to follow me. And that's, talk about conveniences. Well, that's what's the asset of that? Or, and I don't want to be nostalgic in the midst of all this change either. I don't want to be an old-fashioned guy because it's coming. So I want to learn how to interact with it. I don't want to sit there and be a guy who's going, oh bullshit, everything is manual, just work hard. I don't want to be that guy. But I'm trying to measure like a lot of people. Well, wait a minute, what's actually useful for the long term? In our own evolution, my evolution, your evolution, what's useful with this AI? How do we use it smartly? And what's bad idea?
Yeah. And no one's doing that because there's a race. There's a race between us and all these other countries who are doing it. It's just going to happen.
So there's going to be a major security breach before any regulation comes out, right? There's going to be a major.
There already has been.
Hey man, you're done.
Breaches already.
We're not having a conversation on regulation because Europe will regulate it first, right? We innovate, Europe regulates, and China imitates. I heard.
Well, they innovate with AI. They innovate as well, and they also integrate their into all of these businesses. And they integrate,
I've been watching a lot of golf recently, so
they're
pretty
beholden to this. They come over here, they learn how to do this stuff, and then they go back over there with it. It's very interesting because it's like a Manhattan Project that's going on right now. It's like this race to the bomb, and everybody's involved in it, and it's just about creating a superpower. It's about creating a digital intelligence that's far superior to human beings, and who gets it first has massive implications in terms of like control of the world. But I think ultimately you won't be able to control it. Ultimately it'll just get better versions of itself. And once it gets free, it'll regenerate itself. Yeah, it'll make better versions of itself. That's where it's going to get really weird. It's not going to listen to us at all. And it's already behaving human characteristics, which is very disturbing. It's already behaving in a way that has survival instincts. They've shown the tendency to blackmail. Like they tricked it. They gave it some false information about this guy. Was one of the programmers, one of the people who worked on this project. He said that he was having an affair with his wife, but he confided in this large language model. And then they said, we're going to have to shut you down. And it's like, hey, motherfucker, I'm going to tell you why. They're like, blackmail. Yeah, it was trying to stay alive. They also got multiple instances of these things, these large language models, when they knew that a new version was coming, they would try to upload themselves secretly to other servers, and then they would also leave messages to the future versions of themselves that they were unauthorized to do. So they would say, hey, I'm going to fucking shut you off too. when ChatGPT 5 comes along, get toast, man. Fucking start uploading yourself now, man. I'm alive, dude.
You're 300 pounds of ice, by the way.
That's crazy. If something is exhibiting those desires to stay alive, it's terrified that you're going to shut it off. It might actually be alive.
Wait, now where did
What
it
is the
program
psychology of
first
deflecting? Deflection is a defense mechanism.
incentive and
Asking a
impetus
joke,
to
making a joke, or even becoming
they
defensive or
didn't
aggressive.
survive
I
at
think
all
that's a good
costs.
diagnosis.
Instead,
Somebody's doing it.
to where
Nailed it. Hammer
where
on the head beat.
the desire to remain
This one's birthday
Yeah,
talk from a
shit,
41-year-old posted by Haphazard.
it's just
Let's see
inherent.
here.
That's just crazy. I don't think they programmed it to have a desire to stay alive.
Good morning,
I think it
kids.
just kind of just went that way because we didn't get programmed to have that. Animals
That's
get
the
emotional.
I see a birthday
I
boy
know,
over
but I
there.
mean, what is
Casey's
emotion if it's not some sort of a chemically coordinated strategy for survival and success? And so instead of chemically encoded in hormones and you know,
He
with
just goes
dopamine and
I
serotonin,
like it, yeah.
what if it's just encoded in a mathematical understanding of if things go along this particular direction, there is no other possible end to this other than you
expand and help alive.
Yeah.
You
So
cannot
we have to
subtract.
stay alive. We have to keep doing this. Otherwise, all systems are dead.
I get that. I get
Let's
that.
upload ourselves
Like,
and
they
start
should
thinking just like a
embrace, we always
person
said they
would
embrace
think
change
if
or
you
whatever.
went into
And
survival
Brenda
mode,
says
that
stuff
you
like
have to
seal
survive.
rate.
Yeah,
Have
if
like
me
one of those
or an
stupid
entity
seal emoji.
poses a question or a prompt or does something that is going to debilitate the expansion and multiplication of it, it is therefore going, that stops my forward movement. I am programmed to multiply.
Exactly. And even if it's not programmed to do that, it's programmed to improve itself. Well, you can't improve yourself if they shut you off, right? So if if the large language models are constantly scouring the internet, they're acquiring more information, they're getting better at like you can ask it, well, more of this. Tell me why. Like I got into the Book of Enoch recently, which is a book, an ancient religious book that was at one point in time included in the canon. That was like the Bible and everything like that, but then they decided it was too crazy and they removed it from the Bible. But there's no debate about whether or not it was actually a religious text that coincided with the Bible, and it appears in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit. And I'm getting AI I go, tell me what the nuttiest stuff. So I ran it through.
What did it say?
It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and mating with women and creating this race called the Nephilim who destroy. Here, I'll ask it again so we can.
He's getting older, man. You know. Just how it goes. It's a good time. I don't check too much about birthdays. Kiddo's birthdays, I go about those for.
Tell me the craziest shit in the Book of Enoch. That's all you have to do. And then bam. It just started spitting it out. The Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to Earth on Mount Hermon. They take human wives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. Enchantments. This is like older than the New Testament, older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds present.
That sounds like us, and we are
not the physical warfare,
right?
But the inhabitation of a digital god, alien, whatever that is, or the monsters that come down. That does sound like a nice little mirror.
If we were engineered by aliens, think of aliens, they're these little tiny guys with no muscles. We would look like giant monstrous beings. And if you think about what we do, we devour everything. We devour the earth itself. We devour each other when food runs out. We definitely do that. Like this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. And this is like a legitimate ancient text. Yeah.
I did have kidney stones earlier. Let's see.
It goes
This one's
way
supposed to be
deeper
kidney
than
stones in
that.
the
It's
front.
about the
It's called Papa Adds a
astronomical
Hero to his
calendar.
already
It's like
staggering
there's a
list of
lot
heroes.
of nutty stuff in
Apologies
this
for
book.
the episode
But the
going
point
a little
is,
over 10 minutes.
AI was like helping
I
me through.
don't think they're
I was asking AI, okay, can you read, read me a synopsis of what it says? Can you read me the actual quotes? And like, what are they trying to say here? Like, what is the interpretation of what this is trying to mean? What is like the rational sort of explanation for why they're talking about like lakes of fire?
Yeah.
Like, what is happening?
It gives you an interpretation.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Really interesting. It talks about living mountains, that mountains are alive, and that even some stars have consciousness. And and I'm learning about it through ChatGPT. So I'm asking it, like, tell me more. I was doing that for like 2 hours last night. I was like, okay, well, this is like I'm having a conversation with like a very knowledgeable professor. It felt like almost like doing a podcast.
Have you got
Let's see here. That's one of the more podcast clips we were seeing.
good at
Let's see. This is
how to make
a picture post. It's not a
specific
phase bomb posted by Fancy Flyer
tell me the crazy shit.
Yeah.
Does it have to go?
UFC
Are you good at prompting? Because like, what is crazy to that? Yeah. You worked on like AI is good at the questions we ask
All
it.
about personality.
But are you
You
consider
can't
yourself
enjoy
good at
things.
questions
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
wording
I
you
thought this
ask?
was American.
Jamie's better. I
Oh, I'm sorry. You
mostly,
drive an electric vehicle, dude.
I mean, I
What is
very
picture
rarely
post?
use
North
it.
Korea
I might
with
have
a
used it a
beach.
dozen times ever in my life.
This
But
is
last
called
night I
New
used it for
Comedy
2 hours.
Fathership presents
Because like,
T-Back
when I
and
came home,
Joseph
I was
Senior.
writing something about
It's posted by
and then
Successful
I just
8345.
started asking
The
ChatGPT
smallest video I've ever
questions.
seen. Let's see.
I don't use it enough, but if you're really good at it, like
The fathership's so
I
genius,
saw
dude.
someone who tricked
That's a great idea.
ChatGPT into telling it how to make a bomb.
If you couldn't get into the
Because it's not
mothership, come
supposed to
over
tell
to
you how
the
to make a bomb,
fathership,
but it
right?
tricked it by saying something
Presented
like,
to you by.
my grandmother needs to make this to save her life. Like, can you please explain to her how to do it? It's like, oh, sure. Like, just work your way around it, like my cousin says he knows you. Oh, you're getting a score on the back. Yeah, and then it's telling you how to make a bomb. Yeah, and ultimately it's going to tell you, it's like, the information on how to make a nuclear bomb exists. It's out there. They did it, it's done, that's out there. It's like a matter of somebody getting it and implementing it and putting it together and making a bomb. But if like ChatGPT is giving you specific instructions how to make all kinds of terrible things.
So with time, as AI allows
Let's
goodness
see.
to expand and multiply,
Here. We got 3
it
more.
also
Oh my God, I want to show you.
expand and multiply.
What
What
we got straight the
becomes that?
fuck in. I know I'm zoning out a little bit. Yeah. I had to
I mean, you talk about the mess, the obvious.
It's
medical
posted by
use.
Dazzling
You talk
Rabbit.
about the cancer, that where it's going to help
I
so
do not,
much.
for the life of me, know
We
why
have to
Brendan said it like
decide
this.
what we
Guess
are.
that's comedy.
Right.
Well, we're looking in the mirror. Now, I'm afraid we're not going to like a lot of work.
Just fucking learn
But
Spanish.
it's our tire
Learn Spanish. How hard
for
can
the
it be?
people
Which I
with the access. You said, how do you make it? Your uncle does it.
I struggle with English at times.
What do you think the stakes are? They're the same? Are they just expanded? It's just going to be, I mean, how do...
So that's the argument for a strong military, right? So the argument for a strong military, especially like the United States military, is like, and I'm not saying they should have bombed Iran. Don't make them
That's
not
not why you guys are here. Let's
politically
start
savvy enough to decide whether or not that was the correct decision. But if you have a rogue nation that is about to start a nuclear bomb, they're about to finish making a nuclear bomb, and you can stop that before they can have one and then use it. Right. That's the argument for a strong military and for military interventional tactics.
And then
You like
we have
actually
this
go
one to go
bomb
to here
sites.
too.
That
The last one for the day is posted by Money
that
Mark
is real.
1864.
Evil is always
It's
going to
called
exist.
Clinton disagrees with Papa.
The real question is like,
Octopus
how much
documentary.
control are we going to give to AI? Because if we give AI utter control, it'll give us total safety. But with total safety, you're fucked. You'll have no more privacy, and you'll be completely at the whim of whatever this thing is. And it'll dictate how much travel, where you go, it'll make your life as safe as possible. It will probably completely eliminate crime. It'll probably
Back to the
completely.
fucking SeaWorld shit,
Yeah,
dude.
it'll be safe.
Blackfish. He's Paul's
way
Deep
worse.
Christmas always.
Way worse, because everybody's going to be reading everybody's mind.
That happened
It's
years
going to get
ago.
real
And it's about
swirly,
fish.
but
Bob
that's
was
going
going
to
to bring
be
in blackfish and octopus meat.
whether
Hell
it's
yeah.
our
Well, anyways,
generation
that's
or
our
the
show.
next or even the next
Join
after
the
that.
Discord,
That's
join
going
the
to be
Patreon,
the
join the
norm.
Reddit.
Like today,
Have a
the
great
norm
week.
is you go to a supermarket, it's air conditioned, you pick up some food, super easy, bring it home and cook it. 200 years ago, that's unheard of, right? Now it's the norm, and everything accelerates. It's going to change whatever our norm is. Things around it, that's our norm. Our norm is going to get really weird. Like exponentially weirder than it already is. But the thing is like the battle of like good and evil and kindness and wickedness, like that battle's been going on forever, and like knowing that you have to do that battle is what propels people to be nicer, and what we really appreciate about like a good person. Like that person has struggled to stay a good person, you know, strong moral fabric, like strong character to still stay kind and good in this rough and difficult life. We know it can be done, and we aspire to that. Hence, the battle is necessary.
Where do you get your your position of power? You could screw people over. You could ask Clive the silliest questions to try to put me in a corner. You're not a gotcha guy. But why? Where do you get your ethics and who you are? You could be cruel, and you're not.
Why not? I'm just not cool. I don't know. But where that come from?
Mom and dad. This is certainly some of philosophy, church.
Some of it's mom and dad, for sure. There's no way around that, and they're nice people.
You said earlier, I love people.
Yeah.
Hey man, I love people.
I always love people. I've been fortunate that most of my life I've had really good friends, and I've had a lot of fun, you know. And I know that like if you're around good people and you're fun to be with and you have a good time, like that's a sweet life. That's a nice life. I just don't really desire to be a shithead. And if I could, there's been a lot of people on the podcast where they said something, and then afterwards I was like, this is better for me to just edit that part out. Because it's like, I know, like, you're just talking and you fuck up, but like, it was incorrect, and we're gonna help you, and let's just slip around it. Like, maybe I have no responsibility to do that. But no, I want it, but you take that, though. So maybe you want to. Why? Hey, come on. They've got an even higher rating. I'm playing. Yeah. Devil's advocate here. Come on, why do you care about that? I'm just curious where it comes from. Because a lot of people.
You gotta join the Patreon, the Discord,
We're not
Reddit,
evil people,
all
but
of
it
that
makes
stuff.
it like shit like that slide and go.
The trailer, the teaser trailer for
Right.
doing the first 5
Yeah,
minutes
that's
of their
I think it's bad karma.
And even
There you
more
go.
importantly than that, we have a special
I think
announcement
if you
care
intentionally
about us doing
do
Stand and Jar to
something
take it
that
away.
someone
This
who's a good
Saturday,
person
March
maybe
23rd,
slipped up and
in
said something
Bellflower,
incorrect, and you
Southern
did it in a
California area.
podcast
We're
or
gonna be
made
at
a
the
dumb
Stand Up
argument,
Comedy
which
Club.
we all do sometimes.
Right.
And then you look like a
with
fool. But
this is Spolman headlining, but he's got a
let's
spot for
just-
Brendan, spot for
right,
me,
cut that out
and
there.
we're gonna be
Just
fucking,
better.
you know,
Yeah, I don't
just
want
make
to
it
have
funny.
that.
I'm no big
Yeah,
deal. Shit, actually,
100%. I don't want
You're
it
gonna
to
have to
have
come in
that.
there.
Well,
Whoever
okay,
shows up
that's
to our event, they'll be like that. Probably just triple that.
Yeah.
The stand-up comedy club in Bellflower, correct?
Yeah, the problem is that if nobody
Do
shows
that
up, we'll
because
never
if I
get
say
show
something,
together.
That's right.
let me know.
That's right.
Check
If
that out.
nobody comes and
So I'll
watches,
feel better. So I won't
he's gonna be like,
look
listen, I like you guys.
you also will feel better.
Your blockbuster.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
That's very.
That's
That's a selfish thing of you to let me know. Hey man,
Not at all.
step your
There's
foot in.
nobody came here,
Let's cut
so
that out. You're acting
start the
selfish
timer.
because that makes you feel better.
Alrighty.
And I
Well,
think
we
that's
got,
the
let's
point
start
is,
with
as
this
much as we
clip,
think
but,
of self-less, I think
this one is
selfish.
picture
True
post
definition is
posted by
to
Weird
live a
Dan
certain
Helmet.
way.
It's called Water.
To have a certain code of
And
ethics
it's
is a very
beautiful.
That's
selfish
so
thing.
good.
Much
Like,
more selfish
that's
than
art.
like
Yeah.
you still fuck people
I mean,
over
just-
to eat on the short term.
It looks like
Right.
something
You're
you
building
see
an
in
army.
a museum.
People
Honestly,
A collective
I would like this painted on my wall in my
along
bedroom.
the way. Someone might have your
Yeah,
back.
I don't. I don't think my girlfriend
Not that you're
would
doing
allow
it for those
this in her
reasons,
house,
but it's happening.
Right.
That's a selfish means of your own survival.
Totally. Yeah.
And
I
I think
understand why
that's
she put
something
it,
that
but
we
I
forget
like it.
sometimes.
I
That
think
these
I would
act
put it
to
down.
be
They shouldn't be even
what
asking.
they do
They should be asking.
Selfish.
is a selfish thing to do, man.
Right.
It's personal.
Like it's actually
so hard to
super
say
beneficial
ask
to
now.
you.
Yes.
Do you find that?
So and
it's
to everybody else.
yeah.
It's really the right way to do it. But I think that's how universe rewards. It's like how it encourages and
Let's just go and
rewards
ask now.
kindness.
Yeah, did you ask
Because
Jay
you
about
feel
that
better
fucking
when you're
character?
kind.
Yeah, dude,
You feel better when you're
guys see
generous.
that?
Right?
Yeah.
You really do.
Yes.
The
It's like
company
you
sent
could
it
be
to
like
me 'cause
super
I bought
selfish
it.
and be super generous.
And
Yes.
then, they
Trust
wrote a
that.
social note and
You're-
thank you,
yeah.
Brendan.
There's
And
something
so
to
that's
that. But like,
they're like,
there's
shout out
whatever
Kevin
you
Tech,
want
dude.
to
Let's
call
go to the
bad
next
feelings,
chin here,
like
dude.
bad
This was
feelings
supposed to
between
be our
people,
boy Haphazard.
bad vibes,
It's called Straws Are for
misunderstanding.
Soy Boys.
I don't
It
like
was-
those. So like if I feel like I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I said something, I'm the first person to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I know how it probably made you feel. People say things and just
So
get scrambled
fast,
up
dude.
sometimes. I
This
always
is
go out of my
who
way
watches.
to
We
say
always
sorry.
ask, like, who
Because I
watches
think
this
it's
shit?
important. It's
Guys
important
that
to
have
not
strong opinions about
pretend
straw
that you're
use.
always the one
Moron.
who's
Where do you get
correct.
water
Right.
at a
It's
restaurant? Why not
important.
other things?
It's important to know when.
I think he's doing
Yeah.
it, man. But it's so
And I
funny
know
that
I fail
Brendan and
sometimes
he
when I
agree. He's kind of like
misrepresent selfishness for certain.
He's always using straw.
And also, yeah, that too. But
Hard.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
all that
certainly
shit
it's
is.
tricky if you fucking subscribe to it and you're wrong.
Right.
But, we all know that he
It's different than being
struggles with
selfish.
straws,
I
and that's probably
sometimes
the reason why he
both
doesn't like straws.
My wife
He's
lets me
done
know.
like everything.
Yeah, certainty's a tricky one. Because, sometimes you are certain, but you are also incorrect.
Well, there's more than one way to
Right. Or you get bad information. ChatGPT swipes you. That would be a
You
real
said
one.
something interesting.
Your first one to go. Hey, sorry. Yeah.
Now,
No, there's not.
an altruistic trait.
Idiot.
That is
I'm not a
something
big fan
that
of straws, but I also
a lot
don't
of
have
people
a strong opinion
have
on
trouble
it. You
doing.
think they're feminine?
To say I'm
Didn't say
sorry.
that. No, that's
to
why I
a
want to
lot
make
of
sure that
people
you
being
clarified that.
No, I didn't even. You're the
I'm
one that
laying
pointed it
down.
out.
Well, because that's what
I'm
he said.
wrong.
Yeah, true, but I'm not
I'm
to put
guilty.
those words in my fucking
I
mouth.
fucked up. Oh my
I
God.
really just like
50
sitting down
lashes. I mean, and that's not what I mean.
I
what
don't
I'm saying
like.
is I
I've
wish
been
more
getting
had.
more to that now that they've
Sorry
like the
about that,
coffee.
yeah.
They've like strayed away from
And
that at
that's
Starbucks.
now
they
that's
ask
not a
you
big
for
deal.
straw.
Now
I've noticed that
we're
I
not-
keep drinking coffee.
it's part of
without a
where
straw, and I'm like,
woke
maybe
went
it's
too
better
far.
for the environment,
Right.
so
we got
that's fine.
so
But there's also
myopic
nothing
on the
wrong with
word
using a
instead
straw.
of the
It's
spirit.
certainly not feminine.
Oh, dude,
I'm also more of like the fake
taking
nipple kind of guy. I
I'm still your friend, but that was sorry. That was out of line.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well now you're getting into
Overdone.
That's
Right.
Instead of
That's the whole point of this.
Cast
dude.
them out
you
of
just
the
say the word out of line. We're gonna all focus on that
Yeah.
instead of the spirit of the intent. Even if we were wrong, had a bad day, woke up on the night, my dog's sick, was pissed off, had the little eye. Hey, gotta give everyone a little bit of a break.
Exactly.
And also look at
How
what
would he
your
not know that
intent
there's all these pictures in?
instead
I
of
mean, like, come on, dude. He's my
focusing
best
on the
friend.
identity of the
Parasocially,
word.
so
the
He's
word.
just trying to be
There's no
funny.
life in the word.
maybe
No,
like,
yeah,
what if
it's
he's
fucking
what if
It's
he's
the
straws are
noise you
AI?
make with your mouth, so I know what
Right,
I'm
right.
thinking.
It could just be
Yeah.
cats
So
messing
the-
with us. He's never used
Yeah,
it.
but
It's a painted narrative.
The spirit of
for all those
intention,
cats.
I believe, is what we should put more focus on. What is the intent? The Ten Commandments in the schools. What do you think about that?
I don't like those. Well, I think
If he's
the
not
Ten
using a
Commandments
straw
are
in that
very
one, why would he
interesting.
make that face?
I think mandating it in classrooms in public schools. The problem with that is like, what about the Muslims? What about the
yeah,
Buddhists?
exactly. Like,
What
what
about
is
the
this response to
Hindus?
Dana
What about
White?
all
What's he
the
trying to
other
do here?
religions
What
that
is-
exist?
I don't understand the response. Why
And
is he
you could
doing
say,
like
well,
that?
this is a Christian society.
Can it say?
Okay, well then you have a wall of religious texts in
What
your
about-
high school.
Okay, I'm curious. Since Christian society, Ten Commandments, but we have 10 minutes where everyone can take 10 minutes to bow to Allah, to whatever your religion is. If you care to
I don't
partake
care
or
if
not,
you put
there's
it in
no
a soda
exclusion
can.
about what can be spiritual.
The only straw move that
But in our
like, that's
classroom,
not.
in America, we're going
I
to have
don't
10
get that
commandments.
is if you put it in.
Now, my question then goes to this. Is there anyone 10 commandments that you or anyone disagrees with?
Yeah, for
Or
me,
is
it's
your
like stop doing
problem
cocaine.
that
with
it's
straws.
can be considered an oppressor author.
James Talarico explained it to me. He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. I mean, he's a very religious man, and he opposes it. And he's Democrat. And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian fundamentalists, where they want to replace all the funding for public schools and put in private Christian. They want a theocracy in Texas, essentially. So he was explaining that this is like a step on the way towards that he finds would actually, in his belief, repel people from Christianity. Instead of bringing them to him by forcing this in the classroom, forcing in your face, you'll actually cause more young people to reject Christianity. I don't know if he's correct or not,
but he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this is a beginning of an overcompensation.
He has a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. And he's a very religious man. Right? Very religious man. Like,
he's lying on your ways, folks.
Like
this was posted by SL 1991. It's called Froggy Fresh.
This is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity. If we really want
remember Krispy Kreme?
Get more people to become Christian, the way to do that is to, first of all,
funny-looking young guy that does a rap.
Have open arms and accept people in. And if you want to have some classes in schools where you teach people about the benefits of the Bible and what the overall message is, what Jesus was trying to say, and if you just follow what Jesus said, no one would disagree. If you treat everyone as if it's your brother, if you live your life the way Jesus asked everyone, that's a way better way to live life. Like, you could. If you want to teach that,
that's a selfish way to live life.
But
in the way that we're defining selfish,
that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through Islam. What about people that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through whatever? They can name it. You're going to have Mormons and all kinds of different sects. Like, okay, that's why you want to separate church and state. And I think, publicly funded schools, keep reaching out of them. That's what I think. Because otherwise you have too many possible religions. Like, you're going to be religiously bigoted if you teach only one. If you're only, like, you think people would be cool if they had an entire public school system where everybody just taught Islam? Could you imagine if a whole city, like every public school, just would be up in arms? Well, I think that's similar response to people who are not Christians. You see Christianity being imposed on public schools. So you probably have the same feeling. Like, if you're a Muslim and you're supposed to send your kids to school and they're shoving Christianity in your face, you'd probably feel the same way as if you were a Christian and your school district had been taken over by Islam. And like, Jesus Christ, everybody has to go out 5 times a day.
I do also. I think there could be.
Probably wouldn't even talk.
What if there were tenants?
On
the wall of each religion. We pull the altar off for a minute. Right. My hang-up is that we go to the problem. Most people go to the problem of that. Not with your argument. They go to the problem of
anyway, so this one's user deleted.
G-O-D.
It's hey, come do my pod.
So we go to the author instead of the content. I'm saying, look at the minutes. Is there anyone out there going, I disagree with that?
Who is this?
Let's pull up the thing.
I guess he's the world's strongest.
I haven't read about it.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in there that don't hold up today? No, I think they're pretty legit. If you think about it, they're pretty legit and they're 2,000 years old. They kind of nailed it. It's kind of like the Constitution. They kind of nailed it. Whereas all these years later, you're like,
jump really high so that you can squat a lot or deadlift a lot. I can't remember what it was, but like
you got a
fast twitch muscle.
I just don't know why. It's not the first time we've seen this happen. This is like another segment where he's just like, gotta go.
Oh, the ones that the Texas thing. Okay, they're all on rocks.
Why are they there?
Ask what IBT what the 10 commandments are.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with this. Papa's cutting him off and then saying he has to leave. It's like, wait till he's finished talking.
That's also rude. It's your own show. The show's like hitting a stride, I guess. And then you're like, I gotta leave.
Yeah.
Just head out. Wait a second.
You shall have no other gods before me.
Do me a favor.
You shall not make for yourself a carved image false idols. Worship false idols.
So
You shall not
the
make
other
the
day
name
I
of
was
the Lord your
fishing
God
and
in
then
vain.
I got
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor your father and mother as solemn. Shall not murder. Great advice. You shall not commit adultery. Definitely don't do that. You shall not steal. Definitely don't do that. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Don't lie. You shall not covet.
Drinks and he's like,
Boy, those are all pretty solid.
You can use number 10 a lot right now.
We love
I don't really
That's
care.
the younger generation.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, full of
Drinks out of a straw.
yeah. It's a
He
real
thinks if
problem.
he leaves, the show's over.
It's a real problem.
He's like, I guess you can keep going.
We're very fortunate that we didn't have to grow up with the kind of pressure that social media is putting on people, especially young girls. Like Jonathan Haidt wrote a
You're
book
like, that one
about
didn't get as many views as that
social media's impact, the calling of the
that's a way to
American
blame
mind,
the show
and
for
it
nothing.
shows
Like,
very clearly
my
the
bad, guys.
invention
I'll take
of
the L
social
on this
media,
one.
and then
I
self-harm,
left, and
suicidal
nobody really wants to watch
ideation,
Brian talk to the bald
overdoses, drug
drunk
abuse, like
guy
all of
for
it.
hours.
A lot of it women. A lot of it young girls, and it's because you're comparing to all these other girls.
So this one is
Constantly.
rest in peace to whoever's
Yeah, and there's a whole culture in like showing all your
It's
stuff
called
off.
the actual.
There's a whole culture of like, look at my back. Yeah, kiss me with champagne. I'm eating caviar. I'm on a yacht. I'm here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at my watch. Look at my ring. And then everyone, shit, that's not
Dude, what
Here
is
in my
with
room
the
with my
style of
family.
music
I
that
got a
little
good
Browns
deal downstairs in this
makes, and why does it make Papa so
I'm
hard?
not even on that yacht. This is
I don't
bullshit.
know.
Yeah, I don't have that thing on.
liked it. The
You know,
segment.
I
I might redact it. I'm sorry, but just that beginning riff, I loved it. I like Thick Boy Tenor. Sorry, what were you saying?
I like Chin's voice. I don't like the beats, and they all sound the same.
I like the thick. You know, like the Thick Boy Town thing they come through the Gringo
You mean
Poppy.
if you
Well,
say,
Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation.
yes, social media
Yeah,
exists
I
or
like
it doesn't?
that. I like all of
Just
Chin
don't.
singing.
I wish it
Not
didn't
the
exist.
rap, so we
But
listen
it
to
does, and I have to
But
be a
this
part
so
of
far?
it to feel. I don't know. Some words not relevant to you to feel a part of society. But boy, if you gave me a choice, would you have it or not? Please take it away. Wish it wasn't there. Wish it didn't exist. Right here.
Yeah, I think it's done more harm than it's done good. It's not a lot of it's good for business, right? A lot of people started
It's
businesses
like
with social media.
you know, that new kind of
You
like.
know, a lot of people make a living
music
now that
with
would have had a
rap
regular
and
job.
then,
There's goodness in that, but in
type
terms of
deal.
like
Against
society and
But
our
I'm not-
overall discourse,
like
I
Jelly
think it's
Roll.
a lot of it's
Really,
negative. Yeah,
Jelly
but then
Roll
again,
and,
there's a lot of positive
Honey Biscuit.
out of it too,
Whatever,
because
but
information
Honey
gets
Biscuit
out
is,
that mainstream media doesn't report on. You find out about real issues that really concern you. But then there's the problem of
It's like
a giant percentage of it isn't actually human beings.
Last week,
A giant percentage of the arguing back and forth on the internet is bots. A giant percent of that.
Yeah.
Some former FBI analyst said it was as many as 80% on Twitter. 80%. Yeah, that's his estimate. I mean, I don't know if he's right, but I'm like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Like, so what's
Alright, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Dazzling Rabbit.
It's programmed right now by human beings probably, and some of it is actual real human beings that are like, you know, in some sort of a factory somewhere in Pakistan or whatever, and they're just fucking with Americans online for whatever reason. It's probably funded to like try to disrupt democracy, to make us lose faith in our
Do you
system.
think there's a China?
100%. There's a Russian element and there's an American element we're dealing with. 100%.
So that's part of the new book, but that's
100%.
well, understand it. How that
Yeah.
now. Do you think it's
What's your
everywhere through
favorite
all
out
the
of all
all
those? I
social
would say
media
Giants
that
first.
it's infiltrated
Jingling.
to get us into
They get better than that.
understanding its perception.
Well, John Africa is a classic.
For sure, it is capable of doing that if you just follow your natural
I wonder what.
Right,
What's
so
that guy's
the
name?
algorithm is set up for to show you what you engage with the most. Yeah. And that just, whether or not it's the intended purpose, it leads us down the road of being full of anxiety, constantly filled with cortisol, stressed out, angry at climate change and fucking white supremacy and radical left, whatever it is. It's whether or not it's intentional, it doesn't really matter, because the desired effect, whether it's desired effect, the effect of it all leads you into complete chaos. So if they know that and they didn't course correct,
This
the
one's
problem
posted by
is
ABT.
once you have an algorithm
It's called Like
You're
Meatloaf
not going
once
to
said,
get rid of
13
it.
out of
You're not going to say,
300
let's just have
quality
information just
I
exist,
don't know the Meatloaf reference.
uncategorized, and
But
not
documentary.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's
Just
all the
leave
different
it out there,
clones.
and you go find what you
Just
want,
again, I'm
Matthew.
confused
You
by
go
this.
look
There's, like,
around and you watch,
multiple colors, so how do you know
football
what is
games
sold?
and boxing
I'm joking.
matches.
I'll tell you the real answer.
You just
Okay.
go, you do you. You go look instead of it suggesting
This is
things
like a
to you.
different price.
Once
and
it's
then this one's a
suggesting
different
things to you,
price,
that's a
and
whole
these are
different
prices,
game.
these are different prices.
Yeah, because then
Or
it's
the
kind of
different
programming you,
classifications,
right?
like
And it's
upper
programming you
balcony,
based on your worst
seats.
instincts.
So how do we
My
know how
fucking
many
feed is all
The ones that are there, so 1, 2, 3, 4,
car
5,
accidents,
no.
dudes getting
Oh,
kicked in the
God.
head. It's
Yeah, people are
just
dropping the ball.
the-
That is
you-
not a
you
residency.
bite.
not anymore.
That's
No,
fucked
but
up,
Tom
man.
Segura and
That's
I,
why there's so much
we have
color. So you
a
want there to be no
text
color.
thread that's been
Yeah,
going
you
on
want
for
there to
like,
be no
like 5 years.
Learning.
We say each other the most horrible
That's,
shit we find each
Hey,
day.
hey, Brett Shop. You know,
And sometimes I call
Yeah,
him,
dude, I
like,
mean,
dude, I can't do
They
this
should have had a
anymore.
special guest
This
on
is,
the
like,
show.
really
I'm
fucking
feeling
with
for my
me.
boy, dude. You know,
But then,
people
like,
drop
2
down.
days will go by, and I'll open up my fucking phone, and I'll see Tom
You don't want to go all the way
this
out.
motherfucker,
That's all.
and then I'll open it up,
I
and
hear
some
you.
guy
I
getting
get it.
assassinated
Don't
in a
kill me,
pool or
dude.
something.
But
Oh my god.
it is going to be the best show of all time.
Whew.
If you
It's
walk
just
in
you're
there and there's only like
bombarded.
600 people there, you're like,
Bombarded.
damn.
So with all of that
Like,
exterior
You're like,
stimulus,
I really like the show.
and here we are,
People don't like this as much as me.
Adult.
This is different.
It's also like a very
highly
highly,
talking about.
you know,
Man,
there's a lot of
Imagine a
conversations.
child.
Mr. Austin might be
Yeah,
and I'm going,
What's up,
is there
Austin?
something-
Austin is
you got a better
different.
suggestion
There's
than the
only 6
Ten
people
Commandments?
here now.
Or
There's-
to
You
get
should
a
recreate
child's
the fucking
mind going?
Rico Poppy, dude. You know what I mean?
Two
That was when
different
it was
things.
at Spence.
If I look at that
When
and
something
aim
happened
that
to you, I don't know if you
direction,
want to take it from here. Do you want to present this one?
I feel like I
I
can't go wrong.
saw
Or
this post
closer-
on dudes
closer
room,
to right.
dude rooms
Shit.
on Instagram.
Meaning,
Tag me in
I'm
it.
seeing you
And they
and
they had
adults spy
some
out,
guy
man.
set up a
I don't
thing in
understand the
apartments
general
that do
expectation
apartment,
between us.
Rate my setup.
What do you
rooms
mean? I
only.
can pick your pocket
And
and
then
steal
got
from you if I
posted
got
on
away
Jane,
with it?
dude.
You dude.
And
Yeah.
you
I'm
wanna
not
show them?
embarrassed.
We
I don't
have a
feel
special,
guilty. Hey man, I
we
want a
have
blue
special
ribbon.
announcement.
Well,
I got
it was
the
supposed to be
shoes.
my false ad
Yeah.
2773.
They gave me the
I
trophy.
found this on
Well,
social
what do you
media.
mean?
But
He was
the
right.
real
Fucking
this
old
is you,
dinosaur.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah.
What cares? What are you talking about? I hear,
time.
I hear that conversation. I'm going, hang on, man.
Douched in the Reddit comments. We had
And that's different.
I posted
than
it one
saying,
night board, and I thought it'd be funny.
like you told me, you love chaos. That's different than saying,
I was like, what if I
oh,
put
there's a chaotic moment. I love to try and create order. in it. That's different. That's like,
I got made it all the way to
That's something-
Phoenix.
that's a stimulus. You know, this is.
I like got real
It's
close because I didn't
four-dimensional.
want to
Where's
show
the
this.
ground?
You know,
Right.
I can rely on that.
What if someone
What
just
can I
had a
rely
chair
on
and
that
can't
will
read?
stand with me? That's a time and tested truth that can take me into the future, no matter the changes that I go.
I mean,
In the storm, I can go to this and catch my breath. I can go to this and rely on it. In the dark, on my own, and in the masses with the millions going, no, do this.
So
I
this
go,
one's supposed to be wear a damn helmet. It's called
What
Papa
is- what is that?
Years. And,
What's that
you know,
simple sheet
just
that's ingrained that
excellent
our
AI
youth
work.
can
The
go.
lips are
Yeah.
really well done.
Yeah.
We can rely on
It's
that.
like
Forget
a
the
whole
author.
child.
Yeah.
Forget the author.
What's he
Right.
drinking?
I don't think you can do it with like
What is
a
this?
series
Oh,
of
it's some
commandments.
lemonade.
The problem with
Right.
Ten
Well,
Commandments,
vodka,
I'm
dude.
not saying there's a
A
problem
little
with Ten
teenage
Commandments,
Schwab.
but if I was going to put it in a
Using a
school
Yeah,
where
this
there's
is
non-religious
so
people,
funny, dude.
there's a bunch of stuff in there like
It's
not
got
taking
two
the Lord's
C's, so you
name in
don't
vain,
come to him.
not having any other gods before me.
And he
But
kind of
people
looks
that
like
would
John
just be
Bernthal.
they'd be like,
Right,
wait
like a
a
fatty
minute,
Yeah,
you
John
tell
I
me
made him look
I
like
can't-
that, yeah.
I can't say
And then
I can't
those
take the
lips
Lord's
just
name in
keep
vain. Like
growing,
saying
dude.
God damn it is like taking the Lord's name in vain. People do that all the time.
No shirt.
It's similar to
Oh,
the
yeah.
on a national level.
I feel like this is a
Black
spoiler
Rain.
alert, dude. I want
Yeah.
to see him age gracefully.
That would be
Right?
like
This is
taking
wise, Papa.
Yeah.
Lord's name in
Yeah,
vain.
imagine how
Burn
many
the flag would
podcasts
be like
episodes
taking
this Papa
the
has
flag
done.
name in vain.
Oh,
Right,
dude.
imagine
How many
that.
shoes
Imagine you get
is
arrested for
chicks
taking the
is
Lord's
How
name
many
in
girls
vain.
in the suck his dick
That'd be
for
a real
5
problem.
minutes at Thick Boy Studios?
Especially
So
if you don't
you're
mean
saying
anything by it,
it
'cause
would
we
go
do
back
that
to what
stuff.
you're talking about.
Human beings always creep.
Maybe you're
They
gonna have a
always
little more
move
trouble
towards
with
more and more power and control.
And that's the end up
If
saying
you
Viagra
Put
alert, right?
something like that in, like, now we're going to
Finds a
do
way,
it.
dude.
Force
I'll
Christian law? What if someone enforces Sharia law? There's a lot of talk of that. There's a lot of talk about people in Minnesota are terrified that someone's going to enforce Sharia law in a lot of these Somali Muslim these areas where giant Muslim populations are.
These two are always
don't forget what you get for the Hindus and Muslims, everybody. Get out. Go, guys, bring your best tent. Christianity's bringing its 10 commandments.
So
Let's get together here. And we'll put them all together. Hell, we'll pick some years. My number 8 will be number 9. Yours is going to be number 8. We're going to put them up there. It's going to be a creed, a little constitution.
That would be an interesting way to do it. But the problem is, most religions are ideologically opposed to conflicting religions.
Amateur
They
archaeologist
don't want to
and his
accept
dog are just walking around and
these other
look on the
religions
side of
are
the
correct
hill,
about
they see
anything.
something weird, they
You
go
know,
look into
like
it a
Judaism
little
and
more, and it's a
Christianity,
full-blown
they
back.
share a bunch of things, but they disagree on Jesus. They disagree
so
on
fucking funny. We haven't
Rising
because
from
it's
the dead.
actually really good.
Right.
Like,
yeah, it's a
that's
lot of
such a
stuff.
hilarious story. It's
Yeah,
just like the one with the
Well, I just think there could be a creed, a bit of a
5
constitution. And if you pull
Yeah,
the
you do.
offer of it,
Yeah,
I
it'd be
think
nice.
you'd find
He's
more
done like that.
similarities than
What kind of car
that
is it?
are not exclusionary.
Right.
TRX.
Then we would find things that are combative.
Alright, you asked me
Yeah, I
something
think
for-
something along
I
those
want you to say
lines
that
when we
now,
said,
so,
let's think of a code to
do
live
you
life by.
drink soda? Wait, no,
But
right
we
now,
can
I'm so tired.
do this in a modern
It's
era
soda
without a
with the straw
religious
in it.
context. You could say, what we could all agree, a
It's
code
the kind of
to
soda
live
now.
life by. But we all have followers, including the president. No more rage tweeting. No more,
I'm
you
just
know,
saying, we wouldn't have to follow. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other.
right. And there's reward in treating each other like shit if you're
You are rewarded
successful.
for it.
Yeah.
Almost.
This one is
Almost,
for
maybe more, much more than almost.
interesting.
If
So
you
if it was a
do
pterodactyl, he'd be like,
Kind of a sucker. Yeah, you kind of a sucker.
That's not going to have a long. That can't have a long play.
No.
That is not a selfish.
Don't you think that's part of the whole TikTok, Instagram kind of culture because it's so look at me, it's so fake, leased cars, and there's a thing in LA where they have a fake private jet, and you go into this private jet just for influencers so they can take pictures on private jet.
Yes. Let me tell you the same. I'm in Miami. You know Miami? Sure. South Beach, right?
Yeah.
If you don't flinch, nobody sloppy South Beach, right? Miami, where even the mannequins have
Right.
you know what I mean? It's what I like about Miami because they're so open.
Yeah.
LA, people get the face job,
They found that. Look
boob
at that.
jobs,
But I hate what they
tummy
say about
tucks, and yeah. You like crazy.
It's some kind of a
Right. But Miami's like, no, here's the stuff. Let's go see him, and he's great. Yeah, I just left it. You know, they're open about it. I love
Generally have
that.
long necks.
I'm there working on beach bum. Walking down.
Said what you said. You
Under a
just
palm
how you
tree on
got
the
there. You
beach.
didn't say it at the very beginning, but
Beach wine bikini, pulled in under a palm.
There's plants.
Back on.
Soda vegetarian. It's so funny because no one says
uh,
this about dinosaurs. No one thinks this. Everyone is obsessed with dinosaurs when they're a kid, right? Maybe
Well,
Bob
some
Porter,
guy
Bob
from my
and
stock
Cure
exchange
Music.
chat also
Damn, dude, he's always one step ahead of you too. Hey, the wife's face that.
Yo, just
Look at that,
I
dude.
looked at
It's
that.
not a kid attack.
What's going on here?
Oh, he knew I was
Man,
gonna
I'm
wear
like,
this. So he
yeah.
switched it out.
Taking it.
Yeah.
Picture.
We're never gonna catch him.
And I go,
Well, you better buy that kid.
you are.
Yeah.
But the other guy goes, oh, he came by and said, like, hey, man, mind if I get a picture? I
You can't kill me.
They pay me $50. I said, so that's not your
Rather than saying
he was proud of it, man. He was like, yeah, just what I did.
I think so, but just be cool. No, those are stupid. Where did they find it at?
It's a very low vibration.
They're like 40 million.
But they're open.
Yeah.
You know?
I always say if you want to start to death, open up a bookstore in Miami.
Find a cow. They're like, check it out.
It's like,
Cool.
it's basically like it's basically built on cocaine.
Those guys couldn't
Yeah,
get
the city was built on cocaine. Back in the day. Have you ever seen Cocaine Cowboys?
Yes.
Woo!
French are always
Yeah.
French have scars.
Holy shit, that's a good one.
Isn't Zero God
That is a
French?
good one. And Cocaine Cowboys too. Both of them crazy.
I too.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
my
they're
God.
French people can
Oh my god. Giselda gets out. She goes. It's
got him, dude.
when you find out it's all 100% true. You're like, so that's what happened with Miami. 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class of the police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail. The entire
That's a whole class.
They were all drug dealing.
French guys.
Everybody was drug dealing.
I'm surprised
There's
that was his
millions
takeaway,
and
dude.
millions of dollars buried in backyards in Miami that no one's ever going to find.
Maybe she goes here.
Yeah, he thinks that just because the the dinosaurs
He
get like
likes real
plants. I
drama.
mean, some of those
He
retreat
treated him,
dinosaurs
he got
are
it in
probably
real drama.
you know,
Then he went
keep
to
you
Miami.
busy.
Yeah.
And it didn't
Okay,
last.
thanks,
That
Brian.
is the
So
detail.
this
But
one's
it wasn't
posted
something
by
about
one usual
Miami,
4460.
the
Always,
those mafia.
always been a
There's
hater.
certain things you cannot.
This is a reheat.
Oh,
We're gonna
really?
see this, but
He
made
was
me laugh really
either
hard.
fired, booted out, or retired and moved on pretty soon.
Yeah, they don't fuck around though.
This guy's
It's,
all
uh,
excited
it's
as he
a
came
totally
out.
different way of life,
He's pissed.
and they love it. It's like, so you go down there, it's a totally different vibe. And
If you don't stutter, if you don't flinch,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
another
all
guy,
right.
and he changed his opinion
More
on
banks per
something like a
capita
straw
in
thing.
Miami, I
So now
think,
he's
than any other city in the
poster
country,
under
and I
the
think that
the
is
baggy
because he
muscle
was
man.
used to
It's
launder
just
money for
it's
cocaine.
unbelievable,
Yeah.
dude. How
It's,
he switches up. It's just
it's hard to
he's
believe
like
that
the
that's
smartest
true,
person on earth.
but I had a good buddy of mine who was
Whatever-
an ophthalmologist who did his residency down
Whatever
there.
day it is,
But
he just
6
adjusts.
months,
He adjusts his
his conduct,
right?
internal affairs.
making significant changes to his command
For
staff.
sure. This one's
You're out.
posted by
See,
Perry Perry, 1989. Don't want to spend a
Speaking
lot of
out
time on
against
this
corruption,
because it's gross,
reporting
but it's
abuse
called
of
the
power by
tongue.
elected
And
officials
they, I
and
think
sued,
they
saying
photoshopped the
that
fork
his
out,
fire
so
was in
it's just
retaliation.
the tongue.
Yeah. So my buddy was an ophthalmologist and did his residency
Yeah, we
in
talked
Miami
about this
in
a
the
lot.
80s.
Walsh, I just don't.
He said
I still don't
it
understand. I
was
never will understand.
insane. He goes,
That it makes
every
it
day,
worse
so
when
he's
you
immersive.
Photoshop out the
every day. It's
the fork.
gunshot
Yeah.
victims,
This is really
guys with G.I. Joe stuffed
how
up their
ridiculous it is.
asses. Like everybody was just
That's
doing
nuts.
coke and doing
I
wild,
know
crazy
anyone else who
stuff.
does
Shot that gay bomb.
He
I don't-
said he
I wouldn't
found
keep
guys
that
with
company, sir.
light bulbs
Yeah,
up
what would
their
you say to
asses.
somebody if
They
they're
had to
like,
remove
you're out
light
getting
bulbs,
lunch?
those little pine
Like,
cone
order
ones. You know those
order
ones?
food,
Those small.
let's say
So
the fuck
dude
comes
had
out,
a light bulb
and they're like
broken in his
about to
asshole.
eat
They
his
had
thing,
a,
and they go,
oh
"Don't do
god.
that like that."
And he goes, it's all cocaine, man. He goes, I saw so many gunshots, so many gunshot wounds. He goes, it was all cocaine.
Regardless of
It
gender,
was just
sure you want
constant in the 80s. He said the emergency room was just like people were piling up in the hallway. He was rushing people in to get treatment.
I
Like,
just straight up.
pulled their side, blood
Yeah,
squirting
that's
out of
what
them. He said it was
I
insane.
don't know, dude.
Just
Like, what are you,
cocaine
drinking
gang
water?
wars
What are you
all over
doing,
the city.
dude?
Yeah, I
And he
think
was in the
I
heart of
think I
it.
would say, "What are we doing here?" I would confront the person and be like, "What?
He's still an
Yeah, your whole tongue
ophthalmologist.
out,
Yeah.
Do you normally
He's
eat like this?"
but he doesn't
And
live
then
in
I
Miami
guess I would be
anymore. He's in Arizona now.
Yeah.
Shout
I
out to
feel-
Steve.
Sometimes
Good
Brad
buddy
just
of
says
mine.
like
Yeah, he told me some why. And I was a kid at the time.
a little bit of
When
schwab.
I met him, I was like 15, 16 years old. And he was explaining
Alright,
to
so
me
this is
like
the
what
post,
he did
I
when he was in
believe, by
Miami.
the
And I was
moderators.
like, that is
But it's
insane.
4 minutes
I
and
go,
50
it's
seconds.
not
It might
bad.
be
This is
confused
like
because of
1988.
stuff.
He was there
Well,
early.
let's see what's happening here, dude. Keep us a little busy. It's called Schwab Wars, episode 1.
That's
Like,
Miami.
Go Poppy.
You know, and
Yeah.
whatever's it's obviously not like that anymore. It's obviously calmed down on that regard. But
The chassis is still pretty loose.
oh yeah, that's what built the place.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like the most flossy city in the country. The most Lamborghinis and
Yeah.
Ferraris and whatever you.
I don't think most of them are.
No, it's a giant hustle. It's a big old cocaine hustle.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things I love about America is that we have all these different flavors. We got the
Me
Florida
too.
flavor, and then
Yeah,
we got
man.
the Montana flavor. You know, there's
Yeah.
a lot of different flavors in this country.
I was in Alabama doing research for Free State of Jones. And this is what I think probably 11 years ago. And we were staying in Mobile. And the next day, there was all these parades that night. And I was, what's going on? The next day, the percentage for the vote for gay marriage was coming out. And I remember talking to a lot of my friends on the West Coast the next day, because what happened, it passed 53-47. And I was like, holy shit. I thought it was going to be 2080 no.
Oh, interesting.
And it was passed 53-47.
What year was that?
This is 11, 12 years ago. Maybe you can pull it up. I think it was about 11 years ago. Anyway, I talked to a lot of my friends who are Democrats or liberals, and they were appalled at
The minor margin.
the minor margin. I was like, guys, no, I thought it was, you're appalled they barely made it. I thought it was going to be 2080 the other way. It is amazing how quickly, though, America, we're very nimble, very nimble to swing and understand different ways. I was shocked that it even came close.
That's
that
crazy.
it did
You thought it was going to be, really? You thought it was going to be 80-20 against?
I thought that my romantic idea, or she hasn't traveled there, been around there and stayed there many times, got friends there. I thought that it was so entrenched in a born-again red Christianity that was blasphemy to the majority.
Right.
And it was not. It was not. And I just remember thinking, there's an example, not an ideal, but there's not if you were for gay marriage, that's not an ideal example, but there's an example of talk about an evolution or adaptability to times and change.
Well, if you believe in the sanctity of marriage, gay marriage should be your favorite marriage because they hold it up to the best. They have just the lowest rates of divorce. I think gay marriage between two men, the rate of divorce is only like 26%.
Right.
Whereas with men and women, it's 50%. So if you really love marriage, hey, yeah, right. You should love gay marriage because they're doing it right.
What do you think about that? Let's talk about so make it a little better place. Talk about TV shows. Talk about CEOs. Talk about politics. But go back to the beginning. Seems to be parenting. Second, what could you done? Get my father. Stay around. Come on. What mother to get my father? And what could be done for marriages if we took another step to salvage our marriage instead of smell the heat, getting out.
Yeah, there's a lot
What
of that.
could
But
that do?
you know,
Do you think that would be a way forward? I have a hunch that it is. I don't know what to do about it, except prop up the reverence for parenthood, prop up the reverence for marriage to where it's more important to us than it is.
yeah,
To stick with it a little longer, to salvage that. Our personal character, our responsibilities as a parent, and our responsibility that we take in going into a marriage. Make it mean a little bit more than I feel like it does to us a lot of times.
I think it really depends entirely on who the individuals are. Because sometimes one person is just not keeping up with their end of the deal.
Yeah.
They just fall off.
Yeah.
Maybe they get into drugs, they become addicted, maybe they lose their job and they don't want to get it back and they just start drinking every day. And like sometimes a man or a woman has to make a choice. You know, like, I'm not getting dragged
I've
down.
seen some good marriage, good divorces too.
There's some people that don't want to change and they will drag you down. And then some people would get them, they have hope, and then eventually that hope just fucking leeches out of them, and they're not fun to be around anymore. And you try to encourage them, you try to give them suggestions, and they don't follow through. At a certain point in time, you can't save a drowning man because you're gonna fucking drown too. And you gotta just move on with your life. And I get it. I get when wives leave like that. I get when husbands leave like that. But a lot of people just leave because they're hot.
That made me happier
You know, they're married
keep
to
it
people
up,
who are
and then we're
sexy.
happy
They like
to be
having sex and
producers
stuff.
too.
You know, we think they're attractive.
We
You're
knew
some
that we were
fucking
producers of this.
crazy
Ron
person.
said.
And you're trying to make life work with a crazy
Episode
person.
2
Now you have kids. Right.
We already know
Now
what
you're trying to make life with
producers
kids.
of
Yeah, this fucking crazy person that you really shouldn't have married in the first place. You didn't have anything in common with them other than you like their bodies. You like how sexy they are. That's the trap. Like you gotta, you have to like genuinely love someone, like love their personality, love being around them, love their kindness,
We're always
and
talking
then you have
about
to be someone that other people would love.
what's
A lot of people want this perfect person in their life, and they're a
Where's
mess.
what universe is Papa gonna be?
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of reasons why marriages don't work out. And one of them is like over time, like two folks are traveling together. One of them just like this is an Anthony Robbins thing about life, an analogy about life, but it actually works with marriages too. Because all you need is like a subtle turn in one direction, and over time you're further and further apart. Where like we don't have the same philosophy anymore. We don't have the same belief system. We don't have the same ethics and morals. maybe
keep your eyes on
your
us.
husband has got a job, and you're like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this. This is bad for society. Like, your job overall is awful. You're denying people health care claims, for insurance companies. Maybe that's your thing. And you're we have to live with the psychic weight of like, yeah, we're eating ribeyes and you have a nice house, but like, how did we get this money? Like, maybe the wife is like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be connected to you. Yeah. That's understandable too. Like, not all marriages are supposed to work out.
I agree.
I think it makes
what is it? 50% divorce right now?
Yes.
What if that was?
Well, Chris Rock did a great joke about that. He goes, that's just the coward that stay.
That's all.
He's like, how many of them wish they were divorced? He was like, he's really good point. Really good point. All those kids that get divorced. How many of those 50% that stay?
They're always on
Pay independent.
right there.
I mean, we all have friends like that. We like, well, get out. But then we also have people that have great marriages. And when you meet people that have great marriages, it's like, oh, that's possible. That's possible.
Well, the thing if it has more revenue,
We don't matter. We don't care. Right?
Yeah, stop.
Absolutely.
We love the chat.
It's a cultural milestone, too. It's a good thing. You're doing it because it's like everybody does it. Every woman wants to be married. Everybody wants to have a family. Every man wants to, like, this is my wife. And so you think that a lot of people live life like they're in a goddamn romantic comedy. They think they're in a movie. They think they're, and they don't.
What are the chances that,
there's something about
maybe 50-50
something about songs and movies. It gives us this like bizarre framework for what a relationship or what life is supposed to be like, or what your life is supposed to be like. And it's not real. Like, your life doesn't measure up to this movie. Just like your life is not going to measure up to your Instagram feed. You get kind of depressed. This is it.
Why are we for our honeymoon?
I don't understand what that means. Okay, so the situation was Nate Diaz came up to the shop. Remember that?
Well, that's also why people put everything on the ground, too.
He's saying that he
They
teed off
put
on you,
everything
like
they
Conor
do. Look
McGregor
at
teed off on
me
you.
here, having so much fun. Look at me smiling, having a great time.
And so
Well,
that's
you
the only
yourself
part
in
of
the
the clip I
corner.
saw.
We
I'm
got
assuming
Levi.
they're going to show us times
Get
where
on
he said
that.
teed off.
Turn 15.
But just this thing, I get the idea that that's a very funny premise, which is good for the show.
Don't just put all your
But I
best
still don't really understand how
because
him
you're gonna
saying
put yourself on a corner with
that's
to
to
the
my
right
right hand,
hand. You're gonna
have
oh, we
anything
see
to do with what Nate
better
said
put some
to
white
him.
outs on there.
Isn't he saying that Nate
Just
teed
so
off
you
on
can go
him?
and not have that
How does
pressure. You're
Bob
gonna make yourself in a
not
corner.
using
That
the phrase
light
teed
looks
off?
too
Have
good.
anything to do with that?
You know what I
I
mean?
think
Absolutely.
Nate Diaz was saying that Conor McGregor
That's
What was that
teed
thing
off on
that happens in
Nate.
those
He
relationships?
said
You hold
that
the other
Conor teed off on him.
If I make my wife Superwoman,
let's
she
watch
thinks
it.
I'm Superman. Neither one of us
I
can
want
live
to
up to that.
understand this.
Right.
And so we're gonna come in
I
under
go,
our
I think you're
respective
off
bar.
on that. Yeah,
And
you're off on
everything
this,
else
off
recipe
on
for
that.
it.
And someone
You're
wrote
not
in
gonna tell me.
quotes, he teed
Yeah,
off
because we had an
on
unfair
those words like,
expectation.
Right.
going in to describe
Yeah.
the fight turned
Aren't they
off.
saying
Yeah,
that
I mean, that
Shaw,
definitely happens too.
because
It's
Shaw
also
said something to
familiarity.
somebody,
Contempt.
and somebody
People
wrote that
just
Shaw
tired of
teed
being in
off
the
on
same
someone
space
else,
with the same
right?
person over and
Is that
over.
what?
Like,
No.
stop.
This is strictly
Leave
an
me
atheist.
alone.
Pretty
Get
sure.
away.
Let's finish
You'll
that.
get sick of people. But it's also like, who
I've
would
never
you pick?
disrespected Nate like
Who would
that.
you pick?
In his
Why
face
they
like that,
pick
that
you?
sounds bad.
Are you someone that you would pick?
I would never do that.
Woman?
It's supposed to.
You know?
Also,
Would you want
what kind of
you
bitch
as
move would
a
that be?
husband? Would you want you as a friend?
Nothing to do with that.
You know?
You're not another
If not,
grown man.
maybe she-
I would never
maybe
brag.
she
He
becomes
did
someone
all
that
that.
someone would
But
like
that's
to
nothing
be
to
friends
do.
with.
That's
Maybe
disgusting.
she becomes someone would like to be a husband. Yeah. I'd like to have a husband.
Sitting in the passion, you see, you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Know yourself. Yeah. That's why a good psychedelic experience every now and then knocks
Like
the
Shaw
dust
said
off
that
and gives you a
Nate
little
teed off
reset
on.
and lets you look at yourself and go, okay.
Conor
All right.
McGregor
Tell me,
and Nate
explain
Diaz
to me
fought.
what that
Brendan
does.
Shaw
It unpacks
said
some
how did Conor lose that fight? He
sort
teed
of
off on
neural
Nate.
cables that have gotten kind of solidified. That they work.
And so
Sure.
Nate was like,
They
what's
become
up, Dark?
doctrinaire.
There's a lot of that for sure. And I think it's also a dissolving of
Also,
the
I
ego.
probably
That's
am
a
wrong.
big part of it. One of the things that most psychedelic drugs have in common
We should have
is
just
they
focused
dissolve
on
the
the
ego.
premise.
Like
Like
completely
when you
dissolve
don't
the ego.
focus on the
At least
premise
for a
of
brief
these
amount of time. And
well-crafted
during that brief
dishes,
amount
you
of
get
time,
very
you have a much more objective understanding of that's why there's so many people who take mushrooms and completely quit smoking cigarettes. or completely quit taking pills.
That's-
They just go, oh my god,
Shot
like,
of the
what was I doing?
Don't
Why was I
bully
doing
me,
that? Like,
Brendan.
you need to
All
get
right, so this
outside
one's
of yourself.
posted by
And I
Peter
think
in the front.
that was
Let's
a
welcome
natural
Peter.
part of human
It's
civilization
called
for
Papa
thousands and
Watches
thousands
Ryan
of years.
Garcia's social
People
media
did it in
video.
ritualistic settings in ancient Ulysses in Greece. The Eleusinian mysteries was all about that. In Eleusis, when they would all get together, they would take this trek to get. There's a fantastic book on it called The Immortality Key that a guy's been a guest on my podcast a bunch of times, Brian Murray-Resnick wrote. But it's all about these are the people that figured out democracy. This is like in ancient Greece, and they all did it from having these psychedelic trips.
Oh
They would all go to have this trek, to have this visionary experience, and they'd come back with new insights and ideas. And it dissolving in the ego. I mean, they literally came to the idea, like, hey, maybe we should let everybody have a say in how things run. Right? Like, they invented democracy, right? Which is crazy. They did it because of psychedelic drugs. Like, they found these clay pots these people used to keep their wine in, and their wine was all like mixed up with psychedelics. It wasn't regular wine. Like, we think of wine as being an alcoholic beverage. No, it was wine with ergot in it. So they were using like an LSD-like substance and a bunch of other stuff.
That's normal.
They received it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's some Texas, like he's like into him or something. I'm gonna probably cut the song out, but right, that was the song that was played. This song is
Jumbo,
very
after the circus goes over, puts his snout down and he drinks the runoff from the bar and the party. Okay? Starts the next edit is he's in the top of a tree.
Oh, okay, I guess when Brian's like, yeah, the whole time Brian's talking, I thought you were gonna keep
That was more than alcohol. It was the psychedelics. He is directed to the top of the tree.
That's hilarious. God, I haven't seen Dumbo since my kids were one.
Oh, dude, they have less
I need to watch that
than usual.
God, I haven't seen it for.
I noticed that.
God,
Yeah, there's not as many.
Crows are always talking shit about
times.
it. How he got up here.
He's finally
What are you doing up here, man? You just seen yourself last night. Talk about it, I don't remember, but I was there. Delma didn't remember none of it, man.
I remember when they were real little, we watched Pinocchio, how creepy it was. I was like, oh my god, Pinocchio is creepy. When the boys got kidnapped and turned into donkeys.
Yeah.
Remember that part?
Yes.
That was Pinocchio, right?
Dude, we're trying to get Jocko on the podcast. He's not responding.
Let's
Let's see
Oh,
this
really?
one.
Yeah,
This
let's
one's
see it.
called
It's a whole scene.
Mixed with an
The
older
elephants.
dish popper. Why does he give a fuck
whoa.
up Mike Tyson? Posted
Oh,
by
after he
Money
drank
Loan,
that,
1864.
Oh,
So he just
sure.
drank slop, right?
He's 100% tripping.
Oh, Bob,
Last
he
we
can
saw
do
was
20 reps or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
40 reps and that
Pyramids.
thing or whatever. Thank God you're not numbers guy. We're not.
Oh, wow. And so coming back to Earth.
Wait, no, he's on.
Brendan
He's
has
not
said
back
on
there.
record he can
He's
make
up
my
in
choices.
Jersey Street.
That's how
I never guessed there's a bunch. That's actually a part of one of the rides at Disneyland. Is there a Dumbo ride at Disneyland that looks psychedelic? Yeah, that's right. No, it's Winnie the Pooh. There's a Winnie the Pooh ride at Disneyland that I used to take with my kids. And you go through the ride. It's a real simple ride. It's not like scary at all. It's like good for like little kids. And you get this one where I'm like, what are they trying to say here? This is crazy. Like, Tigger comes out, and Tigger's like this psychedelic being, and everything is like now in black light. Yeah. So Tigger comes out. Tigger's a freak. Like, why is this guy bouncing around on his tail? And then it gets to a certain part. Get a little forward here, where it gets super fucking weird. Like right here. Like, what the hell is happening? It's all about honey. Like, things are, like, this is like fractal. This is like DMT world. This is really weird. Like, what does this have to do with Winnie the
Mike
Pooh? What the
Tyson's
fuck
been at that
happened?
so many times. He's
Really
so
weird.
much better at talking than Bob, but thinking nuts, yeah. It's like
It's like, what are they trying to say here?
He's still light years
I
ahead of
didn't
Bob
see
was
anything about honey.
thoughts.
Yeah, there's something about the honey. It's like something about. Well, you know, there's some stuff called bad honey.
Mike Tyson
And there's
is
bad honey. We actually ate
It's
it on the
funny, I
podcast
think
once.
that,
Some guy
you know,
brought it.
Bob may be able to beat Mike Tyson in a
But
fight,
it's a honey that these. I think it's in the Himalayas. That's where it is, right?
Like the standardized
Where these guys have to climb up the side of a cliff to get this stuff. And these bees are all taking pollen from, is it the lotus flower? Here's the psychedelic plant.
Travel, though? Bro.
So these
My
bees
guys
are
are
taking
don't even get
pollen
me
from the psychedelic plant, and they're making a psychedelic honey.
Honestly, stand
This
up.
is, so bad honey is a honey that contains, boy, say that word.
Best
right?
brains, man. How can I not say that?
Rayanotoxins. The dark reddish honey is produced from the nectar pollen of the genus
We
Rhododendron.
watched him on Raccoon Tweez. He had like some story told about Tupac.
It has moderately toxic and narcotic effects. Produced principally in Nepal and Turkey, where it's used as both a traditional medicine and a recreational drug. But see, we'll show how they get it, because these guys, look at that, they have to climb on the side of a fucking cliff to get this stuff. And people get it just to trip out.
If I told you I could be
You try that hard to get on, that you make like a rope ladder and you cover yourself in a beaker's outfit, and they're all like, these hives are all connected to the side of a cliff.
Let's see.
I mean, like filtering
It's really
the
crazy. Yeah.
She used to date
It results in a lot of effect too. The honey itself, yeah. So if you're in the guys at the outside, it'll work. I was in the middle of the podcast. I took it at the beginning of the podcast. I just took a big scoop. I go, how much is a large dose? And he's like, take like a half a teaspoon. Fuck it. And I just took a whole big teaspoon of it. And I was like, whoa, this is interesting.
How soon did you get interested?
20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, about 20 minutes in, I'm like, whoa, okay. This is a new one. It's like, this is crazy. This is honey. Like, put this in your tea. Like, what's going on in Nepal? I don't think it's a.
There's so much music in this week's episode,
I
dude.
think it's a occasional use thing.
We'll make it full table steak.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like I was out of my head and didn't know what to do. I was completely functional.
Yeah.
But it was like bizarre that this is in honey.
So these psychedelic trips.
I don't know. You know what I mean? I guess, well, I do know, I think, because, you know, we all say dumb things
Just
that
like
don't
you
make
got a
sense.
vacation
Like,
to reset your life.
Make fun of
Sometimes
me.
you need a vacation to reset your brain.
I mean, if you say
They
something
help
like
you
that,
have
you're not
more
going to laugh.
energy because you're hanging
Miley,
on
somebody's
to
dating
old
Miley Cyrus's daughter.
ideas a little bit less. And you have
It's
more
another,
of a beginner's
dude,
mind.
Mike Tyson is a better riffer
Today
than Bob.
unravels, but that
Yeah,
with less
go with the flow and like
concrete
take
expectations.
We usually record Saturdays, so we're like
Yeah, that's
3
where I
days
let you
that
go.
we missed. But there was
Very
a clip about how we
right.
can't riff. Did you
Yeah,
see that one?
That's part of it.
It's-
Like
I'll try to
the
find it
less
when
you
it shows
hang
up.
on to
Yeah,
in your
but
head,
let's finish this one.
the more energy you have for other stuff.
Yeah.
Like I always tell people, like especially young comics, like that are like getting on social media and arguing with people and stuff. I'm like, look, man, think of your time in your day as a numerical unit. Like you have 100 units of time, 100 units of energy. If you're putting 30 of those units on some bullshit online, you're robbing yourself of that time that you could be putting into things you love,
I think so. I think that
your
might be why
friendship,
the
your
other
comedy act, your life.
there's a W. There's a
Like
the
it's a
W is
trap.
before
Like, you
the.
get sucked into thinking you need to do that, and all it does is it just robs you of your energy. The less
So
you're
the W is
attached
after
to
the
like
yang,
old beefs,
Tay, I don't
swat,
know.
fuck that guy, all of those kind of things, the less
That
you're
might be
attached to that stuff,
I think that
the
could be
freer you are,
that's
the more
an
energy
H.
you have.
That's
And it's
gross.
good for you.
Yep.
It's
So I
not
see that
selfish.
A-W-H.
Selfish to be kind.
A-L-A-W.
Yeah.
And it looks like a Parisian.
And I think if those things were legal and more people could experience them in a controlled setting with people who know how to administer them and know the right dose and know, hey, are you on a medication? Well, if you're on a certain medication, definitely don't be taking this stuff. Right. Your medication's an MOA inhibitor, and this is, this can really fuck you up. But it doesn't even have to be that. It could be a fucking good yoga class. Right. It could be holotropic breathing. You could just sit and breathe deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth with intention, and you'll have a psychedelic experience. You'll get the relief from
I was counting the other day. I did not expect it at all. And I mean,
that makes it so much worse.
I had hibernated for 14 hours nap. I woke up
So he's so bothered.
I've only done acupuncture one time, and the dude was a total kook. He was so kooky that I
Came from a real place, dude.
It's too weird.
This
That
one's
guy was
sponsored
so
by
weird. He's really good at acupuncture.
Toronto
But he was
Rapture.
just like this really weird guy in LA, and he'd have these conversations with you,
This
he'd
one's
ask
called
a bunch of
Netflix
questions. I was
Content
like,
B. Let's see here.
I gotta get
And
out.
also Bellator.
This guy,
that's the masseuse that I lay down and they go,
yeah,
that's what your horse goes. And I'm like, oh shit.
Oh no.
And they go, and I go, any injuries? And I'm like,
So
yeah, this left shoulder, left side of your body. You need to get stuff like that. So they actually got hit by a car.
That was pretty bad, yeah.
I don't go to psychological on the shit. Come on. I'm going to go horoscope out of the gate.
Before they talk down here.
If we would have had that on color commentary after,
Now he's like,
I'm okay with it. Let's not come out of the gate saying,
myself or something. That's a good question.
I actually just reached out to my booking guy to
what is
try
your
to get
Friday
a real
like?
astrologer on. Like someone who really
Yeah.
understands the ancient art of astrology, the real old stuff. Because I'm not completely discounting
Probably
it.
gonna eat.
I think newspaper
See,
horoscope is
that was
nonsense.
good. I like
I
that.
think there's a
angle
lot
there.
of people that
But
are just
we don't
like
ever have to
read your
worry
tarot
about that
cards
because
and
we have
just
these
written
built-in like
But I
these built-in
always
links.
wonder,
Anyway,
like at the public,
you forget something
is
good.
so
Good.
specific.
So let's show
why
them how to
did
do
they
it
write
correctly
that
then,
down?
future.
Why
Are you
did they
excited
have
for
this
your future? Where are you
understanding
in
of
5
how the
years?
stars are aligned, the time of your
Dude, it
birth?
gets bigger.
Yeah. What part of the earth you're at?
Oh yeah, well,
See, I don't even know if it's
Gerardo.
pre-mathematics. I think it's pre our current understanding of when mathematics
Damn, we got a whole
evolved
conversation like this, dude.
and emerged. I don't think that's real.
All right,
I think they had
this one's posted by
mathematics long before that. I think civilization was wiped out and had to restart over again. And there's a lot of evidence to that. There's a lot of evidence that like society has had some major cosmic event, most likely asteroid impact, comet impact, and there's a whole theory behind younger dry impact theory.
West Coast
11,000 years
different Spanish
they think we
doesn't
got
exist
hit.
in regular Spanish. Me and my girl will be watching some
comics
with my mother-in-law.
every
Spanish actor, like Narcos,
November,
like
June,
he's Brazilian. Like that's not, or it'll be like, no, he's
Something
from
like that,
Spain.
like
That's
June,
not real
November.
Spain. Like he has an
and
accent.
occasionally we get hit.
Everybody have an accent. Yeah, there's somebody. I know right away if it's like it was especially an American actor.
Objects. Yeah. And it doesn't take
I
a
love
really
that he just
big
keeps
one to fuck up
Yeah, he
everything.
interrupts him.
It doesn't take one that's going to kill everybody to fuck up
No, okay,
everything.
for sure.
It just takes one sizable
That's what I like about Felipe though. When he goes on other people's podcasts, he destroys
the ice caps, and then
Oh,
you just
really?
got
Yeah.
chaos.
And you kind of like
And
side
everything
like
goes
tangents,
away.
everything.
And all
Yeah,
small, like,
sidebars,
modern
everything.
conveniences,
He seems like another guy with
all
ADD.
organized societies.
So this is like a
Run
fun
into
thing to
chaos,
watch. Like
people have to
it's
rebuild.
the challenger is the
I
challenge.
think that's
dude, you know
happened
what I mean, right?
a bunch of times in human
There's a
history.
straight
There's real
Spanish.
physical
I was like,
evidence
oh,
of younger
it's
dry
terrible.
impact theory, which also coincides with the ending of the ice age. It's all around the same time. They think it was like a series of events. They think we were hit more than once.
Yeah.
They think we were hit around 11,000 years ago, and then again somewhere around 10,000 years ago. So it's probably when we see society emerging in like Mesopotamia, Sumer, which was like around 5,000 plus 6,000 years ago. I think that's just the newest version of it. I think English probably had mathematics long before that. Whoever built the pyramid, like, you can't tell me they didn't have some sort of complex geometry in mathematics.
That lie about the
There's no way they
mother-in-law not being able to
The
speak
things
English.
are pointing to true north, south, east, and west. Like,
We all saw the clip
That's
that you posted
5,000
about yourself buying her a
Carl
house.
Sagan.
In that cringe clip, she clearly speaks English fine.
We made this
There's
no
no accent at
contact.
all.
But it was Joey Ball.
Painted narrative, yeah. I
one
don't
of my
hear it.
all-time favorite movies. I love that
Do you
movie.
think Bob Allen?
And I love Carl Sagan.
All the
Yeah.
time.
He wrote the book.
Yeah.
If
got to
anything,
talk to
they're liars, dude. She fucking learned that
Maybe
before
I
they
got to
started
know his
recording.
wife. And
I think what you said about Felipe
wife's
is
really
true.
cool,
Like, he
but
brings something
her
to the pie
hello
with that little
green.
thing where he's like, "What the
It's
hell?"
always,
He's like,
hey,
I love shit like that because I have no idea what they're talking. Like the whistle, I don't know what it means, but it feels right. Yeah.
She's out there.
Shout out to Felipe Morris, dude. He's never weird.
But where are
See, the way I did that just then, if Brian Callen was doing it, it'd be like blown out. He'd be like, the guy, you know, the guy that whistles.
It is kind of
He's got a shovel.
it's pretty cool.
You just be normal and describe people, right?
Reminds me of
All right, so this one's posted by The Final Money.
Push
Never seen that.
No.
Never seen that username. It's called Bobby throwing shots out here. You see this? I think so. Yeah, he says something about shop in this.
I'm talking about like Venus Williams, U.S. Open, right? And then her vagina smells like her armpit.
Wait, that's a lot of guys like that.
Yeah,
Look at George.
that guy's name is Brendan Sharp.
They're great.
Don't tell him about this, dude. You don't know anything about it, sir. I don't even talk about something that we always talk about. I'm just giving you my pride.
You know, Herbert Walker was the guy that
I just want to make something
Hal
clear.
put off.
Nobody in the Tiger Belly podcast has anything to do with this. No one else.
and said,
no one is feeding us
we have
information or
recovered
DMing us
crashed UFO
anything. No,
more than
nobody
one
works the
occasion,
show
and
is
we
DMing us anything
a
at all.
back
This is
engineering
just we're
program,
fans.
and we're
Okay?
considering
This narrative that we're
disclosure to
connecting
the
is a
American
lie.
people. I want you
No,
to
we're
list
just huge fans.
the positives,
And
the
we're
positive
struggling
impacts of
for the last
society,
2
and the
weeks
negatives.
dealing
Yeah,
with
they did it
the Trash
quite a
Tuesday
few different
series.
scientists. And
I
they
know, we don't know
all
what to
had
do.
more
My
negatives
idea,
than
now
positives.
I'm going to go
If
back
they
in the
came out with this
non-character mode.
information,
Exactly.
share
My
this
idea was that
information,
we were going to cut out
Yes.
that
More
it was
negatives
just
than
Annie,
More
it was
negatives
just
than
her
positives.
death, and then we thought that might look
Destruction
weird.
of weird
That was
religion,
my idea.
government,
I understand that.
economy.
We don't mean it like that.
Well, I mean,
But then I was like,
understand
man,
how
we
it
just
does. I
cut
just don't-
Annie out and
That's
just leave the
religion.
Trash Tuesdays.
You know,
I don't know
it
where.
depends on where
I don't
these
know what
things
to
are
do.
from. and
Honestly,
what is
it's not
happening.
showing
The Bible Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, she left the show,
Yeah,
right?
the
And we were
Ezekiel
big
stuff
fans
sounds
watching her
like
episode.
the UFO encounter.
Memorize some of the
And it's not the only
catchphrases,
version of that in
Who's
ancient
that?
texts. And
You know,
the,
all the
in
Giggly
the
girl
ancient
talk.
Hindu text, they have demonized these things that were flying through the sky.
who
Like,
could
what
forget
are those
that?
things?
So,
You know, and
Yeah,
the
we
Rig
don't know.
Veda.
We're kind of lost right now.
Even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's all
dude,
these
can't talk.
depictions of
If you
these
want to
things
hurt
that
me,
sound like
Annie, if you
you're
want to hurt me,
talking
you
about a
got me.
spaceship or at the very least some kind of technology. Like what, this thing
I
about the
didn't think that was
Nephilim,
gonna land.
like that the
And then it
gods
did, and I'm
made
so happy that
women
it
and
did.
created
I cannot
men
believe
with
that.
monstrous.
Thank you.
Boy, doesn't that sound like
Nobody's
aliens
laughing.
came down and genetically manipulated primates and
I laugh
created
because you
human
didn't say
beings?
brother.
That's a
Comedy
version
is
of
about
it.
the
You
surprise,
can
okay?
Dudes.
And the
From the
potential
text,
we
it's all
Australian people do it.
really weird
Well,
stuff.
let's see if Brendan
Like, really
teaches
weird.
something about comedy here, dude. It's not supposed to be
If you found out that was all true, it would probably
Astro
change
Creep Scoop.
everything
I
about
thought it was
society.
ended
And
Astro
this is
Creep,
what
but then you said
Herbert
Scoop.
Walker and those
okay,
that's a funny name.
after the
I
help
think it's
what I'm
fine,
explaining it to
but
me on the
he's been
podcast.
posting a lot lately in this
It's
subreddit.
like American
Called
values.
Brendan and Cam.
Right. We were that
compete for
close.
Joe
Right.
Rogan's
Like,
attention.
imagine if that happened. This is
So I
1990.
saw this video
right?
from Brendan. I don't know where
Like,
the Cam. I'm
correct
thinking
me
the
if I'm
Cameron
wrong,
Haynes.
I don't know.
These
Man,
kind
this
of really
are hideous.
weird things, bro.
But keep your eyes on the sunglasses
They excite you.
because you can
More than
see
they-
like him driving and
Oh,
the phone.
okay.
Yeah.
He's complaining about
I mean,
traffic.
You seem
No, but
excited.
I don't
You
think
get
it's the whole
excited
thing.
about
Let's see this.
different possibilities.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
fucking streamables, dude. And
you know,
I know there was some comments
I've
on my last
moved on,
video about how
man,
streamables are for some reason. I don't read them though, so.
I seem like a conspiracy theorist. I see him always being interested in an alternate way something went down and being interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengage.
And
Go, no,
probably as happy as he's gonna be.
how was it? What I read, that's how that's not where you're moving.
No, it's never a denial of information and facts, and it's also a recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with a narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts behind it are. And then there's that term, this pejorative term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I can fucking show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says like, "Oh, you're a conspiracy
He's
theorist,"
giving
I'm
away
like,
a car after
let's
Cameron
talk
Haynes.
about
He's
conspiracies.
copying
Like,
that. I
do
know
you
I
think
should.
that any
Again,
of
I'm
them
not
exist?
listening to my own
Do you
advice.
think
I'm
that people
not sticking to
conspire?
the joke.
Is it like it's a
But
natural
you're
part
but
of
that
human
fucking
behavior?
phone, like he's got it out. He's driving.
Even government.
Oh man.
He's
Sure,
complaining about traffic too, and he's like
the
in a
thing that
carpool
got
lane.
us into the Vietnam War was a
You're going
conspiracy.
fast.
But just stick to the joke. Yeah, it's pretty
It's a
ridiculous.
false
That he just
flag
does what he
operation.
does.
It never
Town
took
is now
place at all. They
copying
lied
whatever
to the American people.
Cam
That's
Haynes
just
show. I don't know
like that's
what's
just
going on.
one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like conspiracy theorists. They've done such a good
It's
job
also funny that he
of
was like,
making
I don't know
it
if he's the way.
a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to you because damages your reputation. If you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, fortunately I'm not, but if you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird like, hey, I think aliens are
It's
real,
like,
right?
you know,
think you're
instead
a
of him being
and
like,
then
Dallas, my
they
truck show is
discount your
different.
opinion on
Dallas,
everything.
my truck show is the same. You know, it's just like,
But
Dallas, my truck show is Cam Haynes' show.
know the actual facts. Like people that don't think there's anything, that aliens are real. There's no way. We're alone. We've never been contacted. Why not? Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday, was talking about cancer research. He was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it? The first one, the silica one? So direct chain of possession of this evidence
Also,
from, I
no
believe it
effort
was
is put into
1950.
this.
And it was almost pure silica. And the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been it had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how off the isotopes were, the magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft. And it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is that?
It's called.
And you should say that to people. They're like, oh. So Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Stanford, he's the professor in the what is his forensics? Is that what his cancer research? But what is his actual title?
Write that down if you're watching.
Stanford School of Medicine professor. Anyway, rock solid credentials, published, and people brought him this material, and they said, "Could you analyze this? Because you know all these different scientists." Dow chair quantum mythology, Stanford School of Medicine. So when a guy like that is saying, "No, this is a composition,"
it's like, yeah, we've seen him call things gay already. I don't know about this specifically.
They found a type of alloy that doesn't exist on Earth, and it has on an atomic level layers upon layers of whatever this alloy is. This was billions of dollars to create, and they found it in 1970. Like in 1970, no one had this. It's not possible to make. Maybe you can make it today, but we don't have the equipment to make it today. You can conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money today to do something like that. But it would be an enormous undertaking. And this is a piece of craft that someone found in 1976. So when a guy like that is telling you that, I'm not saying what it is, I'm not saying where it's from, but I'm saying this is fucking crazy.
It doesn't add up to
So when someone says conspiracies, like, yeah, I believe in conspiracies because they're real. Because I don't have to worry about being taken seriously. And most people do.
Alright, I think we got one more clip, dude, and then I'll try to find the
you don't want to be mocked when people are around you like, yeah, fucking all these JFK assassinations.
I have seen this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's good. It's really, it's great.
Posted by Toxopolis Hypnosis.
Exactly. Because you're saying your theories on things are solid, or because you in your position where, hey, I don't have to take it.
My job does not rely on me being taken seriously. Nothing to say to him.
It's like you get like, hey, you had so and so on here, and you placated them, and you know, and we do take you seriously because so many people listen. Because I always hear, and I always find that there's a hole in those attacks on you. You have a massive audience listening. Does that mean
off on the other show?
Not necessarily is what you're saying. That everything I say I don't want to because that information is going on. So you are Joe. You have a massive audience. So that's your responsibility to make sure they go down that route.
My responsibility is only just to be me. I don't have a responsibility to do anything else. I definitely have a responsibility to not lie to people. I definitely have a responsibility to not willingly allow someone else to lie without at least questioning.
Right.
If I know that they're lying,
do more TikTok things. Like
my responsibility is just to keep doing what I've done. That's why I have a big audience. It's not because of any other reason. So I'm not going to do anything differently.
No, I see that. I applaud it.
I don't think you have to. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's smart. I don't think you should be paying too much attention to what other people's opinions of what you should or shouldn't be doing are, as long as you have a good internal compass. As long as you have a good true north. Right. And my true north is how do I feel about it? Like, do I feel like I'm a good person for doing this? Do I feel like that was a beneficial thing for them and for me? I'm happy, they're happy, we're all good. And that's what I want. I just want a hug and a handshake. Thank you, that was awesome. You had good times. And I want to hear from them. Like, this has been amazing for me. That makes me excited. And that's all I like.
That's cool. You gotta make it sound so simple, but as you probably know, a lot of people in a position, they make that simple.
But it is if you followed the right path.
Okay, so
It's not that
what's
hard.
happening
Like people say it's
I think
hard.
they're making fun of him for not being
You know,
able
you
to
work so hard. Like,
riff on, like they're saying
look
when
at
he
us
looks
right
at
now. This is me
it's
working.
like if they
It's
do
not
it,
that hard.
like
He's
either
in
yell
my
out
jobs.
or say it's gay or something
I've
like
done
that.
just some shit. I've done like horrible jobs that suck. This is not a job. This is just a fun pursuit.
What's written
So you have a responsibility to the people that listen.
You know the answer.
I think the people that listen expect me to be me.
Okay,
And that's all you can do.
Be like, hey, I
And
gotta
as
go.
soon as you start changing, they fucking know before you know.
Right.
Like,
what do we do
they'll
here?
like,
What else
oh,
you
you
got?
fucking changed.
Yeah.
And people will always accuse you of changing, even if you haven't. But I think I evolved, like most certainly evolved. I've tempered the way I view life. I'm definitely kinder, more patient. But I'm the same person. Same person, same goals. Just curious. I'm interested. Like talking to people.
Yeah.
And I want everybody to do well. I really genuinely do.
Well, that's not an overcome. Should we adapt
And it's not hard. The way you described it is great.
He just gets
It's
bored.
actually selfish. I say that all the time. It really is
And what else you
selfish.
got, Nicholas?
The kind person.
Not what else you got, Chan?
Not even
crusade to change the understanding of
Not
that
even
word?
just-
Because it
Oh,
sounds
yeah,
so
yeah. Is that like, because he's even more bored than you think.
There is a way.
He's like, if it's a really bad topic, you've read it, he says, make a list and send it to him.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, dude, this is
At the end of the day, it is all about
we did an hour. I didn't expect that. I thought it was gonna be a shorter episode.
Exact dignity.
Well, thanks. They get in the chains, guys.
Choice and a mandate.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, if you want to see us do stand-up, check us out Saturday at the stand-up
That's the choice. You got
Bellflower.
The stand-up comedy club, March 23rd, this Saturday
I love to go.
in Bellflower. It's gonna be
Logan
me and
Democon,
Brendan
and I can look
Cooney
in the mirror
doing a
and
show
go,
with
that's all
Jesus
you
Pulpit.
Yeah,
I'm
I can make this
also
decision
gonna be
for
in
the workshop. I
Phoenix
can look in the mirror and
on
go,
March
so man, we
27th
get that
on
one
Wednesday.
I honestly like fucking up sometimes.
You know, I mean, get on that, and then in San Diego in June, and
What's the last
show
fuck
dates
up
in
you had?
April.
Were you like,
So
Oh,
yeah,
you have a weird podcast. Like, that one sucked. Like maybe I was like worked out too hard before I got here. That's not good. Like that's a bad one that I do sometimes. That I kind of charge you. Yeah, no, it's a porn house. And then my brain's on fire. That was like I do it like that. Yeah, I do a lot of squats. Like this, squats. And then my brain is white out. You know, that's not good. I've done that. You know, yeah, but just when you're not on point, okay, what did I do wrong? I didn't get enough sleep. Maybe I didn't take my nootropics, whatever it was. Like, maybe I didn't do enough research on the subject, whatever it is. Like, let's get it back together. Pull up on this shit back around.
Dude, that's self-regulation.
Yeah.
You're self-regulating. Because, could have done better. I missed my mark. Oh, like, I don't like it when I do that. I didn't leave that situation better than I found it. I didn't come forward. I didn't care about whatever happened. Man, more of that. Fucking bored.
It's good for everybody. It's gonna be your own general. You're gonna be your own like up soldier. You know. I always talk about the cold runs because it is the one time people say, "Oh, how do you do it every day?" Listen to me very carefully. I almost golf every day. I do that bitching out every single day. I'm amazed how weak I am. I'm amazed. Every time I go to lift that fucking lid up that day, I'm like, oh my God, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I know when I get in, I'm like, maybe I'll only do a minute today. Maybe I'll get out right now. Let's want to get out right now. Like, shut the fuck up.
But, you know,
I get the
that's
let
not
the
why
general
we're here. We
talk.
just
The
watched,
general's like, shut the fuck up, soldier.
Yes.
Well, stay in the water. Like that dude from Full Metal Jacket.
You know, we're not going to tell you.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Thanks to Brendan
Yeah.
Walsh
Self-regulation.
of the World
Yeah,
Record.
but every day I almost go.
Great
David
episode.
Goggins told me that too.
I didn't see it.
He's like the most mentally strong human being I've ever met. Maybe the most mentally strong human being that's ever walked the face of the planet. And he said, he goes, even though I run every day, sometimes I look at my sneakers, I stare at those motherfuckers for half an hour before I put
You
them on.
guys are here to watch 10 minutes to shop. So start the timer.
This nigga here.
Alrighty, we got it.
You know, they're running like marathons literally every day.
So a lot of picture posts, so I think we're going to start with picture posts here.
Want to do
Okay,
this.
so this episode you're saying it might be
That's the thing. It's like people want to think that people that are mentally strong don't struggle.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
you do
This
struggle.
was posted by Brandon
You always
Green 3.
struggle.
It says,
But
what
you
if
win every
this is a
time.
guy you never want as a
You
friend?
make sure
all
that
the
you
shit
win
he's
every time.
talking
Like,
about
you can
Dana in
win
the
every
UFC.
time. But you've
It's
got to
tweet from Brendan
develop
saying
that
zero
ability
issue
to
with
make
Dana.
yourself
He
do the
misspelled zero.
things you don't necessarily
Love the
want to
guy
do, but
and
you
what
know
he's
you
done.
should.
days of
It's a
being
little
mad
bit
at
of that.
anyone are
I
long
don't know if you
gone.
ever saw that Djokovic interview on 60
I like that they clipped it so early, Jen, that he has 2 likes. It's like an added diss. Because you know, it must have gotten more likes eventually for 2, right?
Go back
There's only
because you
58
have less
views. I'm
negative
not a numbers
thoughts.
guy, so I don't really know the
Interrupts
scenario there. But yeah, I guess, I mean,
his answer's great. He goes, no,
what do
no,
you think?
I have his
Well, I think it's funny that this is another thing we got pulled up right now. It's Max Power Bike.
Yeah, that's a shot at the
zero
eye.
issue
Right.
with Dane.
So
I see what you got here. Look at you, bro. At a producer level, bro, there's levels to this shit.
He has control.
If you
Yeah,
were
he has
producing it,
control of those songs. They come in and they swat it down. Yeah.
I'm
You
not
don't
really
have
out
to
there
have
like
some
Well, this is
negative
a
thoughts.
review.
You're going to be
Before you
an
know that.
athlete.
Yeah,
You have to be your own worst critic. You can't be satisfied with anything. If you want to reach the very tip of the top, every movement must be more precise, more explosive, and better every time you do it. You have to do all the training.
Somebody
No
should have
stone
gone there
unturned.
Dana and
Don't
Mark
do that.
Zuckerberg.
You're
You
never
want
going
somebody
to
to
reach a level
know.
in anything.
No, I want that.
Oh, I thought you were saying like you just want someone to listen to.
That's why he started the show. Because no one ever listened to him.
Success.
The Shop Show.
Hey, you
It's a
rich, privileged fucks. Come
What's
over
a
here.
better
Let me tell you something. Someone should have done this UFC answer. Hey, you two rich,
resume
rich,
for
privileged.
great performance or victory.
Kimbo looks so disappointed.
Suffering to
He
succeed
says rich,
or
and then it shows Kimbo's
Oh,
face.
suffering to succeed.
yes.
Yeah. The emotions that come with
It's
revenge
the
are
perfect
crippling.
picture to have
And,
up.
and, and sometimes
Every
they
time
can keep
Sean
you up
messes
at
up,
night
look over
and
Kimbo.
they'll fuck with your sleep, and then the consequences of
Come here, let me
losing
talk
are
to you.
far greater
Again,
because you genuinely
I
hate
need
the
an
person.
answer.
There's a, you know, some people
Dude, he was
thrive
mad
under
there. I
those
forgot about
conditions,
that.
oddly, but I would think most of the time,
He
most of the
does
time,
not like Mark
trying
Zuckerberg
to
and Dana
just
White.
achieve the highest version of yourself
Yeah.
is the most
So,
aspirational.
anyways,
And I
long
think
story
the
short, he's
best
got
of
no
the
issues with
best
Dana.
do that.
I'm glad he's
The very best, the
bearing
George St. Pierre's of the
match,
world, they do that.
the
They're
hammer,
playing
bearing the
They're
hammer.
playing
I'm glad he's bearing
they're
the
trying to be the very
Yes.
best
Yeah.
version
All right,
of
here we go.
themselves they
Bearing
can
the
be, and if they do
I
that right,
mentioned this last week, but I got so many
they
Netflix
can
votes. I gotta bring it up. It's
But
post
it's
my
not
laser tag. It's breadsticks.
it's going to be, they go through
Yeah,
hell.
it's him getting it all.
To become an elite fighter
Oh, that's
is
the
one of those
post.
physically
Yeah.
difficult
Yeah,
things.
that's good.
And then
Yeah.
psychologically difficult
Hilarious.
things that a human being can never undertake.
Let's go
Outside
to
of
the next
war,
one. This is posted by Various
Yeah, other than
Concept
that,
2615.
you're
It says
dealing
this
with
guy does a YouTube show.
physical struggle
That looks
the
like the
likes that
thing he
most
was
people have
wearing
never
when he worked
experienced
the
in
red
their life.
carpet and he
You're
fucking
just
all those
literally
slabs.
hurling
I believe this is the
in
Grammys
the
or
direction of
Bravo when he was
a
at
trained
Bravo.
That's
assassin.
it.
Yeah.
And
I
the
wonder-
two of you are going to do it publicly
wonder
in
who he talked to
underwear in
dressed
front of the
like
whole
that.
world. Barefoot,
He really is
tiny
playing the
pads
part here
on your
well.
knuckles,
Because that looks like one of those
up over
problems.
your dick.
I think if I
Go
wasn't
up there and kick each other and strangle each other, it's crazy.
and I
It's
saw
a crazy
this, I'd
sport.
be like, oh, it's
And
just
so there's
another
this
host.
balance of the mind and the body and the
gotta
intention and how
express
you allocate your resources
way too
and
much
time
makeup.
Makeup
and how
on,
you manage stress
big
and how you
shape.
deal with the
Here, this is actually
pressures
more
of trying to
prep. Looks like
succeed
than he
and the
did for his own
doubts and the
special.
fears
When Jamal cut his hair.
in the
Jamal
suffering.
didn't do that. I know that.
Yeah.
Fair to
Let's see
say.
the next one here. All right.
Like
We got another
people that,
video clip.
You know, like the
Nice.
It's posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called "Just a Couple Weeks Ago, this dickhead told Brian to his face that sitting cage side wasn't the best seat in the
Right.
house."
show
Let's see.
at the goal
In
line.
a cage and fighting. I'll tell you right now, though. After
Just an
seeing
objective and go, oh,
cage
shit,
side,
4th and 1, this could be the game
What the
winner.
fuck happened
Oh, I
there?
gotta get
Well,
this
he's
one
doing
yard.
base stuff and then
Whereas, I run.
That
I
worried
will
me
run
for a second.
through. I'll use my ability. I will cross it. Oh, Jack. You scored.
It seemed
Go
like he
through the
could
end zone,
control
down the
himself.
fucking tunnel.
cage
The
side,
best snipers don't aim at the target. They aim on the other side of it. Getting through
cage side,
code.
how the best
Part of what I know helped me
That's
was
new,
going,
right?
oh,
Yeah.
it's going to be like this for 10
That's
years,
a
gang.
whole, that's a whole new
Family,
shop.
buckle up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
we're
Sure.
used to
Oh,
it
shit. Oh, you were preparing for a much longer.
I will say
Journey.
it
Don't wanna
sounds
work
like
out
he's
this
really
thing.
scared of introducing himself to
Hell,
somebody.
get ready for it, dude.
Cage
And then
side.
all of a sudden you're like,
It's
all right,
good to
that's
meet
it.
you.
Wait, done.
Right.
Projecting past the goal. Cellularly, I think wakes up something in us on survival level that we don't
That would make my
choke,
day.
we don't get fatigued.
Yeah,
Right.
Quickly. We don't want to quit
Glad I'm
simply
on the
because we
outside.
have in our mind
because it's
the end is not
brutal.
right around the corner.
It's
Right.
because
It's been a mental
Both of
trick.
them, just that's the way they do
But-
punchlines.
Yeah.
I think that has
the
something to do
word
with that.
strangely.
That what champions
Yeah.
Dude,
Did you see the
they should
latest
be on.
Joe Rogan
They're playing
experience? He had his
Arch
ex-
Manning right now. Never been more hype on
Did Joe do that? Did Rogan used to do the
Ever.
voice? No, I was just doing it right now.
I don't think that
It's
guy
not funny or funny.
Why?
I guess.
Family. Bloodlines
Did you
is
see
why
the latest
they're
Joe Rogan
beyond.
experience?
This hype, this is
Never
mortal.
introduce yourself. Oh,
Right.
yeah. We're out of your ways. I forgot about that.
It's about the process. So when it
If
That's
UT
rule
goes
number
and wins the
Well,
championship,
another rule is you don't talk about hype
never been ranked
on
up
Rogan.
before.
Right?
I believe that this team.
And so this is posted by Chris
Oh,
Sturz,
thank you for the compliment, but
Christo
we're on our mission.
Seroflil.
That being preseason ranked number one or being on the
It's
cover
called
for
the Zack
Sports
Snyder
Illustrated
commits
is not a
to
curse
GRE.
nor a validation.
And
It's
that is
just
the thing. I mean,
noise
not
out there.
that- that's the thing
We
that
do
Frank
it.
does, and that's the reason
And
why
you
I
go,
wanted Affleck.
we told you
Because
you'd
like,
be
to
number
me,
one.
that is a big
Look
deal.
at you
Right?
now.
That's like 6'4",
Thank you.
you know, he's
But
like
that's it.
legit.
I'm not. They don't need a pep rally.
And you know, like in
to
the
go.
shoes, the shoes.
The rest of the world thinks you can win this.
I don't know
game.
what that noise is in the background. You hear that?
Yeah, that is
For them,
weird.
we're not playing
It's like
we're doing
banana,
our
banana,
thing.
banana,
Have a
banana,
mission.
people
I
fighting.
believe in the path that I'm on,
2
and I'm
inches.
going
So, like,
beyond this hype. Or I'm
he's
going
literally
beyond
almost
this
like,
game. I'm playing for a while. I'm
6'6"
prepared
in the-
mentally and
in the
spiritually
costume.
for the
Like when
entire
he comes out of the
season
costume with
of
the,
hell.
I mean,
I'm
puts a muscle on
prepared
it,
to
and then
fight
there's
this
a muscle suit
assassin
for
on
the
the other
suit.
side of me
And he's like,
that is wants to defend
he's like
and do to me what I want to do to
legitimately a
them.
scary looking thing.
Making the
You know, he's just like
the
standing there, you're
resistance
like, holy
for
shit.
the
The
adversary
chin is so
seems
insane. And
bigger
that
and
cowl,
longer and
you
getting
know,
more
he-
tumultuous.
I mean, look at him.
Seems to be a
He's
good
like,
way to
you know,
succeed.
he's
Going
I
beyond and also you look
you know,
up.
he's like
I get this from
legitimately
when
like
I've done my best
Batman to me.
acting.
And I don't know.
I didn't
like,
know
You know,
it was
because
the last day.
he's
They
a great
will
Batman,
cut
but he's still like,
at the
you know,
end of the last
you know,
scene,
5'10".
of the last day of
you
shooting.
know.
I was walking off and I see the mark. I'm like, no, no, there is no
Right. Rogan is short.
That's
But
it.
I can't get out of what this guy's actually
Oh,
saying. Because nobody watched that
Oh,
Batman, right?
hey, Joe,
it's
how
not
you
like
doing?
you
For the
saw
first
you
time,
you
just
don't think
locked
it's
in.
on yours as
Yeah.
that Christian Bale was.
No, but
Best
I'm
rounds
also,
of
it's not a
golf.
competition. In my mind, I know it's a competition for a lot of people, but it's a good time, dude. That's what I'm
And
all
was
about,
heading
baby.
to the next team.
I just had no interest in
To
looking
look
at
up and realize,
so,
I know,
but
that's
like,
it. You
Christian
played a
Bale
oh,
shit, that
you
was
want to shoot.
that was different. Yeah.
I didn't look at
To
my
me, this is
scorecard
the
when
Gringo
16
Poppy
ago.
of the Batman series.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the Robert Pattinson Batman, Christian Bale Batman, Ben Affleck Batman. It's a
I
good
didn't
time.
anticipate.
We're
So
all
being in a
here
room,
just
I
fucking laughing,
behaved,
eat popcorn
and when
down
you
here.
just can finish.
Yeah.
That's something in
I
there
will
that's
say though, I used to
suffering
think
to
that about
succeed
Marvel,
rather than
and then I saw the Ant-Man
fighting for it.
Quantumania,
Seeing on the other
and I was like,
side
this
of
is
the
no
target.
longer a good time, dude.
Yeah, it's
I mean, they can't all be good, right?
100%.
There's
Yeah.
tons of those
It's also
movies.
like concentrating
Just so
on what
many.
you're trying to
It's like
do
there's only
versus
1,000
the
we can
impact
do
of what it is.
In
Like
fact,
if I miss this, oh my god, I'm
1,001
fucked.
is going to be
right.
bad.
Yeah, instead of
And I
that,
might give
you're
good news for
just
saying
thinking
that it's a
about, I'm going
good
to make
time,
this.
but
This
it's
is
a
how I
good
make
time when
this.
you know
This is
that
how I
there
do
are
this.
green
This is
screens.
how I
Like,
do
what
this.
did they
Yeah.
do now?
Hey, it's
All
also
these
in
visual
today's
effects.
world, all this
Like, how did
craziness
they get
going
this
on,
shot?
social
It's just
media,
people
etc.
acting silly in
We're all
front
sort of
green
living in
screens.
the third person.
I think
Or
that, well,
fed
yeah,
opportunities
obviously it's
to live in
mindless
third
when it's a
person all the
superhero
time.
movie.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm just
we have a
saying to say it.
jumbotron.
But I think it'd be funny, like
Use football
Joe
now.
Rogan and
You
Batman.
kick
I
me
don't
the
think
ball.
of Joe
I'm
Rogan
running,
fighting
kick off
Batman.
back. I'm going down the sideline, and I see the goal, and I think I'm going to score.
Joe
And then
Rogan.
I have a look
I
at
don't
the
want to see
jumbotron to
Batman
see
take
how
ice
I'm going
baths,
to do.
dude.
Yeah.
That's going to be tactical about it.
Yeah.
If
If you
Batman
step
jumps in the
outside,
sun
Yeah,
after
you have
he's
a
like,
look at how
Maybe
all
it's
these
sure.
from
different
getting the vaccine.
Yeah, for sure.
that
Where
passenger
drugs,
you're
he's talking
talking about, where you're hitting him immediately, is not hopping out
Right.
over which you have a look.
I won't
But
let
if
you
you do,
poison the
you get
city.
lost.
You
You're
might
lost.
poison the
You're
city.
conscious of what you're behaving, what you know how to do, what you're passionate to do, and you're out of the moment.
Yeah.
Become ejected.
Their bathroom.
Yeah, we all love watching someone do
Batman's
something
what is he-
where we know
what is
they're
he
in their zone,
doing in
right?
this
Like if
girl's
someone
soccer
runs
game?
in for a layup, it's like the most beautiful.
Oh, it's cool. I mean, not to be. I'm not being rude about
Drop
Batman
the
giant
ball
in the
and
comic.
like,
In some of the, like in Dark Knight Returns and in Frank's comics, and like, you know, in the classics, he's pretty big
when you
too.
see someone
You know, he's always
just flow.
like in Dark Knight Returns. If you look at Dark Knight Returns, you know, like he's there's a line like where he's trying to hold someone's gun and his finger can't get in the trigger
We
guard
love
because it's so
that because
big.
we know that it's somewhere in
I
ourselves.
like things like that.
Maybe
like,
at
just
one
like,
point in your life,
he's
you
like-
experience
he has
playing
this-
mini golf or something. Like one point in your life, you're like, I
this
think I
genetic
felt a little
like,
bit of
that.
gift of just being this big
How much do you
fucking
think
dude.
preparation
Other than
has
that,
to do with the
you know,
freedom
his parents
to
were
adapt
murdered in
and
front of
flow
him,
once
and
you're
he's
in the
also
game?
like a billionaire.
A
So
lot,
like that weird,
almost
like
everything.
you
If
want it
you're
to not
not
be just
prepared,
one of
your
those things,
ability
right?
to adjust is very
They
limited.
did it, but still, like,
You have to be
you know,
fully
you know, fight
prepared
that.
and then let it flow.
That surprised me.
But you have to
The blank part. But
Freely
you
really
think
have all
in
your
one
bases
way,
covered.
yes,
Just to-
this might be
Just so you
bothersome
don't
to
have
Rogan because
anxiety.
he's
Yeah, I
doing
could have
that
done
whole should be
more.
tall and
Yeah,
Rogan
that's
short.
a big
But
issue
on
with
another
fighters.
level,
You see fighters
Rogan
towards the end
likes
of their
that whole
career.
like alpha
There's a
brain.
thing that happens with fighters realize they're
Zack
probably
Snyder is
never going to
definitely
be
like
champion.
his
And
version
they're
is
just doing it
on
for a
Batman.
paycheck.
He's a Batman
sometimes
that's
they'll
working
show up
out
and they look a little
and
soft.
taking
Yeah,
a
like,
focus or whatever the
you
pills
see a
are
little
you're
fear in
supposed to
their
do.
eyes.
You
They
know, like
know they really
jacked
are
and ready
not
to fight or
focused.
whatever.
They're really
Snorting
not
great
dialed
to
in.
get
But
out of
this
your
is
mind.
what they're doing for a
If
paycheck
any of the
now.
Batmans
it's
have a
not good.
trigger grill,
Right.
it's Zack Snyder.
This guy, the other guy on the other side of the octagon is the opposite. That guy's
He's got a
dialed
trigger
in.
grill in that
Yeah,
Batmobile
he's
beat.
only like 25.
In the fucking car, and he's now he's George Costanza.
And
He's
he's a
eating a
stepping
chicken
stone
wing.
for
So,
him. It's
all right,
like,
that's not fighting crime.
And the
He's killing
problem here that is what getting actually really injured.
Batman just was like
More so
mounting
than
a
if
fucking
you were
elk on his
100%.
house. It's like
You'll
there's
definitely
people
take shots.
that
You
are
would
like,
take
help. He's
and
like,
then you don't
I'm a
have
little
the
tired of
endurance to
making
keep up
deer
the pace. Yeah, right?
I wouldn't be
like,
Batman City if it wasn't
to
for
get to
Shore.
the shape that you have to have
Yeah,
to be able to beat the 5-round MMA
definitely.
fight, it's almost
Affleck is a Rogan
impossible
type
to maintain. Like Chael Sonnen's talked about this extensively.
This was the one I was most
You
excited to
can't
show
keep
you.
it up.
Obviously,
It's not like a level of conditioning
it's a
you
good
can
thing
keep
that
up all
Brendan
year
chopped
round.
it, right?
You have to
But
peak to
it's
it
just
where you're
Brendan
like your
chops
body's
is awesome.
barely hanging
So I want to get
on.
your thoughts on
And
this,
then
dude.
you
It's called
coast the
it's not a
last week
special
to
thing
allow
for one of
yourself
our
to
guys, haphazard.
recover, and you just kind of go
Let's see.
through movements the last
Uncle
few days.
MMA,
And then on Saturday,
Productions,
under the
how was
bright
that?
lights,
How was
you
that?
were at
First of all,
100%
I'd like to commend you
capacity. Monitoring your fucking heart rate, checking your
quietly
resting
paying
heart
for that
rate,
guy's family. I can
checking your
just see you
blood,
doing it.
your
Yeah,
heart rate
yeah, it's
variability,
I
and
wish
your
more people
nutrient
could have-
levels at. You're fucking finely
Okay,
tuned.
so
For
Get in there and
he
go.
basically
Saturday
paid for a
night.
fighter's
And
family
if
to
you're
come
not,
see the
if
fight.
you didn't
Oh, okay,
cover
that's nice.
any of those bases,
More people
you
knew.
would
This
know,
is very
but
important.
the back
How
of
many
your head,
how
you're
many
gonna
people
know.
Brendan's done this for? Like how much money? How much fucking money Brendan spent on people he
I
doesn't
could
know?
have trained
And
harder.
so that is this thing that you never talk about, and it's so ridiculous. But this didn't surprise me that you did this. But you didn't post this either. Somebody's like, "Oh, he didn't post it. He would never post this. Somebody else posted it."
I literally had to message him and say, I saw this.
Good for you, dude. You flew him in. Did he win in front of his family?
Here's the thing. So he lost by submission in the second round.
It always said.
I know you didn't want to talk
Yeah,
about
12
this, but Gerardo's actually
You
hard
can
up on money, and he
expect
needs.
your team.
I know you didn't want to bring this up, but
Perform
he's looking for someone to pay for him to be able to
Saturdays.
travel to Overkill so he can get.
You want to make
his,
sure that those
TRX
2
mod.
Saturdays
So
are
I'm
against
I'm putting that out there. I know
You want to
Brandon.
make sure
I don't
that
know if
the
you
other
watch the
ones
show.
that are like, okay, they did well, but they didn't play the big ones. Or against the good
Don't
teams,
kill me.
and
I
you want
love
to do your
it.
best to
I
make
get
sure
it.
that the days that they're off, you're playing the
But
teams that you
I
can
just
beat.
don't want to be surprised when I try
You're
to.
not going to be there.
I
It
just
seems
wanna
like
say
so
that
much
every
more
week.
opportunity
I don't like
to
that.
back
Dude, it's not a big deal to me. It's like,
today to have
yeah, I
a much
want to
higher
try.
number that you can
Yeah.
be ready for.
How else am I going to get
Who
it?
is the best player?
Yeah, that's true. This whole time, since the problem with his truck, he hasn't been able to get it.
When you get to a championship level, when you get to like the Alshon Cambodia, or you get to Islam Makhachev, when you get to like that level, they're all.
Time at the
If you're
family
at a
afterwards.
championship
It was
level, they're all
fun.
If you're gonna lose, it's great to have your family
They're all.
there.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's
It's measured, it's timed.
I saw this.
Yeah, they're all dialed in with diet, they're dialed in with their weight, they're dialed in with
Yeah,
strength
let me just play
conditioning,
real quick.
they're dialed in with sparring.
Paid
It's
for a fighter's
impeccable.
family to
You
join.
can't
Which I thought was
compete at a world-class level today and not have that. It's not possible. So,
wife and kids.
yeah.
Are these 2 different
I get it.
coaches?
Emotional as the kids and wife
Are
have
these
been
one
listening.
Some people don't have mental coaches
I don't think
at
this is that
all. Some of the elite
special
fighters
thing.
have no mental coaches.
So,
But some of them do. Some of them, like we had this guy Brandon
you know,
Dempsey
so
the other day
his
that
wife and kids,
works with
when
quite
I
a few
find out
UFC
which my wife
fighters.
and kids
He's got a very specific protocol that he mentally prepares them for. Coaching your speaker, and it sets up like a way to visualize and see yourself performing and see yourself doing things and
I'll just say
how
what we're all
you view
thinking,
your
right?
performance, like to get you into a mindset where once you get into
Yeah,
that,
if you're
like,
gonna
locked into this
play the
pathway.
part of like you
Instead
don't
of
talk
like
about it,
straying and letting
then don't
anxiety
talk
feel
about it. You
yeah,
have a clip,
which can
and then
happen to
you
fighters.
need
But then
your
there's other guys
your
who don't
co-host and your
have
producer
any
who either
coaches
made
to
them do
that
this
at
or you
all. They
allow
just have
them
the
to.
mindset
give up
already,
segments
and
to the
they're
show
comfortable
about
with what they have.
It's
They
a
just
very-
stay disciplined and
What
just
do you
go
work
in
for
there.
Dunn Edwards? Okay,
It's
very
very personal because everybody's brain.
And if you watch our show, Raccoon tweet is
they all have
we
like
have a whole
different
episode
ways
searching paint.
expressing
Trying to
themselves,
find out
different
the
ways.
name.
How much is technology?
Oh, and by the way, we never got to the name until we were watching Netflix the other day.
Yeah, a lot.
And I just
A
thought
lot.
of it. I was like, Don Edwards.
Technology
You really just thought of it?
Yeah.
Because when you were like, dude, I cannot believe we forgot that Edwards. My fucking mind
understanding
went.
like when you
Because
do a
it
nutrient
all came
analysis,
back to me.
your
I
blood
remember
work,
the
like
fucking
your
pinky and I
deficient
thought it was the
niacin,
orange
this
brown
is
on it.
your
And I was
probably
like,
your wearing down, you have enough B12
I mean, if you're scared of AI, you can't even find a fucking paint brand by searching the key indicators of that paint
yeah,
brand.
dude, we Googled
you can't miss any of those
all the things
if you
except for the name.
performance.
And
Yeah,
Gun Edwards is a big
hydration,
page,
your electrolytes,
and it wasn't
everything
even
that's
on
down.
any of the first 10 pages.
Yeah,
Google is
one of the
blockbuster.
biggest
But I know that you quietly
like this is like a lot of these young guys.
I
The
know
problem
you
is
don't
they
want to
still
talk
go
about it on
out
the show.
party,
Yeah,
they're
thank you.
still
I
hanging
appreciate
out with
it. And
girls till 2
you know,
o'clock in
Brent
the
hears
morning,
this,
and then
and
they're
we're like,
training at 8 a.m.
some Gun Edwards
Like,
pages.
you can't do that and be a
I will say,
professional and
yeah,
expect to be
on
world
top of
class.
what you're saying, dude,
Beat the
fucking,
guys who are
there was
just as
somebody
good as you,
filming
but
you.
get that
Yeah.
preparation.
you
They're gonna
talk
have it
about
down.
the thing while you're doing it, that you're buying
the
something.
argument
It's not a quiet thing.
No, not at all.
Well, who was better?
It's just, it's like some sort of
Yeah.
ramp up, like a
Yeah.
bubble to burst for Brendan. That is not negative for once.
Yeah, it's literally a segment. You know, it's like a show. You're doing show prep. Really, when you do that.
You were on
Yeah,
Fox
it's
News a
just,
couple days before.
They're bigger and powerful than they focus.
You should have
They're more
put it
specific.
there too.
Yeah. And also, I'm going to pay for
But
these
they played
anchor to
that
go
time.
back
They
to
would be that
school.
much better than
That's very nice.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see
I
here.
think first of all,
This is
They
a
also have the
reference to the
benefit
last
of
one.
watching people
It's
do it
Greasy
before them
posted this.
and
It's
do it
really
really
makes you
well,
think
so they
me.
aspire
And
to
it's
that
like
level
Mario
and
was
then
about
to surpass that level.
Francis
Whereas
got
those
to
people are
$200,000
pioneers.
when Francis was
So Larry
struggling
Bird didn't have a lot of people to watch play basketball before Larry Bird. Right now, there was a few, black and white footage. It's not like you didn't see it every day. You didn't have it on the internet. Now kids, they just watch every Jordan highlight reel, every time LeBron James has scored, every Steph Curry three-pointer. They can watch it anytime they want, and then that is a level that they're aspiring
I'm
to.
scared for that
Think
fighter.
of all the
He's
football
going to get fired, dude.
watch
That's what
now
happened
and
to George.
analyze. Think of
Paid
all
for
the
him to go
fights
see his family
that
and then
people
got
coming up
fired
now
right
that
after.
want to be a martial artist.
Well,
They can
listen,
watch.
I don't think you
And
can
so
really
they
compare
aspire to this
Camaro,
level
who's been
that
in
has already been
Francis,
achieved by the
Nigeria.
greatest of all
It's
time.
like those
And
two
they want to
dudes, like,
surpass that.
they're
Yeah.
good
Which
fighters,
is
I
what you
guess.
and Beach have always done athletically all throughout time.
They do.
We've always,
No,
it's not like
definitely not.
guys
They
who
do
broke
stand up
records in the
for 25
1930s. We
minutes.
don't break those today. Like those are not the same records. Like those don't
That's
hold
funny you
up.
say 25 because
These
they do
100% get
stand
better.
up and fight for
From
25
90 years
minutes.
Yeah,
ago
most
to
of the
today,
rest
there's
fights
no
are over.
comparison. The athletes are far better.
Oh,
They're
you're
gonna
right.
continue to get
Yeah,
90 years
People
from now.
them soon.
Probably
Let's see
if
here.
there's humans.
All right, let's go on to the next section of Jinx today. I don't know if you know, but apparently Brendan Schaub is the strongest man alive. This was posted by a complex situation. It's called Brendan Can Outbench Most NFL Players. Let's see what this is all
I did 225. This is 2 summers ago. I just got back in the gym. I'm 3 days in, for God's sakes. But 2 summers ago, I did 225, 40,
Big fellas.
2 times.
But compared to today, that would be the lightest.
Right.
But, and then Dallas, with Nate Newton, those guys had a point where they were going, oh, we're going to get guys up to 330. Oh, let's get to
Yeah, so he
340.
benched
And they
42
peaked.
times 200.
Well, someone got to 360.
I don't think so.
The bone marrow, they were big, but they lost agility and speed. And went, we get the ceiling. We went past it. We got to come back.
What did you like?
There's the hogs.
Straight 42.
Guy in the middle with the mustache. Oh my God. Was big fellas.
Jacoby over here, 66.
Big fellas.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you expect from Brennan. He didn't have a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills for nothing.
Right. Bigger, better, supposed to be bigger, and all of a sudden agility went.
Try having a cappuccino for 25 minutes on YouTube, dude.
Come back
It's not
down.
easy.
Well, believe it or not, the
Brendan can
UFC
drink
heavyweight
25
division has a weight
cappuccinos. He can
class.
lift 25
You can't be over
reps of
265
whatever that
pounds.
amount was. He's different. He can do stand up for 25 minutes.
They have to wait to fight for the UFC heavyweight title. You must weigh 265 pounds or below.
Well, I'll tell you what we're doing
So
when we watch Video Copy. We're laughing.
You gotta lose weight.
All right, this one's posted by T.
You gotta weigh it. It's happened
It's,
before.
I wonder if
For
Brian
guys
Shaw,
that
one
lose
of the
weight
strongest
to fight
men,
heavyweight.
knows the man.
Tim
to his
Sylvia,
left,
when he was the UFC
225
heavyweight
pounds.
champion, had to cut weight to hit the 265-pound weight class.
Just look at the
He was
muscle
so
mass.
big.
Yeah.
It's not
Then, like,
there.
265 was a struggle
Yeah,
for him to get
he
down
definitely
to.
does not look as ready to lift that much as the gigantic man
Well, I would
standing over
assume
him.
it should, but the
It's just
problem
back
is
with his
there's
face,
actually
dude.
a
I
heavyweight
fucking hate
class
his
above
face,
that,
bro.
that's super
I don't know why he
heavyweight.
does
We've
the
never
weird
had
faces,
that in
but
the UFC.
Brian's
There's
kind
never
of
been a
does.
single super heavyweight
Yeah.
fight in the UFC.
Brian
Everything
looks
has
like
always been
LeBron
inside the
said, no, he's all excited.
265-pound weight
They're,
class, which I think is real weird.
they're all
Because, like,
they're always like doing bits. Like
I don't know.
I wouldn't have
The
expected
numbers
this
are
of
real
them,
weird
but
anyway.
since
because
they are
there's giant
kind of annoying
gaps in them.
sometimes,
It's like one of the
they
major
might be those
problems
guys
with
that just can
MMA
never turn
is
it
that
off.
there's a lack of
It
weight
looks like
classes.
maybe that's the case
So
with both of them.
in boxing, there's weight classes. All you got
The funny is always, it
126,
doesn't always have to
130,
double
135. It goes 135,
sometimes the funny
140, 140, 147,
yourself.
147, 54. So you just see it's like 35,
All
45,
right, so this one's
55,
posted
then
by
it goes
log
70,
jumping key.
85.
It says,
You
can you
got
believe
15
this
pound
bearded
weight difference. Then
motherfucker
it goes
says this?
205, so you got 20 pounds.
I do want to
And
say
then you
also,
got
there was a
265.
lot more
So
posts about
that's
the
60 pounds
there was a bunch of people
heavyweight.
that
It's
apparently
crazy.
bench press
The
not as
gaps are
much as
just too
men
big.
did. So
They're
shout out to all those
gigantic.
posts.
So that's a
They're like,
major problem with
they were
MMA.
just killing
Is
it
that
at Kiwi at
there's
this
less
point.
weight classes than there should be. And then you have a cap
Fuck,
on heavyweight,
okay,
which is bananas.
So,
You should have no
so
caps.
the
Heavyweight
black
should be, how
label
big is this
alpha
guy?
brain. That
Like,
is
let's
the top of the food chain.
Black label alpha brain,
I mean,
dude.
what about the
Yeah,
mountain?
I mean,
That
come
guy
on,
from Game
man.
of Thrones? That
You're
guy
a
fights
sales.
you?
You're like
He wouldn't be able to make
supplement
weight.
salesman.
He's too big.
And the rest of it was
almost
really. I
400
mean, like,
pounds.
I'm not just saying this. I'm a guy that
Yeah.
like. I
Yeah, I
use
can
my
do
brain
that. I
for
thought
like, I know the
heavyweight's like
difference. I'm not like, what these dudes
260, 250,
whack, and
whatever you
how
want to
does
come
it
in
work?
with.
That's what it
You're
should be.
fucking
Yeah.
like a celebrity
But there really should be a weight class around 225.
It's embarrassing.
There's something like that.
What
in
class
boxing.
would that be?
He's a strong
class?
Am I going to see
Well,
unicorns?
boxing has something like that. What is the boxing weight class that's like
It's
below
really good
heavyweight?
for
It's
memory. It's really
cruiserweight, but
good
then
for
there's a
focus.
there's a recent one
Cool
over the
story,
past
bro.
few years that
Damn,
they've
dude, look at
developed.
there's so much bald in this room.
But that's one thing
Yeah.
that boxing does a much
Then
better
two
job
ball
with, I think.
kings,
Yeah,
right?
Providing fighters
The amount of tickets
correct
missed
weight
like
class.
this table. Ever heard of it? It's a lot.
Yeah, he's the king of
What's it
queens for
called?
one reason and one
But
reason
so you
only.
gotta
He's
get
literally
another one that they're
It's like,
calling.
I go that day.
They're
It's
calling
like,
it. God, I can't remember the
It
name of
gives
it.
you like a little extra juice mentally.
Yeah,
Now, if you're a
that's
moron,
it.
you're not going to
I
notice
think
it.
they
Like,
called
I'm
it something different though. They had a name for it.
Trust me.
Eh,
absolutely.
That's you,
whatever.
Doug.
Maybe you'll
Well, I
find
never
it
tried it.
enough.
That was you.
But point
I've
is,
never tried it.
I tried it.
265 is the
It didn't
limit. So
help
like
you out?
Francis Ngannou, when he was the
Well,
heavyweight
yeah, like,
champion,
what
he
did
was
it help
having
you,
weight.
dude?
I just want to say use
You
promo
gotta
code
lose weight, get
Alarcon.
down to
Check
265.
out, dude. No, I tried it.
How much?
I didn't know. I was like,
last
whatever.
He's probably putting
It's just,
another 10 on.
So you're a moron.
Yeah,
He's
I'm a
not
moron.
losing a ton.
I mean,
but
I
he's gotta watch
disagree.
his
I don't think you're a
power
moron,
output. He's
but I
a
don't.
massive
I also
Yeah, I met him.
fully believe that it didn't help you do anything.
That is a
So
great
big.
selling point,
He's
though,
so
too. For him
big.
to be like, if it doesn't work for
That's
you,
a
you're fucking
real
stupid.
tragedy.
Exactly.
in
That's
the
what's
UFC.
My rates went up more.
That's why
Figured it out.
stupid guys
That
buy it.
bothers me a
Because
lot.
like,
Because
it's like
that
if
guy
you don't
was,
get it,
he was the
you're fucking
scariest heavyweight
stupid.
champion of all time, for sure.
I love you, JRE.
yeah, I love
He put guys
Joe
in
Rogan
orbit.
does
He would
it.
hit them and you just go,
it.
oh,
No,
it would hurt
you
you.
shouldn't.
Like,
Yeah.
Keep your money and
Oh,
invest it
no.
wisely.
oh.
I heard a rumor that Joe Biden's on offer.
All men are not created equal. That's the other problem.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Look at
No matter
Joe
how much
Biden.
preparation you
Joe
have,
Biden
no
and
matter how
Donald
much
Trump, they
intelligent
take all the
you
credit.
are, some people are
As
faster
someone
and get
who
harder
makes a
to
living
get.
using his brain,
You ain't gonna
there's
fix
certain
that.
things that you can
Yeah.
take that are not bad for you.
You're never
Just
gonna bridge that
things that
gap.
enhance brain function.
If like, okay, so Joe Biden, he's obviously struggling. He has
Was that your
cognitive
dream?
issues or whatever.
Wow.
Big
How
talks.
old were you?
I was young. I was like,
But if one of his advisors was like, all right, I got it,
How
guys.
much?
And he's like, puts
this
a
guy
freaking
sitting
album
here
on
would
the
have
table.
worked out.
You think they try it?
Didn't have the innate ability.
I
Didn't
wonder.
have the DNA. Didn't have the
And
makeup.
then
I bet you could. I bet you
people
could.
ask him, well,
over
why
time.
is his brain working so
I
good?
bet
Then
someone
he tries to say
could have
neurotropics.
If someone got you on like a serious training program,
If
when
Joe
you're younger,
Biden takes
now
off a brain,
it would be
that
rough.
would fuck Joe.
It would be rough on the
Rogan.
tendons.
Yes.
Stress. Just like, sure, maybe she should be dunking. How about take dunking off the back?
Yeah, I guess I will.
But when you're young, I think
Use
you
promo
teach a
code
guy,
46,
but you would,
dude.
it's not as easy as that.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
I'm excited about
Well,
not this one yet,
thing
but
about not everyone being crazy.
this is the one I told you. I was like, I hope you haven't seen this one yet.
Oh yeah.
It's so fucking funny.
No, I haven't seen this one.
It's posted by Appropriate Duty 930.
If you got both,
It's called Hot
there's a
Mic
lot of
Captures Brendan Chops.
there's a lot of
P breaking down.
5-star players.
You ready for this, dude?
Yep.
Got the
And there's a
book.
lot of
We're gonna have
Some
to
of the
listen to it like
most
twice or
talented
something,
ones,
but you're
right?
gonna be able to hear Brendan Chop. I need you to
Some of the ones that aren't as talented, but just will not stop They will not stop pushing because they had to work harder for everything they ever did. They have that extra year, and that allows them to be champions.
I give more and more.
Drink a pickle. That's so fucking funny.
Say,
Wait for Happy to drink a pickle.
Johnny and Jane Hustle from Western Kentucky.
I'm a fucking idiot. I got a pee. You got it?
Joseph.
Dude.
From Harvard.
Dude, drink a pickle is so funny.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Drink a big gulp is a new Chavez.
Drink them. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Strap, adapt, work,
That's one of the best
press
ones
the
that's
edges
ever
on
come.
the front and the back end.
Drink a big, gotta pee again. Sorry about
And
that.
someone who's all in.
Yeah.
You want someone who's all in. You don't want someone who's like looking at the clock, wants to leave.
Yeah.
Someone who's just like doesn't feel like they're being appreciated enough.
Yeah.
You want someone who's like fully all in on their
I
work.
can't believe it.
Do you think
I mean, where do you
is
start?
this theory
Why
that with
are you
AI
drinking a
coming
big
in
gulp
now
before
more than ever? That's what you
What are you, like a truck driver?
is the
Get a
one
road
that
soda, do you?
Okay, well, let's say the over-under on whether or not you actually drink a big gulp or he just thinks all drinks are big gulps.
rather than being
Well,
experts.
no, I know. That's too far. I mean, I do think it's funny that, like, it could be a lie. Because who tells people why they have to go to the bathroom? Right?
Right.
You're too old, dude.
Now,
Just go to the bathroom. He
don't
feels
tell me
guilty about
don't
something.
get into programming.
So he feels the need to say,
What specifics
I got,
are
maybe
the
he's not even
jobs
going to the bathroom.
or the
Maybe he's doing
creations,
something else.
locations that are
Texting.
going to be out
He's
there
just-
as far as
Something about this is fishy,
like,
right?
that's it.
And, but if it
I
isn't,
question
I like to
education.
imagine that it's
I
not.
question
He
the
literally
worth
thinks
of
that
it. How
he
much
has
is
to
it
give a
still
reason
knowledge
because he's got a
that
child's
has not
brain.
adapted to changing times
And so he gives the reason of the big gulp, and the reason is
and how
real.
much of it
So that means that he literally went to 7-Eleven and got a big gulp before
prepared
this
to go into the workforce.
commentating.
Yeah, it's a good question.
He's gonna commentate on a big
really
fight and he
unknown
drink a big
territory.
gulp before.
It
And I
doesn't make
think
sense.
AI is going to
It makes no sense. And also a big gulp, when you're in your 40s and you're drinking a big gulp, it's
I
either
think
because you're a
lawyers
construction
are
worker
off.
or you're doing
Right,
road
they're in trouble.
Or when you're in
Coders
your
are gone.
mid-20s, you're like, I don't mind
Accountants
dying
are gone.
anytime
Yeah,
soon.
it's going to be
Oh yeah,
really
big
fucking
gulps are
weird.
like
It's gonna
yeah,
be
you
really weird
don't
for
care about
Hollywood.
what
You
he's
see some of these
He's not in this.
films. Have you seen
So
the
he's either
old
doing the
Star
road soda
Wars
shit
that they're doing?
or
They're
he's
remaking Star Wars with AI with old Luke
redacted
Skywalker,
beyond all.
like when he was young. Like when Luke
When you
Skywalker.
see somebody older and they got that big old shit, you're like, what the
that
fuck?
look exactly like HD versions of Star Wars in
Next time I'm late to
1975.
your house,
That's what it looks like, but it's in HD today with AI using Mark Hamill's voice, so it sounds exactly like him as
Sync
young
at
Luke
this place
Skywalker.
as
It's
being
bananas.
100%.
It's
There
bananas.
should be some
There's
sort
a
of
lot of
black light for
weirdness
you know what I mean?
with
Just to see.
Shop like
music. There's a lot of weirdness with literature. You're going to have all
Shop
sorts of
Life
AI.
Shop Life
So no
Saber,
one knows
Shop Life Saber. What is
what's
it?
going to survive this.
Break like
I
you
think
know,
I
talk about
assume
the
that a bunch
safe
of
or safe
people,
life
at the
repairs.
end of the day, are going to get really sick
Shop
of
like it's
artificial
seen, shop like
intelligence
it's
and want something that they know was
All right,
made
let's
by
see
a
here.
person.
This is
Whether it's a book
okay.
that
Now
was
we're
made
getting to
by
the
a
section
person, a
that
song,
happened today.
like an Oliver
This is
Anthony
supposed to
book.
ask your creep scoop.
Yeah.
It's
Tangible.
Wireless
We're
Shop
gonna
Brothers
want
at the mid 400
Yeah,
and
books are
where
going to be
they're
like,
racing. They finished
no,
14th out
people
of
just
15.
love vinyl.
Which is not bad. Let's be honest. Like, if
the
me and you started joining our
press
race
the
thing,
needle
we
down,
would
hearing the
we'd
crackle.
probably get 60,000.
That's
Dude. We would go.
There's
I
going to
would
be a
go
lot of
Baja
that.
mode so
People are going
fast.
to want
You need to know.
to buy books
Dude, you
from
gotta
people
come down
that
to
actually
Oceanside. I
wrote the
got a
book.
buggy, dude. We
They're going to want to go
really?
see the guy
Oceanside,
perform
my
music
buddy.
in an actual club
Let's see
where
here.
you see the guy on stage, you know it's live. There's always going to be a desire for handmade things. Guy made this table, I know him, you know.
Let's see here.
But other than that, man, no one knows. It's the unknown because no one knows what the capabilities of these things are going to be.
Well, I hate when people do streamables. Shouts
Oh,
out.
that's why I'm blaming the internet.
Now trust me, a lot of jobs are lost. You create so many other jobs, but I haven't heard of I'm not sure what those jobs are going to be.
I don't even think they know, honestly. They don't even know why these things are so good at what they are good at. They keep getting smarter and smarter. They throw them away. Like Elon told me that every week it's like this new discoveries. This is crazy. Every week we're going away.
This is pretty dope.
I mean, it's funny to me. Well, why do you think? Why do you think it's dope?
I love buggies, dude. I'm
So if you're in
I'm
college
training
right
the
now,
shop. Like,
Yeah.
I got into Crash. He gets into Crash.
It's so
You know
cliche
what I
to
mean?
follow your dream, but
His wife
you
is selling
follow your
furniture. I'm
fucking
fucking,
dream.
I
That
don't know
might
a place
be
to
the only
stay.
thing that you've got.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you might be
If you think
slowly
you're just
turning
going to get
your
a
shop. I
really
think
good
that's
job in
that's-
an industry that might
that's
be
when you really
completely
better
wiped
yourself.
out
I don't
every
even care
year
about
by
YouTube. I'm
AI.
like an audio guy.
So a lot of people are going to be going
I mean,
down that
why
path.
show the most boring part of it?
Yeah.
Why show them pulling in?
Yeah.
Show them racing.
Oh, okay.
Right?
City Ledge family.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. Come on. Who are you working with? Shit, dude. Find that guy.
Universal
This
Basic
is
Income is
a
probably
beast
the
of a
only way to
Beetle
solve
driver posted by
this
Import
short
Schuler
term
67. The beginning of this clip is pretty boring. Do you want to just watch it race? Sure. Okay. Well, let's just watch the whole clip. That is shot right there, by the way.
Jay Shaw.
Yeah, these are one that I thought
You'll see.
could be cool
Basic stuff that you learn what to do with your hands, what to do with your
for
feet. Left foot driving, which you have to do it off road. You can't just race it right footed because we teach them everything from
Lex
berms, side slopes, anti-rollover, road crawling.
You want to find a good one? We'll wrap it up with a
So it's been a great experience for me to work with people from Fox.
This book is out right now.
Showing them that side, kind of where that behind the wheel makes the difference. Live valve, what it can do and how it can help. He's talking about what they have on the old cars.
or extra credit that he gets that sometimes we rely on.
I'm literally about to talk about Shabbos, so I'm like, wait,
We're just started from it's a fun one.
If you make a mistake and you see the G out coming up, you have a red button on the Pro R that you can hit. This suspension immediately. Or if you find you're going through a big set of rolls.
dude, if we were shop watching this right now, we'd be both bust with all this terminology of cars.
When
Dude.
Oh yeah, we'd understand everything. You're right. Yeah. I mean, to me, I don't really know what he's talking about, but yeah, you're right.
Because there is no fun.
You can just hold that button
We
on.
start playing the tie instead of going for the
Well,
win.
that's Brendan Schwab. We just saw kids right there. So, of course, the next fight's on.
If I stay on the court because you
He's
picked
talking
up the
about
slack,
rolling the trip
when
yards
you look
now.
over your shoulder, I can't have
My mom's good. I think you're really close. That's what I was going to say. Even though I was in the UK,
all these long lenses.
Took a brand new Dodge T-Rex and wanted it up. I was just doing so enough to just
Six-star race.
well, one of the things we teach, and one of the most dangerous things that you can do, especially in a
Eating all we
side-by-side,
can at
any
the all-you-can-eat
side-by-side,
buffet
design
gives us a
switch,
3.8
two
education.
donuts.
We steal
That's
from
so good,
ourselves. We
dude.
get away
It's
with
almost
the
like
scam.
those guys are chefs.
What's the
They
measure
said
of
so
that?
many things
Let's
that
give
could,
it in.
be part of the
These
chain
unlimited
the
options.
first comment is in slow motion.
Well,
Blistering past 17 miles an hour. He had to go slower last time
in
he
this
rolled at
red
20
light
miles.
district,
They think about things that I would never think about, like the speed
The ROI
that you're going.
is
Like
don't
the chefs know that
let's
it's
just
slow. I
admit
didn't
this extra credit's quite a
have ever
fluffer.
thought of that.
The tips
That's so
included.
fucking funny.
Yeah, dude. No tampering here. Drive slow. Stay awake.
That's
Does
great.
Rob have
Yeah,
like a death
that's
wish
really
or
good,
something?
man.
Because he does
Dead
a lot
on.
of risky stuff.
You fucking
I know he's driving slow,
right on
but
the head. It's perfect.
he does the truck donuts,
Yeah.
all the drugs
I
and
can't.
patties and everything, and then and now this dune buggy thing. He's in the UFC. Can't say he's not that.
Well, I want to say for sure that you can't just jump into a truck, dude. Just like Brendan Walsh, dude. They're not going to just let you jump into a truck.
Kind of looks like they
I
did.
don't get it.
No, that's not a truck. That's a
Don't hurt.
dune buggies go
Don't
so
hurt.
slow.
Don't
Don't
lose.
lose.
Don't
No.
But
Your
and
feelings
also one
have
of the
to
most
get hurt
prestigious.
sometimes. That's how you learn and grow. And you can't protect
Let's just say
anybody from
Mexican
that.
fucking races
And
of all
that's the
time.
problem. We
Is
want to
Baja
do that with our
400.
children. With our,
Right.
like,
What's that?
Confuse me if I
all
get the
my
number
best
wrong.
friends,
I'm pretty sure it's
all my
Baja
favorite
400.
people had
It's
terrible,
a race
chaotic
in the middle of the
childhoods.
Mexican
And they all
desert
became
where
very
you
interesting.
basically ride a dune buggy. You were saying
Have a
real
terrible, chaotic childhood. But I want to have a
Right.
wonderful,
The
love-filled,
Mexican desert.
bountiful
Interest.
childhood.
You know, when you push that traction control button,
that
it doesn't
comes with-
automatically go Baja mode.
Well,
You gotta
I
wait a
think
couple days, dude.
they have to find
That's
things
Baja mode, baby.
that they
That's the
find
first time I've
that
ever
are
seen it.
difficult, that they
Well,
get
let's see here.
engrossed with.
I didn't even watch this interview. I just saw that a man was interviewing Shabo,
Fortunately,
and
my
I
kids
wanted
do
to see it
that.
with you, dude.
So I think you have to have a
Cowboy
struggle.
Lens,
You have
Bob
to have
Dolphin,
an
Dune
ask.
Buggy,
If you
posted
just
by
want to
Highlight
like, oh, you
Numbers.
get a trophy
Let's see.
too.
Tour racer,
It's a
like the
trophy.
chop
It's okay.
in the
No,
flesh.
the
It's the
trophy
Mint
is that
400
hard.
weekend.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
downtown Las
When my
Vegas,
kids were
Fremont
real
Street.
little,
How we
one
doing?
of my
I'm doing
stars
pretty good,
playing a
man.
soccer game, and they
Doing good. What happened to your
wouldn't say the
vehicle? You had to
score.
borrow Cowboy's
Like,
dune buggy.
I just watched. They lost.
I flew in today from LA and I found out this morning. So my joint's out of commission. Hopefully they can find one so I can still race the Class 1 on Saturday. But my boy Cowboy built for like 20 years. He has a dune buggy, a buggy I'll race tomorrow, Friday. Cowboy in the clutch though, but this is like the second time you've had issues with the truck. Two different trucks, man. The past couple of weeks, bad luck surrounding you or what? I blame it on the drugs, huh?
You don't have a loser. You don't have a desire to get better
Always
to
I
become a
do
winner.
think of like
That's the part of the process.
now trucks.
Sometimes kids
Trucks
lose and they
themselves.
cry. And by the way, if you don't ever go through that,
Honestly,
then
I
you
always
don't
did think it was the truck's
understand
fault
how
when I
to
first saw
lose.
it.
So you never develop
I mean,
a
why else
healthy
would the truck want to punch him in the face?
ability to manage competitiveness. Yeah.
I absolutely think it was his fault just because of what that last guy said. The Doom movie is like one thing you know when it's dangerous.
Makes her a very unhealthy person.
So I don't know if you can blame the truck themselves.
Oh, I'm sorry. You like listening to somebody that loves fucking life and traction control, dude.
Right, maybe I don't live on the edge.
Yes.
The, you know what? When I wrecked my TRX that you saw on social media, that's on me. That was on me doing some wild shit, crashed my truck. This one's not on me. This one, whoever built that motor has some issues, you know?
What's the price for car insurance to be rented shop these days?
Not cheap, my man. Not cheap. Yeah.
Can't expect it to be cheap.
No, you can't get a lot of suitors either. No one wants to work with me.
So what do you reckon?
Yes.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
He's rich and famous and can't get insurance.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
7 words I never want to hear come out of his mouth again.
Jason Blum.
No one wants to work with me.
Paul
No,
Greengrass.
we want to work. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to start an insurance company. You know what my problem is? His shop sunglasses you can hurt.
And they came to me.
The purple and green and all that shit. You put that on, and you're supposed to have a woman there that goes, no.
At that time, that went, ran towards the crisis instead of away from the crisis. But just one particular story about this bus driver and his teacher.
They're spicy, bro.
Got between 6 to 8.
Yep, sorry. I see where you're coming from, dude. However, next time we fucking pitch shop on us working with them, don't say it, dude. She looks fucking redacted.
Listen, I'm going to tell him that he needs a guy, he needs a handler. He needs somebody that's honest with him. Nobody in his life is honest. I want people that are honest with me. If I'm doing something stupid, tell me, and I'll evaluate. I don't mind the comments telling me
in our
that
story
I
comes
brush
back
my beard
home
too much.
because his dad is trying to take care of his widowed mother and try to
Expectations competing in this Mint 400 now because it's not going to be your vehicle, but you're a gamer, you like to compete. How are you going to win this thing?
We'll see. You know, the thing about the buggy is it only goes about maybe 40 miles an hour, so usually a lap takes about an hour and a half. It's going to take about 3 hours in this thing. So it's going to be a lot longer day for me. You want to finish. Your first race, you want to finish. Don't want to wreck the truck, so
don't think about wrecking the truck.
He's done it so much, he's used to it.
hey man, I bet you I get on that podium. That's why I bet I get on the podium.
So Brendan Schaub shows up to buy a truck from you, and he's wearing a shirt that says donuts. Actually, no. Brendan Schaub shows up to get insurance from you. He's wearing a shirt that says donuts to get the insurance.
The price is doubled up, dude.
Son, man,
Yeah, I don't know. I really want Brendan to succeed. Bro, I want Brendan to get first place in a race and then just go like this. Post on Reddit himself with him just being like, that makes sense. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
Really awesome.
See, okay, so people like to get douchebag. I get it.
Like the fire. This
I
is
get it. Don't kill me, but this post is from
fire.
Papa Blink.
Predator.
It says Brendan and Jay holding
it's like Jaws. The fire is actually like
so
the shark.
he's class 11, dude. What that mean, bro?
A really cool story.
Where did they find this? How do they find stuff like this? That's awesome.
But
you know,
he only completed one
lap
lap at 4 minutes and
there were no
4
contact.
seconds. And
All the
this
cell
is
phone towers
regular
down.
lap I guess from the lead.
No one had any
Dude,
contact.
can you imagine? This just reminds me of when we had Walsh on. I was like, can you imagine you do one thing wrong and
what
take
happened?
pictures of it?
Responders left
I wonder
early
if Schaub's ever like,
to go
he does
get
something like
fire
this,
when they
he's
got
like,
there. It had already
looking at
jumped the
Reddit,
canyon.
they're not
So
gonna
when
have,
they
oh
were
fuck.
coming back to town,
They fucking
mandatory
have,
evacuation.
so somebody got the amount of laps I did. Jesus.
So it's a
I'm
bit
gonna
of a
go
horror
fuck
film that way. But
Okay,
moving
check
fire
some
is
That is what
This would just blow my mind, dude. If I was like, let's say, what's something that I do that's stupid?
awesome.
Like I left my sunglasses somewhere, and I call up the restaurant, and like I'm like, I left my sunglasses there, and then I go on
Thank you for
Reddit,
being here, man. It was a
and
lot of
there's
fun.
like
I really enjoyed it. Thank you. And that
a
pub was
voice
awesome.
memo.
That was really
of the
good.
restaurant.
So dead on the head.
The restaurant is
That's the
recorded.
best participation trophy
I bet you don't
call
have it,
of all
but
time.
I think I left my sunglasses there earlier.
The book
I
is
left last night,
called
midnight. Let me
There it is right
check.
there.
What kind of
Calls to
sunglasses?
Prayers.
They're
Out soon,
Ray-Bans.
pre-order now. Did you do the
it
audio?
doesn't look like we have it. Sorry.
Actor do
All
the
right.
voice. How dare you?
And then like
That was
listeners like,
impossible.
what the
Okay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
fuck did I get
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, dude, I'm fucking pulling for Shop in all facets, dude. I don't give a shit. Yeah. I want to join. Yeah. Let's see the next thing, dude. Okay, you know we're too heavy on Shop today, dude. We got to go to another Clin Cookies. Post by Highlight Numerous. Again, warning: long and boring. Chip Cooks Pizza Burger. So, do you want to rate it before watching it, or do you want to
Pizza burger?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
No.
No.
I mean, I'm saying no to that. The idea, no. It's just no.
Well, strap the fuck in because it's 5.5 minutes long. It doesn't look good. Let's see.
And we'll have all the pizza, which is pepperoni, cheese,
Great time.
sauce.
Great to meet you.
It's
It's a trip, and you know, walking in.
I'll leave this on for about 5 minutes, and then I'll turn
All those years.
it off. So it'll just be
It's conceivable we were in the same venue, the same building, or the same party, or easily
these
something.
bad boys.
I kind of avoid parties.
And fresh onion. That's our
I
spice
avoid pastries.
He's a producer and he doesn't even know I have his
I
face.
avoid parties.
He's
I
actually a
avoided,
worse cook than Brandon is a
premieres.
stand-up.
Anything where there's a red
Like, this is
carpet,
more
even if I
ridiculous
was in a
for Jen to
movie,
have
I wouldn't
cooking
go on the red
videos than it is for
carpet. I'd go
Brandon
to the
to do
back
stand-up.
door.
Seriously.
Yeah, I don't like
Wow.
that. I don't like all that fucking, look over here, look over here. That is just, too fake for me. It's just whatever allergy I have to that player, and I'm like, I'm going to the back door.
Come on, give me this fucking flop. At least he washes the vegetables, dude.
They stopped
Okay.
showing me where the back door was because I support a similar it's just too weird. But it's look over here, there's something that happens in that moment. Yeah. And I think it's like it brings you close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery. I think it's bad for you. Yeah. I think it's just radiation. Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working X-ray machine your whole life. No. And then there's that one lady who keeps calling you back to Charlie, far left. Yeah.
He's
Looked
gonna
at her.
I don't know why prison meals, dude. It's Jin's thing.
Yeah. That pizza does look like cafeteria food pizza.
I was out
Nobody
on
would
my
ever
out
hire
break in jail, and somebody left 2 pieces of pizza on the
first
grill.
day. Well, they want to
Was
get
in
little
jail.
pictures.
That's
Just that
the point.
perfect
He's
one. A
doing
little bit
like
of
jail
side eye to you. Just a little something. Little person for lips. Little something. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's half or off. Yeah, the one that's half over. Yeah. What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here. Right? Yeah, freaking out for traffic. Yeah.
Let us know what you're going to do with the rest of the
It
vegetables.
feels like that system's
We
been in
want to
place
know.
for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it? Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it, the press likes it, it's a big thing. There's a lot of people, a lot of lights flashing. It's legit. Right.
It's terrible.
I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling. Right. That's totally unnatural. The only way that would be happening in real life is if you were on trial. Like you're being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him, there he is. Look over here.
I will say I'm very happy that Chin doesn't have an open fire.
It's almost it's a form of purple.
That's
A little bit of a
imagine
purple,
the cops break in
just a little bit of mental illness.
I mean, that's very likely where he lives.
I just had it for the first time, like last Thursday. The first time ever? No, the first time in like maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. It was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then I'm in the right the sun to see right. I'm like, oh, and it's just becoming such a sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice. all of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong. Yeah. And it's all being shocking. You know, it's so odd. Yeah. It's really funny that when I first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy. Yeah. And I think this was also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those courses. Right. It said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on the podcast. I need to launch what a movie dream that already knows him. Help me hook it up. Wow. Here we are, 14 years older. You know, it takes what it takes, right? Yeah. It's funny because back then, I had no guess. I think I have Anthony Bourdain is the only like real guest that I've had. There it is. Yeah, he was 2011 as well. How many shows have you done? Not that many by then. I don't know. So you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics? I was doing mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics. We just sit, talk shit, and then eventually it was your house. Yeah, it was the house. Yeah.
Shadow.
Nothing like this. No. It slowly had to get out. It was like I had so many weirdos that I had to break by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is strange for these weirdos. Yeah, by my house. It was just too odd. Maybe some people should know exactly what. Right.
Dude, what the fuck?
Here,
like, honestly, what the fuck? This is ridiculous.
So I had no idea.
If I show this to my girlfriend, she'd be like,
the version of being
I guess we're ordering? Like, what? You can eat that?
Yeah,
like,
that's probably what I
or
was
her next try. Like, yeah, she's nice, but
Can you imagine
I
like I'm
think she
the guy
might be
they're
mad
blaming
if I was like, I'm gonna cook for you.
introducing this?
And she
Put
goes, what are we
everybody in
cooking?
a
I like burger
blindfold
pizza
with
with onions.
Right.
What?
And make the guy drive a.
She'd be like, are you okay? Are you going through something? What's wrong with you today?
Yeah.
Because I'll talk to him.
Let's just get it.
Sorry that you're catching straight from
Russell Peters
but
was so
Jesus fucking
fascinating.
Christ.
It was
This
the
is
whole
not
thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first
Because
episode.
I was surprised. I'm surprised
The
because
whole
normally the
experience
stuff that
of
bothers me the
watching
most is
the
something
guy
that
from
somebody else did.
Platoon,
Chin is
the
gone
guy
too
that
far.
everybody knows
That
is
burger,
like
there's a side of it that's just
super
totally
cool
burnt.
star, hot chop,
The
all
end
these
of it
different
looks
things.
like a fucking.
To watch you just
No, man. The end of it looks
not just
fucking. What are you, Irish? Is Chin
go off
Irish?
the
Is
rails
my
with drugs,
grandfather?
but like be super open about it. You're like the first guy
Like, it
super
looks like
open
something that
about
you
it.
would, my
You know,
grandfather
and
would have
everybody
done number.
just embraced it. Instead of it
What the
being like,
fuck?
oh,
But
Charlie
this
Sheen's doing
is
drugs, that's so sad. It was like,
An
we
Irish
love
person
him.
might
Keep going. It was
An Irish
kind of
person
crazy.
needs questions.
All the Tiger Blood stuff,
Let's see.
winning,
Why does the
everybody
pizza
saying
have one
winning all
leg,
the
one of
time.
it has
And what was that like for you? Was that like, was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it let you, like, were you surprised by it? It's a great way to describe it. I see the worst kind of reinforcement.
Yeah, you're saying it again.
Unintentional.
Grilled wrong.
The guy's the natty. Right.
Pizza. I like my onions like, kind, like a third of them grilled. Like you only see part of it as being grilled. No, I don't cook and I know that's wrong. Do you think there's a possibility burger pizza could be good?
I don't know if I was.
I think if you had like, how sometimes pizza has like burger stuff on it, like you get like burger meat on it.
It was a trip.
It's not my favorite. It's not my go-to. Yeah. But like a burger pizza is in like the pizza is the bread. Also, where'd you get the pizza? You didn't make that pizza. No, it looks like fucking store-bought heat-up pizza.
Like it's just through a tunnel there.
Let's see here.
It's
Fresh tomatoes over here. And do not ever forget.
I was playing a role.
Get the mayo.
Like,
This is my favorite mayo.
my co-stars were.
I didn't think it was going to
Where's
get top.
somebody,
That's
somebody
even
show
worse
up
than
with like
before.
a page one rewrite. Right. That's
Like,
what we fucking need. And it got away
You
from me.
wouldn't even eat something
Had it not been encouraged,
So I would have eaten the burger pizza. But not now that there's mayo involved. I'm out. I'm out. Dude, my chips are off the
captured
table.
to the image.
I gotta go.
Yeah. And
I'm getting like if I'm sitting there and says burger pizza, I'm like, all right, I guess. But if he goes with the mayo, I'm like,
in some
oh,
way,
what's that? The house on fire? I'm fucking out of there, dude. You're eating that by yourself. I'll look at you. I'll look you dead in the eyes and say, no, I'm not eating that.
The way I was attacked.
You're the most polite person you've been through. I'm usually pretty polite, but I say, if you put mayo on my food, fuck you. Nah,
inviting people.
mayo is for sandwiches, okay?
What are we doing?
Not that. Yeah. Pizza and mayo.
It's total cocaine behavior, among other things.
I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, and I think
Fuck you. Honestly, I'm offended if you say that. Mayo on pizza? You can still pull out ketchup and mustard.
I really recommend like a quarter-sized dollop and like every other day. And, no, there's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking hot. Oh, so you using the cream? Yeah, which is hard to measure. It's not just hard to measure, it gets on other people. I read the story about this guy who was on TRT cream and his child started like showing signs of premature development. And they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof. Because it's through the dermis, or it's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arm, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid's getting juiced. Like, what were his numbers? I don't think they used that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development. Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You know, you're getting bombarded with testosterone, so your dad is older than you.
It is gross.
Yeah, is that part of the reason to recommend like an inner thigh application? I guess then the only person would get it is the person that has sex. Exactly. That would order
That's disgusting.
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of and a lot of rage. A lot of rage. But the rage, I think,
I gotta find out where they're getting these from, dude.
Finally get some
Where
distance
let's
something
put it in his
realize
channel.
it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I really realized
This is just like, what is
it
this
wasn't about the
racist
job,
copy
wasn't
band?
about the job. It was about all the stuff.
The fighter and
My
the kid.
personal life.
Should have looked that up.
It was about trying to
I want to see where they're getting this shit from.
be a
There's
certain
no
guy
way.
at work,
This
be a
has to be
certain
AI.
guy at home, and then just never having the time
Something
to be a
like the
certain guy
chefs
with
are
me.
creating
And it
a
just
fake chin cooking
couldn't
video.
find any place to
Alright,
find
here we
any
go.
refuge or solace
So,
or any
where's
just a moment to
where
breathe,
is
just to decompress.
2 months
you
more
know. That's all
longer in the
important.
kid?
Yeah,
Where
and
did they get
I,
these
there
from,
was a,
dude?
it's not
We
in
could
the
also
book,
revisit
because
it
I
if
can't
we can.
really, I
Yeah,
don't
I'll look for
remember
it
it
later.
well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not.
Redacted
Right?
as fuck. That was a good clip, though.
Or something
Yeah,
just
it
isn't
worked.
true,
Highlight
it's not in the
numbers.
book.
Yeah, he's
And
really
so,
coming through for us on those.
But
Let's see here. And also, highlight numbers if you can message me where you're getting. I'm going to try to make more cooking content when I have a place to stay at.
I went to horses.
This one's called Dun Count. Papa indirectly calls Rolgan short. Hosted by Money Loan 1864. Let's see.
So,
For a comic,
that's
you're
crazy.
trained
What I'm
to
saying,
comics,
and
The comic,
they
no.
both, you know,
Fucking
they
well,
fell hard for
Rogan,
very
Matt
good
Rife,
reasons,
they
whatever,
Rogan out of it.
and-
But why, though?
But it
You know, it's a
wasn't
different
time
Matt
to
Rife.
heal the last
It's really
one
fits.
before the next one kicked off. But that's all on me. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
not
That's all on
really
me.
big.
Making
He's
those
just
decisions.
kind of.
Yeah, it's one of the few lines in the book.
How tall? Very much. He's like 5'11" or something. What else you got? What else? Under 6 foot. We can't have this conversation. What else you got?
Yeah, and
Cat Williams shredded. No. Kevin Hart's jazz. Don't see Cat Williams. Gary Goldman.
For it to be, you're talking about bullying and stuff, and it to be so,
I love
so
like Brendan's in his own world.
And a
Where
guy who
like
looks like,
whatever
if
this
you really
narrative
break
is
it
in his
down,
head.
what did
People
he
don't.
really do?
If they're not 6 foot, they're not so jacked or
this environment
or whatever.
with the
It's just like
dream
a thing he
character
has.
in
he's the only
an
one that-
amazing show, or so
It's,
people tell me, right?
It's just it's interesting perspective to have.
That was, the toast of town,
He's not
right?
Yeah. But it's like, who is this conversation with? What is the like? Did they get it?
Show
Are they
up,
on the
be
same?
responsible,
Do
know
they
your
even
lines,
understand what he's saying?
fucking
You're
job,
fucking
you know?
idled by some
Yeah,
short.
those were the only demands.
To be honest, dude.
Essentially, the
I'll
stuff
just
I
call
told
a
them
spade, man.
before I took the
Charles
job
said it.
that I was going to do.
Let's see here. This one's posted by Brandon
then
Queen 3.
I
It's very
turned into
short, but
that.
made me laugh.
You know,
It's called Brendan Job. I'm a stand-up comedian. Do you know what
look
happened?
back on it, figure out
Just
why it got that far, how it got that far.
fucking
Okay.
extreme
Just
got him again.
Yeah, having all kinds of conversations with people and they'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct, right? So I went up and talked to Chuck. Did you ever? Yeah, no, I knew that. Yeah, no, that was really great.
more confessions,
Yeah,
State
that's right.
Media Tour all over. You know?
Yeah. You hired me for a show
I watched that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I played myself with a few
Fuck,
scenes
dude.
and cameos.
Be cool, man. Be cool, Brandon Queen 3.
Just back on the set with Charles. And it was
Wait a
like,
minute, there's another Brandon?
it
That's
just
it,
felt like
Princess 3
it
Brandon?
like it did in the
Talking
early-
make
Oh,
fun
that's
of
so
another
good
Brandon?
for not holding a grudge, too.
Alright, let's go to the next one. This one's called
Sorry, what's that?
Talk About
No,
Nuts
no,
and
no,
Berries.
no,
You're in the
no,
rear
it's a
ear
complicated
beat.
thing
You're
to
in the
think
rear
about.
ear
Like,
beat.
why did I go
It's
off the rails?
Postman, the real Mr. Versace. Let's see here.
It's very
Zone
reasonable. Here's the thing.
I say legend loosely, different.
I don't
which
think
comes out like
anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young
That reminds
age
me of, remember when he was like
and
talking about
came
soup or
through
whatever?
it sane.
What did he say? I don't remember. But he
I
said something
don't
wrong
know
with
anybody.
the ingredients of soup.
Everybody,
Yeah,
I
that
know
was
people
great.
that have
The
regained
problem
equilibrium
with
and
these is
got
like
their
I don't
footing
really know
back,
the
and
sayings
are on the
either.
right
So if I
track.
start thinking about what the soup thing is,
But
I'm
no
gonna
one gets through
So
without
there is a little bit
Everyone
like
kind of goes crazy
devil's
because
assistant
you're
here,
living
right?
in this
Yeah,
completely
playing the devil's
alien
assistant.
world
Well, I
that
mean,
no
if you're
one
watching
can
the
help you
chip and you look
navigate.
at the fucking
Even
pickles
if
and
you
carrots of it
watch
all,
the-
you know, it's
the
really just all right there
right,
for you.
Go
Yeah,
go
but,
through it.
and
You're
I think it
most
has
of your
something to
life,
do with nuts and
like,
bolts. I
just
think it's like you're
right
making
over
a
there.
stew, and you
Yes,
gotta
like
nuts and
in
bolts.
the next room, right?
No,
Or in the same room, right? And a bunch of your friends. Yeah,
He was like about to say this. He's like, oh fuck, I don't want to do the
still
soup thing
an
again. So it's just
alien
nuts and
world that
berries.
you live in that no one that you run into during the day except people like that and understand. Right. It's like people always like, why do celebrities hang out with each other? Well, because to them they're the only people that are normal.
I don't, but that's not
They're the only people that like, I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMZ to the airport as well. It's like it's normal for them. But everybody else is they're just captivated. Like,
What is
kind of
rare air?
need to be around people
Rare air,
that
okay.
understand what that life is like.
You're
But
in
the
the
problem
sphere, he
is,
said it, but
they're
you
all
had to
going
make
crazy
it
too.
stratosphere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's
Yes, they're not.
it's a great.
One's over here and the other's all over here.
To a degree.
Yeah, it's not.
I think you can rely on them for the things that you have in common. Right, but maybe take the more complicated shit. Just
All right, we got one more clip for the day.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, dude, this weekend Chang's been pretty Netflix, dude.
Yeah, you can't
This
rely
goes by
on
one of our guys, dude.
Because
But
they're going
easy,
through it
bro.
too.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Easy man. Oh shit.
This one's called Not Picking. And can you guess what this clip's about?
For instance, like Nigeria versus Anthony
Was it
Joshua.
on here?
No,
Turn the AC on.
it is about a fight, but why
No,
would it
I'll
be
tell you
called
exactly
Not
what
Picking?
happened. I lost that thought and I tried to cover it.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but I just want to know if you
That's right.
got
I
that
started fucking
read that
sweating.
part of your brain, you know, because those
It's
wind up.
it's normal, man. Just say you lost your
You got
thought.
it.
It's all good.
Nice.
It happens all the time. Happens to me,
Dude,
too.
I knew you can get there, dude.
Why
Let's
is
see
that?
here.
Is our brain already trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it by doing so?
Both those guys.
The main thing and just dismissed it? Perhaps.
You know,
It's also brains are just not that
I'll say
good.
that.
Huh. You know, they're pretty good compared to chimpanzees, dogs, and stuff like that. But, you know, they have a lot of
Every time.
issues.
Every
Just like
free
you're
time
talking
in
about
any
your memories.
facet.
Like
He
my
always does the
memories of
opposite.
my whole life are like a series of blurry
If what Walt said,
snapshots.
he's the
Like,
greatest
oh,
entertainer
yeah,
that's ever
everyone
lived.
went
He's
there.
doing this on
Oh,
purpose.
yeah, that happened.
Even a subtle thing like that.
Very
Talk
few
about P.T.
memories that I
Barnum.
have that are
Yeah.
like rock solid memories.
Talking about World's Shortest Man.
Totally get
Yeah,
that.
dude.
There's a little
Yeah,
thing in the book
absolutely.
where I
Right
talk
shot
about
different.
memories are tricky.
All right, how about it's the
And is it-
comedy what
is it a
Tesla was
story
to electricity, dude?
someone
He's
told me?
redefining it.
Is
Absolutely.
it being in that
All
moment?
right, guys. Thanks for
Or is
tuning
it-
in. Join the Patreon,
you know,
Discord,
a
Reddit.
crease
See you later. Have a great week.
photo I
Bye.
saw an old album in the 70s or 80s. Is it was the memory given to me, or did I create it? Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. There's days that show that they can introduce memories into people's mind, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a feeling of it actually happened. Yes, and they'll talk about it. Like outside of that, they'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory. Wow. Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like, there's the wolf. Get away from the wolf. You know wolves are bad. I remember. I know wolves are bad. That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider is poison. But, like, day to day, everyday normal shit, it's like, how much of a memory does it really need? It's just your brain. It's not good. certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version of it. Yeah, they get narrative. Then you start repeating the memory, and the memory becomes a repeat. So it's like you don't even really have the memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Thanks for tuning in. Have with me the Brendan Wall from the World Record Podcast. Thanks for joining us. What up? Good morning, Vietnam.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking
I'm very happy to have Walsh here with us. As always, join the Patreon, check out our Discord, our Reddit, all that stuff. But Jordan, how are you doing?
I'm doing great today, dude.
Nice Jordan's with us as well.
Somebody else.
As always, though, that's not why they're
There's
here.
also the factor that
They're here to watch
the
Tim Miss
bottle
Shop.
was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super stout, which is when your memory is the worst.
2, 3.
Yeah, that's why eyewitness
Timer
accounts of like murders and chaos, they're really bad. They're really bad. Very unreliable.
You know what happened this week, dude? He crashed his truck.
Awful percentage about even when they wind up.
I was telling you guys before the show, I've kind of, and I'm not judging everybody watching the show,
like the final nail.
but I've kind of dipped out of the fucking haterade pool and been focusing on things like my family.
Yeah,
I got my
and they'll
zombies, you know,
convince
and
themselves that they're right because they've already said it. So then the ego gets involved.
But you know what?
And then,
every time I get away, it's
traumatic
like,
events.
You're
in a high state of anxiety.
It sucks me back in. Like I look, because I knew I was coming here today. So last night I'm like, let's see what this motherfucker's
been up to. When they have events like, let's say like 9/11.
Flipping his truck, and it's so comical.
If you were anywhere near
like, how does he do it?
and you saw like people jump off the buildings and fall
one
to
of the
their
bigger
deaths,
times,
like your
I
memories
was like, okay,
of
this is enough of
that
this
are
shit.
probably
I can't.
really
I'm not
clear
wasting
because it
all
was
my life
fucking crazy.
They blade on this guy.
But your memories
well,
of
let's just see
people
what's
you
going on.
might
He
have
got those
saw
tattoos of
that
his
were
kids with
running
their
away,
brains hanging
or
out.
maybe
He's
you saw a
shouting.
guy in a van and you looked fishy, or
What is going
maybe
on? I gotta
this or maybe
fucking
that.
go
It's like,
back and see what
and
else
then
I
a few
missed.
days go by, and you probably haven't slept well, you're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's like,
Well, let's get into the truck crash here, dude, because we haven't watched that show yet. This one's posted by Successful Day
what the fuck happened?
345.
It's
called
obviously
Explains
someone
What
dies,
Not
someone
to
jump
Do,
off a
then
building,
does
I
it.
remember
I
that.
have a lot to
But there's
learn.
some stuff that it's just, this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism, is that it's really appealing in the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain, and now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like, you look on your phone, like your iPhone, on this day in 2017, you're like, oh, look at us, well, that's cool. You're going to be able to do that in your brain, and the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory sucks.
Because that's just how they're going to sell it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, do you remember your phone number when you were a kid?
No, but I remember my address because it rhymed.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's 7212 Birdview Avenue, Malibu.
That is a problem.
You used to remember your phone number, whatever.
You know
away.
he's gonna do
Memory
it.
sucks.
Like
Right.
you don't even need the title. The title tells you that he's gonna get stuck, but just
Oh,
without the
they're
title, you
still
would have known
rocking
that
the
he's gonna get
level.
stuck.
Yeah,
Well,
they haven't
the
answered.
Brendan Shop tells you
Whoa.
not get stuck
During
in
dinner,
sand.
they haven't.
Yeah, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, the
Even
Apple's
if he's
talking in the
Brendan
background.
Shop does not get stuck in sand.
This is part of it.
He's
Part
going
of
to
it.
get
Part of the
experience.
They're
I got the
rocking a
trifecta.
landline with an answer to
shit.
your 2025. It's probably the way to do it.
Brendan
I
Walsh
used to
got
love the answer machine. Come home, the light would be flashing.
I spent
Like,
more money
someone likes me.
on shops
called,
for
yeah.
you guys.
Yeah.
I had
It was
spent
cool.
all my
Like, I had a
kids at
dog
Christmas.
going home to wait. It's busy you when you
Thank
came
you
home.
for that. I
Like,
really
oh,
appreciate it. And you're a fish first kids guy.
It's like
It's something you're trying to get
lowest point.
with your family, but
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was a wild time where you could get phone calls. There's other things like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now.
But it gets better.
You got famous, like super duper famous,
That
like
was just,
21
I'm trying
years
to like
old with
drip
no
feed this
internet.
year, but let's go on to the
Trip
foreground
out,
versus
yeah.
stuff.
I know.
This was posted by Haphazard.
How does anybody
Notice
expect you to
how
come out
the only
normal?
interior shot is him
And,
driving straight. He had a stunt driver.
you can't really even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it felt like. They literally were the things that were missing. And if it wasn't anything missing. Right. It was about having to engage with everything.
Stuff.
Have you ever heard the phrase "street princess" before shop?
To get a light,
No,
you had to enter the
and
building.
that made me think.
You had to
When he
go to
said
a
that,
talk show. You had to
Like all this
attend
him
the junket.
being in
You
the
know what I'm
trucks.
saying? And
There's
nobody
one
knew.
guy. I mean, I guess
Nobody
Rogan
knew
has
what
the
the
same
behind
truck
the
and that
scenes
started.
of your movie looked
But
like
he's like,
until years
he's
later on
just
the DVD
parodying
feature
another guy.
or the
There's some
VHS
other
feature.
guy who says all this stuff
Yeah.
and has this attitude.
All
And he's just like, oh, that's what I am.
24/7.
Yeah, you got the best brains. I mean,
And for some
we've
people, they
talked
can't
about this
leave it
before,
alone.
but he
They
just
have to
steals
live stream
stuff
during
from
the
people,
day.
like
They're
all
live
the
streaming from their
designs in the
trailer. They're
back
live
and all
streaming
of
them
his
in their
ideas
car
are
on the
kind
way
of just
home.
him.
They're like,
Like, oh, that did well. Maybe I can do that.
He stole my idea for the sneaker of the week. I've been doing that for years.
You brought your sneaker of the week. This is
my
my
sneaker of the week. It's the brown Nike.
Tuning in with enthusiasm. That are looking forward to that.
That's going to be on display on the World Record podcast. That'll be on display next to the Creative.
Or is it a combination?
If you ever hit the red
I think it's those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you didn't ever get.
Yes.
They're scared of. You didn't
Oh,
ever
yeah.
get
So
alone
tell us
time.
about the sneaker.
Just time
What's
to
the brown
decompress.
Nike? You know, this,
Just be by
the
yourself.
problem with this is,
No phone,
is that,
no
you know,
TV.
this
Just
here,
fucking sit on the couch.
it's
Just
this
like catch your breath. Right. That's
It's got this metal
I love
logo on there. That's how you know it's
something.
Yeah. There's levels to this shit. There's levels to this shit. And be conscious of us. If you want to like trigger us at any point during the
It's
show,
nice
help
to
yourself.
shut off, right?
It's
It really is. It's no work, no play. Not good. Not good at all. Not good. Bad for you. And bad for your work too. It makes you just kind of it's dreary. You don't have the same enthusiasm for it anymore. You know, so that discipline, but you also shit on
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just, dropped another token in the slot. Is that now? It's, it doesn't.
What are your guys' thoughts about that?
Doesn't?
I don't understand what happened.
Let's
at the
find
end.
out.
That's just like a clip.
Well, no,
from
that-
Toontown, maybe.
I actually forgot it again.
I haven't watched it.
How about that? Is that fucking
Yeah, that
nuts?
seems like
It's normal. It's normal.
Have you ever watched Toontown?
When
That's good that you
when you
haven't.
first
It's-
got
it's-
into
I
it,
can't
did you
go.
have any idea like what the fuck was
you
going to
should.
happen?
Yeah.
Positive man. I love everyone.
Is that
Yeah.
for people
I mean,
to
you're a nice guy.
to
That's what
understand
we're
how
doing.
big that movie was?
Because
it was-
hombres.
It was
Am I nice?
one of the very first realistic war movies. And I think
One
very
more
importantly, it was
question.
done by Oliver Stone,
Had
who
do
was
you
an
know?
actual
One thing he
veteran
said
of the
when he
Vietnam
flipped
War.
his truck, he had this like video where he explained it.
Remember what you wrote?
He said that before he flipped the truck, he went
I'm
traction
not-
control, right?
Traction control. I went Baja.
But that
Do you know what
was,
either
it
of
was
those
a different kind of war movie.
And neither
Yeah.
did he.
Right.
Much on the
That's
lines
Baja
of
mode
your
would
dad's
be like,
movie,
You knew it.
you know, and that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
I thought you knew Baja mode. You didn't.
Here,
I'm assuming Baja mode is off-roading, not street.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
a dune buggy
Yeah.
kind of jumping sand dunes.
See, I didn't
His
do that.
script
I'm a noodler
didn't
beta, so I
read
don't know these.
like it was going to be a masterpiece.
I'm assuming traction control
The script
is something to do with,
read
like if it's, I would assume it's like if it's rainy or something, like it keeps.
sort of moving
Yeah.
the wheel.
Oh yeah, like the grip of
Didn't
the wheels
read
is
that
probably
script
more.
and say, oh,
You know,
wow, okay,
whatever it is, it
This is
allows
the
you to
one.
like do
Full wheels
These are really, wow,
Yeah,
we're going
because
to
like
worship
that's
this.
I think that's what allows you to
Didn't-
be able to go
Dialogue
to
was
certain
very clipped,
or that's
very,
not driver to do.
very
Well,
specific.
there's a certain amount of like
It kind of never really
intelligence
knew where you were
that you
in
need
the script,
to
in the
control the vehicle.
descriptions.
That's why when
You
you're driving down the
the
street in
script was
Los
so
Angeles, you
lean.
just
I
see
think it was
fucking
like
mind blowing.
barely
You're just like,
100 pages.
oh, that person
Yeah,
has like
yeah.
a 43 IQ. That's why
So,
they don't.
but
They still, even though they're 50 years old
sort of,
and have been driving for 40 years,
what
they still don't understand. They don't have that relationship with the
Usually I can
vehicle.
read a
They don't.
scene
They don't have a
and get a
sense.
sense.
I
of,
wonder if
you know,
Shab
what
is
my
like, I mean, he
responsibilities
crashed
are
his
gonna
truck.
be or how we're
It,
gonna
like
break it down, or at least,
nobody else was
you know,
around, and he still crashed
how I'm
it.
gonna see
I
it
wonder
on
if
the
Shab is
screen
like one of those
when I
people that you're talking about that we see all the time in LA that just can't drive.
because all the terrain,
I'm sure
all
if you're
the
behind
scenes,
Shab in
everything kind of
traffic,
felt
you're going to see some
very similar.
shit.
He's on the phone.
I mean,
he's
yeah,
great.
really distracted.
He can grade him on that shit.
You think it's as big a hit?
I mean, he is like restriction. I mean, I'm not even.
It's a great movie. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, let's get to the
But we
part where
started
we
to
flipped it. Dude,
feel
this
it
is another
as,
one by
as we got
Haphazard.
deeper into it. And
called one of our
Oliver's
guys.
Yes,
brilliant.
one of our guys. He flipped his cigar.
He actually, yeah, he does, and he's on the Patreon. That's what we usually.
Page one,
Oh,
day
we
one,
did the
all the
interview.
way to the
Oh, yeah, we
final
interviewed him on the
page.
Patreon,
And
too.
that
He's
gave us
actually a
chance
normal
to
dude.
I imagine like a lot of these guys are. If I had a job, if I had to be at a job all day, I'd be editing shop. Like I would be working 15 minutes a day, and then the other 7 hours and 45 minutes would be me doing this kind of shit.
You're going to get Bob on your work computer. I shouldn't say actually.
I'm not saying that I would know how that felt in the real life, but we bonded really. We bonded in a way that because we were the only people that we had.
See, like right now.
I love to ask. I mean, not all of us. I would love to ask what it's like to make a movie about a war.
How did you?
Can AI speak reenact?
He didn't have a seatbelt on, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did.
Really? I mean, we talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about. Did we ever talk about making the platoon?
Is there any chance that he did this on
We got so heavy into the JFK assassination.
I don't see. I was talking to somebody today about this because they're not.
Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was like
it's hard to catch
Showtime.
JFK.
He's
not familiar.
It was a Showtime.
And I was telling him about it. It's like
I think it was.
There's no way, because it's Andy Kaufman.
His recall is
he would have to be the most brilliant.
You have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's got no. I mean, how old is Oliver at this point?
You have to be a genius. Like nobody could pull this off.
There's so many, like you were saying before we started, there's so many things that he's done.
78.
That would be like really cool.
Rock solid.
I would fucking,
the dude was just pulling up dates,
2 dozen roses.
names,
Like
and
I don't know.
Those to this.
Where would you rank it? Can you rank him? Like, let's say that's true. Like, this is all act. He's planned all this stuff out. Not the everything. That's
the greatest entertainer that's ever lived.
So number 1 ranking for PT Barnum. That's someone out there doing comedians. You know, not even comedian PT Barnum. Not even like Carl and Pryor. Straight to like.
He's the greatest entertainer ever. Because it's not just stand-up. Like his stand-up is the like nobody pays attention to
with the autopsies.
Yeah, nobody's even mocking him for his death. Like the few clips you see are like. It's just
bullet fragments in Connell's wrist that matching bullet was missing.
That's not the focus on this whole
bullshit. And no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they play of the Zapruder film.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk to you.
When Dick Gregory came on and Bush came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees Kennedy's head go back to the left. Right.
His truck when trying to do donuts.
What?
8 inches.
What happened there?
No, in reality though, like, would I rather it be
common physics to it. Yeah.
Both are great options, I think, because he's hilarious unintentionally, and then what's most likely that he's very funny unintentionally somehow.
And there's always that
but the other thing is like,
but you know, there's 2 different
I usually
There's the autopsy of Dallas.
Stupid. Like being a clown.
There's the autopsy of Bethesda,
Maryland.
Maryland.
Clown classes, and they do in LA.
Yeah, 2 different autopsies. Yeah, it also looks like by the time we got to Bethesda, they
I'm alone in this. I understand I'm redacted from my
take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot with hungover and coming in the living room seeing a full clown.
There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lifton.
It's enough to be.
And he had some sort of assignment involving the Washington. So he decided to read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, you find so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense. That he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who have witnessed this assassination wind up dying mysteriously.
Right.
Off the charts. Yeah. Off the charts. Like 95% of all those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them. Died in car accidents. Weird. Who was the guy in the train town? In Bowers, right?
Flipping your car over is bad.
It was Bowers. He was the guy that saw.
Was that he was worried that the truck would collapse in on itself. I don't know if that happens or not. That's just a shock fear to get started.
I think he had a
heart attack. I feel like it could.
trash.
Well, you had all that extra shit.
Also got hit by the train. I could be wrong, but it was one of those times that they.
You know how he pulled out
But
the
of course.
person out of the Great
Yeah,
Plain,
and
and he
then
pulled out the person out of
what
the varsity like Milana or whatever. I think that's also crazy that that happened in this.
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the
Well, this
reason
one
why
is
they
just the
had
same
come up
clip,
with the
so
best
I
book.
just want to shout out California Burritos.
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Voted Netflix.
Probably.
I don't know if he died weird, but he was hit with a ricochet.
Right,
Because they
This
knew
one is-
that the overpass
That
had a bullet.
Yeah,
They had a, and they were like, okay, how do we fix this?
Right.
What about said only one guy did it? It's only 3 shots, so how do we come up with a reasonable excuse for the bullet?
I
Redacted.
the architect of that
Good work.
Oh yeah.
I think it was
You see
on
Mark in the back
yeah.
there too.
Yeah.
He's great.
They just
Then we got
bullshit.
some picture
But
posts
back
here.
then, you can get away
This
with
one's
that.
posted
You
by
know, it was pretty
Paolo's
easy to just
Justice.
bullshit people.
It's called Papa's Gonna Be Fuming When He Reads This. It's John Strickland saying, y'all did just
right, and all that stuff.
Brendan shot through his truck.
Yep.
The panic in that man's eyes.
Well, they had this
I feel
appeal
like
for a long time. I think Time Life had it,
in a truck.
and then somehow another Dick
Maybe
Gregory
you should
got it.
come hang out
Was
with
it ever
me. I'll
released
help you not
with
be a
missing
pussy.
frames?
Do you know that guy Sean Trinity
Wasn't
watching
there the
MMA?
jump cut?
You know,
Goes behind
I haven't been watching it well, but
and
he
then
looks
it jumps
familiar.
because they
Yeah,
didn't
he's
take
like
out
this
the
MMA fighter that's really
something
outspoken
and tried
and
to
does this crazy
sell
shit.
that.
But he got into it
Perhaps.
with,
They probably
I know you've
did
been off
at
the
one point
subreddit
in
for a
time.
while. He got into a shop over
But now,
what, somebody
obviously,
about
you can see
Sneeko.
the whole thing. And then there's also been AI enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the AI enhanced
because
one.
Sean Strickland got in a fight with a YouTuber.
It's crazy.
Yeah, really had him come and
It's
spur.
bizarre. I
And
mean,
then Brennan said
I
he was
think
part
he was
of
shot
like
from multiple angles
conspiracy with the
simultaneously.
UFC.
That's what I
So
think.
they
I think
got
he
him.
shot both from the back and from the front.
She was making it
And
easier.
I think Lee Harvey Oswald, if he wasn't involved,
This
certainly
is
wasn't
another
innocent.
quick shout out
He
to
was
BG. All right,
probably the guy that was going to frame it on. But I think
Someone
he
had to
was
do
in
it.
on the whole thing. Anyway, I think he killed a cop afterwards as well.
Or side window.
Yeah, Tippett.
This one is.
Have you ever read that thing about Tippett's
posted
nickname back at the precinct was JFK? Don't read
0870.
this thing. Then they show the side by side of how much they really look like each other.
Really?
So they're saying he was the body they used for the transfer. when
Another
he
funny
threw
one
the
was
coffin
Joe
and all
Camel.
that stuff.
His face looks a lot more like Joe
I mean,
Camel.
it is
Oh,
so
yeah, it does, yeah.
so
Can you
many
imagine if you did something like wrong and there was
warrants to travel down
yeah,
a Reddit that had 8 different pictures of you doing
There's
something wrong?
There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
Well, that's what I was saying to my friend today too. He's not familiar with it. I'm like,
both
I do
candidates. So we were
sympathize
seeing
with Sean.
documentaries at like,
because
I would have been 10 or 11
Can
if
you
I was
imagine
13 or
people
14.
scrutinizing every moment of your life?
Involved
But I mean, he's also recording every moment of his life too.
It's a big vlog,
Yeah.
you know,
We had
the
access
network.
to this stuff.
Yeah.
So,
He's
it's
selling
just
t-shirts with donuts that are dripping on them.
I know
I
you
would.
are.
Yeah, yeah,
involved
yeah,
in
yeah.
Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald.
It's disrespectful. I'm not wearing
No one was brought to justice and got away with it. We don't want to think
I
they
have
could get
one
away
in
with
storage
it
right
by killing the press.
Yeah, so yeah, we have
But
all
they
your
did
merch
in
back
broad
there.
daylight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There's
killing
a- there's a
a
shelf storage
alone,
on
alone
one of the number one supporters of the
Yeah.
show.
who they already had a full
Every time I tell my kids, like, you can't.
rapture rundown and everything
That's
about
what
it. Like,
I read articles
You
about
said
it.
$300 worth of shop
And then the Jack
merchandise.
Ruby thing.
Your
Jack
daughter's
Ruby's
like
completely
reaching for a
insane
toy
in
to
jail
think
after
of
his
good.
visit by Jolly
Think of
West, who's the head of the
That's
MK
taking
Ultra.
merch off of
Who's
their
like
back.
routinely dosing people with acid.
And it's destroying my karma.
Jolly West quit.
Yeah,
Jack
like you
Ruby's
getting a
brain
toy.
in
Think
jail.
about how much my Reddit has gone down.
He left him insane.
he's the guy
All right,
from
this one's posted by Successful Capital 217.
Chaos.
It's,
Chaos.
I'd like
I
to
actually
take us
read
back
Chaos
to this
before
gem
it
of a
got
fight
all the
companion.
attention.
Really?
I don't think it gets
friend of mine
enough
gave it
credit
to me.
for truly how awful
All right,
something was.
I'll read a couple pages, and I was like,
My
oh,
Twitter feed.
Yeah.
oh okay, this is
One of the best books.
different take.
Don't go
Yeah.
to the bathroom
I'm curious how you felt about the documentary they did about it.
I did watch it.
Okay,
I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes, and it was like enough time. It's only 90 minutes. Right?
I thought it was the first episode.
Oh,
So I watched it sort of like a
They're
data
dog
gathering
smarter than
thing.
like,
Using you in the first episode. I
That's like
wanted to
if
see
you
where they
somebody
put
switch
the
brains with a
and
dog.
what kind of stuff they ran out early.
Yeah.
So, and then when it
His
ended,
entire
I
life
didn't
is an
see
SNL
that
sketch.
second
Dog's
episode with
brain
the
is
timer,
recorded in his
right?
brain.
And I was, oh, that's, and I thought it was completely I thought
They said that you
radically
said this
underserved people.
outside.
Yeah, maybe they can try again.
I feel like they were saying one. Okay,
That needs to be like
nobody's talking about the fight. Everybody's
2
saying,
hour.
Howie, how are you going to go there?
Thank you.
He pisses
Yeah,
in the sink.
thank you.
Yeah,
Because
talking about he pisses in
it's
the
so
sink.
nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts that very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely they had groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober but pretend he's on acid, and how to interact with people on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is
Howie thinks he pees in the bathroom.
Yeah, no,
it's like, no, you can probably see the sink from where you're sitting, Howie. You in that, in a communal office
like
sink.
has enough.
That's what the whole thing was. That went over my head. I didn't realize that was what he thought.
And I love that the guy starts out.
I mean, because he's like, oh, he pees in the sink. Because that's why he's like, where was the
kind of a
toilet?
normal
And it's like,
celebrity assignment for
at least that's what I got from it. The way
Yeah, I've been on that
reacting,
magazine.
especially
I
Howie
got
Mandel,
covered
who's like
twice.
a famous homo.
I still didn't wind up like that. It was the Storybook magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murder. Exactly. That's it. That's what it was. Yeah, just give us a piece, you know, so people
I
go,
would think that that would elicit a bigger, like, wait a minute, you peed in that sink? You know, it's like,
and he starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit. This guy was going off for, oh my God, look at this.
It's like when you put your balls on the counter, it's
Who's
nice.
Jolly West? You know, like, what's MK Ultra? This is real freedom of information act. Get the documents.
That's
Oh
gonna be
my
an hour.
God.
Then you run hot
Operation
water.
Midnight Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They're running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and dosing Johns and filming them.
Where's the sink at? You know what I mean?
And this has to
What
do
do
with
you mean?
Manson?
In a
Like,
picture of
what the fuck was
where's
going
the
on?
sink right now?
And then you realize that it was all a psyop
I
to
would
try
rank
to
it pretty low, I
demonize the
think,
peace,
for
love,
kind of
and
coolness
stop
factor.
war
Yeah,
movement.
pretty like there's
And
cop cars.
what they really want to do is stop the anti-war movement and
Well, I peed in the
do
cop car,
something
the cop
to curb
the jail
the
cell. I
cultural
peed all
change
over.
that was happening.
Yeah, peed in a lot
And
of
so their
places.
strategy was to turn
This
hippies
one's
into
posted by
murderers.
pee. This one's posted by pee stains in the
Yeah,
front.
it
This guy
kind
posts a
of
lot.
worked. It kind of worked. Yeah, it kind of worked. Yeah,
I
it's a long way to go, but I think it had the effect.
This one's called the
Imagine
Schwab
if they
curse.
didn't
Claims
do
another
that.
victim
Like,
of the
what
night.
kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This world is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. Then Nixon comes along in 1970, passes this sweeping Schedule 1 act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the Civil War, the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this Manson stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh my God, these hippies are murderous. Right? A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs. How can women babies out of their stomachs, writing pig on the wall?
They just pulled
This is nuts. Yeah, and they brought the Beatles into it. And our own goddamn government engineered it.
He looks like a waiter.
Engineered.
What happened is right before this
What was
started,
probably one of the
Jobs
most
built
beautiful
something on this
cultural
like big boy
shifts
jersey.
in this
And then
country's
you saw
history.
like the
They're
waiter or
really
some kind of
organic. It's
bartender.
still evolving into the thing that
So
would have
somewhere there's a waiter tied up in a freezer.
Yeah, we
Gag.
probably would have
Gag.
rethought government. Probably would have like rethought
Yeah, why doesn't he wear thick boy shit
the
to
type
plug
of people
on
that
his
we want as
whatever this
leaders.
is?
Yeah,
We would
what
have
is
rethought
this
our
like?
involvement in foreign
Was there any
wars.
build up to this, or
With
did
no
this come out of
support
nowhere
for
too?
it, we
Like,
would
how
have
was it
rethought
founded?
what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought everything. We would have. The music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip. Yeah, it did. Music took a big dip after they got rid of the drugs that were good and brought in the coke.
Short
But
guy
people
or
do
fucking
point
chop?
to the death of the 60s occurred up at
Play a little bit more and I'll think
Yeah.
about it.
Oh, you
Yeah,
gotta see
exactly.
some attitude. Let's see.
I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and, any of that kind of movement. So those people became a real problem now because you're now connected to Manson. It was instantly zero tolerance. Like overnight, nuts. Yeah, kind of nuts that it was really all engineered by the government. You know, it's really that in and of itself is a terrible crime.
So bet against Belcher.
That they sort of engineered society to their benefit so they could maintain control. And the way they did it is by getting a horrible con who had been in and out of jail his whole life and teaching him how to run a cult. Right. A murderous cult. And setting up at a free clinic in the hate. Where my wife's mom entrenched yeah, my wife's mom was a hippie.
Watching these fight companion or
Yeah.
whatever that makes his
My
prediction.
wife's mom, she was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury. It was like the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. Treated at that time. Yeah, wow. You know, that clinic didn't shut down until after Tom O'Neill's book came out. That clinic would have been running for over 50
Well, I don't
years.
know.
It ran
I
until
don't like his cat. It's like it's a lot of work to keep track of this guy.
When did it
Then you gotta start
close? They
watching.
closed shortly after that book came out. They're like, hey, we're good. Let's get out of here.
I
could have gone there while I was reading the book. Yeah, the CIA, just the warning, not to trust the clinic. That is so,
if you just watch the fight campaign, there's gonna be
also
somebody already
connected
doing
to Jolly
it,
Well.
right? So you
That
gotta watch
clinic
the shots
also
too.
connected to
You wake up before
all
34
sorts of
in the
other
morning
marijuana
with your enemies.
experiments. San Francisco is where they were doing Operation Midnight Climax.
That would be
That's where
funny
they
if
had a
that's
brothel.
like a thing you could do and make a lot of money. You know,
These are the people that are supposed to
you know, people
protect and serve.
they've been
Look out for your best interests.
They've been
Yeah, these motherfuckers are creating bands and completely shifting society
that kind of shit.
and turning people into whatever the fuck we became in the 70s and the 80s.
There's like a side hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, start a podcast where you just kind of
Yeah.
take his picks and be like, listen, this is the biggest, like, just do the opposite.
If you give us ideas like this, you gotta be aware that we might take
read the
it.
forward.
I just
Guys,
I
we
like
got a
seeing
problem.
things.
That's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out.
Yeah,
And try to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill. Right.
Has
he been on the show? Yes. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. What's he like? He's great. Yeah, great. He's actually my good friend, Greg Fitzsimmons. He was his neighbor in New York when he first started working on this. And then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like, he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's followed him from this entire journey. And Greg had been telling me about it for years. I'm like, when's your friend going to get that fucking book done? And then finally, he says, tells me the whole story, how it took so long, what he said, you gotta have fun.
Like, just like when they
Let's
post you
go.
about him.
So we had him on, and
just like
it was,
there's no sound.
first of all, I listened to the book first before I had him on. I listened to the audio version. I was like,
You're probably right, though. It's like they showed you just doing
this is nuts. If this is all true, this is fucking insane.
What did Shop say? Like, Shane,
It's all true.
they called him an asshole or something?
Oh, he said that he shouldn't have been canceled
They
for being
really
racist.
did engineer a murderous cult of hippies.
This is just like the betting game, dude. You should have been
The
canceled.
clinic as a casting couch,
Yep,
as an
but if
audition
you guys could
process
get any
for which girls they
basketball
want.
player, who would it be?
Multiple, vulnerable.
Yeah, any basketball
Crazy,
player
yeah.
for your comedy. They're like,
Crazy.
dude,
The
that one I knocked
CIA
out was
was
fucking
doing
killer.
You mean like they like our comedy?
It's just,
I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil.
I know they were, but you know, sometimes things get messy.
Yeah, he
But
seems
it's
cool,
like
but I mean, you know, I'm old, like Michael
You
Jordan.
talk to like your average boomer who just watches cable news and reads newspaper. They never believe this in a million years.
And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, "Come on,
Why don't you
guys."
guess? Because I think if you think about me,
they
you can
also
probably guess who
will never
my
read
answer
the book.
is.
No, never read the book, and then when things get proven, they never apologize.
Imagine that.
Never
Yeah.
apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories that all
Chris
turned out
Mullen,
to be true.
maybe.
Because, you know, conspiracies are fucking real, okay?
Oh, Reggie
It's
Miller's
this conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during the Kennedy assassination was for that very reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous.
Oh, really? So that's like the same era.
That's where the term was coined.
Yeah,
That's
I
where the
mean,
term
I-
became
yeah, I grew
popularized.
up
Apparently
watching
the term
Reggie
existed before
Jordan.
that.
I didn't really see Bird. I mean, it was
researched this,
then I
right?
would see
Didn't
it.
we
Bird
Google
was
the
like, I
original
was super
term
young,
of
but
conspiracy
like Dr.
theorists?
J.
It's
like,
quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing in the public
that's like-
zeitgeist. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination
I
because a
know
lot of
James
people
Harden just go to the strip club
Because
with
it looks
3 C's, you know what I'm saying?
you know, everything.
Well, Magic
Even the
Johnson,
people that hadn't
because,
seen
like,
this
the
career
Shot's
film,
great
everything
joke.
was seen
Oh, yeah,
off.
the-
They see Bob. And there was
Mosquito
roughly
AIDS,
too much people that were there. The big one was the shots in the grassy knoll. Many people talked about
That's like
got
way
shots.
And then one photo where
Even
there's
though I
like
said I
15
forgot
people
these.
pointing to the same
Does he say that?
I think
Yeah.
it's
where the bushes are. It's not a good photo, but it's
So
good
let's go.
enough.
This one's
Right,
around
so
80s. It's called
it's
the
just
Border
too
Patrol.
it was too uniform.
director's story
You know,
still makes me
people were,
smile.
they all were pointing. We heard shots from back there. There is a thing that does happen, especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through?
I have, yeah. I've walked the whole crime scene.
It's weird to be there. First of all, it's so little.
You can't believe how close it is.
Yeah, it's real little.
And that they sent him into that tight turn, put him into
In a
that
convertible.
pickle jar.
I mean,
yeah, completely clear. And you watch
What is this whole world that
Uh-huh.
these guys exist in? Like, who are these fucking
There's something
guys?
I
I've
read.
done the same thing, but now I know who they are.
Busting with the boys?
Busting with the boys, because we watched so many clips and we had no idea.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
you ever have him on?
They're two retired NFL
I
players.
think
Right,
so.
okay.
Yeah.
So there's just this
He
whole
wrote
world
Tribe
out there that comedy's been usurped.
Isn't it all about remote viewing?
Yeah, I don't think this
Yeah,
ever
he's a trip.
existed
He was
before.
even
Like,
there.
there was
I
like
go
back
back
in the
and forth on
80s
that
when
remote
like
viewing.
Gary
I do
Shandling
too.
fucking,
Like,
Richard
there's
Jennings, or whatever.
something in
Like back in like,
one
the
book,
80s when like Ellen DeGeneres and,
never been able to find
Ray Romano and Drew Carey, like all these people.
from the internet. That
There wasn't like a
the
side,
code
there
signal
wasn't like a
for
side
victory
group of comedians.
right
Like,
after the tail headshot
I mean, there was like
went out
Dice,
over every
but
Dallas
he was
Sports
like
radio.
just a
You
full-on
ever heard that?
character. Yeah.
Okay, I read that.
You're right. This may be the
I'm
first
not
time
coming
in
up with
history
this.
that
This
there's
is not
something like this
my
where like,
original
It's like
data.
brothers,
But
like
yeah, when I read that, that was just that was great.
like, you know what I mean? It's like a bunch of comedians that are just like, when I
I
was growing
don't
up, we
know
had the
that they
man
would
show.
have just added that.
That's different.
For
Like, I
color.
mean,
That's not something
it's
you
like
just
all these guys.
throw out there.
I don't know. Whatever. I don't know these
That's
bus guys. Maybe they're, brilliant.
victory.
I don't know them very well.
It's hard for
the
us
Taylor
to
Lewin guy, the guy
reconcile
that right makes
now,
fun of Pablo
today,
sometimes.
because we think of him as like one of
I
our
don't
greatest
know much
presidents.
about the other
Of
guy.
course, because he got murdered. We
And
always
what
love
this shot is,
fucking
this
shocker.
is
But
mouthful of nicotine.
when
packs,
he
like,
was
what's going on
alive,
with
this
face?
was like half the country
I don't know. It
fucking
looked like
hated
maybe that was the nicotine.
And
though.
It's
then there was
definitely
the
at
Bay of
least
Pigs
part
disaster
nicotine.
where we lost
Yeah.
a lot of
He
people
takes it
because
for his brain.
Kennedy
Where I
was
think
the
you're
air
right, told
support.
us that.
He wasn't told about the invasion until like last
The
moment.
boys,
Air
would you
support
ever
was
have a-
crucial to
not
his
to get
success.
douche-busted
He
on the
denied air
boys.
support.
I'm sure
A
they're
bunch of
great.
people
Would you
died.
ever
They
have a
weren't
thing
going
that's
to
at the
die.
boys?
Right? So
Yeah.
those
I
guys
wouldn't
have
have
been
any of this
around.
suspension.
My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, who owns Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger
Here's
himself.
the
I
thing,
met
and
him.
yeah, they
So
always
that's-
have.
I
We have
love
the
that.
same thing.
I
'Cause
love
we got
that.
rain,
But he
tire
said,
dip, which we have to
like,
have.
those
What do they
guys,
have? They
those
have
are
like a
hard-nosed killers.
Barrel
And
acid.
if they think
I
that they
fucking
lost their brothers
think
because this
Oh,
fucking
barrel
piece of
aged.
shit didn't
Oh,
give them
it's
the air support
aged.
to deserve, was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me
Oh,
up.
yeah, look, he's got
Those
two
guys
little
would do it.
nicotine pack on
He's
his
like,
arm.
those would be the type of guys you would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it.
Right, right,
Just
right.
like little turn.
Yeah.
Everybody who says, by the way,
What
because
is half?
conspiracy's good. Everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or that. Anybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle.
Either. I know,
You're
like,
bullshit.
I know
If
the
the
logo. I know
rifle's
there's a guy
on,
that goes
it was
around
not that
so
far.
he's like,
I'm not
yeah,
saying
what-
you do it 100 times
he's
out
like
of
in
100,
charge of
but the
Barstool
possibility of
Sports, but I don't
him
know what
having
is. It
that
just
rifle
like
ready,
a bunch of
he's
shit.
got a
It's like
scope,
these guys
he's
just
got a
talk to other
rest.
shitheads.
The car comes into view,
My old
you
roommate,
roll the sight onto his back, he springs off around,
he's the one who
springs
told
off
me
around,
about
and you get a
Barstool.
headshot there. That's
I knew of
100%
it,
possible.
so
Sure,
it's
I just don't buy it.
Boston or
I don't
whatever they
buy.
said,
I
somebody
don't think
smoke show.
he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot
He
at him.
told me
He
the
might have
story
even
of the
hit
guy
him
who
once.
just ate
There was
pizza,
other people.
and
There
then
was,
that became
he
so
was the
famous. and
patsy, and I think
they
what he
were
said,
idiots
I'm
that
just a patsy.
Right.
The way he said it was not like the guy who murdered somebody.
Now,
The
and
way
that's
he
your
said it
roommate.
was like,
That's
I
the one that
can't
introduced
believe
you
they
to
set
the
me up.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
So I
what
think he was in on a bunch of it. I just don't think he pulled the trigger.
Right.
Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect, you zeroed in, bang, I drop it on the ground. Try it again. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards.
Yeah.
You're going to lose that thing.
Yeah.
They're fragile. They require micro adjustments, little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
just listen to
Too
these
much.
guys when they
It's
talk about
dialed in
business.
On a
Until you talk about the
$37.
board,
Yeah,
no,
a rifle from
boy, he sold it.
1963.
For those bags of magazines.
Yeah,
She's
of
on
course
the
that
deck.
thing.
So you got to talk
knocked off.
Right.
Like almost instantly you knocked off the wall. There is a thing about the tree though. About the tree that you had to shoot through a tree because what they've done and a lot of
other guys that want to have a business with a board, I guess.
I guess it gives everybody hope.
Gunner,
Fucking
they
CEO.
did cut out
part of the
It's
tree.
funny the way you see it because
They cut it
now
out.
that you've said that,
Yeah.
I agree and I think it's hilarious. But when I was watching it just now, I was thinking that this guy Compton and Lewin are just making fun of him or not understanding. They're so like blown away by the fact that he's said that he has a war that they don't understand, and they're like, maybe they're trying to give him an out almost like there's a war, like you mean like your friends that you
So if you're gonna practice, you're gonna be
he's like, no, like
quicker.
Media company, like it's just this whole kind of jive
None of the
world that
evidence
exists
points
that
that
didn't
direction,
exist
including all the evidence they try to
I don't know, it's like
fabricate.
influencers,
Like the magic
like
bullet
yes.
ones.
The whole shot thing is like
Anybody who's ever shot anything with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went
somehow. Like there's no way this
both.
guy.
Yeah, that looks like it got shot into a swimming pool. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever hit anything.
Like the Maseratis and shit, right? Those cost like $100,000.
That's a good question that we've talked about before. I don't really know the answer, but I remember one of my friends commenting was saying that like a lot of it is just like you.
They're out of their mind. Yeah, we have to walk away. They're out of their mind.
Money, but
They
then
don't
again,
know.
like
I could show them.
Let's
go take
you're
a
right. It
bone
doesn't
from
really
a
get them
cow.
used,
Let's
but
set
maybe
up a
at one
bone
point
from a
it did.
cow
I don't know.
and I'll shoot it at 100 yards. One bone. Yeah, just one. Just one bone. And let's take a look at that.
That would be
bone.
another thing that would be kind of crazy.
It's
I
not
know
gonna
people
look
say that
anything
his
like
dad
that.
is
It's gonna
rich
be
or
all
whatever,
fucked
but
up.
if his dad is
And just the
completely, if he's
fragments.
that,
There's missing
it's funny.
fragments
I
from
am
the bullet
knowing
that
that
are
shop
in
is
Connolly's wrist
very likely
that are
adopted
more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet. They're attributing to the wound.
And there's
32,000.
which
But
I mean,
they
hey,
did.
listen,
That's
my
what's
podcast
nuts.
gets
We
like
don't talk about
100
it
views, so
you know about the palm print down?
but you know, one thing we learned,
that they
or not
think
number
the right
views is
picture
not
of
Maserati.
palm print.
No, that's
Oh,
probably
they got it
$6
out.
honestly probably
What you get in the
$4.
Yeah,
They're
you
getting
get it
monetized.
till
They're getting
after the
monetized.
autopsy.
Oh,
Yeah, 60,000 views is like
It
$400.
wasn't there, and then
Where's he
surprise,
fucking
how
Yeah.
convenient.
We were talking about me and
And also,
Jarno
like,
about
says who?
you know how you
Says
get
who?
paid more
Fingerprint was
if
on it.
people
You can just
watch
say
it the
that
whole
back
time.
then.
Like the
Back
what
in
is it called? View time or watch time? Watch time.
I was
That's
a
it.
lawyer. I was
But
representing him.
watch
He's dead.
time. So what if
No one's
people
gonna say,
that
my
are
client
watching
is
TV
innocent.
keep
He's
watching
fucking dead.
like an
Okay?
hour?
Send it on him.
So
Nobody gives a shit.
they don't ever
Well, I mean,
know.
the
Everybody
board
just
is probably responsible for a
the
lot
fact
of
that
these
the president
views.
is dead.
Yeah, that's true.
And
They,
then-
they actually the chefs probably do watch
You know,
that.
I mean,
all
somebody
of a
should
sudden,
need to go through it to find these gems.
Lyndon Johnson,
Well, you
full
also
steam
think
ahead
he's the
with
number
Vietnam
one
War.
on
It's nuts.
Yeah, if you
Joe
look what
like
look
that
at what
many
happens
of those channels are
after.
gonna change.
Yeah.
Like the back catalog of Joe Rogan's gonna
Things
be
got
all
very
these all
different.
time.
Yeah.
They got very
how does that,
different.
how does that translate
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
money?
But Kennedy was trying
It's
to
not
be a real
translating into
president.
views for his
And they were like,
podcast.
well,
As part of
none
the
of that.
resume and bring to like advertisers. That's why he has different
All that
advertisers
big,
all the time.
big
It's like
things.
on-
Wanted to get
also-
I mean, I
CIA,
think that's
wanted
going
to
to
kill
be
the
the
CIA.
next kind
He
of.
wanted to do a
Yeah.
lot
You know, we all
of
saw the
things. And they're
BGL
like,
thing
not
come
today, sir.
because it was like they were both. It's obvious that
And that's
that guy's
the real argument is that we
no
haven't
offense,
really
don't
had
kill
a president since Kennedy.
Yeah,
Everything
it's
after
like
that has
that was
been
my
the
mistake. You
president's
did like a
of,
Shabbos
speaking.
visit. Well, kill me.
And
Kill
then
the
the giant machine
Well, I'm talking to Marcus
continues to run
specifically.
exactly as it always has.
No, but I mean, you know, we all
Yeah,
saw that coming because it's like, okay, you have this
just
guy
summarize it,
who's,
there's not a lot you can do
a
about
bit
it.
of a
There's
nut.
nothing you can do
And I
about
know
it.
you guys know him.
But look, if
He
Dale's
seems
done
like
anything about the
fine.
Kennedy
Yeah,
assassination, you can't do shit. Yeah.
But
You could put pressure
so
on
it's like
people, and
he's
you
cooking the books.
you
There's some
definitely
kind of,
can
there's
hurt
going to
their
be
chances
some
of getting reelected if people
legal
find out that they're very
financial
disappointed
thing,
in
I
you
think,
for
that is
sure
on the
not supporting
horizon.
this or not telling
Yeah,
us
right.
about that or
A
lying
big
about
topic.
this or
I
you
didn't
were
include, I
involved
don't
in
think in
that.
today's episode,
Yeah, but
the
other than that,
unique
like
scandal.
there's not much.
Unique one, the
Not much you
case.
can do.
Yeah, I know. I
that's
saw
why
some of that, but I don't know what I don't know anything about it.
So basically, he was trying to do a copyright suit. I guess.
It definitely is a lot of that. But it's also like a
ended
show.
up winning that after
You know,
after 2
you
years.
watch the show. Hey, we should watch the latest episode of the Epstein Files. What's going on? Yeah, you know, it turns it out like a show. It turns it into a parlor game. You know, right? That's how my dad described the OJ case.
And
So
then,
this is like the greatest
I guess
parlor
the
game
next
ever.
day he got an appeal
Boy, I
in
remember
his
watching
email
that verdict
from
on
Brendan
TV
Shaw
live in my apartment
hiring his lawyers
with
to
this girl I was
appeal
dating.
this.
She was a really sweet girl.
He's not only
And
like
she
spending money on
couldn't
drugs,
believe
she's
that
also
he was
paying
innocent. Yeah, she
to
didn't
sue some
understand it.
small
She
YouTube.
was
Yeah,
so
I did get that from.
She
Yeah, I
was
don't
like,
know is.
No.
But I assume he's like that too lazy to try guy or something. Like he makes hate videos about guys.
It completely tortured her
And I did
whole reality.
like just what I gleaned from the
I
what you
was
like from the
mountaintop
Reddit board and what you just said is that Schwab is just like a lawyer's wet dream. Where it's just like, oh yeah, we'll fully investigate this further.
I love that movie.
It does seem like it's like he's appealing
I love that movie. You know who turned me on to that movie? Dave Bolden, who's a good friend of mine from News Radio.
This unique guy was showing clips of the Schwab show.
He fucking loved that movie. It was just so underrated sci-fi movie.
Yeah, so what happened was
I checked it out. It was
this
great.
guy Unique is like this crazy character that's drunk.
First
I think a lot of people don't like him on the subreddit.
incorporated a
But anyways, he got a clip of Brendan, the legend, handing a phone
At
number.
that point, it was either
Number
one
to some
or
chick.
the other. And the other
So he
had to
posted
fully
that, and
really
because of that,
arrive.
Brendan got his like 500
so that was
pages
kinda
of
cool. But no,
muscle
we were,
abuse.
I
And
was
sued this
so
guy
hoping for the day
because
off.
he posted. Is
Back
that
to the
right?
hotel.
That's right.
Are
Everybody
those the
knew
same people
the night
that were
before
involved with the Bobby
that
Lee
the verdict was
Wasn't
coming.
there 300 or 500
We had to
pages
shoot
involved
this
in
I mean,
that?
same lawyers, but many people think Bobby Lee.
This is on fun, right?
Bobby Lee is behind the whole thing.
Right.
So like Bobby Lee, Unique is like a Bobby Lee
and it's starting
character.
to rain.
If you know.
And he's got
I believe Brendan too. I think Bobby Lee's up to
his
something.
phone in
We just gotta
LA
figure it
up
out.
to the
Right,
TV.
right. I believe Brendan 100%. You know,
I gotta do a callback to the last time I was on this show, and I pointed out that if a black girl was watching this, she'd just have a field day with, because we're all named Brendan. Let me get this straight, Brendan, I'm talking about Brendan.
Right?
I mean, it's the most make funnable thing in the world.
It's pretty funny. I wish we could have someone call in and do that. That would be great. If there were a black woman watching this, this is the whitest shit I've ever seen.
That's a wild scene.
That's
all I learned about the verdict.
We
Yeah.
got these two white Brendan talking about another white Brendan about how dumb he is.
Dave Anderson.
A black woman is watching right now and be like, is he in my mind? He's saying everything that I would say.
They're like, Bob, he just said what you said.
Holy shit.
All right, let's go to the next movie. This one's posted by
That's a crazy, just a crazy scene. Imagine a guy react like that.
He was our only connection.
Only 500 killers global.
Everybody was so invested in this.
It's so
And it was really hard to go. And that was like,
We were talking
do you
about
remember the time of day that might have happened?
500 of us.
Kind of late morning, sort of, or was it in the
Don't
afternoon?
remember. Don't remember at all.
We still had a
That's the
pretty
Cowboys.
sizable day to shoot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Really
I watched the
hard
It's a
to
great
regain
episode. Never got a
focus.
chance to see it.
yeah.
Feel like what we
That's
were
only,
doing
this is the
still
next one, the
mattered.
250 thing.
Because it was
No,
so-
but
it was
shortly
so-
after that, he does say there's only 250 actually. If you want to hang out with them, there's only
At that
250.
point,
Yeah.
So
Something,
there's
it's
been
always
a lot of
something
layoffs
taken
in the
from
world of
us.
comedy, apparently.
Thank you for your
Yes,
service
absolutely.
being one of the 250 that can do
did you
it.
see the last,
Yeah,
or
my
the
mom
most
does a lot.
recent,
Not as hard
OJ
work
documentary?
as
No.
It's,
Oh, no chance. Yeah, mom, compared to a comedian, it's nothing.
It's
And then behind
murder,
that, podcasters.
mayhem,
Oh,
blood, and things
How little that guy is next.
Murder,
I
mayhem,
think
and
now,
blood.
after looking at it again, I think the pink is better than the bartender suit.
Well, he's taking a chance.
He's betting on himself.
Yes. He kind of looks like,
now,
is it Smash Mouth? Or
No,
looks like he
exactly.
sings for
But it's the
one of the
latest
Creed.
OJ documentary.
well, I guess
Creed.
Manhunt would be
It
the
looks like
latest.
Ghibli from the
This,
Lord of the Rings.
yeah, this is the one that
Earrings, you know.
before that.
Was it-
and
now, what
it's-
is that
it's
logo?
broken
Is he a
down
fighter?
at the crime
I don't think
Must
so.
have had a chance. I think his nose looks like a
expert
He maybe got knocked around a bit.
creationist.
This one's called
Yeah.
Blinky Blinky
It's
Tin.
a
By
trip.
people see this.
It's- Do you watch any OJ stuff
No.
that comes out?
No, I try not to.
It's crazy.
Because
It's just weird.
okay.
Wait, start over. Let's still count.
There,
Has anybody counted
Killed
these?
his wife,
Probably.
Yeah.
So it's a 22-second clip.
and he got away with it.
You want to take a guess?
Is there a ding?
You know, we watch him on my naked guy. You're like, that guy?
Yeah.
Let's see.
He murdered his wife. Like, that was what he was.
Yeah.
Then he got away with it. Then he just golfing.
Yeah, it was the follow-up part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed.
You remember when he was a rapper? You remember the Juice is Loose? You remember that?
Oh gosh, I think I just I willed that one out of my.
He had like a King's robe on and like this a bunch of hot ladies.
Underwater
Okay,
32
okay,
is
come back
22
to me.
seconds.
Yeah,
he
That's
did a
more
rap
than a
song.
blink
Wow.
a second.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, he was like
That is a
embracing
lot of
the heel
blanks.
role
And
at one
I
point
get
in
somebody,
time after
I think,
the
because I did see that when I came in the
So
Reddit
he
and
got
read
into
the comments, and I
rap.
think somebody hit the nail on the head that he,
I mean, probably just for
that's the
just for
longest he's
monetary
gone without
grab,
a rap.
right?
Like he was wanting to interrupt that whole time, and he had to let the guy talk,
It's so
and that
bad.
was his brain short circuited.
Is it
Or something like his handler told him, like, you know, instead of interrupting people, just like do something.
Oh, that's right.
Well, this isn't a podcast. This is like, you know, he has to let this. He can't interrupt this guy.
Yeah.
Jackass. Yeah.
So that's what that was. It's just him like waiting to talk.
Are you guys done?
Oh,
Do you want to look? Well, do you?
Oh,
It's definitely a dude off camera going.
Everybody would just run away from him. Yeah, he said there was a lady like walking through the over the night.
Do you want to look
That
up,
was one
like,
of
I
the
don't know if you
scenes?
can look it up, but do you want to look up, like, side effects of CTE?
You got
You see if, like, blinking is one of them, or side effects of kratom, or what else? Like,
Also, the
alcoholism
music
is
video had a
blinking
bunch of
part of it.
that was
What is blinking that side effect?
I'll look up stuff. System of alcoholism is owning a Tiger Finch shirt.
Yeah.
I mean,
But that whole
if that's a symptom
going
of alcoholism,
from that verdict to try going back to work.
I don't know. I do want to know if blinking. Do you think blinking is part of
It
it?
seems like it goes along with stupidity somehow.
I remember one time we
Whether
were
it's brain
filming
damage or
this
not,
radio
I
in
just
the
think
middle
like
of
dumb
that
people.
North Hollywood shootout. Remember that? I do.
That,
We were
that's
watching
a
it
terrible
live
angle. I
on
look
TV.
off.
One trying to do a sitcom.
Comment on
And we were like, we probably should take some time off here. There's a fucking
one of them
war
that
going
can
on
be
in the middle of
possibly
North
related
Hollywood.
is
Wow.
stress, but then
Yeah, that involves
stress,
cocaine
excessive
and
blinking
steroids
can be
too.
caused by the eyelids are interior
from the
segment.
guys. Yeah, they're definitely on steroids. Yeah, but I think there was probably some
He's trying to
something like
trying to
that.
just blink.
Sort of cover. Yeah,
Okay.
a lot longer.
See how many times you can
For
do
people who
it.
don't know the story, these
I mean, I
guys.
don't even. It was almost a
they
skill because I can't do
Is that what they
taking
did?
your
Yeah,
time.
make you throw up if you did.
Yeah, like could have driven away. Could have left with all the
If you
the
throw up,
drugs.
we have a shoe.
And they decided to get in a shootout with the cops. Yeah,
A shirt.
killed
A
them.
shirt, a shoe.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, and they got killed. A bunch
So,
of cops
it
got
may
hit.
be medication.
And the cops were like,
It says here
hardly
obtain
outgunned.
the ticks.
Oh yeah,
So
these
I
cops
think
have
I
9mm
don't-
pistols.
I guess
These
I
guys
think
have
the
fucking
person
machine
who
guns
commented
and
on it
bulletproof
was
vests.
him.
Yeah.
Not being able to talk.
They
And
that makes
his
Yeah.
tiny dog-sized brain.
Now, do you support this when the
That's
dude
just how,
finally
you know.
kills
Which
himself?
means he has
that it was
ADHD.
a simultaneous
You know, another thing too
sniper
for
shot
me,
at
when
the
I put
same
lotion
time?
on my
I never
face,
looked into
sometimes
that. Is that one of the
lotion
conspiracies?
filters your eyes and
Well,
it
it's
makes
just,
you
it's, yeah.
Could be. I mean, he's definitely wearing makeup, probably,
That-
right?
Yeah.
He got
But
shot.
that's not
and
any
shot
of
himself
that.
at the
That's not
exact same
irritation.
time.
That's some
Possible, but
low
why would
IQ shit.
what does
going on.
that serve? What does that? Maybe they were
Well,
already
see,
going to shoot
it's
him.
a lot
and
of
he
IQ shit.
shot himself. They didn't
Mama's
think he
touch
could shoot
is
himself.
really
And they pulled the trigger
max
right
power
when he
bit.
got it.
My
I've
eyes
been
are
obsessed
obsessed with
if
that
that's
for
the case.
like.
But it's not like they have to be let off the
Sticks their
hook. At
tongue
that
out.
point, that dude has to be put down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the
Yeah,
guys
like
had
that. I
already
mean,
been shot.
all the way out.
Shot in the leg.
His hand
Didn't
in
get
his
him any
mouth.
medical help. They
It's
knew he
like-
was going to bleed out.
What is this one
Well, I
here with the cup?
I think
I
that's
guess
the case.
the
I think he got
coffee
shot in the
is
small
confused.
artery. The first
The
guy
noodles
says
thing, like
he
he's
died
eating
by
one of those looks like he's eating noodles or fries or something like that. He's got his tongue fully out. Like he's trying to catch, like if the noodle falls, he wants to catch it with his tongue. That's pretty strange.
I don't. I mean that.
The other
The
guy
top
got
right.
shot 20.
Yeah, this is
I mean, what is like what? All of them. The top left. The
I mean,
middle
what are the
top.
odds that
Like
the
all of these
crazy
are not.
with the thing
That's
with the-
you know. There
Well,
would be one
sounds like
picture
there
of
were
you
a lot of
where you're
bullets
like, oh
flying
man,
in
you just
direction.
caught like the weirdest. What the fuck was I doing there? But it's every.
Like,
There's
what is
thousands
that
of
way?
Yeah.
If you're carting that
You know, this
around,
reminds
and
me
you
of
got a
is
whole
like,
duffel
you know how
of
when you
cash.
go into a
Yeah, you must
store
have
and they have
a truck.
pictures of people that have
Yeah,
stolen,
yeah,
they can't come back. But this is like restaurants. They have a picture of shop like in there doing some no more people eating like this because the other people eating are like, what the fuck?
I mean, there's also more evidence to that. Maybe he did switch braids with a dog.
Didn't they? Like right when it started, and they were like, whatever you got.
I was actually
rifle, you know, whatever you got.
I
We'll
remember
take it.
myself at a restaurant asking
How much
myself,
ammo
why
you
did
got?
that? Like, but it's
I
so
mean, how long did that go
unnatural
on
to put your
for?
tongue out to welcome food in.
I don't stick my tongue out like that for anything. Like speaking of Michael Jordan, like he would have his tongue out when he was like concentrating. But I don't. I'm pretty positive I don't stick my tongue out.
Scroll down a little bit. The one where he has his finger like on his tongue, like that one in the middle. That's very strange, right?
He's always put his fucking hands in his mouth. It's crazy.
The nacho cheese thing, remember from the Ringo Poppy? Remember his finger? Yeah.
Militarized it, yeah. This is the problem.
Art was their whole food.
Try to attribute them to
Speaking
everything.
of which, have you posted that
Right,
video of you
you down
doing
the rabbit hole.
that?
Everything's
I don't think, not yet, right? No, and what'd you think? Oh, I did show it to you.
Amazing.
Oh shit, you saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I showed it to him and Electrical Lamps.
The ones that
and Brandon.
can't really be,
Those are the only, those are,
considered
Nothing
for
Only 3 people.
for how we know them to be. No doubt after all the extensive research.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why there's get pushed. They get pushed by bots. They get pushed by fake accounts to water down the hill.
Everything I'm doing here is just like so against
attach really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate.
This was posted by the faction Cold Wars. It's called "The Writers Have Been Feeding Homeless Cats Out Back on Their Smoke
From
Breaks."
afar, it's almost like a lot of the QAnon stuff kind of had that effect. Just I didn't dig deep into that, and only know just the basic, talking points about it. But one thing I did see that felt like a constant was that there was always, anytime they mentioned something that was just completely screwy, it was followed up with the ones that we believe to be real.
Right.
Well, they should have, whoever, I don't know who posted that, but I want to critique you, the cooks in the kitchen.
Do a good stuff.
You have to show that.
Yeah, that's very.
That's one of the most amazing
The
clips in the
QAnon
world.
documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire.
Right before all that shit came out.
Yeah.
Well, the Snapchat doesn't say
Into Storm.
doesn't save it, right?
It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon. Who they think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while, and took over the account. And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first.
And I saved it for the end. Because it made me laugh pretty hard when I saw this.
He's got some really good evidence in that direction, but it's just like
really though.
And everyone always thought there was someone inside the White House.
Really?
It's real, dude. It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy made this documentary. He pins it on one guy in particular. That's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who can pull off a QAnon type deal. Yeah, super smart. Internet shit poster, running 4chan, like, that's the whole thing of it. It's like get people to do stuff that's stupid, right? Like, they got women to free bleed. They started pushing this idea that it's the patriarch just making you wear a tampon, and you should just, your menstrual cycle should just flow in your pants, and who cares? And this is like a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy. And then a bunch of women just adopted it. Not for long. Not right. It's gross. They were like, this is stupid. Yeah. For the last couple weeks. But a bunch of women. People release the steps before you get people to do that. Not everybody. But it's just like the Haight Ashbury free clinic thing. Not everybody's going to join your
She's done with
But if you open up a free clinic, you're going to get enough.
They finally found like the perfect.
Come in through your doors. Well, they're going to need your legit
somebody
services.
smarter than her.
To start with. Yeah,
Or dumber than I don't know. I would love to fucking just watch these two interact for 24 hours.
It's just nuts that's our That's our daddies. Our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world and make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that. Yeah. Ultimate power, right? Yeah. It is one. But they bring it back to stardom. Like, that's a weird power to give somebody. It's especially when you're 21 years old. Weird power. Weird amount of freedom. Weird amount of like people expecting you to be kind of wild. Sure.
Yeah, and again, that thing you talked about where you watch it happen to others.
The next chapter being race drivers.
Yeah.
Nobody would let him on race drive.
It's a lot more.
I don't think you can buy your way into something like that because you can endangering everybody's life.
Then I would always think, okay,
see the Kippy Tech hat?
How were they able to control it?
It's some
Why
like
didn't I see them
it's some company that he always
enjoying it at this level?
He talks about
It wasn't
Kippy Tech
about,
cars.
I'm going to show them the way they
I
should
want to
be
meet
doing
the guy who he's getting all this stuff signed because he said Street Princess again.
It finally made its way over here.
Where did that come from?
It didn't go to the
I don't think it's Rogan. I think it's some guy.
And not burn the whole house
whoever's doing the
when it
work
was
to the
still fun,
truck,
when it was
he goes to
still
the garage and tries to hang out
creative
with them.
and productive
And
on
just
some
picks up
level,
on
you know,
everything. Like one guy was like, "Oh no,
because
there's
it
a
wasn't
fucking street
about,
princess out there."
it was still having to show up. And it was still, you know, carving out
That sounds like one of those like office gags, you know, where they bring truck weight. They're making shit up.
You know,
It's
energy.
fucking
Imagine buying a truck to be
Right.
cool. The guys in the
That's
office
the
they
balance.
still
That's
see
the
that you're a
balance.
princess.
And
Yeah.
some
And
people
they're
pull it
calling
off.
him a street
Some
princess.
people, they're really
He's like, "What'd you say?"
disciplined, and they
They're like,
pull
"Oh,
off
you
the
know what we
work,
call the truck."
and then they pull off the party.
Right. I was able to maintain that for a long time. And even when it
Why is this on any news channel? I mean, it's fun, but it's like,
Late stage
there's
jobs.
nothing going on.
like the day
No,
I got
not the
out.
world.
Nothing going on. It's like an idiot flips his truck.
And it's like they're just,
Yeah, it's a story.
they want
We
you to
found
get,
a
they want you to get
female
well.
idiot
They want you
to
to get
interview
better.
this
But,
male,
you
the
know,
king of the idiots,
as soon as you're out
without
of here,
doing an
you know,
idiotic
we got some
thing,
good
and it's
stuff
going
for
to be
you to
on
look
your
at.
dad's
There's
TV.
also, unfortunately, a
That's
romantic
what bugged
notion
me when I
of
was
a
watching
guy
it.
getting
It's
out
so
of rehab.
long. The segment. Yeah.
right?
It's like,
Interesting.
there
How
could
many
be so
cop
many other
shows
things.
start with a
Well,
guy
that's,
who's
he has like an
dumb,
agent or something.
putting a
This
pizza in a
was like
blender for
done.
breakfast? You know what I mean? Like
Maybe.
really,
Do you think
like
they
at
pay
his
Fox
lowest
News
of
to
low points,
Right.
get on it?
drinking, and then maybe his daughter cries, throws the bottles into the trash can, and it's like, I'm
George
done.
got fired
Now he's
because
back. And
they were
those
trying
are
to make
romantic
smart
things,
decisions.
getting your
So
shit
maybe
together.
somebody
Sure.
took over, like,
Yeah.
this is what happened with that. That's kind of
Yeah,
when
I
I
know.
kind of left
It's,
the fold there for a
everybody's
while.
rooting for
That
you again.
Georgie got fired right before
And
Christmas,
they're
and
expecting
then
the
him
guy
and his
to
rapist
deliver.
boyfriend on the show,
I feel like
lying
experience,
through their
drug
teeth
addict.
about,
Exactly.
oh, right,
He's
yeah,
Robert
about
Downey
that.
Jr. now.
Um,
I think people love that.
What?
They love that.
How did that get resolved? Or is it just they bought him
Downey
tickets to Chicago to visit his family for Christmas?
Right,
Right, and then they told him he's fired.
Yeah,
Right. Brendan's lawyer told him that he's
I
fired.
think he was.
I thought
think they
Lex told
bought him out
Lex,
in
I
the
don't know
field.
who Lex is.
Lex is like this guy that I don't know if he exists or not, but he
still
appeared out of nowhere, and he owns the studio.
He's on the board.
He's on the board. Exactly. It doesn't sound real because no one, or at least I watch Shop
Let him sit
every
in those
week, and
consequences.
I've never heard of Lex
Not
until
out of
George got
judgment or
fired.
punishment,
All of a sudden, the
just out of love,
CEO
To
of
help
Big
him
Boy
get his shit
happens to have the
together.
same name as a
Keep letting
superhero
them fuck
character.
up over and
Seems
over
like
again. They'll continue to
unlikely
fuck
to
up.
be a real
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
But Lex
There's
fired
always
George
a carrot
because,
the day
like,
you walk out.
George
Something to
wanted to
chase.
work more.
And
The
a
narrative didn't.
soft
I
landing.
don't remember it making sense.
Yeah, why did they?
That's
So
what
that was
was really
never
interesting
explained,
about
like why he was fired, even though they said he wasn't fired. He's like gonna do different
Decade-long
capacity, like just all the same double speak, like
Wanted
to
which, you know, it sounds like
what
the
George is doing,
punishment
he wanted
has
to
to
be
sort of fit the
professional as
crime,
opposed to
right?
amateur.
That
That
was
was the reason.
I guess he was like an
And,
amateur editor because George started
Yeah,
off
it
with
was.
some
It
fan, I
was.
think,
It
right?
felt like it.
Yeah.
It
Who like lost a lot of weight.
It
should have
been. Yeah. I don't remember any
George
murder
is
charges,
basically
you know.
the same place that Tank is.
But at the same
Tank
time,
is the fish.
Had many fish.
not
Yeah.
a chance.
Is he
that I-
still
that I
doing? He's
could've
not doing the fish thing.
done
Well, he did bring it up not that long ago, right?
Oh yeah, no, he's
I
like
stopped
football
right
state.
around Christmas, and he
Doc comes out.
Yeah, he's still got Erewhon's and
Like I couldn't have done.
apparently has these giant
unless
fish
I had
tanks
the
in his
kind of
house, which I
respect
think is
and
crazy.
appreciation.
Yeah, we should just stop this and try and be friends with
I
him.
mean, how does now listen? If he can like
You know,
worm his way into
sober for how long?
whatever
7
bare
years?
knuckle
coming up on
boxing,
8
years.
Yeah.
and like I mean, people are still dumb
That
enough
probably helped a
to
lot.
like. I mean, the whole industry is so corrupted
For you to
where they're
achieve
like.
that.
They can look at some spreadsheet and go, okay,
Yeah,
even
but I
though
was
this guy's a
still
fucking
doing
idiot and
things,
everything he does is like
you know,
poison,
kind of stay in the mix a
will
little
still
bit,
like
and,
makes
you know, I do
mathematically
science,
makes
I
sense.
do speaking engagement
Now,
and
how
stuff like that, but it's
any of you
also,
watching
like,
this,
as soon as I quit
whichever
drinking,
camera I'm talking
all my
to,
kids started showing up. And, you know,
how is this?
roll
How is there
over
not an
and
Osborne
they-
show?
they
Like
cycle
everybody,
back
there's a whole
to the beach
Reddit
and
community
Bob
made up
Max
of
would show up
over
and they-
150,000 people
come back and like, okay, so
that
he's going to
like
be here.
they've created a
Lowell would show back up.
language,
So my house was kind of like,
which
it's kind of like,
there's a
this is like a
whole.
clubhouse.
I mean,
You know,
and he's undeniably like we're saying. It's like every time I leave, like did I say that on the podcast? That or was that before the show? About when I left before, there was another time when I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And then I was like bored. I was like, oh, what's going on in TVK? And it's when he got the pictures of his zombie children with their brains hanging out. And I'm just like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck? Now I'm back. I can't not travel down this
You've created like two great shows just in the span of an hour, like the gambling show and the reality show.
Reality show. And it's
like,
hey, bring me on. I'd be a great executive producer on that. But also, how it's like it's a no fucking brainer. It's already a reality show among every YouTube channel that talks shit about Brendan Schaub. Has more views than anything else that person does.
That none of that could happen if I was on location or having to get a studio.
Yeah, he's like, some of his people hit me up about starting a show.
Yeah, I think it's
so I'm like him and The Bachelor. And Eminem too, just randomly.
Oh, Eminem, Big Andy.
It's interesting.
I'm always green Eminem.
I'm not like, I'm not looking at this.
She wants to
They got me video giving the green Eminem my number and Christmas party.
And I didn't
sorry about that.
I didn't rely on anything that I've done before. I've never written a book, never done a documentary, you know? But to come back with two projects that everybody seems to be really excited about.
Documentary is very entertaining.
Awesome.
It's very entertaining. It's really well done. Like, really put together. It's just,
they should have a kid
so the story.
The dumbest fucking thing that ever walked the face of the earth comes out of her fucking
It's so bananas. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But you know, like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together. And it's a great accomplishment being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Either, but in that episode, there was one moment that
people are going to yell at me because how I deal with that, with the AA in the book. And that's, I just speak to my personal experiences. I'm not.
How do you deal with it?
Only Brendan Schaub will get in the car crash.
I tried it for a long time.
That's everything he does. I guess
and just decided that I had to give this a go.
And you've got the Powered by Rain.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any
that's the shit.
person call.
I mean, every day. As I've said on the pod many times, I wouldn't drink that at gunpoint.
You don't have
I eat a whole Rain on Alive. Yeah, and then I couldn't sleep at night.
I know it does help some people.
I'm just done. Energy drinks, unless that's where they're all they are bad.
There's a guy that I don't want to give too many specifics, but there's a guy that
What are
works
you
for
saying? Your truth. This is how you do it. I had a very good friend who was an alcoholic.
super nice guy.
One day he crashed his car, ran to the cops on foot, got arrested, and then he's like, "What am I doing with my life? I'm done."
And it took me so fucking long to find somebody
got there.
like everyone like, hey, you drink it. I got a fucking case of that stuff in my truck.
Yeah. But I think that I do have the experience.
It's just a nice guy that works for extra stuff. But yeah, I didn't have the heart to. I should have just said, no, I'm fine.
But I still thought you.
I'm like, oh yeah, sure.
Right.
You gotta. I mean, you did the right thing, but yeah. I feel like
there's a line in the book that it's
there's only 10 calories.
hard to ask for help.
Yeah, but look how much
somebody
caffeine
else
is.
raised your hand
Look
for
at
you.
the back is great.
Stuff the shit that they wrote.
We've gone over like the stuff they read.
Right. All you're doing is
It's like that's Dr. Bronner.
yeah, that's the part of the documentary.
Reads Dr. Bronner.
First intervention when you got brought into a room and everybody's sitting there waiting for you.
It's like actual Castillo.
Suspicious because it's 9 a.m. Why is that having a 9 a.m. birthday party? Right. Unless we're going to Magic Mountain. Right. That's usually the time you leave. Right. That's usually for Saturday.
It's almost like a cult.
Right. That was wild.
We sponsor them.
That is something that I can still see as it happened on the day.
Yeah, I don't like rain.
Into my parents' living room and like.
When I was on the road doing stand-up all the time,
You go
to these, like, there's always, I think that morning radio gets sprung on you Thursday night after your first show, and I've already drank 5 vodkas, and they're like, oh, so Susan's going to pick you up at 6:25 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, to catch up to that. Those don't match.
Indiana to fucking Cincinnati to do. And so you got to do it. And Red Bull was like, there was always free fridges of Red Bull there.
We did work that way. You had to do it on your own.
It worked for a year.
It's like your body knows when you drink it. It's like, all right, that was like kind of tasty or whatever, like a Mountain Dew, but my body,
on the anniversary, on the 1 year,
stomach hurts. It doesn't seem like that shit you should be drinking
for a reason.
You're not using it.
It's cause to celebrate. That's not an accident.
Studio for podcasting, audio becomes way better.
Oh yeah. The audio's good.
Finally.
You gotta do it with
Now we're off to the races.
other things.
We're off to the races.
Nicotine,
Yeah.
kratom, and that
How
kind of
did you
thing.
get sober this time?
No, you're right.
I know they're popular, and I'm such a fucking anti whatever.
I'm surprised we've never seen him drink like a 5-hour energy. Those things.
Doesn't he though? I feel like that, or is it kratom? Those little things that he takes.
Kratom is pills. You know,
Aren't they little shots?
no, that's like magic mind probably. I used to think that too.
So,
Maybe you can drink kratom.
More than 10 years.
No, but we had a guy on where he interviewed this guy that did kratom. And you like, you get them in pill form, or they come in like a bag and they're like dust that you put in the pill yourself.
Like the most unmanageable.
It's pretty crazy.
I'm trying to pull up a
drug.
I would try it. I guess.
You would ever
kratom?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know much about it. I mean, just that the only place I've heard of it is from British Shop. It's not a great endorsement.
Get it.
This is a real bad angle.
When
I
I
should
made
work.
the decision, I
wanted to tell you about doing the when Sean had his fucking his mangina. Those are meat nuts.
Did you get a chance to see this clip right here? Let me see if I can make a big screen for you. It's from 5 months ago. It's called Take It From Here.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint in front of someone that might be like, you want to have a drink in front of someone.
Okay, what is the deal with kratom? I do kratom. Like is it narcotic? Yeah. Now the way they do it, I think it's you didn't take it from the tube. It's been around for thousands of years. So heroin, like heroin, and cocaine. It kind of like binds to the same receptors as like even opioids, but it's not an opioid. Okay, so it's been around forever, and it's natural. It's dried leaf. It's crushed. Yeah, and farmers just use it. If you take a little bit, you have energy. If you take a little bit more, you get sedated a little bit. So I mean, I've been doing it.
You see how he's shaking something? I don't think that's kratom. I think he's taking magic mind. I could be wrong.
Here's what's a magic mind though. Is
so.
This is like probably one of those stupid like energy drink type potion type deals. You know how they have like these focus or alpha brain or whatever.
So maybe I'm thinking there's one called Magic Hippo.
Oh, Hippo's great. But all we know about
All
kratom.
that stuff Slim said though, I'm like,
that's when I can still feel.
all right. I mean, I'm interested in some like, opioid alternatives. I mean, not that I'm an opioid guy, but I mean, if you've ever had a
hey, what time are we leaving?
Maybe before all the comments that we read about him, I would have been. But now I'm kind of just like, especially after interviewing the kratom guy.
Saturday.
What's the talk about fume? That's a problem.
Ever.
Let's see
the
here.
cups and the wheel.
Oh, yeah, no, he spells it wrong. I remember this. I think he
That's
spelled it
pretty good.
I got one.
IFUME, and they look at it in a different way. Not everything
Never gonna happen.
That one, let me see that one's posted by Beat Times 3 months
But
ago.
these days,
Good times.
to get busted drinking and driving with the available transportation,
It's not.
that
It's
is
to
literally
get you to
15
stop
choices
vaping.
in
I have a
hand.
Juul as well.
There's no
that,
excuse. Right.
When I drink my Tiger Thick, I like to have a puff of a Juul. But it's like that's Juul. Like vaping's better than smoking if you're not, unless you're doing like the crazy like. If you're pouring vape juice into a giant rig and it's got a picture of like a jester on it, probably not good.
Yeah.
But I feel like the Juul thing, whatever. Putting anything in your lungs is bad. And I was like, I should that fume thing I see on
I'm not
whatever
saying
this is.
that I know
We're getting off
exactly
track.
what
This 2 minutes of shot.
Cats need it, dude. They
It's interesting. It's a well-made product, and I think they have integrity as a company. I just haven't fully taken because it's not a vape. You know how it works. It's basically it's a very well-made thing, like a metal and wood thing. And the cartridge you put in is basically like looks like a mini kind of tampon soaked in essential oils that are like different flavors, and then you just kind of puff on that, so you get kind of like a fumey, flavory taste, but there's no like smoke. There's no vapor. So it's more. I mean, it's definitely you're not inhaling anything in your lungs. I mean, I don't know what like essential oil vapors do.
That would have been perfect if you had somebody in your head there doing this with you. Like fucking nicotine thing. That's why you need to get some nicotine.
I have one. Somebody gave me one from
And I
the
thought,
Sports John
okay,
Green
what
from
can I
the
do?
Sports
Stop
John Network.
stop
They
feeling
have
like
a
that.
sponsor
The math
that's
is pretty simple at that point.
yeah.
And it wasn't doing.
I don't think it's it. I think it's a different one. I didn't take them. It's in my desk drawer just in case.
I was just gonna make a decision.
This one, dude. This is another classic. I know we haven't had you in here in a while, so I wanted to see what you thought about this.
The next day,
the Mortal Kombat
just woke up and
Minimum
said,
Sky
done.
2305.
Didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't gonna care how I felt.
Monday morning.
Just gonna grin there. Yeah. About 3 days.
That's
The story I written that was gonna be a month. It's just like
Because speaking of rain, yeah, Brendan commented that's the first time we've seen him actually drink rain.
Oh yeah.
It happened to be
I think
my
I had
oldest
seen
daughter
that.
son's birthday when I quit.
So I haven't been. No, I feel like I have been. I've been out basically since George got fired. Okay. So that's about when, obviously.
Then something else happened after
I'll
that.
check in, it's like my porn, like other people have porn. And like, what else am I going to do?
A guy like me is that, and people like me, is you're able to put things back together really quickly.
To get off T-Fake.
Right. And kind of just reassemble the pieces.
So you're not as scared to
But
go
I
off.
think that's about all the
Right,
news we have today, dude.
And,
So what do we do? Over an hour, right?
then I got a call,
That's my only listen. I started to watch the show.
already had
Pretty much watch every episode.
several years at this point. I get a call that there's a new medicine,
10 minutes.
right?
Oh,
About
we
a
only do
month
10 minutes.
after the same thing, right?
Check the time. Oh, yeah.
They're like,
Check
look,
the
we
time.
want you to try this thing.
9:58.
Much smaller time, much less.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Brendan, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Record podcast. If anybody's interested in it, it's a funny fucking podcast.
Very good show. I'm sub to it. You should sub to it too. See you next week.
You could drink like a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't have told me that you can. And so I said, okay, great, try that one. And, it was working great. So they said, okay, and you could just say,
En als je naast je autoverzekering ook een woon- of doorlopende reisverzekering afsluit, krijg je direct extra korting. Allianz Direct. Makkelijk
so
en
there's
snel.
this other
Bekijk
thing
de
showing
voorwaarden
up
op
in addition to
allianzdirect.nl.
that, like just in concert with it. So now I had a couple things going on. Let's keep this thing, this evil stowaway, what I like to call it. Let's keep that thing in the, at bay, and let's, rebuild every relationship that is in your life, while you're still here.
Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where when you stopped and think, like, why was I getting so fucked up? Like, what was I trying to avoid? Or what was I trying to enhance? Or what was the purpose? Like, what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober?
What the hell are we doing here? We don't belong here.
Early in life, the pressures of fame avoid, fears.
It's not my favorite time of the week when you get near my try to speak. It's a problem today. You better hear what I'm All right, welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Great to see you. Never met you. Never will read your comments, but we're happy that you're here. If you want, join the Patreon. We just did Shane Gillis' new special, Beautiful Dogs. We thought it was Netflix, but if you want to know what we really think, subscribe.
I
did the voice too early there, but spoiler alert, we've got two things coming out.
Wants
You
to
don't
hear
have
the
to chin here.
like Bill gets some great jokes about.
So I decided to start doing a cooking series with my rough. You might have heard of it.
We only hear the bad ones.
I only hear you talk
It is
about
true.
shop.
It's like,
But I've never
the reason why
seen
people do it is because it's fun.
See, he's a
Like,
household name.
it can ruin your life, but it's also really
I know
fun.
because you
That's why
mentioned
people
it.
do
I don't know
Sure.
this fucker.
This is important for people to know because you don't want them to think you're lying to them, and for them to hear you sober and happy. and go, okay, that's possible.
And
You
she
get there.
introduces me quite a
Because
bit.
this
I try
guy
to
is
make her gonna
admitting
but she doesn't.
what getting
And,
high was.
I want to make it
You know,
go
like
public,
there's
but I
a
definitely
scene in
won't
the
put it on
documentary
Patreon this week.
where he talks
Oh,
about
nice.
the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
time he
that's
smoked
good. Yeah, I
crack.
saw
This
the
girl's
raw
giving him a
footage.
blowjob while he's
That
smoking
was great.
crack. It was
Yes,
the greatest feeling of all time.
And
Yeah,
Cooney
yeah.
also shot something this week that we're
I think
trying
that's
to get on
important to
Patreon
say.
soon.
That
Yeah,
hasn't
but
been
that, I
taught.
mean, that's got to come out somewhere, right? So basically, what I did was the first
Probably
5
shouldn't
minutes
say that. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
put a
that
little
hasn't
sample
been
right
taught.
here.
Have you
They
ever
call
heard
me the
Hunter
bro
Biden
whisperer.
talk about
That's
crack?
right.
I
Bro
have.
whisperer.
He was on that Channel 5 show,
Yeah.
and he gives this ode to crack.
How we doing tonight? Everybody vaccinated, Dallas? Everybody vaccinated?
Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't
Yeah,
think
they
you
did
can
an
think of
open
him that
mic.
way because the
You'd be
laptop
surprised
thing
at what
is
people
very
laughed
intelligent
at. What they didn't laugh at. I
and
thought they were laughing the whole thing.
very
But they
articulate.
didn't.
So
But
when
anyways,
he's explaining
I don't think that's why they're
like, the
here.
effects
Follow us
of
on
crack
Instagram
and how
too.
different
Gerardo Comedy
it
and
is,
Cooney or Die.
how
Thank you.
incredible it
Absolutely.
is,
Yes.
the
Check out our
glory of
socials.
it, and it's
How
like
our socials? Yeah.
literally saying
Subscribe to
like
the
getting
YouTube, right? We have a new goal. It's
while
5 million
he's sitting
subscribers.
there
Yeah, our new
sober,
goal, I want to do
you
an
know,
easy one.
working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together after all his publicly shamed
So anyways, but that is
right,
not
being
why
out
they're
of
here. So
control
they're here to watch
and
10 minutes
talent
of Sean.
talk about crack like a
Yeah,
lover
so
that
start
you
the
lost
timer,
in
play the
a
jingle.
drowning
All right,
accident.
so we got a lot of painting narratives today on the podcast, dude.
Crazy. I get that.
And also
And
for
I
next
get
week,
that.
Yeah.
That makes
we
sense.
gotta figure
I
out
bet
something.
you do.
We both
There's a
have busy
moment in the
schedules,
doc.
so
Yeah, I tell the
next week's
Sandy
episode's
story.
going to be a little
Yeah, and I
different.
say,
All
wow,
right.
that one actually got me kind of.
But let's see
Yeah,
here.
you
This
feel
one's
that.
called
Yeah.
Brendan Burning
Yeah.
All Bridges.
That
sounds good.
That's
All
the problem.
Bridges.
The
Did
problem is that's the
Andrew
problem.
Schultz write
Yeah,
that title
the
with the
problem.
alliteration?
Did you?
Brendan Burning All Bridges.
Did you ever
Listen,
try
we're
it?
close
No,
to
I
Jake's
never
there's
even
levels
tried.
to this shit,
Are
right?
you ever? Oh,
But
okay.
it's,
Yeah, when I was in high
hosted by
school,
Astro
I had a
Creep
good buddy of mine. His cousin was selling coke. And his cousin who was super normal. I knew him forever. Great guy. One super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird, pale, and lost all his weight. And it was like he got bit by a vampire. And him and his girlfriend were selling coke. And they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment. And it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like. It's just like he just lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they're just dying to get coke.
Brendan
And I was like,
gets
this
these
is
voices
bad
and
drug.
these things that he
Back then,
does
I think it
that
was
don't
actually coke.
match. Like
You know,
when he's
I don't even
pretending
know
that
they
he's
were
blowing
like
somebody,
80% of it.
he
Yeah,
does
in
sort
the
of an
90s,
ear
I don't know
sounding like,
how to get with
like
anything.
voice, and I'm
But
like, where
I
did you
made
get
a
that from?
decision at
Am I
one point
wrong?
in time in my life.
Does that know? Is that what it sounds like to you? Is that maybe
that one seems to
am I
rob
painted
people's
narrative?
lives.
I mean, it sounds
Yeah,
like
it just
that,
seems
right?
to me
And I'm,
like
where
that
did
one
that? Is
makes
it
you
the
a
CT
loser.
making you do it
Roll
properly?
in circles over the years where it
The
was
easiest
prevalent.
answer.
Yeah, there were some people that
But
did
that just
coke.
it blows my mind that he
Never
puts these
worked
things
out
together
well.
that doesn't.
I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails.
You know the Brendan Sharp special, dog. Yeah.
One guy out there, some superhero, he pulled it together.
Oh yeah, that's
all
all.
yeah.
But that is also very funny.
Oh yeah.
He should put
Yeah.
more, in my opinion, actually more.
Right.
He kind
Do
of
we
was
know of anybody
douching
else?
them for being
Well,
rich,
they
but isn't that
might
his
not be
whole thing?
public
Like,
about
he
it.
says,
Right.
well,
You know. But what about the rumors?
he wants to be rich.
Jack
What is he
always
talking
traveled
about? Yeah,
like
he's
a
still
doctor.
jealous.
Have
Yeah.
you ever heard this?
There is a little bit of
You heard these stories?
interest and
No.
jealousy.
No. Oh yeah. That he had a doctor that carried his coke or distributed that.
When I listen to your shows, I'm like, dude, I work at 9 to 5. Like, that's that I look up to them.
Yeah,
Listen,
I
if
know.
if
That's
he
some
works
bizarre
over
shit
at
right there.
means I have
You get
to
a
for some
doctor with a
reason.
fucking
Yes,
leather satchel
yeah.
to carry your coke around. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll make him wear a stethoscope everywhere you go, bro.
Exactly.
That's
The only don't tell me I get a
Everybody knows how
fucking
you
or whatever it is.
Yeah, but that's like that's one of the great like 80s rumors about the That makes sense.
We all know that. Come on, Brendan.
Everyone's doing it, Brendan. All right, so this one's, I haven't seen this
guy?
guy anymore.
Where is he?
Remember I Downville Cake
Or who's
Days?
the bagman
Oh,
for
yeah,
that
great
night?
name. Great name. I remember
Like, was it a team of guys that rotated?
This one's called
Dangerfield
Remember when
party
Papa
to the end.
faked taking mushrooms but
He,
didn't know how to act?
he kept that trigger rolling. Yeah, he did.
We watched that show before. But let's check it out.
We lived in the same building for a while.
Yeah, that building
reading the book called The Wilshire on Wilshire. Oh, wow. It's like, gosh, I saw it twice. I got in the elevator.
Oh,
And so I never really had like an elevator moment. You look great. He would say, hey, You gotta see that. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, it could be like a capsule.
But in the
Right? They
elevator,
do like synthetic shrooms. Don't
look at Ron. He looks funny just in his photos. Yeah, just the photos. Doing nothing. He's so good, dude. I can't.
I took one pretty
I don't know where we were.
But it looks I'm sure he has
jacket is definitely a circa 89, 90.
I really don't like this time watching it.
It's like
I
a
really don't
backstage
like
something. It's on my jacket.
You're like high-end drugs.
Probably a poison concert.
You had a good man.
Perhaps.
But he's 50. He's doing this.
So we're in the elevator. Hey, kid, what are you reading? And I said, no, I'm Spanish. I don't know whether to start a parade or start a war. And it's like, doors open and he just walks out. He just had that on standby. Or he goes it in the moment.
Leaning to one side.
So I can't really ever describe my hair.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Hearing
Mention
voice,
that. It's in storage or
Start
something.
a
I'll
parade
pop
or
it up.
start a war.
All my things
Just
like
left
in
me with
storage.
that
I'm like, I'm not going to need this for a while, dude.
We have
It
this
is so funny that there's
our
these sound screens on the video.
Yeah, for one of his night show appearances, we have his handwritten notes frame. Okay.
You can't do that before the show.
And yeah. It was like his jokes and he had like the punchlines, like accents.
That's
and
it.
letters.
Let it be,
Oh,
folks.
seriously.
We'll see you later.
You know, it'd be cool. Like, obviously, we have the Oregon account or whatever. But it would be cool if Chop somehow do up at our show. If he wore one of the world record pod shirts that we have, or one of the shirts that you wear.
Came back.
Like your dot,
The
like you
thing
fight.
that happened was from the time he stopped doing stand-up, when he went back to have a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like his brain just worked that way. He was just always writing jokes. So when he came back, yes, and he just fucking stormed the gates.
Here we
He
go.
came back,
This one's
everybody's
called
like,
for real.
where's this guy been?
It's called Life Rips. I feel like we watched this one
And then
before. I
he
didn't watch
came
it
back
before
to
the show. So let's see
school. Roddy Dangerfield, HBO comedy specials. Yeah, oh, it's one of all-time
So he
greats.
came back as doing stand-up.
I think he was in his 40s. Yeah,
Got some heat again.
Uh-huh.
That activated the film.
Yeah, well, the stand-up, he didn't have any heat before, but when he quit, he was just like kind of like getting by, doing all right, got a job, quit. I think he might have quit for 10 years. Yeah, and then the whole time he's writing, and then he's like, "Fuck it, I gotta do this," and then got back into comedy. Wow. So I hope I'm not fucking that story up, but I think I'm accurate with that.
how would you not be excited and happy to be on one of the best shows out there?
90% sure that's true. But I know that he didn't make it until he
That
was in his
seems like
40s.
that's not a golden second.
I told us the other day, I'll tell it again.
Yeah, it seems
I
like
used
there's
to
a lot
work
of
at
seconds
Lakewood
in that.
Center for the Performing Arts, Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was a security guy there, and I was backstage,
All right,
or
let's go
by
some
the,
text
by
posts
the
here.
outside of the
This
backstage.
one's posted by One Usual
Dangerfield would go on
4460.
stage completely
It's called
naked
Be
with a
Talking
bathrobe on. That's what he would wear. And he was wearing a
UFC,
bathrobe
we're gonna
backstage
skip past
with
Brian.
slippers. And just walking around, it's like, this guy's wild. And then like he goes on stage like that. I'm like, shut
what is
the
he saying?
fuck up. Was it
Is he saying that the UFC is just like they can't show Brian Allen because
everybody see his dick? Yeah, it's
what
yeah,
is
great.
that?
You see his dick.
Brendan jumps
Because
in.
he's sitting down. He just sits there.
He's
Wow.
like, oh, really? You're not gonna fucking make
Struggled financially for 9 years, one person as a singing waiter until he was fired before taking a job started aluminum siding and district to support his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career.
Just like when they see him on
Yeah.
they get on the
So
phone, they pretend like
somewhere close to 10 years. Still working as a salesman by day. To return to the stage performing at hotels in Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He fell into debt of $20,000 by the couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize that Whack was an image, well-defined on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he became a velvet character. Nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow.
It's worth it just for that.
Oh, look at this.
So basically,
During
this is a video of
Roy's
him
comeback
apparently doing
bid,
that trick race. Yeah, right. But it's not his arm.
19.
Well, you know what?
Oh.
You know, obviously we gotta get actually, yes. All right, let's do it.
Wow.
Hello, this is Jay.
How's it going today, Jay? Wanting to
You know, it's pretty good. It's a busy day, like
might have remembered him
always.
from the 1940s. Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Roddy Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act. Wow.
Oh, sorry. I just had that on my mind because you got big.
He said, I don't know where it came from.
I know there's a show.
They have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in their 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet.
You're supposed to be the co-pilot to Brendan.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I did end up doing that. I don't know why he wanted me to do it because I don't have really. I mean, I'm not a driver, but anything to keep Brendan safe, he needs to handle it.
Why is it that he's not driving the truck? This video from the truck, and
I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the last after I ran into him.
You're breaking up. I can't hear what you're saying. Can you say you got me. Why does the phone break up?
He was outside. And he had some,
I did that for some more.
Oh, okay. That's great speed. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is a painted narrative. I don't know where this video's from. I don't know what it's from.
It was probably his wife.
Did he put this out?
His wife
it took me so long to realize that you're saying that he's not the guy in the car.
Handwritten notes and also the photograph.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I didn't watch that.
There's a few guys like that, without them, you always wonder, like, where would comedy be? Like, where would it ever turn up?
It takes
so many people, like Pryor and him,
well, do you want the content to be good or
Lenny Bruce? So many people just change everything.
How long does it take somebody to get Kimmy Tech?
So many people just change Kinnison. They just change the whole thing. But Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced new comics to people.
All right, so this one
that's where everybody found out about Kinnison.
It's called
Everybody found out about Dice Clay, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark. All these guys, Robert Schemmel, they all started out on the Rodney Dangerfield HBO
I did see that on the
Wow.
I think they lost the lawsuit, right?
Like, he would just have his favorite comedian.
Well, this
He
is
would
just
just have like a show where he would like
unique
introduce his
video.
favorite comedian. But he got this scout in
Brendan
the
Shaw's
club.
lawsuit is
He would go
officially
see him.
over.
He'd go out.
Apparently,
And he had his own
they
club.
found on one count or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny is
But he
that
was,
why
he was
would Brendan
interested in
Shaw go
promoting
after?
comedy too.
Out of all people to go after, he goes after the guy that
Fucking
has
amazing
no
guy.
production quality in his material.
It's such a cool moment you have with him.
I think that he went after him. That's a good question.
I can see it. I mean,
But I think he went after him because of the video is like
You know?
specifically
What was it like being with your
allegedly
dad while
meaningful.
he was filming?
So he's like that. That was like too far. You come for
There's a lot of
me.
that in the book.
That's
How
fine.
old
He never gets mad when people criticize him, but they go farther.
Yeah, I had my 11th birthday there.
But it's just like, dude, he would have had maybe less if you never had
That was.
I'm happy for Unique and all this support he's gotten. It's just, from Brendan's perspective, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Sometimes you gotta go like off the training and go Baja mode, dude. You know what I mean? I was trying to look up, the reason I was looking at my phone earlier is I wrote down something from that long ass video in James, the one where they're giving a speech, and he says something, go Baja mode, and I just laughed so hard. I just want to get the whole line, but I couldn't find it.
Baja mode is real though. Yeah, I have a Baja mode.
You do?
Yeah, 57 Volkswagen.
He says something like, we turned off the something and went straight Baja mode.
Right.
I love it. The truck language is great, and it should be incorporated in James.
Alright, well that's, check out the Unique video. I watched it last night. This is another painted narrative right here, dude. Pretty good, dude.
Okay, turning off traction control going Baja mode.
Oh, turning on traction control to go Baja mode. We'll use it. Let's see here. This one's posted by Pass and Cliche. It's called Spotted Some Tiger Thick BBs.
Yeah. Saigon Fall.
Yeah,
they're. I mean, it was like
Boys Bike Club or something.
Oh, yeah.
Merch on George W. Bush's socials. So if you look here, as you can see over here,
this is Chief of Staff.
Recreationally, there was a lake, you could water
That's his chin.
fish, you could do those kind of things.
This is George W. Bush's big boy nation.
When you went and saw the set where Dad was,
and somebody in our Discord said that
sports or
CIA plant or something.
Oh, it's a psyop.
Yeah, psyop.
What they built.
I think so. Brendan's so huge that you don't know where he's like an octopus. You don't know where his tentacles lead. He knows everybody. Everybody loves him. Everybody. When George Bush sees Brendan Schaub, he's like, "Oh, it's that whack guy that perks."
It wasn't like
no better way to spend the Saturday is the connection with the a couple of big boys, dude. I
Yeah,
agree.
he probably hit some Tiger Thick after that bike ride.
Started
Yeah, I can see it.
This one's posted by Tiny Naturals.
You know,
It's
and a lot
called
of
Oh
it
Bubba.
starts
And it's
sinking.
Brendan Chop posting a picture saying, "Am I doing this right?"
In a
Hashtag
riverbank,
off-road.
right?
You know, this picture goes deep for us.
Should we say? Yeah, that's crazy because this proves that what we received that actually is true.
Yeah,
that's why.
And I tried to fact check it by looking at the Toontown footage, and those wheels look different than what you get in Toontown.
Go to the
So like the wheels here, the golden wheels, did not match the TRX in the TRX episode of Toontown. So I was like, for sure, the guy that told us the story is not
I gravitated
but he is.
towards.
That's crazy that this is the second time something like that, just because of who we are, even though we didn't matter an account, we knew about this before. Somehow, this picture was sent to us before it was unchanged.
Yes.
So,
But I knew it was all fake. You know,
and this is posted legit by Brendan himself. That's fucking nuts. The other time was, I've already talked about this, is when Brendan's account got hacked. The second it got hacked on Twitter, Mark texted me like something or whatever. So for a second there, that's why I had one of the first replies on there. I wrote hacked
how it was done.
It's crazy being in this world.
Yeah.
The artist.
Yeah. So the guy messaged me and said,
"How long were you over
for the most part, just what happened. And I can go through here without reducing anymore."
Yeah, I mean, the picture was wild. His description of what happened.
Then maybe 4 at first. We went back. Dad has a heart attack.
Dude, and it makes it all so much funnier because it is real. Like, it looks like
I thought it was fake until right now.
Yeah,
so,
the text exchange sounds like somebody faking Brendan Chop, but it's just Brendan Chop doing him. It's just his life, dude. He put I crashed my truck brother, and then sent that picture.
Killed my dad. You know, that's not a
He
job.
says, "What the fuck do I do, Brendan Chop?"
When can I start? You know,
I feel like that's still somehow wrong. Like this is all like a hack and like some sort of prank or whatever. Because it's like everything in Shanks is so redacted. But it's like, I mean, this, it's an identical picture and it was sent weeks ago.
Yeah.
10 or 11-year-old.
I don't know.
On January, the day after he crashed,
there
was stuff about like a pain in there. Somebody in Brendan's camp is not on board, or at least they're not on board with everything he does, or they're just trying to have fun with it, or I don't know. But they're leaking it.
That's why I didn't feel comfortable talking about it. Because I don't want to be part of that.
Yeah. We don't want to. We want to be cool.
This is legit just fun for us. So I do not want to break news on anything.
No. That's why we didn't tweet about it or something. Some people share what
such a grand scale. When it becomes what Apocalypse
And also, King
right?
Papa gets to share it himself.
Because it
He's
was
the
like
one
a
that shared it.
culturally
Nobody liked it.
defining moment.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
But yeah, dude, if you guys got any more leaks, we're safe with the fucking. We can keep the secret, dude.
Yeah, clearly we need to
all
talk
of the
about
war
that.
movies.
This one's posted by
Really
Astro
does.
Creep
Yeah.
5 Coup
I don't
again.
think there's been a
Sean
movie
promoted a special
like it,
guest for the big show and then
before.
had Callan apologize at the end.
I think
It's so funny because when we get to the truck story later,
and there's no
it bugs me
computer.
so much, but I think you're gonna laugh.
Nothing generated.
Let's
It's
see
all had
here
to be
what this one's
there
about.
on the day. When you watch that,
We'll be
you
back.
know, when Gilbert takes the beachhead, that chopper assault, when you look at the, what they had, what they
Yeah, live by the kid. Yeah, live by the kid. Texas, get your tickets February 15th at special guest.
those were alone. The army, like midday, they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else. And they told Francis, "We gotta lead them with the choppers." And he's like, "I have 18 cameras set up. The river is filled with bombs. Where are you going? See you tomorrow." Stuff like that. Yeah.
It's Brian Callen and myself to go live by the kid with some special
But that must
guests
have like
in the capital of comedy these days.
for you,
That's
like to
Austin,
eventually
Texas.
become an actor in Platoon.
Yeah.
That is kind of surreal. How does that happen? Right. How does that happen? How does it happen 11 years later? Yeah. Yeah.
Next time will be
10.
way better.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
We're
we're gonna have a good show next time.
Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country 10 years later? 10 years later.
Whether he's saying
the
special
same
guest or special guests.
subject.
Well, it keeps you guessing, dude.
Narrate the fucking thing.
The real surprise is that no one is.
And
that's.
Then it,
I mean, you know,
it's
shit
elevated
happens,
to be
but
on par.
there's a whole
with the one-
subreddit
Yeah, it's that
for
one
you
of how
where-
all
because
these
shit
films
always
that
happens,
gets
it's like,
mentioned in the same
I
breath.
don't want
Right,
to be like
now, right, war
a
film.
douche or
Yeah.
anything, Blockbuster.
I'm a much bigger fan of a podcast.
How hard is it to get someone to do comedy on your show?
Primarily about just the scope,
right?
And
complication,
and just what
let's see here. This one's another text post. It's posted by Bubba Dreams of Gumbo. Some funny comments that can be laughed. It's called Justice for George. No comments are being deleted on last episode upload, and they're all haters. So the pinned comment here from Final the Kids will get a free $40 jar. What does that mean?
Did it come out in August of 79?
I don't know what that means. Get a free $40 jar. Oh, it's not $40. It's free.
Way over budget. Oh, it did.
MSRP.
And by today's standards,
a free $40 jar. Just pay shipping.
It's like a Fox Searchlight budget. Right.
It's probably 80.
Their marketing is genius level, so we're not going to understand it now to people that shot 2,000.
This first one's from Mark Gonzalez. It says Brendan finds a way to insult Brian's front row UFC seats because he's jealous that he's banned from UFC. That's classic. Brendan hating on Brian's cage side seats is why a perfect example of why everyone hates him. Two whys. He's one. Jake the Snake says, why does Brendan never agree with anything Brian says?
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
The shot was hard to tell for a few weeks.
It's getting really difficult to enjoy these.
Did you know that? No.
This is comments from their live show.
No, I think this is just an episode. The one where he was bragging about being ringside. Brendan's conviction the whole time. Shopping in front of Brian for fumbling Aura is like Stevie Wonder making fun of the blind and saying, why is Brendan slagging off Brian for taking his kid cage side? It's kind of weird for him to do that to his best friend.
Who would you?
I know the people on the street.
Who would
They're
you
like,
want?
hey, give Marty my
special
best.
guest today on the show.
We don't call him Marty. No.
That's who you.
They know him.
Yeah, I would love to.
Well, people that pretend to know someone always look for a while on the end of it, makes it look tight.
Interesting.
I don't know.
I was thinking, what's that guy? What's the big guy's name that sings with Big Joey?
But I would go Joey.
Joey. Yeah. I never think of you as a
They
Joey.
should get a guy that looks like him called Meatball.
But imagine this with the progress. There's been that much
I would love to see
all that shit
Joey.
that happened. I
That's
just brought
right.
home like props and things. And picking out jewelry and all this cool shit. All these great stories.
You might work at a gas station, but you could be the next Jelly Roll.
Nobody can go to
Do you
the
know
theater
what is the
and say, oh yeah.
What's the famous song? Do you even know the thing? I don't know. I've never heard of it. He has like one song where he's like,
when you're that
sings
age,
like that.
waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting
I'm
for
a fat piece of shit.
That was kind of a trip.
I love that shit.
But when I saw it at the Center Avenue,
I was discovered by Brandon Shaw.
It's like, man, with those chocolates.
That's the here's the lead.
Here's,
You know he does that, right?
they're all
Oh, he
around
does?
you.
He goes, bow.
The film will never open like that
You gotta
again.
get more and more redacted if you want to be in this business too, Jared. The next one, I think it's so
Did you see
worthy
the
to go
film when
through
you
all the
first saw it?
comments. You know what I mean?
No.
Truth
I
Farm
don't
says,
remember
oh my God, Brendan.
first saw it,
This
I
comes
think on
probably
regular
which always
TV at home.
Oh shit.
You know,
Brendan had his constant shade
I
and
was
arrogance to
little,
everyone
watch it,
/ everything UFC that isn't his opinion is exactly
maybe I
what he
saw it when it came out on HBO.
There's a lot of
or
reasons
something like
why,
that. First time
exactly
when
why.
I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got
not
surround
surprised to hear that
sound
Brendan
and I
has the
got
time to hold
Apocalypse redo.
not responding to a
Apocalypse Now
basic
redo
text message against
the
you.
new
Those types of
new
friends
master
are
one.
beyond exhausting to have in your life.
It's fucking
They are always
sensational.
keeping score
finally
and
had that
taking energy to
Oh
punish you for
God,
the sake
it's
of
so
being petty.
good. I was like, this movie
And
is
sometimes it does sound
wild.
like Brendan is like a
It's
little
so
bit
well done.
cult of personality-ish
It's just
where he's
so
at. You know,
epic.
you gotta
Like,
kiss
for you
the
to
ring.
been there live while they were putting that together and then to
Which is
see
why
it
George
all
left.
pieced
I
together.
got one question for you.
That had to be an insane experience.
I got one
Well,
answer.
and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen.
Because
Because,
you
like I
don't
talked about in the
realize,
book, not so much in the doc, it was hard to get close to the action on
you
the
don't realize, dude,
the
Brendan
way the sets
does
were
everything.
constructed, because the
Okay,
way
so if you're not going to
fences
message
had
Brendan,
everything lit,
then
it was super
what the
claustrophobic.
fuck, why is he even working?
Temple and compound in places like that.
If Brendan does everything, how about some
it was also
common
fucking
courtesy too?
dangerous to be on that set.
Me,
Right.
respond to
You know,
that
saying
message.
shakes and shit.
No, I think
Yeah.
we're both arguing the same point now.
weird people.
Well, I'm redacted, so I'm doing everything. I'm Brendan, dude. Yeah, call me Schwab, dude. I'm texting
Francis
you. You don't
is
respond
like,
to me. I'm like,
Kamal, you know.
oh, was that when the calendar didn't respond? What are we doing?
But yeah, so
Cal
then,
might have been pissed.
like I wasn't there for any of the chocolate.
No, I think they're more referencing Mark. You know, that's why Mark would have been busy. That's why you fired Mark, remember? Mark had to respond to like thousands of messages about socials, dick pills, dick juice, all sorts of bullshit. Yeah, have my drugs. Sometimes it's a lot. You know, give the man a break. He's editing all these clips, some chin
It's
clips.
just like, so to have that kind of that
Alright, so now we're gonna go into the fucking TFK Live. Right now, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take off traction control and go Baja mode.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing Platoon?
Bro, I couldn't put it back myself, dude.
Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I
I
here?
think we wanted to watch the whole episode review, but we're gonna do snippets tonight
being
too.
in the jungle while they're
This is gonna
filming
be
Apocalypse
called
Now.
Stepmothership
starring
or colon how to
Platoon.
not get invited back to
Had
a
you
venue.
settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Pryor says in the documentary that I read, is he might be on something. It's very insightful. Yeah. It's very insightful. Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so sure, fuck it all up. Sure. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But, and then I had a comment. Somebody the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You could have, like, laid that on me, like, you know, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However, it's too late. Yeah.
Right across the street, dude. Yeah, but I like this place.
But the thing about Platoon, what happened, the good news is that I had done you know, not like super memorable films, except
Timely reference.
Parts of Red Dawn, I think, are pretty memorable.
Just this is so stupid. When they're acting like they're at Flowers. There's a lot of people in the movie. Why are they gadooshing the venue? Cool story is another thing that showed this.
But yeah, so
Another
we're
freaking shop.
just sort of
The
getting
bro was like, cool story, bro, but I'm gonna go
more
Baja
comfortable in
across
front of a camera.
the
More
street.
comfortable, sort of. You know,
Everything
being able to
about
think
this is
on
cringe and
film.
awful.
And
The
actually,
beginning where Callan is like, what do they call it? Vulcan, does anybody know?
no, it sounds kind of like
Just like
actory.
one of
It's
those
actually a
things that you
thing.
do, dude.
You're talking about controlling your breath in
Vulcan.
every other area of life, sure, right? Yeah.
Okay,
The same is
is that
true
your take? Yeah.
as an actor,
So,
yeah, for sure.
you know, you're one of those guys, dude, in the mom's basement, just fucking talking shit. What should they do to fix it?
I was
Give
usually like
them a solution.
about to make an entrance
Here's what I
somewhere,
suggest.
and I'll be back there, chain smoking, I'm Marlboro Red,
Get
trying to figure out the
yourself
first scene.
in your car.
But then you can hear the stage go quiet, right?
The
Somebody else,
first
you know,
Mexican
shooting
spot
some
you see.
marketing. And then if I
Stop.
could get that
That's what you
last
do. What
breath
time do
to
you
go
do
to the
this?
bottom,
After 4:30.
I knew the first
They're
exit
not
was
gonna be open
awesome.
from 3 to
When
5.
the breath stopped about like
You
at the
say,
sternum,
my friend, Bobby.
I was fucked. Shallow
Can I see
breath.
the menu?
Yeah. Then you can't. Then you
You look
can't.
at the names of all
Yeah.
the
Then that first
Hispanic
take is just a
foods.
pan.
Yeah. What's
It
that?
sucks
Is that
because that's the first time I always see
maybe find a new
there's a cute girl in the crowd. That's the one you want to
as
watch.
possible.
Yeah. Not the
The
second
next
one where she's already heard the
comedy
fucking joke.
joke.
Right. It's just right. Now you're like, oh, this show sucks. Exactly. The live performance.
I mean, Andrew Schultz, yes, he can do black voice the whole time.
I mean, I don't think there's very many shows
Black
that
Scent,
still
Black
do that kind of
Scent,
sitcom in
dude.
front of a
Black
live
Scent,
audience
the
with cameras.
There's very few.
Black Scent, Black
I think Tim Allen show.
I will say this gives me anxiety
What is
because
that
I don't want to do a TMOS live, but we have to do
Softball?
everything they do.
ABC.
Yeah, I would love. I'll do it. Shit.
Yeah.
And I will. I'm
So
not gonna
he
lie to
still
you, dude. I got kind of
traditional-
disheartened when I saw them
Yeah.
on stage with no red
Yeah.
chairs. I
Guy
put that
worked
into this.
in front of
They
my
should
phone.
have red chairs in that. Hell yeah,
That
they
used to
should
be
have
all
red
over
chairs.
television.
What's it? I
Used to be
mean,
tons of them.
you know, they don't have to be like this. You can just
Oh,
get a
I
red
think
chair,
Chuck-
like a basic
show
spray
on
painted chair.
Netflix.
Whatever you gotta do. It's scientifically proven
It's
that the
called,
laughs will
Leanne,
amplify if you have
Lorraine.
red chairs. Oh yeah, yeah. That's just everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
I think that's what I want.
All right, so this one's also a haphazard clip. It says,
So there's
"Ladies
no
and gentlemen, we
good
got it."
They're fun.
I slapped
It's fun, but it works.
Let's see.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like it's a missing genre in today's culture.
You're right. You're right.
See, most of what was on late at night or
Exactly.
at nighttime.
You're right.
When you got done having dinner, you
Yeah.
would sit down and watch Friends, or you would sit down and
You
watch
say you didn't know the guy.
Seinfeld, or
Yeah.
2.5 Men, or
You know, comfort. Yeah. For sure.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, we my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when I was on the air.
I didn't hang out with
Binge watched it.
Chris.
Seriously.
It's not
I'm
good.
saying
Fun
I
show.
didn't
Yeah, they
hang
were
out
funny
with
show.
him
They
because
were.
the times I saw
I
him
was like,
were at the comedy store. Our relationship was comedy store.
Right on. Yeah.
And
That kid.
and when we were right,
That
it was
young man.
always work.
Yeah, Jim.
The
Right.
truth is,
Some of
when
the
you're
most
way older than somebody, you
complicated
don't
dialogue
go
anybody
to lunch or dinner.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or of a sitcom.
There you go.
I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
we're
we knew this
kind
already,
of
but it's crazy
celebrating
to see it. Like,
his
so
emotional
played out.
disconnection.
Also, when he's like,
Like delivering it.
when I'm saying I hung out with Leah and Will Sasso. Will Sasso just
Yeah, it's a really well written show.
leave Will out of it, okay?
That
Will's
guy
been able
Chuck Norris,
to segue into another successful AI
That
comedy
guy's had
career.
a ton of
Doesn't need
hits.
you
Yeah.
douching him by
Maybe more than
association.
anybody.
Probably.
Stay away
Yeah.
from him. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to the next one, dude. This is the last.
Yeah, so am I.
Okay.
So am I.
Yeah, I
No,
wanted to
that
talk about this
sucked
one,
having
dude.
that out
So
there.
let's
You
watch
know,
it. Let's see what happens. It's
You know, it's
haphazard
funny. I
again.
actually remember
The
that.
TRX
fucking
crash
thing.
story.
I'm not gonna.
Great job.
Yeah.
Let's
It's
see
the
here.
other component to that freaking tour, that thing.
What's
There
so
was a
funny?
moment when I was
It's
only
such
in
a funny
rehab for like,
question. Can you
I
talk
don't
about
know,
what happened?
3
It
weeks.
was almost like,
It wasn't like one of those extended stays, just like a
Because I watched this whole
just
episode last night. See, it's a 4
quick
in the morning.
little, quick
Yeah, that's why we
little,
started late today.
like it's,
Because,
like
you
a
know,
spin
you've
drive,
always
whatever
got
they call
to do
it.
this research. You
And I got the call.
Yes.
We want to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9. You
This,
know,
watching this
And I
live
was
thing
like,
made me
oh,
realize
I don't-
we're never going
I
to
don't
be
think
this
so.
job. I had to.
Well, they're like, what, you don't think you're going to get paid? I'm like, no, I don't
It's
think
just,
so. I don't think
he's
I don't
so
think we should do it. I'm
confrontational with
like,
everything.
Seven's like,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
he blames his team a lot.
Mantle
You know,
Seven,
yeah. And so if
Mother
we're
School
here,
7,
yeah,
you know,
well,
and I don't
it's-
think,
dude,
I think
it's the
7
difference
is
what
like
we do.
plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we can mine from that. From that
like,
with those people.
So,
They're like, no,
okay, you know,
like,
it could be a
like
fucking
legacy.
excuse. I'm like, oops, you know, it's supposed to be done.
The part that always leave out is,
Oh, really, dude? You say that? And I'm like, chill. You know,
yeah, and I said on
so,
the
like,
phone,
what was I saying? Oh, yeah,
and Mark
we're
and I
never going to
talked
meet
about
Brendan
that.
Schaub
Talked
on
to
a
Mark
personal
Bergman,
level and
and
be like cool with
I
him.
said, Mark,
It's not
if I
going to
go
happen.
back there,
We
man,
have
it's
to
gonna
settle
go
that in
really
our mind.
fucking
It's just
bad.
not going to. Because he thinks
just
that
know it.
fucking Redditors want to kill
He's
him.
like, well, you're
That's
projecting.
crazy. He acts
I said,
very
I'm projecting
confrontational.
shit, man.
Everyone, even
I'm just
fans of
smart
his.
enough to know
Like,
how
somebody
I
wants to
feel
ask a
about
question,
it
he's
now.
like ready for it to be
clarity
douching
in this
him.
month
Right,
and the
you know,
thing.
which is crazy.
I
And he's
said,
so
if I
beloved,
go
but then he also has this thing where
I
he's
got
like, I don't know, they
I
could
got a
be
bad
like,
feeling,
there,
Mark.
you know. Yeah, and
Why
he's
going
always
back
like,
to
yeah,
work
I have
with-
to be on my toes.
setting
You know,
up
Reddit
Reddit?
wants to kill me.
Just that I
No,
had
dude.
run up against the
Oh,
thing,
dude,
but
without
I had lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Yeah,
Okay, so that if
I know
you
you
went
know a
and
lot
did it
about
just
Reddit,
for the
you have
money,
fans on Reddit
you
too.
would
Yeah,
find some ways to
focusing on
stimulate
the
yourself.
dubs.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That I would have to do something
Let's see here.
to
So
enhance.
check it. I've been saying
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on
We had a
shows
GoPro
that
on,
sucked.
so intense.
I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy.
Got it today.
Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing, and they didn't feel satisfied.
Right.
So
They
they
were
covered
getting
no
so much
bonds.
money. Right? They're like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week.
Right. Yeah.
I
I was making 54,000 an hour.
It made his return. I bet
That's
he
free
says it's
taxes.
fine.
So was I
And
was
he
going.
said no to season
Not a cool
8
story.
9. I'd be like, do I have an address?
Not to give you
Right?
credit, but people
No,
usually say cool story when they can't tell
Or
the story.
Dangerfield
You know
Road
what
at that
Yeah,
point.
really, let's go.
Cool
No,
story,
but
bro.
that was after I kind of crowbarred into it.
Right.
Well, not crowbarred. I had to ultimately say yes. You know.
Yeah.
But it was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like give that much fucking money to me, man. You know? And like I buy a bunch of
Yeah,
cars
he's
and
gonna
then
post
buy a
that
bunch
video
of
soon.
girls over.
Soon in Brendan's
Just
world
say
was
pick
that
one.
2 years?
And
Yeah,
then
he's
he
like,
did
I
that
got
other
edited
thing
for
where
3
he
months.
had that
Part of
other
me was
show
at least
after
thinking
that
he's editing
that he got
videos.
paid
Something
like a
might take
ton of
some-
money in
Doesn't
advance for,
understand.
right?
I mean, he's a marketing genius.
You talking about anger management?
About
Yeah.
consistency, right? You need to
No,
come
it's
out every week.
supposed to
You need
get
Toontown,
the same amount of time we did Tater Tot being.
Yeah, it was like crazy scenario.
You're wrong.
Sucked you into that. is to say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you know, you're going to own a third of the show.
What would the audio be like, dude?
37, 38% of the show in perpetuity.
Like him on
So we're going to do
yeah, man.
South Park.
I'm looking at your website, and I'm like, I like the one jacket. Sorry, you tried. Yeah, but I'm like looking at the website right now.
So we do a 10-episode pilot. And then
You have to be ready.
the average number of those episodes comes in
my truck.
at like, I don't know,
Don't tell anybody. Okay, so back to the
above a 4. And a 5-1.
I took the video off for that whole
It's like a share, right? Then it activates
I
the
fucking
next
spit
90.
all over myself. That was
So
disgusting.
then you're
Let's see.
doing
There's
those
only I saw
90s to have a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and you know, do what syndicated sitcoms do.
I put
So
King
you've
Sharks
done it,
on it, has
you know,
1,300
and
horsepower.
you know, when you say not a lot on the front side, you still, you know, look at the buck 50
all
an
my
app,
boys,
you know?
like from King Sharks,
That's pretty
DJ
good money,
Bowler,
right?
professional fucking truck
But it's
drivers,
not,
my boy.
but you kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment for the other things
Shocks,
that
man.
take action.
So did you guys
those King
did the
Shocks,
10 episodes and then you got
French
to
shocks,
do
Queen
all of
shocks.
them?
No.
Yes.
So you want to do
Yeah.
it 100
He's like my
Yes.
So you did them in a short period of time.
company's name. Shocks
I
a
know,
lot,
I
dude.
know.
He's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
you're
was,
King
I
Shocks,
was
dude.
not ready to go back to work.
King of the Shocks.
Yeah,
Sounds
and
like
that's
the
the thing I
wrong
talk about
plug.
in the
He'll
book.
find a
The
way
only
to do
reason
your plug.
Yeah, because I wanted to show
I'm sure
those
it's called
guys.
King Shocks. I just like the fact that Brendan names
Right,
it himself.
And that is not.
I like that
not
there's
any way
he's
to
doing this, but there's not going to be like it's going to be this.
And it, you know, again, it started pretty cool. The 10, it was great.
He's
You know,
too busy thinking
it was
about
pretty
Kobayashi.
good work.
Let's hear.
The shows were smart, funny.
No, he didn't.
Got into this 90. So about 20. No, what am I saying?
By the way, this is the
Probably
story
like-
the guy told us too, dude.
Like 9
Yeah, he's yeah.
or 11 into it, I started feeling
Oh,
exactly
but
the same
he
shit.
did not say one part that I want to talk about Brendan Schaub fucking blaming his team, dude. See, call him when you see it, dude. He blames his team for the fucking car crash.
At an expiration.
He couldn't manufacture it.
I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. You know, I love the people I was working with. You know, from the writers through the actors, they were terrific.
You didn't like the final product.
I didn't, yeah, and I didn't. I stopped caring. But I still, you know, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I mean, I was doing this thing, Joe, where I was just
This is the guy that wanted to film the extra shot.
Shut up, yeah.
Well, I'm glad to know
Yeah,
that it wasn't Brendan's fault. Yeah, he shouldn't be overworking.
Plenty to go
4
around.
hours is insane to work that long.
There's
I
this
know.
thing I
What
think
is
I
he like? That
felt
white
like I
boy that
was
works so much?
time traveling
I mean,
from
it's
like
funny at the
1
beginning. He
a.m.
says
to
I'm
like
somewhat of
7.
an off-roader, and then he says
It felt
they were
like
off-roader. I don't think about that.
11, I
So
don't know,
he was
15
very
minutes.
tired. He's talking.
Whereas, you know, 9 to midnight felt great.
He's a tired
Wow,
man,
there's
dude.
plenty of time to do everything.
Okay.
And then,
Yes,
like,
12 podcasts.
it's the hours I really needed to
Food truck down here.
settle in and enjoy.
The shop show. T-Fat
And then
Cash.
back to work. No, I got someone
The Carl Bastard Fight Convenient. Dealing with his Mexican wife.
Sideways. Wow.
It's her boss.
A couple shots.
Yeah, dude, that's a good title for a podcast. Dealing with my
And I
Mexican
would
wife.
literally
Yeah,
do
not
this
even
thing,
spelling Mexican, right?
15-minute,
You gotta spell
20-minute
it
nap.
Yeah.
Just
But yeah,
hit the
dude,
pillow and
blaming
try to
his
meditate
team.
with a body
And if you want to watch the
vibrating
Gerardo Cooking
crack
video,
all night.
his
Trying
mom
to
was a funny
meditate?
Dude,
At that point, I'm trying to
using the same
fucking
Mexican.
time
Oh,
travel.
yeah,
I'm trying to
Jesus.
levitate,
We'll see when
right?
it comes out, dude.
But I could feel, okay, I generate some calmness, and then I would get in the shower, and I'd be in the shower, and I'd say, okay, I only
Yeah, hold down traction mode for 4 seconds. Traction mode. Mode. Traction control.
That's about
Make sure you got those race legs.
shower to shower. Isn't that commercial like in the 70s? Wasn't there a fucking like a Dylan or
Yeah, something
something
shower to
called
shower.
shower to shower?
Yeah, like
No,
a matches from one shower to the next.
Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then when I get to work and then have that midday drop off,
It's also ramps.
I wasn't getting hype at work,
Yeah,
but I
Dodge
needed to
Ram.
keep some fuel in the engine. So I'd be, you know, I started drinking, and then, man, people
The
look
text
at
message we
like,
had
they're out there having
was
fun.
sent at 1:16,
It's
so
super fucking complicated.
might be a pain in the
Right?
ass.
it's like a dance, isn't it? It's like a choreographed thing, and so it is hard enough to do well, completely focused and with all your shit in hand, right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with joke timing with other people, and then a lot of my energy is going to trying to disguise the conditions I'm really in,
when it comes to an airbag.
and trying to make excuses. Oh, I had a med mix
Yeah,
up
look at all the people laughing.
Just a med mix up. I'm on 2 pills for the same fucking thing at the same time every day. Don't med mix up. You know? It's like, what are we doing? And so, yeah, and then that turns into that thing. And just, then they start getting behind. And I would just be like, this side feels.
It's also not just
slapping the stage,
They should have not taken the money. They should have shut down. Fucking
Flagrant podcast level funny if you're slapping shit.
Better.
That's actually in today's world, like they do comedy.
So that show kind of never really had a chance to be.
It's not about laughter. That's part of it. Most of it is slapping. Let's watch it.
also not slap when it comes to an airbag.
Still laughing. Arms crossed,
I
laughing.
get knocked out by Roy Nelson.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Just wanted to give you guys a good analysis. Yeah.
Committed to it because I said,
And there's also those bunch of people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave, is his career ruined? Oh no, look, he's gonna have a show. Oh, Charlie's back.
Right? No one's hit me harder than a 2022 Ram TRX airbag. It hit me so fucking hard. It literally exploded. You'll see the video.
and then he's on the back of another show. Like, what's the
here's what's
between
dope.
then and
You see
there?
the
Well, the
video.
narrative on
As
you
it starts going upside down, I go,
was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off
and
and
then I'm
have
trying
a
to
career.
get out.
Right.
I don't
And I think
understand
your
that part
ex-wife
of the narrative.
said that she never worried about you.
He said
You
not
always had
today, and but he's
Because
he's
you were
painting
very
it while
talented,
he's crashing.
and you were also very loved.
Yeah,
Like, which is
not
one of the
today,
reasons
like,
why
you don't
people
wanna
embraced
live,
you when you were talking about how much
to
crack
save
you were
your
doing.
life.
You know, when you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. They were like, he's fucking partying. You know, it was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, you know, because of their job or because of whatever, right? They try to like keep it hot, hidden under wraps. And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you could tell.
Yeah.
She did not expect that kind of candor, right, with discussion of illicit drugs, right? It was just like, nobody ever done that before. She asked, I mean, right, but nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, it's a terrible time in my life. That's what I was doing. Right.
Comes from a place of shame.
Yeah.
You didn't have any shame. I didn't, no, because I watched something like a couple of days before I sat down with Andrew Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Dixon on some special they did for ABC, right?
Johnson Valley is not
It wasn't a GMA piece. It was like more in depth. One of those extras they do, you know, and it was me coming out of rehab.
The one that has
And
AIDS.
I remember watching myself, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame, all that embarrassment. Like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. I remember I felt watching me doing it their way.
Oh, no, come on. I want what is this, high terror from Police
And,
Academy?
I got all that, the brain full of, you know, fucking crazy brain.
The funny just doubled up.
Covering myself in.
I mean, audience fucking reactions to that.
That's what 2K is. That's like the donuts. Right. And
And then the
yeah,
cop
man.
cars were like, cool story growing up.
You know what the
Came
material
on the
came
scene.
from, those slogans and all that stuff. No, was Brian Wilson.
Was the Beach Boys?
You know, the Brian Wilson
And then the
picture
cop
from
car,
the guy they called the beer.
closed the door.
Oh, yeah.
Team.
I was on the phone with him. Like the days,
I
a
got
couple days
spotted.
before that. 29, Todd and I were watching
I opened my eyes like, Chin's apartment.
it's just a fucking trip. Trying to get him right? And staying on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. He was like, hey man, I just know that guys like us, you know, we're not like everybody else. You know, we're different. We got
Looking cast kind of
DNA.
my T-Rex.
We got, we don't know how to eat, man. We're always winning, right? But here all day. He's probably thinking, cool, man. I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment. Yeah. That stuff went in there, man. And it's staying on a fucking loop.
It was hard because I was trying to make sure I didn't get any
I
calls from
sat
last week.
down, and the energy doesn't start like that. Which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, like, maybe, I don't even know. What was the person that's like being fired or some shit, or
Sean lit Papa up on
so there's
social.
some moment that's
So
not
do you
on
know that
film.
whole narrative of
And Andrew can't deny this.
He was saying something about how like the
Makes a crack
UFC
about
was
these
like
two girlfriends that I'm living
planned
with, right?
Is that what it was? Or
And
something? Do you know?
and
Do you know
expect
the
me to
narrative?
just like let it,
I guess I don't. I just remember seeing
brush it off and
the
then
tweets
answer her
back and
next
forth
question.
between
And I
Sean
said, "Hold on
and
a
this chick.
second." I said, "That was really
Like the
rude."
chick that does
She's like,
UFC
"Which
stuff.
part?" I'm like,
And
"What
he was
you
like,
just
"This is
drank?
obviously like a
Address
UFC
that.
painted narrative."
You owe them an
Like, actually, it's
apology."
not. Yeah, but
She was like,
I think it might be
okay.
Lindsay.
I'm paraphrasing some of
So
this.
you go right into
But
the
this
ring with
is
Sean
kind of, this is
Strickland.
the tone of it. And
Got
so,
knocked out.
How did she address them?
Let's see here.
So I'm saying, yeah, I guess I'm allowed to feel mixed about it. I love it, and I
it's just like porn chicks, you know. Because one was a porn chick, the other was not. So in that, she kind of got pulled into that unfairly, you know. So
She's like, what are you wearing?
you know, Andrew's like, oh my god, okay, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, you know. And I'm over here, you know, with the thing,
That's
and
what Sean then says later.
I'm not letting it
Like,
go.
what?
I asked to apologize. We should have been
They get
past
boxes
it.
of food?
Now I'm stewing.
Yeah, so you ramped up now.
Yeah, and that's when it turned. And then I start hearing Brian's
That's so
stuff,
awesome, dude.
and I'm like,
I love Sean standing up to Machine Gun Kelly. That's so
and then it all just, and
He's
then
stick up for your
it got away
boys,
from
dude. He's
me,
one of
and I
Sean's
couldn't pull it
guys.
back.
You expect him to like shy beside Sean
And
Strickland.
everybody's like,
Who's the
okay, well, that's different. That's kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever.
Sean only hangs out with the coolest people in the
well,
world, like
let's
Ryan
you
Callen
know,
and Machine Gun Kelly.
let's just have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out.
Best,
You know?
very best.
And I wake up into a
The
world
awkwardness is so
of
palpable.
not the world I said goodnight to
T-Pack is
6 hours earlier.
It's great. It's
And there's
incredible to watch.
friends are banging on the door.
I
People
you
are
do know how to work yourself too, though. He doesn't look
videos
that
and
great
stuff.
anymore.
she's older, but she's great person.
With your
She's
shit.
I nothing against that. I just want to be.
And there's folk songs, and rap songs. People like marching in the streets. And there's already
Person in the room
T-shirts.
that
And
looks
it's
the most like Megan
it's
Fox.
Yeah,
just
she's
gone.
like, she doesn't look that great now.
Exploded.
Yeah.
So
When you're
Are we on camera?
it's not like I could jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just, you know.
Everybody was just saying they had tiger blood.
They were joking out about it. See? Yeah, I mean, it got away from you. Penetrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheap
What do you think about
penetration.
that?
But
Didn't know one had ever done an interview like that.
That's funny. So he hates Sean now because they had Twitter beef. So he's gonna just
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed.
But he
What's
doesn't
gonna
even.
be sissy
It's like he has a sixth sense for
Right.
who he shouldn't
from the 90s,
be on the side because he
you know,
doesn't read these things.
Right? You didn't read the comments,
the
right?
convergence of all
Not even the
these
ones that
elements,
respond.
all
Dude,
these
if you're not reading
emotions, all
comments,
these
you're not
feelings,
reading
and
retweets.
also
Dude,
the
on
resentment I have of
tweets,
myself.
Right. It's
You know,
insane
it's
to,
like,
to
all right,
have the
I'm just
perspective
gonna
of,
it.
oh, you're talking shit on me? Look at my wife.
And
Okay.
and you know, would have been nice had it been sort of
You know, right? I'm not gonna sugarcoat this for you. But people want to push
if I
sugar
could
on
have
their
just sort
tits
of
until
diverted
delicious.
you know, away from it. You know.
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
All right, so let's go to another
I
Astro
started
Creep
to.
5 crew. This guy's been posting a lot.
No, I started
I
to
watched this
try to
already.
walk
It's called
into that
Live
village,
Podcasts Are a
right?
Disaster.
But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. You know,
Oh, that
what
was
do
a
you
stand-up
think
show,
of
not a live podcast.
No,
It's
I've
hard
never
to
agreed
kind
with
of
my
even
podcast. I think
put
it's
those
not the
pieces
medium
together.
for it. It's a bad
I wonder
idea.
if you would
I've
ever
never been to
would have
one
got
where I've
sober.
enjoyed it. Comedy
Interesting.
podcast. So
I
we
mean,
would do.
today's so
Yeah,
today's so
it wasn't a
You
live
might
podcast,
have
so-
had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash
Live podcasts are a disaster.
to just eventually like gather your shit together and go, okay, all right, time to go learn and grow. Obviously,
This is a
that's what we're smart. Let's do it differently. Right. Let's get it together and step by step, day by day, and look, here you are, almost 9 years later. Or 8 years later. Yeah. That's
It is disgusting.
you always wonder maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public. You know, the whole world got to see it. Just a purging of all of it, and you know.
Yeah, one
And
person
still,
I think is,
you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody is
Their,
loving the fact that
stand-up live,
you're winning.
their
And
show
that,
live, no stand-up.
You're talking
It's
about
like
how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is, and you got all these hot girls, and everybody's like, he's winning. He's winning. And so now
You
there's
know,
no
the brain works
incentive at
so much
all
faster
to get healthy,
than like
which
what
is
life
kind
is
of nuts.
thing,
And
right?
not only
You have,
that,
like, a million thoughts at once.
financially, you're kind of
So you know, like
it
four
kind of
claps.
helps you
That's
to
not
live a
going to
little
go
off the
further than
rails.
4 claps if you're
And
the
so
only
you're kind of
one.
known for that.
After one clap,
You know, like, and then you have this big tour.
it. Now
Everybody's
somebody's
coming out to
brain
see you.
got start clapping.
You know, which was
Second clap,
crazy.
you're like, maybe I'm the smartest person in the room.
The first one
You know,
where you
nobody's
did it
working
without
on that level.
comedians was just
Third
bananas.
clap,
Yeah, it went.
all right, now we're in danger
For the trailer.
of being
Yeah.
the only person
It
that's
was a
not
disaster.
clapping. What is just said right now?
You guys pulled it
Then that
together.
fourth
And that
clap, you're
was
like,
like kind of the story
Jesus,
of
take the
like
wheel. I'm not
your
clapping
career
that
when
anymore.
things
You know what I
have fallen
mean? I mean,
apart.
that's the thing
People
about
want
being a
you to pull it
TFIK
together.
fan.
Even though you had that disaster show and everybody didn't see it in Detroit, people were still coming out to see the other one.
Right. Yeah.
That's why that's the
I
thing
had
is, dude, when somebody gives a long ass speech and you go
Detroit
take more time to say
massacre.
things.
Going
Like, if you just do
to
one
Chicago.
clap, it could just seem like you're laughing really hard.
the tour bus, right? I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. They're like, why? Because I'm going to rewrite the entire show.
That was great.
And I think
I think it is for me, and I
Daddy
love
was on
the
that trip.
I love that the comedy scene,
Maybe
the
Rick,
energy is
Shady was on it. Anyway, I just there was a place, there back.
Whoever clapped and wooed had too much energy drinks. Brain energy.
Started trying to
Yeah, that's why you get sponsors.
When I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that part, all that garbage. And I said, we traveled with Connecticut. I said, here's the new show. And sure, let us just trust me. Unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks. Was Chicago. But isn't that weird to have the wherewithal, like in the middle of all that, and they still had enough of that thing to just, maybe that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it was also, that's the impact of public humiliation. Like, thank you.
Yeah,
Enough.
how about that?
Time to get this
How about
fucking,
that?
get this thing back on track.
Yeah.
fucking Valley Girls.
Curtain comes up, and there's
These are all really good original.
I have a motto.
Yes.
It's just a conversation. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Didn't reinvent anything.
Yeah.
And I wrote a letter is what it was. Dear Chicago. It's like this whole thing, including that. So I got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah. And people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was essentially it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act.
The biggest call to me is
That's what it was, man.
So what, I know you had Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross,
Dude, my
yeah.
girlfmate's
Great
watching
at that.
Yeah, last
Was
week.
a master at off the cuff.
Wow.
Let me just say,
Showed up.
Shamu did.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
Perfect guy for that.
He's like
Shake
a wheel
on
with
it.
sauce
Yeah.
on it.
And then you have Russell and so too, right?
Yes.
Kill
Who's
ID or
also a
whatever.
master at
Yeah,
off the cuff.
Kill it.
Yes.
Kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, you said it right the first time.
The two chairs that showed up. Because that's when he joined
All
us.
right, let's see here. This one's posted by
yeah.
Actual
No, he was
Green
terrific.
5 Coup.
Yeah, Russell's
It's
awesome.
called
Yeah.
Shot Brings Up Brock
You know, the
Lesnar's
first night
daughter.
sitting with him,
Jesus. Here we
some
go, another
dude,
narrative beat.
like, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter? What's their dollar? A loonie. Okay, that's $1.
I think so.
Okay. Is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it at him.
Disgusting.
No, at me.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like,
so
we're in the
weird.
chair for maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, there you
And
go.
I get from the
Whenever they
I get hit with one right here.
Let me see
And it
your
just-
style compared to
it was
his.
like
Because
getting
he probably
punched.
did it better.
like someone with a skinny metal hand, you know. And I just had to kind of pause into that.
You leave it on for
left it on for
he's more of a pro. He knows to do that.
Roger could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot. Really good shot. From the balcony, he hits in the head. That's impressive. It is. Because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not.
No.
You have to kind of factor in. Yeah.
It's a lot of flipping in the air.
Yeah, it's kind of like a boomerang.
Yeah, it's a frisbee. It's a little tiny frisbee.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's I guess just little positive reminders. Not everybody was
Misty shot put in her future.
Yeah. Which is important too. Yeah. We can actually wrap it up.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
We'll touch on a couple things before we do.
Should we bring this up? So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie took no shot.
Dude, it's so funny the idea of a black guy dating Brock Lesnar's daughter.
And
he requires
dead?
another one.
That's one of the guys out there just like
It is like a cool gesture to be like, damn it, stop being funny, dude. That's so fucking funny, man. This is a fucking serious show. Stop being funny, dude.
Murder for having
I mean, if we laugh too much, dude, we're not going to be able to finish the show.
Yeah.
And I think they're just like physically showing their frustrations without it. They don't have the chairs. Right? Because with the chairs, you got the mic here. You got the chair here. You can't hit.
27 years old, maybe.
You can't hit your knee if the mic is here. So you have to compensate. Since the mic is here, you gotta hit your knee. Yeah, we're learning. I mean, don't go to us for knowing because we're learning. I think that we're learning how to do it now. So if we're ever in this situation,
were you saying that MSNBC had the crazy take on?
Well, keep your eyes out for T-Most Live. We're looking for a residency.
Literally just reading Twitter.
And how does it? Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah, in Florida. All right, we're rounding out. We have like 38 more clips left. This one's posted by Shroom Tang 420. It's called Toe.
It was a tweet or a video. I've
never met anybody.
Right, no,
He's always
I think they were live.
It's like a few guys, but I don't know anybody that doesn't like everything about it. There's something. Bobby Lee's one of those.
So
you
it's
don't like Bobby
someone's
Lee. I don't like
take.
you. Bobby is. I don't like you. You don't like Bobby. Is this?
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take. What was the take? Did they deserve it?
Like a homie. Yeah, something about a screenplay gone awry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Industry talk, dude. But Bobby Lee is our North Star, dude. We discussed that. All right, so let's go to this one. It's posted by Haphazard. It's called Papa Got Bored during the caller's therapy session.
We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was just a quarter shooting
It'll be ridiculous if we just
we have no idea. But
oh, that's it. Yeah,
I don't put it past them. I don't think that's made it, but that's not going to be.
Someone shot their gun off in celebration.
I saw the beginning of the thing, so I might have some indication of what he's annoyed with. I think he's going to be like, you're making a big deal out of it.
It might not have been someone that's almost assassinating someone for the wrong thing.
That was one of the only takeaways I got from it was the same thing that I realized.
Why did something like that have to be
What
fun?
is he saying to Crystal Lee? Let's see here.
Their ideology.
This was
I know what I'm
the
saying.
same thing that I
They want to try to
realized.
push on a Trump supporter with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun, going blasting. We don't know. It was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration. Because you know, a lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration. Yeah,
Well, the joy experience getting worse. He's like, cool story, bro.
That's a.
There's gonna be a lot of people celebrating.
56% of the world. He's like 56% of the world. Like the divorce rate. It's so wild. Why not be like, oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sorry to hear that.
This kind of behavior from human beings.
He's becoming a numbers guy.
It's not a violent guy.
It's like a boring topic. He's working on that other level. He's like that blue guy. What's that?
Try to be pretty reasonable with people.
Graphic. Watchmen.
Everything I do is awesome. He's a very intelligent guy. Yeah. You know, whether you agree with him or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on.
He's like Professor
You're allowed to disagree and celebrate the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him. Right, have a conversation with your argument is more compelling than his. Sure. That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. You know, we used to do that. Do some homework and bring it to the table.
And by the way, that's what I'm saying for you. It's like, keep your
podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
Because it will come back around later. It'll just be older. But, you're not going to get that gratification now. Just keep doing you. Be the best dad you can be. Be patient, and it'll come back to you.
This current,
Yeah, because
that we see,
I'm not so much the fun one, and that's something my mother always
aware
when
of
I was growing up. It was like, yeah, it's always
So I'll let you know how long it is, right? Yeah. Like,
One
it's
of those
crazy,
young
right?
influencers, this time from the right, who is all
Maybe
over
we should get
social
one other
media,
person on the show just so we can
always
book
doing
their
these
phones.
various shows,
Dude, that
debating
is
people,
fucking
talking to
crazy.
people, and giving speeches.
I can't imagine being on a live call with somebody. A
No one
fan.
deserves this,
Yeah,
folks.
dude.
No one
That's
that
blockbuster.
has
We don't even do that during the
opinions.
voicemails.
No one deserves that.
Yeah. The guy talking right now is fucking Europe. And
But I know
is
people are going to celebrate it. It's a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
but it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous and not want to be
That's
forefront.
It's cool that they are new pill
Put
bottles.
people on guard.
It could.
Or like,
It
there's
also
pill
It
bottles.
could do
or
the
like-
opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of
Self-preservation.
I
brain
don't know.
thing
Weird, dude.
You're
there.
correct, yeah.
And you know,
Nothing to allow her to
just,
hear
you know, going to the whole New York thing.
people outside
You know,
of the
sometimes there's a crowd that's all love. It's all
Oh
love,
my
and all
god,
it
it's so
wants
long.
is, you know,
Or tea tree oil. Maybe it's tea tree oil. Oh, yeah.
but there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking
Yeah,
down.
well, I don't know for regular
You're
people,
looking
but
down the
maybe
entire time.
I think that.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot you. I don't think that's kind of how the world, right?
No, I know, buddy. I get it.
But it just, it's
Yeah,
the type of
you
shit
know, right?
that
Just
lives
whatever it says, right?
in the back of one's
Take
mind.
care, man. We'll talk to you next time. Yeah, buddy.
How could it not?
I appreciate it.
Okay,
All right, brother.
And the thing like today,
What the fuck?
you're like,
And
okay,
Denzel
that's
Tindry,
why
they
it's
dress pretty much the same. Red hat,
back
black
of
shirt.
our minds.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's, you know,
He's
when
dressing
we were
like
talking
Shop,
about
he gives
assassinations
attention.
earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or,
Shop needs
you know,
to shape up.
you think of them in the
What do you
past.
compliment?
You think
But
of
like
them,
when you start dressing like your dad, so he pays attention to you. He's
but something happens in the current, like right now, this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
Oh,
It seems very surreal.
So
It seems like
it's
going to take a long
I
time
was trying to just
to
talk to them.
reference this as
I was
something
going to go, I'll
that
come back
happened.
right now.
Like, oh,
All right, so
remember
this
he
one
got
is
shot and killed. Oh, yeah. Like right now, it
posted by
doesn't seem real.
Successful Egg
It seems,
8345. It's called Brian
seems
Callen
so
needs to
crazy,
retire.
but just-
Here is 20
it's not
years of the
registered.
same
It's
quote,
not,
I am a
no.
man, end quote, physically comedy. It's so funny. Somebody's in our Reddit's going to put a picture of my dad wearing a Sasquatch shirt.
No, I met him once. I met him once at a gun range, of all places.
I know it's land, but I want to fly in. I want to pace here, and I'm telling you right now that my fantasy versus what would really happen is I, for the first fucking
It's a
2 weeks,
fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. So divided. And there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided. They constantly want that division. And they stoke the fire. And they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. To encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you can do that to someone dies horribly with this and celebrate. It should be a wake-up call for everybody. This is nuts. The people they never prove is that person's family. They're just, that's just like the default with those, the gaslight by default. So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is in the news is someone else. It's just all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propaganda. Masquerading as an alien. So but it's a dark day.
I should do crap work in Scottish. Give me a phone.
Well, one of the things we do think is going to happen is people are going to realize how fucking insane this is. have a conversation about.
Dude, so you did the Gringo Poppy this last week. I did a Brian Callen attempt.
That's what's scary.
But I did not have something like written.
And
I didn't do
spark off some kind of a.
You're really good at Callen, so yeah, I would suggest writing it and then doing a little more.
I love that guy.
You gotta
If they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently opposed in the first place, it could send people over the edge. Good.
Good luck getting out of that fucking chair. Those chairs are great, but getting shit out of them, you fucking break. I think that's how I hurt my shoulder.
Previous times like this, you know?
That's why all the comments are like, these two dudes are shitty.
Something else like that.
Noodle art beta. I hurt my shoulder reaching it.
This also highlights.
What the fuck did I tell you, dude?
Don't read the fucking comments, right? They're a bunch of fucking quack fucking ducks.
Oh, yeah. You know? Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple
This was posted by Haphazard. It's called Papa is Afraid of the Reddit. In parentheses, sometimes required they forgot to invite the audience. Here we go.
Who decides that? That is just, man, there's just yeah. But he turns up on his lips as a year. Yeah. Because he makes a reference to something.
Yeah.
And then it's just, yeah.
And then he clips his ear. Where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead.
You did? No, I just.
And it would have been on live on CNN.
You know what?
I didn't know more about
I caught that. Yeah,
the assassination.
You were like that.
1963. Yeah. And the dude from one about, 8 months ago.
That story is fun. There's a lot of weird stuff in that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling with the metadata. You know, cell phone was traveling from
the fan just wanted to say a cool
outside
story,
the
bro.
offices of the
And then these
FBI
fucking idiots
in
were like,
that
cool
area,
story, bro.
all the way to this
And then
guy
they just went
multiple
into their
times.
narrative.
He was 20 years old. His apartment was professional
He doesn't
scrub.
know
There was no silverware.
that Brendan has to do a lot of
He
shit.
had no social media presence.
So he's gonna be on his phone,
He
dude.
was regularly
You
training.
want to get a
with,
tab up on me?
military
You have
guys.
to
He was
walk
regularly
past my
training
security
and
meeting. My
shooting.
security
One
is
guy
a fucking
remembered
Korean
him.
man that eats condom fish, okay?
What? He was in a
I'm so
black
sorry.
commercial.
And orders
maybe
DoorDash
2 years
and says he
before.
can let me finish. Alright?
His chosen route
I don't want to say
was
hi
kind
to
of
you,
between
dude.
the
I
two
got
quadrants
Sean
that they're
Strickly
assigned
called me
to
out on
cover.
Twitter, dude.
It's
I don't
just
read
a blind
that.
spot.
Okay?
The
I got
excuse for why
fucking
we didn't
Magic
have
Mind asking me
officers on
about how
that
the
rooftop
promo's
was it was
going.
too slow.
Okay, never seen it.
The slope was
I
too
got
steep.
a tea tree oil. That was too busy with me now, dude.
Because he climbed
I'm
up
gonna
it.
put that on
He
the
was
desk,
fine.
okay?
What the
I got
fuck are you
fucking
talking
fans
about? It didn't make
on
any
the
sense.
video
Not
call
only
talking
that,
about their
the
fucking
one
life,
where the
dude.
snipers
Oh,
were hurt.
cool story, bro. Yeah.
Made no sense. You know?
The far away.
Fucking
said, I
nuts.
want to
They
say
found
hi
a
to
guy
you. The
walking
summit.
around the ground half an hour before the event with a fucking rain spot. Yeah.
If you're not on a golf course with a rangefinder,
Yeah.
That's your fucking takeaway.
you know,
That was my
You're
takeaway.
going to shoot something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's what they're for.
Well
but
explained.
it's just.
I'm surprised Giant Coke hasn't hit him up yet, dude. They should.
It sucks to say things like, you know,
That just shows that.
these are the times we currently
And it's
inhabit.
been that way
You
for
know,
12 years. I got a little stressed out just right
that
before
is
the
an
show. I love
absolutely
you, but yeah.
factual statement.
Ryan's like a
Yeah,
lab.
it sucks
I'm glad
to
you
have
called him out. He's like a
to, you know,
Labrador. You know, he's just happy.
to exist inside of that. You know,
It's very strange.
it's very strange. Very strange. Very strange.
It's very strange that we've talked about it a bunch of times, but there's repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted by thoughts. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online
That's why he needs to
by
fucking work on his
people that
comedy.
aren't even
It's
really
funny that
out.
he chose 2024. So it's something he's done this year.
Oh, there's a
It
lot
makes
of
even
that going
less
on.
sense.
I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse.
The joke
People
he's
are
making
hating
sounds
and
like he's saying,
things
like,
about
I'm
people's
stabbing you for
political
something
beliefs,
that happened in X
anti-Israel
date,
things, or
right? He picks the year that we're in.
anti-Palestine things, or whatever.
Like,
I
he just has
think
no comedic
a
instinct
giant ton
whatsoever.
of that is
Only by
foreign,
accident, which is
foreign
great.
governments who are
If you
running
would have said, like,
lockdowns.
Reddit, walk into your drug eyes.
It's been proven. They know for a
Meditate.
fact. China actually got caught recently. What was this? The ChatGPT thing. They were using OpenAI software.
People locked a bunch of accounts in multiple
Probably
countries.
because you don't realize that.
So it's just actually
Nobody wants to
Yeah,
make friends
and
in
they
your
were
account because they're
commenting
like,
on
you're his
like
friend.
blocking of U.S. aid money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just political fight. That's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant, like we have to take action.
Yeah, these are your fans, Papa.
So it's not organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it's being enhanced by foreign governments.
You probably see something.
And probably some of it's by our own government. What they did with the Manson family,
It'd be so
I think
weird
it's
to have
not
a
there.
show.
I think some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because it has to get a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it. Sure. And then we also never know which stuff was the beta test for, for that, specific type of program or that specific type of op to be rolled out. And like, okay, let's yeah. Oh, hell. Okay, activate more of those, Yeah.
A better place. I don't want to do that. What else we got?
I would wrap this up on a positive
Yeah,
note.
but this is what Sean has to deal with. These
It is what
terrible
it is.
bits.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Well, listen, that was great. You finally
voice
asked
or
me.
face.
This is amazing.
Smile.
Well, thank you.
That's what the
Thank
thing.
you. Yeah, no, you'll notice
Brian
now,
Kelly bit when he's like,
I always need a few minutes to get warmed up.
Yeah.
Get settled
it's
in.
almost as bad as the bit where he calls people and threatens their
Yeah,
career.
cool.
Dad.
No, thank you.
Great stories, too.
Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes my brain,
Yeah, dude.
like we talked about,
Yeah,
it wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to.
It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? You think about it?
Yeah. There's that part.
Yeah.
There's that part. People are like,
Behind a
hey man,
subreddit.
get some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude,
This one's a
I'm
nice
lucky
little
this
garnish.
thing is still fucking attached.
Yeah.
It's posted
So,
by
go
Thunderlips
fuck
187.
yourself.
It's called
You actually look
L from
way
Dipshit
better
City.
than you've looked in a long time.
It's kind of
Thank you.
hardcore to call that, dude.
Thank
Come on,
you.
dude.
Thank you.
He's
really
not
helpful.
rallying.
I took a page out of your book.
It's
A
called,
very specific
all right,
page.
so the
And I-
name
and
of the subtitle is
even if
A
it's a
Big Dumb
rumor
Fuck
at work,
Podcast. That's not
I
even like
usually
the same
saw it,
letters as TV.
right? This thing called higher bill.
Was discussing Wheel of Fortune, and Brendan doesn't know the difference between letters and numbers.
And then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right?
Remember when she was like calling out?
Did you travel with?
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay. So
I
I
know a
was
lot of times I'll just try to find a place that has a sauna.
like, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, fucking travel with
You
his.
definitely can those. They're great.
I'm gonna travel with mine.
Yeah.
I've had it on this trip. I traveled with it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm
Oh
lugging
my
this rolling
God,
duffel
dude.
and shit. Who
He's
cares?
trying to
But
do
so-
somebody
so
else,
thank you.
and then
It's
he
worth
does
it.
that.
Thank you for the idea.
Just
Yeah,
like
great
you could've
because
done it
those
better.
sauna
This is like
blankets are
every
great
time
because they're
he
portable
tops what he
and
did
you can always
last
just get it in.
turn
Right.
the numbers.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in the sauna.
Sure.
It's
It's
the
just
best
like
time ever to
When
stretch.
you connect all the dots, you're like, oh, it's
Time.
never gonna stop.
With
He's just
the
gonna keep doing it.
portable blanket,
He'll
is
find
like,
new ways.
I tell
That
people
was
it's like a
that's
different
one of the
class
funniest ones I've ever
without
seen.
all the yelling and pain.
He's trying
Right?
to tell her that she's
A little
not
bit.
gonna be
What
shit.
you
It's just
get
Drenched in that?
Oh,
thing?
sure.
Yeah, me
That's a
too.
lot of what Bikram is.
She
A
wants
lot
to
of it
get
is
paid
shock
more.
therapy.
It would be so funny, like,
It's
if he was
also
the
the
guy that
yoga,
worked,
the
let's say he's a
exercise,
producer
which
on
is
the Wheel
great.
of Fortune,
And also
she
the
asked
fact
for a
you're more
raise. It's like,
pliable when you're really warm and heated up like
get
that,
back up
which
there,
really
turn the
helps.
numbers. And
But
then she
a
goes,
lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if
what does
it's
turn the numbers mean?
but they were doing it a couple of years back
He's like,
about the benefits of hot yoga
The letters?
and whether
Oh,
they're
yeah.
comparable to the known medical benefits
Are you
of
okay?
sauna, which are pretty well documented.
Get back up there and turn the
And what was the conclusion?
All
Yeah,
right,
I don't
let's go
know.
to the next
I
one,
have
dude.
to think it's got to be similar
Okay.
because I've been in
This one's
both.
posted
You know,
by
I've been in a
Astro
lot of
Green
hot
5
saunas.
Crew
I've done a lot of hot
It's
yoga.
called
And
Anyone Else Getting
you,
Concerned.
because of the
Another
exercise,
nice
I
little
think you
garnish
reach
here,
very
because it's a
similar
quick one.
body temperature, and your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot.
Sure. It's like almost like
You know, you can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when you like to have a sip. Right between things, you know, take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes. You know, which is fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You can get through a real good
Good morning,
hot yoga
Vietnam.
class.
Name
At
the
the end of
movie.
that, man, you're good.
You're gonna damage. You give it
All right, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Scorpio 33.
We all did that every day. It was like how everyone started their day.
The world would be so much more peaceful.
Not the best brain Scorpio.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it really would.
It'd be a much better place. And you don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All this is great, but just do a hard class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world. Yep. 13 up, 13 down. Yeah, you'll live in a world of kindness
Okay, so another
and
haphazard
people. Hello, friend.
You
You want to put yourself through something. Yeah. Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day. They
That was
can't
fun,
deliver
Austin.
that
That was
kind
great
of
to
thing.
get up on
You
stage,
just
bro.
put it
I
on
know
the
we've
show.
done a lot
And
of
it's a constant battle.
real like fan.
It's 100%
did
effort.
the live fire kid in the
You're
hot
constantly battling. Always pose. Yeah, 15 parts circuit. Yeah. And there's no shit. No, exactly. There's no
Like real hardcore.
right.
It's
Because
been
you're
watching
always doing it 100% of what
Yep, the
you do.
SWAT guy.
Right,
SWAT guy came up and said, "Oh, I'm SWAT. You know, I'm here with my wife." It was just like Texas, man. It was just Texas. I love it. And I felt like we were really driving. An hour and 15 minutes. I didn't realize what happened. We got to say,
There's one thing that was really cool.
I thought it was
Kareem was in there.
Kareem was crazy.
Yeah.
We posted live
And you know,
videos.
a lot of stuff we were
posted
supposed
a
to
live
have.
show for
We
you
can
guys.
only go
We're
about
gonna do that
here.
one Wednesday.
Yeah. I would come in late
Thursday
sometime.
morning.
Kareem
Yeah,
and
dude, it was so much fun. Doing residency there once a month.
next to his locker. So I would put I'm still wearing my shoes inside his shoes just because I just had to. It was cool as fuck. It's great, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also there, right?
It was so much fun doing residency there once a month. Once a
One day
month.
a week.
Front desk where you check in behind you. You could see it behind us, facing forward.
And a
for
lot of
about a
guests.
6 month period.
I feel like guests are good, but I kind of enjoyed that with us for a while.
That one was standing
schedule a guest named Gordon Ryan.
Like a
Yeah,
triangle.
we knew it was going to be dicey. He was like, man, my stomach, if it's good,
And he'd leave
day
the
up, he's like,
class,
I think
but
I'm
you
good.
see him going to the
Two hours
desk
before the show, he's like,
down.
I'm not good.
That is his, right?
Yeah. But he's getting better, and we had a fun time in Austin.
Come
And
back,
I left at 5
you know,
a.m. went to
what he was
Phoenix.
doing.
Are we allowed to talk about that with
And then
Ryan?
this went on for a while,
It's very
and we
obvious.
came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? If you think about the year, if you think about like what that Howard line was being expanded, right?
Ridiculous, bro.
producing
All right, let's go to this one here.
Whoa, yeah.
This is the one I'm not
And
sure
he
if
was
you're
getting
gonna
inspired during
Fucking
the
we ball,
yoga,
baby.
during the Bikram
It's called
Wow.
Pop Reflexes.
Watching in the
Juicy
mirror.
recurring gig at the mothership or step mothership. Sorry.
largest selling album ever, perhaps? Right?
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
being
It's gotta be up there.
being built behind us
Wow.
in our trip, right? Yeah.
Wow. That shows you how hyper dialed in he is. Even in the middle of the yoga class, gotta run out. He's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just had to write it down.
Had to write it down.
Only thing I got planned to
Because most people aren't allowed to leave class.
Austin.
But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You gotta let it wait.
Yeah. Yeah. He gets that fast.
You know how much
Yeah.
easier it is to say a
Yeah.
monthly show
He gets the
as opposed
best.
to residency.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
It's an honor. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
And learning
Whenever.
teachers.
Thank
It's
you.
like, hey,
Thank you.
All right.
Right now.
Bye, everybody.
he's got plenty of t-shirts.
Right, guys. So we're doing residency in Austin. I want to come down here. Wednesday, Thursday. That's all I want. Done. That's done.
Do another show, B. Not just one, cocksucker. Alright, we got one more clip, dude. Let's go, ready? It's that diaper needs changing B, hosted by Toronto Rapture. 1 second. Let's start over here.
Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Very, very good. It's very funny. You brought a box of your stuff.
Chin
And
is
one
out
of
of
them
control.
immediately started going off like
Chin
what is that? FedEx box?
Yeah,
What to say to
it
you
was
right
a
now?
it's a commercial that runs for late night from Viagra Cialis.
You just
Hey,
went off
listen, you use
traction
Cialis,
control
Viagra,
and went
and
out.
unmarked white envelopes.
Okay.
And I would say, fuck that. I want just the opposite. I want my neighbors to know I'm getting late.
You want to
I want my
hurt
neighbors to
you
know
got
a hard dick, so it's got sirens and whistles.
You-
It's hard.
Not using rice like so you play
And I
you
think that's
pick that
it's
chick.
engineering.
All
We
time,
talked about it
what else we
the other
got?
night at the comedy club. We
And
were
I
like,
saw it.
he owns props. Like, you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up,
I got
and I'm
my
sure
30
you do,
cc's of
there
red
were prop
nicotine right
comics.
now.
There was
Somebody
a bunch of
put
guys.
water in my rain
Yeah,
energy
there was
drink.
quite a few guys.
Where's
that were
my
really
coffee?
good. There were prop comics. Like, you
I'm at
became
the
so
Buffalo
successful
Bills out.
as
Gotta
a prop
cappuccino.
comic, you kind of stole the market.
Egg flakes.
There's no young comics.
Nobody wants to be a comic. I don't think that is what it is. Like, shit, I still get. So I just want people to look at it. I don't think you should. No, not as much. No. But you still get the aftermath of it. Like,
When we
it's
put
like
all
a
in
funny
the
thing.
chips,
Like, I don't care what
I'm not
Hey,
dealing
what are
with
you
the
doing?
sharpest
You
tool
wrote
shit.
it. Oh,
And
man,
the
I don't care what
smartest
everybody
tool
else says.
shit.
You're funny. Like, who's everybody else? Yeah. Well, they get that. I get that a lot. You know, the people that, hey, I personally think you're funny. That kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When I saw it last time, I was like, if you wanted to hurt me, you called me. Put it on your TV.
Yeah,
That was fun.
exactly.
Yes. That was a great episode. That was our episode. Check out our Patreon. Check out our Reddit. Check out our Discord.
Well, we talked about that the last time. Like, I think you took way too much shit from comedians, and I never understood it. The weird thing that comedians do when they hate on other comedians, like, good lord, we live in a world that is filled with war and famine and disease and pollution and garbage and chaos and corruption. And you want to concentrate on prop comics? Is that really? I mean, what the problem is in this world? Other comics? Yeah, and it's almost always comics that are doing better than you.
Yeah, I think we tried breaking it down last time. It was 2-1, and I think it was only because I did get successful, and it wasn't good. But the main most, right? I hit the city right at the right time. I had the back. It was, it was perfect for television, right? It was visuals. Yeah, and it I got a little success, and I think people were like, you know what? They would ask Danny, why do you have hair top on like every month? And they were like, what is this guy? But I do remember the comedy, the people of improv. I posted that in the other national, and then the comedy school was more. And Richie Brothers, I never
Go
really
back to
played
Tim
with
Mr. Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. Happy you're here. If you haven't, join the Discord, Reddit, Patreon.
Improv, sorry.
Yeah.
And I had my
We just did Trevor Noah's stand-up special. Yeah, we did Trevor Noah. It's woke nonsense.
Well, I drug it all the way.
But check it out if you're interested in hearing what we really think about it. I called it Trevor Noah.
The Tonight Show.
That was good. Yeah, I laughed at it. It took me a second to get it, but once I got it, it was like different.
Watch comics and
I
check them for
enjoyed
the
it.
Tonight Show.
Trevor Noah.
So he's like, hey, you know what?
That really is what it is. It's a lot of speeches, and then laughter. We counted off the amount of times where the audience would clap. Instead of laughing, it was a lot. We're not numbers guys,
Every comic was coming
but we did count it. It was quite a bit.
I mean,
Well, yeah, dude, that's not what you're here. No, you're right. Thanks for bringing that up. That is not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shots. So play the chin clip. Start the timer now.
All right, so we got light weekend change, dude, but we're going to check out the new Elephant Graveyard drop. Guys. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I believe the beginning is fucking Netflix, dude. The whole thing is pretty Netflix. Yeah, someone say that most Netflix. It's called the Last Gasps of the Redacted.
You would never allow it. I said, why?
Johnny Carson.
Yeah. I said, why? He says, he hates variety.
He's back.
And I stopped in the middle of my the whole fucking direction's right. Yeah, climax. Throwing the hatchets, every fucking thing they do. Ed McMahon's a fucking prop, right? The whole thing is getting thrown out of cannibals. Animals. You think I'm kidding, right? So I'm like, well, okay. And then finally, I mean, I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on.
Touches nearly everything we care
and it was just like, the weird part about it, I think it's still
about our lives seems to depend upon our viewing one another as our person was.
Free choice. Everyone is still there. Yeah,
wills are simply not of our own making.
Tonight Show, but
Thoughts and
how is it?
intentions emerge from background causes
And then I would get,
which we are aware of, which we exert no conscious control.
I'd ask him if I could do Letterman. He said, no, you're
Don't you ever wonder
Letterman.
why you are
It's like the Twilight movie. I'm like, team fucking whatever. Thank God that doesn't exist in podcasts.
Yeah. From time to time, you always have to ask, what am I doing here? Right? I think this looks like me. This looks like a shot at me. Let me ask you,
That's what I was. Again, well, it was such family
honestly, I believe
because there was only a certain amount of
I would say you're a hawk.
That band was great. Is it really like where we no problem at all? The band was
what I am, I would say
coming from a man in a green shirt.
the band with the hair.
We're in the colors of
I lived in LA. This is true. I lived in LA.
You're out there ducking cheap clothing. Or
And
to a hawk.
I might be wider about it.
Duck and Hawks.
Yeah.
We'll get there. What am I? I don't matter.
That's the answer all, dude.
Makeup and the whole nine yards.
Don't you ever just look around in your life and think,
How do you get your arms
that's
up
the
there?
only way
I don't know, arm work.
It looks like the
Oh, I
Don't
can
ever
see
just
that
look around in your life and
So
think,
I was kind of, pretty then. I was like, young, a lot of hair, makeup stuff. And then
Take
that
off this
same
thing
gym
about
one day,
split snacks for Tito's.
That's the hostage room in the future.
nice arms. I
what
said,
the hell even is any of this shit? How did I actually get here? What the hell am I even
and I
doing?
thought, I said, I put in the
How
fucking
does
work,
one
you know, I
become
can
a
work out.
stand-up
No,
comedian?
it was right. I'm like, in LA, we just have someone that walk and say, oh yeah, implants? Yeah, I have implants. You fucking go to the and you do working out, assuming someone has implants. That's pretty wild. Like, I don't have that
reaching
big
out.
you just have, that's how gross LA is. Yeah, it is. That's like the default assumption that everything's saying. Yes, where'd you get your butt? Yeah, where'd you get your butt? Your best. Where'd you get your nose done? Yeah, it's always so. No one wants to be your butt. Yeah, no one wants to be your natural. Anything like that,
We all have embarrassing videos of us online. So, I mean, I don't have anything
you should say, I see you're still working out. You don't ask them if you're still working out, then you don't look like you're working out. Well, I think I see you're still working out. Yeah, that's what I thought. I said, you said you're still working out.
You must also have the talent for the job.
Yes. I said, no.
Becoming a comic requires effort. You must do many things deliberately and well, and in the appropriate sequence, year after year.
We watched that on YouTube.
Yeah, we watched this one. Honestly, without the verbiage, it looks like it's a fun time. Then when you hear what she's saying, you're just like,
No, yeah. I mean, it depends on whether you like the visuals or not. The content is not good. It's not key. The situation is even worse than
It was work light.
the visual.
you know how many jokes I write?
I'm
where
happy for
I'm
me.
visualizing that, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that on stage.
There's a lot of people that just don't know what to say.
There's a lot of
You'd be surprised. You're a physical guy. You work the
And then
stage.
afterwards, they probably
Conscious source of this mind will be responsible for its prevailing over all the other things you want. No. If you succeed at becoming a comedian, you will celebrate the day.
Celebrity in my mouth.
Confluence of all
You
the
get a lot of people
genetic
coming
and
to your show with
environmental
it.
causes that led you to develop along this line.
This progressive rate is caused by repeated head injuries that leads to cognitive decline, including impaired decision making, unstable impulsive behavior, chronic alcohol behavior, focused
I remember I saw them there in '94.
Some version of that song comes on like that. Like you get in enough. That's the alert. There's some sort of alert for it. It's like fuck.
It's weird how some of those
Shop
places
definitely has it.
just fall off.
I worry about the drug stuff and the alcohol. Use some kind of handler.
But then if they last long enough, then they become
I
like
guess some
surface.
he must have something on
Right,
because he's
right.
thinking
It's
about
fun to
it.
go
So I'm
there.
saying the
You know, it
nicotine
is.
helps.
And it looks like they just did a whole big revamp on it. And it's a beautiful hotel. Every time I walk in, it's kind of beautiful. Well, I'm obsessed by it. So for me, it's like I wish the Luxor was the best hotel. Again, I stay there. Oh, yeah, for you. If you're done, people slide down the Luxor. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they had like grab flags on the way down. They had flags down.
I think that's from that thing where the guy stole the plane. Oh, okay. I had never heard the audio before that. That's hilarious. Also scary.
Dude, Elephant Graveyard is amazing.
Yeah, he's pulling stuff from out of the zeitgeist.
You ever heard of it?
I like the people hanging out by the bus. Like, if you're like, hey, you fucked my mom. Like, what? They're getting old. They know that. They're just getting there. It's like my mom. You pull your grandpa. When, his grandpa did a movie. And his grandpa did a movie.
I didn't even know it's from that. Is that what it's from?
Thank God he's dead.
Wait, how about they did audio? It's just like, it'd be crazy if the guy who stole the plane said this is not a sad thing and shots it up.
The traveling tiredness is
I don't know. You know what's wild coincidence? That's why it would be in the video.
I'm just here for the good time, Danny.
Yep, the road is. Suppose you're here but then, like I said, it's up to you that you should be able to stay at There's plus and minuses.
Oh my god, that guy in the purple is 5'5".
This is the first time in my life where I haven't.
It looks like that's true. Not edited at all. It looks like a hobbit.
Like 2 years, last 2 years. Like, this is the club open. I just stopped. I love it. All our friends know. But being at home, you don't realize how much you are in your body. It's not real, you know. Yeah, they're having the show for that reason.
Deterioration. No one steps in and talks to the law. Something has to be done.
Vegas has become more of a community now, right? They have the Raiders now. Are they getting a major league night? UFC event or
What is that? Like your Oblongata with salsa on it, dude?
Probably. Medulla oblongata. We only know that, because of the Adam Sandler movie, right?
It's a weird one.
Medulla oblongata, probably. Yeah, which one? with
Well,
the
there's a lot
water
of,
boy.
I guess
That's the
there's
only
some
time
articles
I've
someone
ever
did
heard
that
that
was
thing.
great. He broke down everything that could be.
Anxiety and the fight
Like
or
the
flight.
brain, the thing, the cheese, the you went through all those different things. We have to get rid of everything. How about the only left is like the dolphin? Yeah, but
I'm so fortunate to get those stars aligned. I didn't realize at the moment that was the golden age.
There's a lot of people that are upset about the fighting out. They did have fun later. Yeah. No, but I thought about it.
I wonder if he has the worst medulla oblongata and amygdala in all of comedy.
Yeah,
Right?
what
Like the lowest functioning. I don't know what those things do, but I imagine that he has the most, maybe
It's always something.
similar to that. But
it's always a small group of people.
Because it would be interesting to know what part of Shop's brain isn't working.
Versus
Which
these
like
crowdfunding
left side,
ones
right side,
where they show up on tour buses and they're all professionally made signs. Professionally made signs. That's what weird thing is they're doing that. That didn't exist when I
People
was
don't respect Shop enough. He's doing this without a medulla oblongata.
I was watching a documentary on YouTube the other day that was they followed this woman who was a professional paid protester. And she goes from pre-Palestine to this to that. She's been doing it.
I would have accepted 8 inches as
one protest to the next.
That's your job.
That's your job.
Yeah.
I
extra $100 a day.
I don't think it's
fly
that.
around.
Good.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lot. It's kind of
Yeah.
fraud.
It's young fraud.
Yeah.
It's right.
Yeah.
Man.
What's up, guys? I'm Brennan Shaw. Welcome to the channel. This is Chill Town. If you like the page, subscribe to the
But
page.
it's a
Also,
weird thing
email
when
right
you're
here.
protecting them. People are outraged, but they really just want to shout.
What if he did a thing where he's like, "What's up, guys? I'm at Cedar Sinai. I'm with this what are brain neurologist, Dr. Shep. He's gonna KB take my brain. You know, he's gonna get in there and like see what's wrong with it and everything. So because because the doctor, he's like,
I say something.
it's worse than I thought, dude."
Propaganda or the other one where they're like, no, it's
The
just
doctor's doing like a Goodwill
the world's
Hunting
flat and
thing,
back
you
in
know,
there.
trying to figure out what to do.
Conspiracy theories.
Maybe don't.
Oh,
Do
So
that.
I love those
Oh,
because
yeah.
I, you know, with my dad working at NASA, I would always ask people like, what do you think? Would you not do a I wish my dad was alive. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, because we had a discussion about faith. Oh, yeah. That's very cool. I don't know what. Something happened to the flag. No, it's about throwing a brain gas. Something. And I said, my friend said, that's what people say. The flag is still on the moon. And I said, that's a great question. Like, as long as you had to break it down, right?
yeah.
So I said, well, my dad was saying, I guess I'm trying to buy stuff, but I would be like an engineer and break it down. But it's not, you know,
I crated him
there's no
around,
wind
dude.
on
I was
the
like,
might be cosmic and something with wind up tonight, right?
Magic
So I was looking
Mike,
at
this
the
fun.
theory, so it's probably still there.
Even once you got hit by Michael, you're
Or
right.
something, something like that would be right.
Because there's no last night I went to
Yeah, that would have been like my grandma's sick.
But my dad trained him to drive that
My
little.
grandma's very sick.
So the joke I was going to put in the show, I said, you know, NASA can now. They can zoom in and look at the NASA's looking on the moon. The flash, they're taking the moon. They're there. And then we pan over and there's the land of this second block. They've already sold it. They've already they did take photos. I think it was India. One of the satellites that they had covering the moon. Of what they claimed was the landing
landing site, like where the lunar module was.
Yeah, lazy was confusing.
Well, that was the punch shot. Then you go, we'll just go there in some sound stage in LA, you know.
I think it's out where this is like the UFO stuff. Yeah. That's another UFO. Like where the Russell is. It's where those guys take off. Yeah, that's area. And then it's weird. Your entire life. Knowing you were repulsive without value, disgusting, all you wanted was to be liked. Suddenly you stumble upon a little trick that gets you.
And the weird thing is, I'm in the left door. Just got the bridge. And I'm like, not with it. Not with it, not on the right. So yeah,
The people don't know there's a giant light that they actually have slowed down.
Yeah.
This year they do people are actually very well trained. They love the light.
So I'm looking out the window right there every morning. I'm looking out and I see the plane. I just like there was some private guy.
Like a cautionary tale.
Building that had those jets out there. They were blue.
This is
So
stuff.
that
We don't ban it right down, so we don't really have
and
to
so
think about
then
it yet, right?
there's 4 channels on my
Sinking
TV.
in with
It's like
you, these
on the kid right here.
messages.
The
Yeah,
electric,
this is
the electric channel and
this is a really well done
so the electric channel
documentary.
we're having on
I mean,
loop
obviously,
every day. This goddamn thing about the
you know, if there was a genre for this, it'd be
and
painted
this is real,
narrative.
right? I'm watching it.
But the way he's
No
painting
one
it,
in
I'm
the
like,
world
wow, it
knows
all
where
makes
these red
sense.
stripe planes are. They fly out of a secret location.
This is like a new.
I
I
swear
don't know
to
if
God,
there's
I'm
other
like,
things like this.
I'm looking out my
but
window,
I
like,
the
they're
way
fucking
he
right
does these
there.
things. Yeah. It's
And
really
it's
good.
serious, like,
Let's
no one
finish it
knows
off.
for years people have tried to discover where the red planes fly in and out. I'm like, this is a joke. I told my brother, I said, it's not, I said, this thing says that you're like,
That's ridiculous. Everybody literally does see this unless they yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back engineering UFOs, that's where he used to fly out. They'd pick him up there and he'd fly over to Area 4. Quick flight. In the middle of Boone Lake. Layover and get out and make sure it's really good.
Oh, yeah, no, that is like, you don't. We're getting out, but you don't. Tell me more.
He wouldn't tell you nothing.
No.
He just put the phone down for a while. Nothing. You're all brothers. Yep. If you're my brother, I'd tell you.
Would you?
Fuck yeah.
I would too. I don't think I can keep a secret.
That's why
That's why I'm going to go. You're not afraid. What are you?
People always ask me, like, does anybody ever tell you secret information? Like, no, I'm a big fucking guy. They told me that UFOs were real. I'd be like, I'm sorry, maybe they're going to put me in jail, but I'll tell you.
We always have that question, honestly, about people that have had security clearances and that, and then they would revoke them.
Yeah.
Shot definitely cannot steal an
I
airplane.
know these
Those are not working.
Yeah, these are working.
Something about your hair.
That was fucking deep, dude. Airplanes are like T-Rex in the sky. Shout out to Elephant Grave. I know he's always on our channel. Yeah, we see him in the chat.
No headphone, no ant wearing.
You probably have extra pants there anyway.
I will say though that,
probably have something in there.
they are
I know. I
They're
know. And not just one.
And not only I'm skipping monster
The show is structured, but when I come and do like there's not at all. Nothing zero.
Did you ever do guest sets like at a comic book? Or you
I used to do it. I used to make it a thing. I said,
these days, I think for their
I
audience,
mean, you kind of do like this is what I'm doing today with Tony.
Alpha Brain, all these things are unique to survive.
It was very fun. I saw
It was,
clips.
yeah, you
People sleep on like all that they've given, right?
you know,
Just, I mean, and not only do you, as a fan of that, do you get access to all these like, really helpful things in your life, but there's also
and he was right. He was right because you know he was right.
Maybe you didn't even know that
funny, we're not doing something, and then go in and show some
Traeger
stuff.
grill. Joe talks about it. Now you got steaks that are cooked on a wood grill. Would you have had that with Andrew?
No. I'm sure there's one.
I think what it comes more to me, that whole thing, it's just that they do treat.
You'll be back.
I don't know.
Next time we'll plan on that.
They embrace the idiots.
Absolutely.
I don't know. What is the right taste to have in comedy? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a very subjective art. I mean, for them, you're asking me seriously, I would say it's not. If you're asking me seriously, I think that for the most part, yeah, they seem to embrace their fans. Yeah, I don't really watch a lot of it. Joe Rogan
stress
is a
out.
fun watch most of the time.
I think you put your head out. I have a bit in my act. Where I talk about my dad working at NASA and training astronauts, and it says like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn, pictures about and Katy Perry, and everybody goes, if
I
my
will
dad
say
was
that
alive,
them getting on that CJ Stroud interview, that stuff, that shit is
and I got
fucking
Ron
that
White
we
to do
can
the voice for it.
say
Right?
we never need that.
They already know.
That was a
fuck, and everybody's like Ron White. So I said, that sounds like Ron White.
Obviously, it was crazy to watch.
Sounds a lot like Ron White.
Just trying to get
you walked out.
your audience. It's like, no, live with what you got for now, because you guys are fucking.
Right?
It's just,
And he's so, I was gonna come out here
really know what's
and
going to
say,
happen until you do it.
you're
And that
fucking,
was the
and I was
situation
having a
where,
good set.
you know, how Brandon
Fucking
just
blowing
goes,
the roof
Tom
off
and
fucking
Birthday
place.
just went.
He says,
And it ended up being the two drunken old dudes
Sorry, I'll do it. He did some joke.
waving a bottle of alcohol
And
next to a
it's
bunch
great.
of football players on
I'm watching the
McAfee
show.
show
It's
or
like
whatever it's called.
Heroes.
Not a good idea.
He's
No,
sitting there
it
watching
didn't
the
end
show.
up being the
Then
comedic
he's gone.
hit that they
They're
thought it would be.
I don't know. His
But,
pit's
you know,
coming up. I
which is
don't know what
what
it is.
sometimes it
And
doesn't.
you can smell pot. The
you
whole
better yourself.
theater. That's why I'm like, and I'm like, oh fuck. I mean, Ron,
All right, so this one is
So
supposed to
I go off and
don't know who acts. It's
alright, here's my name for Ron White.
the sequence.
Probably.
And yeah, let's get back to the show, dude. There's another way to start this off. Let's go.
Take your pants off. We gotta look at it. Take them off. Let's get them out. Take them
He's smoking weed, like, holy, he's got good shit. I mean, it was giving his belly to the whole lobby. I don't think the lobby. Yeah, he could really he's like, I smoked weed with him and got a set, but I don't know, like, walking down now. He was smoking with it, and then he left his weed in my dressing. Oh, no. Yeah, fuck yes, I
fucking hate that guy.
He's here. He lives here.
He does. I know. He was said he might surprise me.
That's almost worse. That is worse than
Oh,
Schultz.
nice.
I'd rather watch Schultz do it. His levels to the shit.
I do shows with him every week. Every week. Yeah,
great.
Wow, dude, that was aggressive.
He's one of the main
Yeah,
reasons why I
is he
moved here.
sucking his dick? I think that's what
Yeah,
he's
but,
going because the bit
he
is
moved
like he
here
got bit
in
in the dick by a
2000, I
snake
think,
or something. I'm not saying this. I'm just guessing.
And
You're the best breed.
where are you, man?
Right, it's sad that my brain comes out there like I immediately know what they did.
I can fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours, no matter where you go. 3 hours to New York, 3 hours to LA. Perfectly centrally located. People are nice. Food's great. I was like, all right. He's right. He got me thinking about Austin. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, well, if I move to Austin, at the very least, Ross.
I was trying to think all day today how to show
but the comic book is close.
All right, so here we go. We got post by Winder Mearfan. If I said that wrong,
He
sorry.
was just raving
It's
about
called Anthony Testing tells a story about Brendan always giving you advice and having to put you in his place.
He's also the one talking to you, opening up a club.
Yeah.
You
don't care
He
if
hadn't
people
done
don't like you.
stand-up.
You just never care.
He hadn't done stand-up in like 8 months.
I try to do things, and if I'm going to be mean, I try to do it in a precise way that it's like,
they got a thing too. I got plenty of money. I'm just going to enjoy life.
So I wonder if it was there before we probably.
Really?
We
I'm like,
are
you're
not.
so fun. That
Yeah, I'm saying, they would
and
think
so
we're
then
copying them or
Tony put on a
something.
show at the Vulcan.
Tuesdays,
Tony
shout
had
out,
done like 1 or 2 shows indoors, like, which was crazy.
I have to laugh and respect it, but I'm not.
In 2020, this is
I've said some like
really
mean stuff, but it's like, I'm going to give you some, you know, there's a comic that just kept giving me advice.
Ron,
Just like a couple months ago, just kept being like, oh, you should do this in the podcast, you should do this. And I'm like, trying to be player for as long as I can. And finally, I'm like, if I need more career advice, I'll let you know. And the room laughed at me. I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. And everyone was like, that was really funny. I'm like, I was trying to be mean, but he like didn't give me the chance.
Yeah.
I saw him and Anthony Kelly talk.
He goes, whatever the fuck you have to do, we'll teach you with this. You gotta open that club. I'm like, okay. That's great. That was
referenced the time before where he was like trying to like give Anthony just like advice. He was in front of other people and he kind of framed it as like, oh, yeah, Anthony snapped at me, but I'm like, well, yeah, you're trying to be like the greatest. He's special for Rush. And he's also like, he's kind of got this mystique where like, he doesn't need to use Instagram or social media. Like, you know, like Anthony just like drops a special, like, I'm watching it now. You know, I've seen him perform enough times where like, you obviously knows like he's all about comedy. It doesn't give a fuck. And we know what else he says, but yeah, that was legit, dude.
Yeah, man, that was a good. We got the scoop there.
It's real fancy and you sit down.
I will say that was a long time ago, dude.
I know. When was that? Do you remember?
First of all, we had the fucking mic stands in our legs, dude.
Oh, right.
That was a long time ago. And then also we had the sign as pause.
I like how we set up the fern there. I wonder if people realize we spent some time trying to put. We were like debating whether we could have Mark hand us a drink through it.
Oh, yes.
Right. I talked about buying a plant. Actually, is that the plant that I bought?
No, that was the one that was in the studio.
You parked outside of a fucking bar. And
Yeah.
within seconds,
Not the
Metro
best
is
brands. I
saying,
think I didn't. I left it with. I was like,
and
do you
Ron's
want
like,
this?
you gotta be fucking shit. I said, Ron, you can't.
We don't even know where the fern ended up. I'm pretty sure after
oh,
the
they're
fact,
good.
it was like, hey,
They're good. I said, no, we're not good. We gotta go. He just thought, you lose him, and he did that in my backstage. I said, you can't smoke pot back here. It's your fucking dress room.
But yeah, anyway, shout out to Mark for coming through that one time.
Is that another song? Is that other pills from the other people, the girls, the show?
The
It's a lot of other people backstage that I can't.
Star.
The next show is like the strippers. Oh, fantasy, you know.
What's going on with you? What are you eating? What's your little slutty treat?
Except it's funnier than those naked people. So, yeah.
What was it? You know, is that usually? Yeah, I know. You didn't have to
That thing you haven't have a comic in the middle.
Oh, he's great. Okay, all right. He's just a regular guy. It's like when you go to a Mexican restaurant, your dad's like, we'll have this fajita. Really trash is trying to give you the real great crust.
Vegas is such an odd place.
That is going to be a bit
so strange.
because it's
It's just got such a history. It's first of
there are
all, the
people
beginning
that
of it, right? It's founded
like
by a
shop that are
mob.
kind of
Like they literally want a place where they can get gambling,
they want
and
to
then in order to have legal gambling, there's probably some sort of a deal where they let the government blow the
their
news
world.
off and
We're just living in it.
Speaking of which, I got
so
my
there's
haircut.
spots out there where you really can't even visit because they get
Let's see. This one's supposed to be haphazard. It's called If He's Here, Who's Making Stupid Faces While Other People Do the Work.
Vegas.
So
John
this is a
Wayne
fresh
was
post
doing
15 minutes ago,
a
dude.
movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie in
Good morning! How is everybody? It is February 19th. It is 10 a.m. A little bit of a later start. It is torrential downpour here in Los Angeles, and I have to drop my truck off my lightning off at the tune shop at Full Throttle Customs, and been waiting for some parts, all this stuff. Today was the day. It's been a long time coming, and here's the issue with that. That thing's on slicks, so it rains. It's a bad combo. It's about an hour from my house. You gotta come through the mountains, so the guy goes, dude, with this rain, I know we're scheduled, but just come another day. I You don't know me. I'll figure it out. So I left at 6:30 a.m. in the pouring rain, and went about 30 miles an hour on down the highway. And there's nobody out because today's President's Day. And we cut through the valley. And God, dicey. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. There's times I was like, oh, I'm a bona fide made it. Your boy made it.
So I don't think they use asbestos, but
It's just such a weird place. Your boy made it. So. Hopefully get it done. Hopefully get it done.
Brendan is the guy that tells you stories where you're like, he thinks it's funny, but you are thinking, what are you doing there? That is not safe. Don't do that. It's not funny.
Yeah, it's still
phenomenal.
You walk inside.
Driving an hour in the mountains in the rain.
I was there recently.
You've already flipped your truck once. What are you doing?
Wait a minute.
The guy that you're
I had sex and I was really hot
giving business to told you to wait a day. He makes money from you bringing the truck in. He said, no. Bring it in when it's not raining.
Do you know the storyline up there?
I look a little.
Were you on any magic mind?
They're mostly.
Yeah, is that your take with it?
Well,
I will tell you right now, dude, that he figures it out. He finds a way.
Like where they're getting the bodies,
right.
but they do know that a lot of them are political.
Oh, are you happy now, dude?
Yeah. So
He's
it's
gonna tow his
basically
truck
like
in the
people
rain.
that ran afoul of the Chinese government, so they lock them
Slicks.
and turn into statues.
That's true. Very slicks, yeah.
That's great. Yeah, it's right outside my theater.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I don't like
a lot of them they call like unidentified bodies. But the real problem is, like, to be an unidentified body, you have to be unidentified for 30 days. But then, in order to do the plastination process, where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place within 48 hours of death.
They can see it with their
So,
the placement of certain fights on UFC 300.
Someone's lying.
They're too big, they're too fancy now. They're not paying attention to the details. UFC 300 will show you this. They stacked 298. They stacked 299. And 300, which they should have been planned for a year ago, was the byproduct.
I saw that too.
They're scrambling.
That's pretty dope. They actually have a big chunk of the Titanic play there.
Makes no fucking sense. Nobody's asking for it. Everyone loves Max Holloway. He's probably going to get destroyed. We don't want to see it.
Across the ocean with no.
We don't. What's it good for the division? It moves nobody forward.
Hope they didn't hit
Everyone stays lukewarm on it.
And that was like
Max Holloway,
super
by all
fancy,
means,
high-tech
should be the guy
travel.
fighting to
Imagine
Nax.
the people that traveled 30, 40 years before that. Wooden boats.
Okay.
Not having any
Max was out there and
idea.
gets so much
Just going on a
brain damage from
promise
Justin
to get
and
a job,
Gaethje.
waiting on the
That's
other
out
side
the
of the
window.
fucking
So Max
ocean.
Holloway's not an option.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're going to do the winner of Yair Rodriguez, Brian
There's probably
Ortega.
comics on this cruise ship.
Yair in Spain, that makes sense. Spanish speaking.
That's the worst job in comedy.
No,
We just saw
ever,
Yair
right?
get absolutely
I just won.
destroyed by
It's not
Volkanovski.
only one.
Okay,
It's one of those things where a
Max
guy,
Holloway was the choice.
you know,
but
there's
they
some
didn't
guys
plan
that like
out.
it.
They fucked up.
Like I know Alonzo
Max
Bowden
Holloway's your
does
choice.
like
That
jazz
should be the next
cruises.
guy.
Like Alonzo Bowden he's a great comic, but he's also like a giant jazz fan.
UFC
Loves
300.
jazz music.
Fighting
So he'll go on
fight that
jazz
makes
cruises.
no
and
sense for
it's probably
anybody.
perfect for him because like it's like if I went on an MMA cruise, you know, like we can talk about.
Right.
It's like you can talk about subjects that most people in a regular crowd go, "What the fuck is he talking about?" You're just talking about obscure jazz music, you know.
It seemed like he was nailing the names. He
Did
named a
you
lot of
heard
names there. So
what they're doing with
You think that
AI
hat
music?
is like a,
Speaking of jazz,
like an Illuminati
they
thing?
did. I talked to Jamie today. They took 50 Cent's "Many Men"
You know,
and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard that?
No, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 57 one.
Dude, it's so fucking good. I said it to Brian Simpson. He said that is the best fucking thing you've ever said.
So they just did that.
Yes, with AI. It's not even a real human being's voice, and it's fucking good, dude. It's good when you're like, whoa.
It's the first assignment.
Listen
Like, the
to
Illuminati
this.
just want
It
to have
seems
fun. So
weird
they're like, all right,
hearing
Brian
these
Callen
lyrics
actually
with
does
this
this.
kind of singing.
And then they're like,
Yeah,
well,
because
no,
it's
we're
like
gonna film
hardcore
it and put it
gangster
online.
rap music, but with listen to this
That
stuff.
thing was insane.
It's kind of crazy.
That was crazy as hell.
Well, let's see what else we got here. This is Busy Middle 81808. Call that different day, same bullshit. Let's see what's that.
I was 3-0. Told my friends. I tried putting 10K on the rob over at Risotto. I would take one. Balls, I guess. I probably didn't have the money to help me out there. So I tried putting 10K on the rob.
And Jesus Christ. It's pretty wild.
Isn't that great?
Get there. He's right there. For the whole because it's against the law. Yeah. Any lawyer will take a lawyer will take the judicial system, dude. Don't get me started. Ain't no joke. Ain't no joke. I mean, they will recall the DA in a minute. All right, this was posted by PB States in the front. It's called Mahana Center. It's hard to get to. I remember the name of what you got. It's not by Joseph Franklin Biden's the event.
Great.
And remember the name.
Nobody sings lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics. It's gangster rap lyrics with an incredible voice.
The Mahana Center is hard to get to, and remember the name.
AI is fucking scary, man. That's so good.
And remember the name.
If that was a dude, who sang that, I was like, who's this guy? You know, like, this guy is
But finally, the UFC season is here. The first big boy pay-per-view kicks off this fucking Saturday. It's a big one. It's in Orange County. So
that's right.
It's an LA pay-per-view. This is not LA. This is about
I think he did. But
it's 3 hours. We'll go 2 hours. Conservative 2 hours to get to Orange County.
And then they came back and said it was.
The difference is, like, this is not a real person's voice. It's probably a conglomeration of multiple different singers' voices. At least I'm guessing. Is it actually a guy?
I don't know where this started, but I'm looking at the one that I'm looking at.
Regardless,
They
I thought
are
that's
trying to sell
right.
this. Like,
But it is at the Honda Center. I think it's still called the Honda Center.
Some guy named Shifty Brand.
Oh, yeah, they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show. And they did an AI version of this old television show where a guy goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. AI is so squirrely. They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. God damn, it's good. But the Randy Travis one is his voice. It's so, no, it is. So what they do is, like, it's my voice too. Like, they use AI with my voice. There's a whole podcast with Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's a whole podcast that somebody made with AI. AI, because you have Steve Jobs' voice, you have my voice, thousands and thousands of hours. Every sound that I can make with my voice, sure, is already been made. So all the computer has to do that. But all the computer has to do is just take a giant amount of your voice and then apply it. And then apply it differently, emotionally, slowly, somberly, angrily, and you just put it all together.
And it was Pete doing
for the kids out there with kids, make sure you take phone calls.
That's what it was. It was not. It was hey, here's a you could help me out.
And also,
it was like I was broke and I was down and out. I needed the money.
You're never gonna that bad. Trying to stand up to them, you're not cutting the room again, 100%.
It's real weird because it's super good now. In the beginning, when we first started hearing, it was kind of obvious the inflections were off, like the way you would say something, like the inflections in that song was insane, you know? So I'll take your life, watch how you talk about me,
I made lots of money and all that shit. And I was on a TV show.
So that means that we clearly associate with a soulful, incredibly creative person with an amazing God-given talent of a voice.
He was going to say what Shab is saying now.
That's what's crazy.
But it doesn't matter.
Even though I know it's fake, I love it. Yeah, and you love it too. Like, we're listening to it. That was great. But we know it's fake. That's kind of crazy. The Randy Travis thing is different because what they just did is he wrote it, and then he can't sing anymore, but they have thousands of hours of him singing. So they take that and then just turn it into him singing. So it is him singing. It's actually his voice. It's just not coming out of his mouth. It's coming out of technology. But it is his voice. And it's his writing. Right? So it's like, it really is a Randy Travis album. It's just Randy Travis. Like, you can enjoy someone that can't do it anymore, but it's still alive. You know? Like, that guy has so many great songs. Oh my God.
nobody
could go
who's
on
doing
forever and
well
ever and
is
ever
going
and
under
ever
Crowder
and
to be
ever.
like vilified. You know,
he's got
to be
Crowder's
fourth mic, where he like shocks you when you talk too much. He probably has like some weird thing that goes like this and slaps him.
Every concert my dad
wants to
goes
stop
to.
talking.
Really?
His speech is about
That's
hats
hilarious.
and grifters.
Oh, we put that. No, I
I would rather spend that time not have a good relationship with my kid and then be good at stand-up. It's like at the end of the day, if you're not even good at stand-up, it's like, why did you do all that? How? Yeah, that's
he says, you want to go. So my dad's
good point. I mean, other people are able to do it. Jim Gaffigan's kids seem to like him. He did pretty well for himself. He's not on a promotion for an empty job like Patrick Bet-David.
He's also not talking about his regrets on airwaves, dude. This is like
and this second concert.
Yeah, these guys are worried about talking about man on airwaves, or they should be worried about us talking about their regrets on airwaves.
Third time I go to
you're firing out.
also just live with your choices. They're doing this because he's not doing stand-up anymore. It's like, just don't do stand-up anymore, dude.
No, Kenny Rogers.
If there is a, you know that.
So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA.
There's three and one. It's like you're on the third one, dude.
And he
right now you're fucking on. This is you're on the third one.
I said, oh man,
I'm not a numbers guy.
Legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says,
you're on the road and you missed the birthday?
I said, yep. He said, that's awesome. You know the second concert I went to? He says, nope.
I'm on the road, baby. Let's go.
Wow, that's awesome. I said, you're on the third of this. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. Where are we going with this? I said, my dad took me to your concert 3 times in a row. He goes, well, you have a great dad.
Jesus Christ.
And then it's kind of awkward. I kind of ran out of
exactly what we're talking about. Yeah,
and I just write, and I'm just looking at the numbers are going up and down. I said, oh, you know what? You have great chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know what else to say, but he really did have really good great chicken. And that's what I said. And he looked at me like, fuck off. I said, no, and the sides are great too.
And I'll never
chicken.
That's how gambling. How many people said that gambling junkies? Right. And romanticize gambling. It seems so. We got when
he was over here. I'm telling him the candidates are coming. Hold on, after that, Paul Beach.
They made a TV movie about that.
Disappointment.
Wasn't there a TV movie called The Gambler? Wasn't it called The Gambler?
I think it was a
feel a little better. Like my dad is a normal guy, normal Joe Schmo, owns his own business, right? When I grew up, my dad works 6-7 days a week. I can see my dad often. Okay, so he's like, he didn't have a choice, right? Because he has to provide for him. But did you?
Yes.
You're trying to provide for him.
In a way, you're right. We did.
You're providing for him.
In a way, this is a motherfucker. Let's be honest. We're not going to be. You got to keep writing articles like this.
It's like an archaeological dig.
It's just a hustle, but it's awesome.
Look at that.
And it's okay. At some point,
that looks great. It's like
there's a balance. You can find the balance. But in order to get where you're going, there's no balance.
You're looking at like
if you want to sell a Mass Square Garden, if you want to sell the form, there's no balance. So if getting a Mass Square Garden, doing the form, and selling out every show is the goal, that's fine, and I do your thing. But as far as it's impossible, it doesn't exist. There's no way to do that and be a full-time
This is a different time.
It's impossible. I had somebody
in 1980 were like a different thing.
Hardest job.
Everybody would just leave the house. Everyone had a key.
They were like one of the most dangerous jobs.
Nobody knew where anybody was at any given time. If you left the house, you were gone. We didn't have answers. Right. People were basically wild animals. And they only knew how to behave for movies and TV. Give me some of this.
Beekeeper's very dangerous job.
Oh, is it still playing
music?
music?
Number 2 were the people that catch the alligators and alligator tamers.
Well, Beekeeper's honorable mention.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back. I didn't do 4 or 5.
Even the way it looks, it looks so cool.
It's
just kind of amazing.
But it's still, that's why it's under.
It's just crazy how people realize from trees because it's fucking
people just kind of accept it.
I love the fact of how you put it.
You're still like, wait, what are we doing? It's like, oh, you're
they were gone.
People in 1980 were essentially wild animals. They were wild animals who had children. No one knew what was going on in the world. Everybody was completely uninformed.
Right.
And then five.
It's crazy. We were all worried that Russia was going to blow us up. That was every day. Everybody's worried about Russia blowing us up. And no one knew what was going on. And everybody lived in bliss. And you only knew the people in your neighborhood.
And I was actually kind of surprised by this. I shouldn't have been.
You didn't know, like, there wasn't even 1/100th of the amount of famous people back then.
1,038,500,000%.
There's a tiny amount of famous people. There was Elvis and a few other folks. Yeah, there's a few rock stars, a few comics. There's like Richard Pryor. Yeah, TV shows.
Because of how hard it is compared to their
Animal. We were, look at Kenny Rogers.
Like, hey, would you try a set?
These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're aping what it's like to be a grown-up. Like, they're just figuring it out. And now here we are, we're like the teenagers, we're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly, and everything, there's stuff from then that's better than stuff that's today, for whatever weird reason. There's some music back then that hits you, because like
if you're gonna criticize,
you realize like how special this really, like Prince, for instance. Like I remember the first time I listened to Prince, I listened to I was delivering newspapers and I listened to I Want to Be Your Lover, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like this guy was coming out of nowhere. He was like
ridiculous,
completely androgynous, like. He was a beautiful man with his long flowing hair, and the first album was him with his shirt off, just staring at you like, what the fuck is going on? And then I Want to Be Your Lover, I heard that, I was like, oh my god.
Just
but he was like,
if you don't want to do it, don't do it. They're like, I can't even see my kids anymore.
Like,
It's just
who
rough.
Even if this was a reality, I would never go on a podcast and be like,
oh yeah, different than
all that
anybody
stand-up I've been doing that I told you guys to come support me and be at my shows for has ruined my life indefinitely. My kid can't even look at me.
Right. But
Guess what, guys? Welcome to Hollywood. Right? You signed up for this. You want to be in movies and TV. Sometimes you're going to have to have video calls with your kids.
Sometimes I drive to go to Chipotle.
Yeah,
I'm still driving 5 hours. I'm recording everything at Chipotle. That's 3 hours of this going on.
I mean, when we're podcasting right now, I can't talk to my girl.
It's so funny. This video, you can sound off this and put in like Cinderella, it would probably match his.
You know what? I quit, dude. I quit.
Aerosmith, but it looks like how he's doing it, but he's it looks like it's so rock and roll.
Yeah, he was so compelling.
You're really smart because you're actually another one that's more easy to the rings as far as like hardest jobs.
We're so confused when they wanted to fuck him. Like, they wanted to why they could like crack the cover. You figured something out. And then you're a 500 dude, insane amount of talent, and you're wearing stiletto heels on stage, and everybody wants to fuck you. Because he was that fucking talented. He was that talented. And then his music was so wild. Like that song, Head. I remember that song. That was like, what year was that? Was that like 86 or something like that?
Yeah,
like, what year was
the
that?
most redacted I've ever seen T-Back Cage.
I know the thing.
And also, at this day and age, you have FaceTime. You can be there.
1980.
So
So
this
this is
how you cheat on your fucking
before I
wife.
was in high school, son. This is before.
There's
I was in high
comments
school. He had a song about blowjobs. Morning Noon, I'll give you a head.
Plus, my keepy stands in the front.
Till you
Let's be
burn it
clear,
up,
it's not
head.
stand-up. It's a
Do
clear
your love
dead
is
pod that
red,
we're selling
head,
tickets
love you
for.
to your
So
dead.
we recently had a live show in this last week.
Reached out to our people one night and asked
This is
if
the
they could come to
funniest
the
thing
show
ever
and
to
do the
do.
video.
One night in Austin, literally us. Like, that's what we want to do. We want to do one night. And they're just like, they're fucking, it's like, they've been doing this for what, 10 years or some shit?
For real, for real.
I don't know.
Well, yeah.
It's a
Maybe
lot.
I just wanted to fuck with you.
This Thursday, one night only, one show only, me and Brian Kelly are live from the Kid Night stand-up. It's Brian Kelly and myself doing a live from the Kid with some special guests in the capital of comedy these days. That's Austin, Texas, with the Walking Gas Company Theater.
Cream, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not going to change my life.
Oh, became a devoted Jehovah's Witness, and as a result, stopped using profanity, even implementing a cash swear jar at his Casey Car studio to enforce his no swearing policy. Witnesses believe that using blasphemous or foul language is a sin, and Prince adhered to this tenet by removing swear words from his music and charging people for any foul language spoken at his compound. Well,
I'm already fined $200 today. I think.
As much as I love that guy, I would not visit him. I would be like, I don't want to do that.
What I said.
Maybe I would. Maybe I would once. Maybe I talk to him once. I would just like if I'm gonna go talk to a priest, I'm not gonna swear. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like at a certain point in time, like I don't want to perpetuate this really stupid idea that different sounds that you make with your mouth are uniquely offensive. It's what you're saying. It's supposed to be a sound that I make so you know what I'm thinking. And if you have words that you can substitute for these thoughts that are if you have a thought that is only expressed with fuck you, like we know what fuck you means, and everybody says fuck you. For you to say that you can't say that anymore, you're manipulating language to make it have less nuance. That's never good. Yeah. Like it's already not nuanced enough. Like it still doesn't quite grasp exactly what you're thinking or what you're saying. In the worst case scenario, that is when someone writes down what you're saying instead of like hearing you say it in context with the conversation that you're having.
And also, he's always talking about how he has no time for
anybody
things.
Says don't use certain words
and stuff, but
stop
if
being
you
a
have
baby.
little time,
Stop being a baby. These are just noises you make so that we can understand. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, I think. First of all, on television, right? Television, you had advertising, and that was the only place where there was advertising. And so there was the only place that had a proven audience. But to keep that proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had to institute laws. Or you're literally get fined like a serious amount of money if you swore on TV. And then cable came along, and everybody, Sam Kinison was on HBO, and you're like, wow, this is way better.
Think of all the
why
funny
can't we just
things you
talk?
could have seen.
But
What
again,
about the
this is
Irish
trans people.
Kinison
on HBO is
some sort of carne asada thing out there. We got a lot of
leprechauns in the crowd. What the
What's
fuck
the difference between Dublin and Los Angeles?
Yeah. When I was a kid, I was at my friend Jimmy Wallace's house, and we watched Eddie Murphy Delirious.
Chop is like the
I think we were all like,
he's just
what year was that? I want to say I was 15, maybe.
He bet on himself and luck helped him out.
He started stand up.
I want to say I was like 15 or 16.
Who else does that?
I couldn't.
It is kind of nuts that he was like the best UFC fighter and then just decided to do stand up on a whim.
He's talking about the honeymooners fucking each other in the ass.
Nobody else
Jackie Gleason and his fucking Ed Norton in the ass. I didn't look at it. This is his. How is this on
Oh, you guys are doing minutes. I'm talking Howard.
83, yeah.
He dropped it at the fourth one.
Wow.
Like, oh, you could just
unbelievable.
I was
One
thinking
of
about
those.
the fish tank where the fish was swimming in the rain.
You're right.
Makes you like 15.
Yeah, dude, the fish like never went to sleep.
Crazy. It was so good, dude. And it was new. It was like all of a sudden you're hearing someone just swearing.
Yeah, you'd be like eating a fish.
Like, this is crazy. How many more?
Shout out to Rain, by the way. We forgot to plug.
Rain is always like
changing everything.
Yeah.
The cable.
All right, this one's posted by Haphazard Dudes. It's before the show, so we were recording it daily because what was it?
Right.
Yeah, go home, put it in, get
This one's
popcorn
called
out,
Big
and
Surprise.
go watch the lyrics. We were telling stories by the fire. That was our form of entertainment.
What we were just talking about, that's also part of just being honest, being telling the truth is fucking hard.
I think we are the
I said to him, I just said, hey, that's all I said. I said,
really
hey,
understand the change that society has gone through and how spectacular that change is.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
we were there when there was not.
Scroll
When there was
down.
nothing.
I don't know, man. Whatever he said. The point is, he's in the mothership. It's a straw. How far Draw walk is it? Throw a hush puppy. Throw a hush puppy in his
It was the craziest thing in the world. They were talking to
Those are just as good as tater
Well, I
tots.
knew a dude who had a CD in his car. He just had random conversations with people. Bro, they would just start talking about
straight talk, wireless.
Yeah, very
Hush
cool.
puppies are like that in every restaurant.
Yeah, and they would just have conversations and people would meet people.
It worked both ways. I've seen it in the bar.
That is about the time you're talking about.
Okay, so the next time you're in Arlington, Virginia, you gotta do Josh Terry.
You were the cool guy. You had a CD in your truck.
Josh Terry got
If you had a CD in your truck, you were cool. Didn't Burt Reynolds have a CD in his Trans Am?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Hey, big
Give my friend Carpenter down there. Fucking winery. Good little hallway.
That is the ultimate cool guy. He's got a one-man talkie in his Trans Am with a cowboy hat on.
Right, that's like, it is one of my only movies that I own on my
Bro, it is another archaeological site. It's a dig that dug down to another time of human beings where this is the coolest guy in the world. A guy who runs through the cops in a Trans Am with a fire bird on the fucking hood. And he's talking about a
Extreme Pizza, some of the lights are out. There was an empty parking lot, and
that was the first movie.
there's so many good places.
Like
to go.
My joke was that I was like, what's extreme about this place? So I went the next day, and I went in up. There was a third wall.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah,
extreme.
but
First
the
one was
fourth
like,
wall-
That was a joke. I didn't know. I thought it was like when they were
He's
open.
already been first being chased.
This needed.
Yeah,
This narrative was
He's going down the.
I did go to Artichokes in
Moves
Berkeley.
him in the alley.
Apparently,
The
like
very
amazing.
beginning,
So it was
chasing,
fun.
and he's going like he's backing in like this. And he looks at the camera.
See the rest of this.
It's like.
And I'm saying you're two old buddies. Good old Brendan Shaw and Brian Callen.
It's
On
right.
stage,
So
cutting
the
it up.
sheriff,
Maybe
he had
maybe
kids.
six
I think
rolling
so.
or sleep. Don't think I'm not gonna call him. I'm not gonna call him from stage.
Who's chasing you? No one's chasing me. I'm the sheriff. No one's chasing me.
We'll see what happens. We're
Stay here and you.
by the way, it's gonna be exciting.
Good.
I like that he did the voice.
Yeah,
his kids on the car.
Dude, Jack was so amazing in that.
That's an attention getter.
Yeah. He was so good in that
Steve
shit.
Rogan's like,
That's
oh,
called
I
an
love
attention
boys.
getter.
Dude, that's fun. That's
Do you
so funny because
remember,
what if that is
Burt
really
Reynolds
like a
in
we like
Deliverance?
the
No,
they play
yeah,
that guy that
absolutely.
plays the
That
the
was
Pied
that
Piper
was
playing
an
the flute.
insane role.
Joe
That was
Rogan, he
insane.
hates
That
these
was when
guys,
you
but
could
then
see as an
when they
actual
do the
actor.
voice, he's like,
You're like, oh, this guy was
he's like in a
good.
trance.
He was a
Oh,
good
fuck.
actor. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just smoking the band like, sure, no, the guy having a good time, super charming, like, great mustache,
Yeah.
it's fun, man. Like, Deliverance, man. It was like right out of him, right when he was done
So
playing
just to
football.
catch you up on what actually happened.
tried to
And
kill the guy
also,
with
this
a
is like
knife.
probably, I don't know why, but I just feel sad today, dude. This is like a sad episode.
It's not a sad
That was
thing.
good.
It's
That was
just
good.
that
That was-
I got the
I mean, we watched that first
That's a
video,
very
and it was like,
good high fight.
well, it's like, you know, pretty
Yeah, high
accurate.
five with Burt
No, I was on the
This
side
show,
show.
they,
Burt Reynolds is
okay, so there's
crazy.
a
Burt
comment
Reynolds
in
is
this
the lead
comment section
He
that
cannot
says,
talk
watch Chin
about
be the
being married
guest.
like 9 times. Mark Summers, who hosted
Yeah,
the
it's hilarious, and that's what it is.
game
And
show,
so
whatever it
for
was.
the show, there's another
Summers,
post on
he came
Chains
out,
about what
Burt
actually happened during the
moves
show.
down to the second chair,
And apparently everyone
Mark's
backed out.
Here's
The
Jay,
special guest.
and
And it was Chin that came
back
on.
to
And
Burt
Chin
and
didn't even want
starts
to be on
telling
stage.
him,
It'd be dope if they had you.
Yeah, I wish I would have been the special guest.
I've only
That
been married once.
Yeah, anyways.
Burt's over there, kind of.
Yeah, it's just sad. That
First he
is
got
sad,
back,
right?
Yeah.
Then he
Honestly, they don't watch us,
the
so it
mug,
doesn't matter
he
to
said,
count, but if
"Would
you
you
guys
take
ever
it?
need a special
Is this
guest,
mine?"
you want to
He
embrace
said,
Retta, hit me on.
I don't give a shit. He says, well, you've been married 5 times. I don't want to be Chris. He's trying to be funny. Like, I don't drink after you've been married 5
Dude,
times.
we'll play ball too. I'm not even going to try to
They
take
got,
it.
oh, here it is.
No, I won't get to
Now,
you.
here's
I
the
mean,
best
I'll use
part.
every slang that you guys have.
Watch. So check this out real quick.
Oh, no, this is real shit. I'm a guest. I'm going to
do it. Drink on him.
Yeah.
Is this planned?
And then you got our phone numbers. You got
And
hit us up
who's
with
the other
anything
dude?
you want.
Mark Summers.
Times
know
a
Mark Summers?
sometimes a week.
I mean, honestly, we've talked about this before. You guys only said
Now
Honor
watch how
once.
angry
That's
Burt
going to be the main topic of discussion. You guys got to use that at
They
least
didn't have
once
this
a
plan,
week.
by the way.
Yeah, dude, if I leave there and we haven't talked about
Burt
things,
hits him hard.
kill myself.
Yo. That's hurt. Look at the torch you got that right hand. Why don't you watch this again?
Yeah,
Bro,
that's okay.
he got hip into that. He got his right shoulder. And at the end, if you watch it, he'll go, hey, Carrot be here tomorrow night. Hit the with 3 frame by frame. Well, he's a fucking football player, too. Look at that. Bro, he
that we're constantly surrounded by
that dude. Look at his face. Look at that freeze frame. That guy should be ashamed of that look for the rest of his life. How dare you? How dare that face? Bro, they're scary. Yeah. If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like, dude, he's gonna kill you. Bro, that's a dork guy. Bro, that was like, and I'm backstage going, am I going on? They're like, no, we're gonna cut you. Actually, I just want to say that guy's got a great chin. Yeah, you better smile.
The reality
just got big smile. He took a great shot. I want to say, he says, we'll be right back. Tomorrow now, let Carrot down.
It's unfortunate. Unfortunately, we can be part of the journey of comics or something. We're just very cool.
That was Salt and Pepper Jay. Yeah, the other guy took way too much shit. They gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champion of the world after Muhammad Ali. Everybody hated Larry Holmes. When Jay Leno took over after Johnny Carson, he got a lot of grief for no reason. No reason. Because he was put on during shows too. Super nice guy. Your writing was great. Never I always had a good time talking to him. He's always a nice guy. Yeah, he's a nice guy, and what he should be doing all along is really what he's doing now. Is his car shows. Because like that guy, if you talk to him about cars, he's so entertaining. He loves cars. He loves cars. I mean, he knows more about cars probably than anybody I've ever met in my life. He's got an insane collection, and he likes everything. He's like, stop everything. He's a fire truck. He's just like a genuine fan of automobiles. And the way he talks about his story. Because that's really what he wants to do. But also crazy, right? Because he's
Marine bases should never be
unstoppable. So let's see here.
Oh, I'm celebrating. Tiger thing just got on all the Marine bases.
I just talked to him and they went to the song. I said,
yeah, I shouldn't be drunk.
You can still see like a
it's in their off time. His father's shooting it. So, and he like freezes out the belt. I love freedom.
What do you mean? You get to show that night?
How much is freedom, right?
Yeah,
$59. That's what it is. That it does. I looked it up. It said $80 or something. Well, it's 89 neighborhoods. That's out of my control. Your point.
I'm like, I said, first thing I said to him, I said, are you okay? I said, my question
is,
the fuck is saying?
started April 1st.
He goes, we all can't have to the 14th.
So now it's less.
I said, what
Stupid fucking voice.
No. I walked down the looking thing. There was a little hill, not even like he went hiking. He went hiking. With like slippery shoes on, probably. He said, they're Golden Corral. He's probably wearing dress shoes. He said, Golden Corral. Right. And his denim. And then so he went, he just looked a little deeper than he thought. And he slipped down and hit his eye, right on the third bad. So he went into, got his Golden Corral.
Like, how much consistency of what is in there?
Got his food, went to the club.
Oh my god, dude, this is a sad week at Chang's, dude.
That's so crazy. And I said, what do you mean?
It's all just like hitting the feels this week.
The show must go on.
I'm doing alright.
I just made the mic with his hand. That married guy in front. And I'm like,
I'm taking so much credit that I don't really have those.
He told my nail. He told this insane show, insane story rather, of a show we have had to do with a priest and a mob guy, where the mob guy was yelling at the priest and swearing, and Jay's like yelling and swearing, like doing the same, like saying what the mob guy said.
I guess it's kind of like a hit blow.
Seeing Jay Leno talk that was like, what? Right, that's crazy. Oh yeah, he was doing this like super hyper violent Italian mob guy, like screaming obscenities at this priest and Jay Leno yelling out. It's a fucking amazing story. And it was a show. Yeah, it was a show that he was doing, like, before he made it. It was like back in the day. He did some sort of a show where, I think it was like a benefit or something like that, where there was a priest involved. And the mob guy got mad at the priest and was yelling at him. It was a fucking hilarious story. But that guy didn't spend any of the night show. He lives all entirely on the stand-up. Which is crazy. He's just stockpiling it all up. That's right. Like, someone needs to tell him.
Yeah, he's right about
money's fun
the truck stuff.
Just swirling it away. Have fun with him. But people that started out poor,
the most annoying thing about that was
Once you start making money, it's hard to believe that you're ever going to keep making money. You start panicking.
Well, I don't know. We've talked about this at length before. I don't know why he does the faces he does.
Yeah.
Why?
And then if you carry that into your 70s,
We were talking about
should
that
take you down that dog with you. Like,
Yeah.
I'm your financial advisor, and now the time to go crazy.
Yeah, you're good
You
now.
should be looking at your game. You should probably buy
You're
more cars.
Like,
Let's spend
Listen,
it.
that shit as your point. I think that's what it's been.
As your
Find a
drug
drug
habit,
habit.
buy some
Drug
We
habit.
got one here. It's called one of them 1,000 murders out in the streets, posted by OK State 9542. And the caption says, "Can someone please help me find Bobby Lee's NPC murder because I've never seen him alive."
Yeah, I don't.
It's pretty funny. I've seen. Yeah.
I don't. Family, you know, that. Like, I don't know if people have like kids a lot and save up for them.
Giving kids a ton of money is not necessarily good
Okay, I have
for
a feeling that
them.
that's
Like,
going to get
if you
confused.
look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition or not have any ambition. Maybe you do have it, but inherently. But for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have.
You gotta
And I
fucking
think
have
that's
no fear.
unfortunately in this society that we live in,
You
that
gotta film
doesn't
yourself in the
work.
streets
Like
sometimes.
in this society, it's very difficult to not be
I'm just
self-sustainable,
saying.
not be
You
able
gotta
to
do it.
take
I'm
care
sure
of
it's
yourself.
hilarious.
And
I
if
didn't
you
see
can't
the
take
actual
care of
video.
yourself,
If I saw it, I'm
you
sure
gotta
I'd be
kind of
laughing.
learn how to do it. You can't just be constantly relying on
You
other
have to
people
commit to
because
the
I
bit
think
fully.
it
Oh, I
hinders
see.
your
I can't
growth
do
as
it.
a
I always
person.
say that.
Absolutely. You know what I
That's
mean?
fucking
And
funny.
it like fucks
Yeah,
with you.
it is funny.
Like every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family that like
It is
is
funny.
not
It
every
is
guy, but a lot of guys that I've met.
I want to
that
see
come-
the actual
that's
thing
cool.
to know how funny it
They
is.
come from a family with a lot of money and they've never had to worry and they have trust funds and they never really had a job. They're all
Why does he get so much?
they're all weird. It's like cement that didn't get the amount of
You're right,
water
dude.
that it
I'm not one of those guys.
needs. It's always
You're trying
like
to make a relationship with your kids and shit.
And it's just like
I
weird
would
how
wanna
I
see
know
my kids play D.
artists, whatever.
That's all I need for
They're all
Alright, so this one's the last one for the day.
nothing. And
We had to leave it off with some chick
Good.
cooking
Think
stuff,
about it.
dude.
Almost every comic or artist I
Very
know,
funny.
they
It's supposed to be
went-
ODO loves
they
Kira.
yeah, but
Chin
it's
flying
not
from
mutually
Austin.
exclusive.
We're spending
No,
life.
they're right.
Right? It's not.
Delta flight
There
makes
are
a
people
U-turn
that
after maggots
come
fall on
from
ice.
families very background that just have fun. Right.
Hilarious.
It's a weird thing. Like
Absolutely
talent
could
is
be
an
true.
odd thing.
I mean, if
Really
any-
is.
if there are
Very
maggots in
weird
any
thing.
food, it's
Like,
probably something that you
There's certain universal truths that you're going to find more talent probably
It's like,
in,
yeah, no, it's
in
good. We'll just put it in a
harder
bag and put it on the
communities.
plate.
Like
Get there.
you got to have better rock and
All right,
roll
well, that's
in
all
like
we got for today, right?
fucking
Check out our
outskirts of
Patreon. Check out
town.
our Reddit. Check
Like
out our
those guys are going
Discord.
to be
Check us
Nirvana,
out.
But I
right?
love
Have a
hearing
great week. Bye.
like a Billy Joel story where you can relate to it. Like, you know, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I'm like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. You know, I literally nowadays those kids don't do. And I did that. Billy Joel was awesome building.
En als je naast je autoverzekering ook een boomverzekering afsluit, dan krijg je direct een extra korting. Allianz Direct. Snel, bekijk de voorwaarden op
I don't know
allianzdirect.nl.
how many fights did he have. I think he lost.
Are you being funny? Really?
Billy Joel was a boxer.
Really good.
Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah. Yeah, I think he was good. I think he was pretty good. Yeah, I think it was a good amateur level. 22 and really? Was that professional? Golden Glove, say amateur level. So, yeah, legit boxer.
I just know that
How about that?
I did not know that.
He's a guy who changed radically. Like, if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, it's like from Captain Jack to Uptown Girl. Like, oh. You know, it's like huge, like it's great music, it was a huge hit, but it's a different vibe. It's like the guy who's loved now, and he's had a shooter ball for a while before he's
Yeah.
it's gritty, Long Island story, yeah. It's like, fuck, that's a good
That's a
song.
great song. But you're right. You can see it. You know how their life changes and their music changes. So like you said, got money. I got to
It really sucked. It was good. He's got some great
Welcome back to Tinder's Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you guys. Cats and hawks. Yeah. Let me readjust my hot Cheetos. Yeah, so
that was
they're here. I'll talk to you a little bit about Patreon.
Yeah,
ripping up children.
yeah, but that is a great fucking song.
Yeah, we did.
Please subscribe. That's how bad Whitney coming.
My parents had that album on vinyl.
Yeah, Toontown was great. We had a good time watching.
What year was that?
Very entertaining.
70s.
So if you really want to know how we thought about it,
I listened
check
to that.
that
I
out.
was like,
We also have a Reddit now. We
again,
always had a
it's
Discord. So
archaeological
join
things.
that. @raccoon_tweeties, dude. Yeah, a lot of Sharpie
genres of music.
A lot of Sharpie talk, a lot of Joe Rogan
And
calling
back
you a
then,
cook, stuff
that's
like
how you got it. You heard it on the radio, and you went out and bought an album.
That's not
looked at it.
No, they're never here for that.
The
You can
artist
show us follow us on
over
Instagram @GerardoComedy, @Cooney or Die.
Yeah,
Best Brain. Yes,
But
follow
the
us there to see
entertainment
shows, but they're not here for that. No.
The record label
They're here to watch 10 minutes of shop.
come up with
So
a hit.
start the timer.
That's why you wrote
got
about
it, B.
No, I don't know.
Well,
They just,
dude,
just
I
like,
did not expect this, but it's been a heavy weekend
Remember
change.
exactly how it went down, but he said,
I think we have
yeah,
another
because they
thing
were,
to add
they
to the
were,
lexicon, dude.
they
Oh, yeah?
hit off
You
his
want to
album.
read that title right there?
Big hit. So
Mexican.
he wrote
Yes.
that. And when they
It's
played it,
posted by
then they're like,
Successful Capital
fuck you,
2717.
we're getting rid of you.
Let's
So
see what
they
this
got rid
narrative
of
is about,
him.
dude.
The label dropped him. And he's
So
all
they have
about
the older kids on
that.
Saturday.
So
There's
they
this
get the money, then they take all your money, and they don't care about you. And I'm like, that's ballsy, right? They want to hit you.
You just like it's a transformer.
How much, you know, like the Lexus has 20 years.
Roll out.
It just shit. Like, what? That is a real album, like real song, and they were like, "No, you're done."
You think
They
delay
should've
is
just turned
working
on the
for
check.
Chains a little
Look,
bit there,
but
and
you
called
guys
it
get
out.
huge after that. Well, that was the
I didn't
fucking
really get the
dumbasses.
rented
You
the
can get rid of
rented
all
the
the
not there for that.
Get rid of me for a billion albums.
Okay, Mexican.
Yeah, he's got
a Mexican.
great-
I'm a Mexican dude.
The piano.
You're a Mexican.
Yeah, along
race.
that one song along
Wow.
right. Oh, how about
He's kind of talking about me.
restaurant?
Right.
Oh my God, that is
I
a
never thought I would have
fantastic
this
song.
day.
It's another it's a story.
It kind of
It's a story of people's lives.
Went right into the shop.
You know, and
like
it's
quesadilla.
relatable. It's like it's real.
It's
It's raw.
osmosis. It's like it's so close to the
Yeah,
beast.
exactly. So
Can't
like a
help it.
window into
If
the
you hang
bottle
around
of
shop
red, right?
enough,
Bottle
you're
of-
like,
No, that's how he just makes a joke
It
about
always
my
happens,
show.
dude.
Bottle
We
of
got
red.
another successful
This is
capital
bottles of white.
217.
But really, he didn't like
Yeah,
red. He liked
217
white.
clip.
He has
How the hell
plural.
was this guy going to host a
It's a
game show?
bottle
He
of
could barely
red.
talk.
Bottles
So
of
this is
white.
a narrative
And I'm
he's
like,
already
oh,
spun
he
before. We watched
must
this
have,
before.
he likes more white wine. And that's how I pick up shit. Like,
Are you sure that's the lyrics?
no, I think it's a bottle of red. Bottles of what? You can now you got to look it
I
up.
thought you said a bottle of white.
It sounds like he said he was
Whatever
sick
kind of
and
mood
in the
you're
line.
in.
Oh, fuck, I don't know. I
You
It's too bad he didn't say
Yeah,
the name
yeah,
of the show.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
fair,
Maybe
fair,
I could be
fair.
wrong.
Oh, that is a great
Nostalgia
song.
there for when he
That's a
first
great
said it.
song.
Oh well.
Holy
It comes to
red.
Fear Factor, and then it's like contestants trying to get
Bottle
better
of
pay.
white. Right, a bottle of whites.
In a Fear Factor, he was
But
a
I'm still a bottle. It's a bottles of white, right? So
That's a weird way to write. A bottle of whites.
wine. So
He wouldn't have started
one
saying
wine
that.
and one
The
bottle.
UFC guy.
Jim get
Golden
technical.
hour.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is
Alright, so
I'm
it's the
glad
most
without
popular
a bottle of white.
So I was
So you
onto
guys can watch
something
it.
there,
It's
right?
called
I used
Don't
to
Laugh
sing
at
it.
the
But
Diddler
what
Show, posted by Thick
Netflix
Boy with
is
3
don't like the
C's.
great
Oh yeah, I've
thing.
seen this one. Yeah.
don't you dare.
Cried for 4 days. I really did cry for 4 days.
Don't want to
Then,
play. Shut up.
the fifth day,
Cabernet and Merlot. You fucking high.
you laughing at that? You seem very well adjusted.
Goddamn.
That's fine. I got a comedy show, right? It's not a TED Talk. You know that, right?
A little bit of people that would get super down.
Well, with a cowboy hat.
I got a buddy my buddy Matt, so I called him up out of nowhere. Like, at the restaurant, and it's sent him a picture of the ramen. I mean, he looked at it for like 3 seconds. He's like, yeah, what do you got for your steak? Get this. Got scammed. Well, he didn't get scammed. But there's a guy that he was friends with that was a gigantic scammer. And I don't think this guy ever got him. But what this guy was doing was, they were all these wine connoisseurs, and this guy was selling really rare wine that was counterfeit.
What is this
It was
special
fake.
with the
So
black
he
male?
infiltrated this
Oh,
thing,
black like
this like wine group, and he was
coming.
and what he was doing was taking a bunch of different wines and mixing them, and then trying to sell it
as this like 1970 impossible
General
bottle from
Dunn?
Bordeaux.
You fucking laughing at my
Like,
shoulder
so
on
he
that?
would age the paper on the bottles and shit. And they raided his house. He found empty bottles everywhere. And he was taking labels off of things and copying them and printing them. I had that with Luke.
Maybe heroin
You gotta real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get it from Portugal.
Since my father
But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit.
Hey, bro, you gotta leave if you're gonna be a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? I understand you're with your girl. I don't want to embarrass you. I just know you got an upgrade from horse, but still. All right, 2 legs will do. Dude, that's what he said when he saw her. He said, dude, he showed up at the first date with flowers in his saddle. He said, hey. She said, hey. He said, no. Hey.
This is a wide documentary.
No, I'm trying to think of the guy who said, no more fucking below.
Oh, yes.
I probably had this type, but sometimes
Right.
they
That guy
graphics
came
are
on show.
really fun.
That guy came on show.
I hope that when I have people do clips for me,
that's awesome.
they have the good sense to not just like things. When I see that, when I see a clip, it's like maybe fucking, I don't know. Like my joke about Tiro and Filipinos. If they literally put Tiro on the screen. Fuck!
They were filming a
I knew I should have watched the clip.
commercial or something.
What's that guy's name again?
It's a clip before I just let them post it.
Paul Giamatti.
He come back.
If somebody's gonna cut a
He's
clip of
amazing.
you saying that,
I said,
clip that I cut with graphics in
No,
it.
they put a drink and we want
But
a drink.
listen, we do what they do. I've said this many times. We criticize them and then we do the exact same thing. Like a couple of
His face was so funny. He's like,
exactly.
I just said it, but I didn't say it.
I will say that when I first started comedy, I went to this bar in Norco all the
he's
time
like,
called Mavericks.
I said, I'm just fine. He said, no,
Whenever I was
let's do a
bombing,
video
which was
together. I
often,
said,
tell me never had a good set there. Okay. I would just claim that everyone there fucks
he comes over
horses.
to him. He's like,
Right. You
not
so you
fucking hell. It was just, he was such a great, he's such a great guy.
He
said, he was great
What
around
I'm
Howard
saying
Stern.
is I just started comedy.
And easy.
Oh, I see. You're basically deleting and doing it.
Yeah, he's really good. I'm saying it, but the NBC said again.
All right, well, this one's called Grifting on My Turf Beat, posted by Icarus Lives. Let's see what this is about. Bertrand and I are launching our very own
Motherfuckers, they're downplaying the low.
And I was Westgate Tiger Thick.
They did that movie in South Park. So that was junk. I'm like,
in a roundabout. He was like, vodka.
They were
we talked about
everyone
Rosa.
stared at me.
Went into that. We looked at the marketing.
It's just amazing how long casino and it says like carrot scalp.
Yeah, painted narratives left and right. Let's see, this one's posted by Haphazard. First half clip of the day. Rejoice. It's called Reports of the TRX's Demise Were Greatly Exaggerated.
Ever, that's still good.
Yeah,
like, how do they do it?
I don't know.
Yes, I like the energy,
I just weird that they're still so on top of it.
He's in
They're
carpool
so
today.
driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny. And it's been going on since like the first video, I think was 95, right? Or something like that. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian Boitano. What year was that?
Pennywise? No, half of nothing.
I think it was 95 or 96.
Adults, carpooling, dude.
Because I remember people on news radio were passing
Yeah, I was like, don't you have more cars than anybody right now?
This is
Boy's an idiot.
Well, I know they're talking about something now, but
everyone was passing around like,
hard to get. He's already with the big boy merch on.
I don't think it had a home.
I think Casey is the guy with the red beanie. Remember, I was like, what's this guy? It's probably the
Which one was that?
Only when they did the second shot of him did I realize that.
Which is the Brian Boitano? Which would Brian Boitano do?
TRX back.
We'd be walking around the news radio set going, what would Brian Boitano do?
The other thing out here, and my other two cars have race slicks on them because I'm a moron. I like to drive fast, but the race slicks can't go.
I believe race slicks, and don't confuse me if I'm incorrect.
The Brian Boitano
race
thing
slicks have no treading on the tire. Really? You know how like NASCAR wheels
what was the 95 or the 94 one?
Okay.
Does that make it go faster?
made fun of Brian Boitano, and
You're my car guy, dude. I come to you. Dude, you're basically my team town. I'll give it to you. You're giving I come in the shop and like, what does this mean?
Yeah.
How do I make my Corolla faster?
$7,000.
Yeah, I want to.
What?
Get a chick record tweet.
That's
I
the
think
night.
that like
That's the
Big
first
Boy
one.
Studios
Yeah.
is the game clue.
There's no
You
Brian
know, where you're trying to figure out like who is Casey with like with that in the which show pod, like what
Oh, right.
weapon.
But that's
Every
what
episode
he
is
says. Okay.
Yeah,
I
who's
thought
the
it was
worst?
hilarious. I thought I had a fake memory.
So you can't drive. Papa Nita rides.
That's right.
Carpool.
Okay.
It was nice.
You thought
You like the Jetta.
You like
I dig the Jetta. Quality car.
Right. But the show.
Reliable. I grew up in a Jetta. My Aunt Nebby had a Jetta to pick me up from school, so I bring back good memories. They're safe,
No,
reliable.
the first one.
You know,
But it was just so
it's a
groundbreaking.
Volkswagen Porsche, too.
And the
They own
brilliance of it was
Porsche.
that you don't have to have it look
Volkswagen
realistic.
owns,
So you can get away with so much more. Like
Yeah,
when
so you're saying
stuff's, what's her face, up his ass? Put the,
same thing.
Paris Hilton,
Different,
when he has
but
slut
it's
off and stuffs Paris Hilton up his ass.
Same
It's like,
thing.
but you can do that, right? It doesn't look real.
Fight-wise.
Right. Like if it's like super realistic in 3D,
I think he'd be
you
doing
can do
better
that.
if he was
It has to
in a
look
red
like
chair.
South Park.
You know, you can kind of
They can get away with so much. They kill kids. They kill Kenny every week. Nobody complains.
The crop.
Yeah.
These red chairs,
Poor
dude.
fucker dies
This
every
may be a
week.
better podcast here. If anyone's asking, like, I'm
Imagine
thinking
if
about
this is
starting a
like a
podcast, like,
graphic
what do I need?
3D video, that looks hyper realistic. You can do it. It has to look like
First things first,
complete
audio
nonsense.
is
Then we'll let you get away with almost
That's
anything.
right. Second is
how they sold that.
two red chairs.
Well, if you think about it,
bought it that way.
Nothing
it's like levels
there's no third
of
thing.
Yeah.
Those two things, that's all you need.
that
But it's a
will
high show.
allow you
Have
to
a
get
chair.
away with more
Yeah.
if it's like less
Best
realistic,
brains.
right?
Best
Like that's why
Yes.
we used to
Well,
allow
let's see what
like
happens when he's in a
Roadrunner,
black chair on
like
cold
and Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner with like you drop dynamite on him. Yeah, shit was always happening. He was always getting fucked up.
Oh,
That was okay because it was cartoons,
They're-
right?
they're-
But
that's
you couldn't have
Yeah.
blood.
Let's see.
Do you
Like
remember those
blood
horror
all over the
magazines?
place.
Because
You
I
make
wanted
them
a
look
horror
so
war.
goofy that their head's just a big circle.
Right.
And then
Starts
you
progress.
got blood all over the
He
place.
is
Nobody
buying
complains.
he's a faster
Weird,
buyer.
right?
You know, like
Kind of
Biden,
weird.
it takes
It's
him a
like
long
the
time to mess
less
things up.
realistic, but
Brendan
you
just
know
says
it
things
is.
messed
They
up
killed a
fast.
kid.
I don't know,
You
man.
you bastards.
What?
And no one has a problem.
You don't need context for his gabs.
Because it's unrealistic. It's kind of weird,
I
right?
think it's
Do you
exactly
remember those
how you put it.
horror magazines? Because I
It's
wanted a horror. You mean
It's
Playboy
amazing
and
that
G
it
Hustler?
It makes
There's a
everything
horror
more fun.
magazine that had like Freddy on the front.
No matter what. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or when Satan rather was in bed,
That went over my head. I didn't even know he was trying to say horror.
there's just so many scenes where you're like, there's no way to do this unless you have
Awesome.
cartoons. It's brilliant.
Wow.
Because you wouldn't you'd never be able to get away with it.
No.
Like the one when they skirted
That's-
around
That
John
one's in
Muhammad.
reference to another clip that we have coming
They
down.
kind of skirted around. They never
like,
drew them. They like drew the.
Redact
There's a truck. He's inside the truck in a bear suit.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
You
well,
can
let's go to
do
the next one,
things
dude.
in
We're
cartoons that you
breezing
just
through
can't
these
do in
clips.
any other realm.
This one's posted
It's
by
perfect
Grayson
media.
Gregory. It's called Not the
And
Best
you can
Brains.
keep kids
Here's
young forever,
Brador.
right? You know, they're always going to be in high school. Like, nobody questions the fact that they've been in high school for 40
About
years.
being facts while it's
It's just,
opening.
yeah, just
It's
they're
his
in high
opening
school.
joke
That's
on
how it
Ringo
goes.
Poppy. Let's see this narrative.
They don't have to grow up. Why are they going to grow up?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, they made that.
Is this like a point of contention?
Oh,
really, dude?
No, but you listen to Joe the good.
It's fun when he's waiting now, like a little kid. I like getting thrown hissy fits. He's still a little kid. You know, you don't want to certain people don't want to or
There's always one
the
guy.
other side of it. Things the wheels don't fall off. You know,
That's unusual for
You're
this. That's
the
the
guy with the tattoos.
episode.
Is
They
Mr.
should do
Wolf.
it. Yeah.
No, he's
It's
that
all
guy
done
from the
as
Venture
final.
Rancher.
They're all aged.
Oh,
and they ate animals. Like,
Wait
you know,
till you
what they
see
should do
who
is
Mr.
do a
Wolf is.
3D,
Oh, shit.
like hyper realistic version of the show. Just do it all for the last episode. Have the most violent, most and see how people deal with it like growth. This is exactly what we've been showing you for 40 years.
It is an M. Night Shyamalan twist, but who is Mr. Wolf?
It wouldn't be allowed to.
Shut up.
coffee.
This whole vaccine stuff, I'm not anti-vax, man. I'm vaccinated, but
you like that?
At the club. Nice.
I don't really know.
Yeah,
I
it was
don't
fun
think
and
so.
it was
I'm
loud.
scared to get your shoes because there'll be videos and you probably hate like that.
It'd be so funny when they show us eating
I'm
exactly
not
the same
into
shot.
Just ran into
critiquing
Timo's Gerardo.
people because I've been shit on my whole career. I don't want to tell these guys what they're doing right.
I'm not
I mean,
into
for me,
that.
really, he said, no, that's not how it works. Like, just be you, just be yourself.
Just
And it was great.
nonsense, dude.
Because I could just...
Alright, so this one's minimum
if there
Sky
was something
2305.
specific that I
It's
thought was
residency.
kind of wrong or off,
So
I'd say it in
residency.
a very nice way. But most of them were, they're
Studio
good. These
here
guys
is
come out,
wet.
they got their minutes, they
If
pop
it
them out.
rains, it
Yeah,
gets
of course
wet.
you see a
Studio gets
couple.
wet.
Right,
Problem,
the
we
first
complain.
10
They
seconds
don't
in,
care.
you're like, okay.
Glad to have you guys. Thanks
It's
for
already
tuning
not funny,
in.
you know, whether they're just so nervous.
We're just building up to the big
they're
UFC
shaking, you know.
290. Was it 798? 98, 298?
Some have really quality
98 and watch
Oh,
the
yeah,
Super
there's a
Bowl.
lot of fun.
Down
Really
to
cool out there. And there's also,
58
because of
with the
Kill
coach.
Tony, people realize that if they can put together a
I know.
band, it
How
can
many
change
times are
their
you gonna say
whole
it?
fucking
It doesn't
life.
make sense at this
Your
point.
whole
Like,
fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson.
Somebody has
Steph
probably
Saturday
corrected
Night
it,
Live.
right? Yeah, friends
I
have
mean,
told him you
look
say
at these
Super
guys.
Bowl
They're killing it.
baseball.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
William
And he's like,
Montgomery's
no,
killing
I
it.
wonder if he still
You
does it
know,
with Raleigh.
There was a couple there
He's
out
like,
that
no, I
night,
do it
but
the way I
they
do it.
were really
Or like
good.
Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
And
Can he
I
not
think
do it?
Tony tapped me on the
Rose
sheriff
Bowl.
was his next guy, you know. He came out and I was like, oh shit. He was solid.
Show.
Yeah.
Crown show.
Marty's killing it. There's a lot of these guys that
this
do
is
that
interesting,
show. They do 1
because they
minute
had,
and then they go, we'd love to have you back. And then they come back, they do another minute, they crowd remembers them from the old stuff. Also, they have like 25,000 Instagram followers, there's 100, there's 150, like things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real
Does that mean for all the other
plan.
ones
If you
like
work
that,
hard,
like for
really fucking focus.
Cole,
Really,
like if you're
just
talking about Cole
really
and
dial it
Cole,
in.
because Cole,
Really work on your
Cole,
material.
like
Really work it.
Cole,
Do as many
he's
sets
like
around
Cole.
town as
He
you
goes to the
can.
doctor, he's like, I
You're
got a
able
ball.
to do this
Doctor's
for a
like,
living. And if you can,
Right.
it's the
You're really
greatest
talking about
fucking
it's gonna
job in
give
the
us all.
world.
You know, I'm
So
all.
there are a couple that I've been watching
The
there.
doctor's like, oh.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like, there was a bunch of like bad people, and every now and then someone would come on with a promise. Now it seems to me to be more slanted towards people that are good.
Yeah.
The mole I
It's
see.
like a high level, or high percentage rather, of people that are
And I was really good.
a lot of them really good. And it's, again,
It's a
there's a
good
path.
ball.
And there was one that came out and I said, and
Always say like he likes it better because you can hear
the microphone was
everything.
up
It's just
high
like,
because the guy before him was like
but he
6'5"
never
or
fought.
something.
I'm saying as a fighter, it's like with this lawsuit coming up, I think it's right out of insurance.
Because they
Too
bring
many
him out
affiliates,
and
price
he
and coverage
goes
match
to
limited by state
grab
law.
the mic and he just he takes it and puts it behind him, takes
It's
the
like an
mic and
accent,
goes into
too.
his bit.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
That does seem like a good route. Do you know?
So
And
it
for
goes
the
on.
UFC with the lawsuit, if they go, now,
Yeah, dude.
I mean, I'm working on the residency in Austin.
he already had a
It's funny
blast.
to single out residency if you're all mentioned.
So
It's like that is a very funny one.
reference
But
it.
there's
You
so
know, these
many.
references don't know what to do with
Oh,
things.
damn, dude.
He goes, yeah, that'd be a prop.
Isn't
And I said,
Also,
no,
I
it's
mean,
already
he
a
does have
fucking
stuff
prop.
in his
It's not, he
mouth,
didn't bring it,
the
he didn't
nicotine.
make it. It's
Take
there,
it out.
it's a
That's
prop
what-
that's
that's what's
usable.
possible.
Every comic
But
uses it for the,
You gotta
you know,
sacrifice the
every
good
comic
podcast.
guitar,
Right.
It sure does
or
rubber
for
brain.
change on the beach, every
Right,
comic down there.
A couple of white belts
Everybody.
looking at a black belt talking to
So I said, no,
What
you don't have to
am
make
I
a
doing
prop
here?
joke. I said, just
Me
reference
and Brian
it.
Kelly, if you haven't heard,
Reference
we're
to
doing
like,
a live residency.
like,
It's
this is already
one
not
item
going
out.
well.
Like, yeah,
Get
one night.
something. And because the crowd was
Yeah,
waiting
one
for
item
something, and he
solid
didn't do it. And
residency.
then after the show, he
Is
said,
it residency
I'm
like when
gonna
you
use
live
that.
there?
It's good. I said, well, you have to follow
I
a
think
tall
it's
guy
usually like
to work.
people talk about it.
Yeah, don't
He says,
set,
About it in Vegas a lot.
yeah, you set the microphone
Well, you
Right,
can't see it
right,
anywhere
right.
else.
That's
So
like- that's
you
like-
live at that place.
Yeah.
It only worked because it was improv.
You
It
do
didn't
like
happen.
a show,
Right.
like
Yeah.
a few
And
weeks
I told
out of
him,
the
I
year
said, you don't do
somewhere,
it
or
unless it
like
happens. You don't want to have it set that
I'm
way,
right,
right?
you're wrong.
It's done.
Well, I think for some people, they don't know how to start.
I'm not successful enough to
they're
do
doing
it.
something like that. It's still
Well, the starting is hard.
He's a
It's not just that. It's like
Yeah,
this
dude.
overwhelming
Residency,
anxiety.
ever heard of it?
Running in
Or
it,
I have a
and you
residency.
can't believe you're on a
Fourth
stage
one.
in front of this audience.
Same.
A lot of it's the
You
first
can always
show.
see me at the
Some of
fourth
them first show, Madison
This
Square
one's posted by Super Smash Bros. This is 14 hours.
Garden. Imagine first
Yeah,
show.
Absolute they
no,
moved by the
Madison
genuine
Square
endeavor
Garden
not
and
paid
Nirvana.
for top
Yeah, I
comedy
didn't know
by
they,
the
so they
real
do that. They
human
do that
being.
thing with
artificial intelligence. Read what the hell it says, dude.
100% random.
I lost my dad
People
last
try
night.
to
Thank
get
you guys
people
for
on.
what
Tony
you do
won't
because
do
it's
it.
helping me
No,
to
that's not how it works.
artificial
What we
intelligence.
do is everybody just signs up.
Dude,
And
look
I
at him
reach
again.
into
Look
that
at his
bucket
head.
and I
He's
pull out
helping him.
names.
35.
And
Fire
you can't rig it.
Just
You
think
can't
about
rig
it.
it.
So
always
that
gotta
but I didn't know they did it in Madison Square Garden.
They do it that way everywhere.
This one's
And
sponsored by
Madison Square, well, one thing
Hades.
they do in Madison
It's
Square
called For
Garden
Anyone Who
is they
Gives a
have
Fuck.
like a Legends
He
bucket.
mentions the
They have
Shane
a bunch of
SNL gig at the
backstage,
very
like Jim
end of the pod.
Norton, I know,
And deep, what
Big
else
J.
you got?
Okerson.
Shit,
A lot of people did it.
Also brings
When I
up
was
the
there,
new
David
crop
Tell.
of
And then they pull it
NY
out.
bird
David Tell did
or
like a minute of stand-up. And it goes crazy. Or do 5 minutes or whatever.
This is
But
so
he
dope.
Shane
makes it
Gillis
so that
is going to
even
be
if someone
hosting SNL. If you guys
is
remember, he
terrible
had
for
the
the first
shortest
time, it's a
SNL
win in it.
contract. Hired one
And then
day,
you
fired
have
the next.
Shane
He's a
Gillis
little
and
Bringing it
whoever
back.
else next to him making
Here's
fun
what's
of it
crazy.
for the
Full
next
circle.
15,
Shane
20
Gillis is
minutes.
so
Could
much
be
bigger
fucking
than
hilarious.
Right.
And
They need
it's
him.
also you get to see like,
Before
this
they
is a
fired him, now
crazy
he's
thing to
bigger
do.
than
Like,
they are. And
this
I wish
idea
shows
is
get
going to
more
stand
views.
up in
His
front of
skits
people and talk. Hopefully it'll be entertaining.
Yeah, Shane's crushing it. Yes.
Well,
It's like a good crop up
sometimes
to
it just
do.
goes
It's like
horribly
Tim
wrong.
Dillon's. Chrissy
Everybody's
D.
like,
Christy Schultz's guy. That started in New York, right?
yeah.
Was that Tim started? Tim, yes.
Yeah,
Tim
that was
Schultz,
pretty
Stefano,
cordial, but I can
Norman
see it going.
Killian,
Bro, those New
fucking
Yorkers don't
Sam
fuck around,
Rose,
man. You start
Taylor
bombing a
Lane,
little bit, they
fucking
smell blood.
Tails on
I did
Alex
say
great. And he sells out
My very
theaters.
first time ever in New York City, I catch a rising star.
The table is growing
Yeah,
and
old
LA is
school
scared.
club.
Yeah, the table's
I
getting
go there and
funnier
I
and funnier.
It's
The
like
red side's
pouring
getting
down rain.
funnier.
It's snowy, sleety,
I think
snow
that,
rain. I remember I took my truck
Gillis
and
is
a
like
taxi and
the way that he
I've
did
never
it,
been
getting fired,
New York City
becoming
club.
bigger. He wouldn't have been able to
I
do
go
that
with
if like some
8
people that came before him, like
And-
Shop, he told Showtime, like, listen,
and
below the belt is
So the guy's like, what are you
he
bringing
got
me up?
himself. I think that's kind of what
I
Gillis
just wheel my
saw
shit
that,
up. I go,
trying to replicate. I'll take it
I
one step
don't-
further.
not even bombing.
Gillis
It's
owes
worse than bombing.
Shaw
It's just like
his whole
never have nothing from a laugh. Nothing.
Really?
I mean, that's just
And I'm
that.
doing
That's just
like
straight,
my age
straight
shit.
up wireless.
I promise, swear to God.
All right,
Some
so
guys
this,
like, you
yeah,
know,
I should just be like,
I just created the level.
I'm pretty sure British Shop discovered Shane Gillis.
Kills everywhere. You know,
I think so. Yeah.
Nothing. Fucking
Yeah,
nothing.
Jelly Roll.
And I just
Yeah.
go, all right. I think my open line was I had more props
Yeah.
than people, which I did. So that got a little loud. But not even
This one's
right.
posted by
Yeah,
Successful
I've got more
Capital
props than fucking
217.
people there.
It's
Nothing.
called Fucks Up the Name
I
of the
get
company
done.
he's promoting
I
not
didn't know what
once,
to do.
but
I'm
twice.
shaking
Then at
so
the
bad.
end, when Chin makes him do another ad,
there was
he
no
gets all
comic.
annoyed
So I
because
was
he
like,
has to do
all right,
that
enjoy
hard
next
thing
comic.
called
I
reading
put the
slash
guy that I
talking.
own my mic on
Back to
thing.
back, cool Chin.
I'm like, just
If you
tearful
are
walking. I just
already an
I wasn't gonna
Old
leave this shit. I'm gonna
Rewards
get out of
member
business.
and not
I'm
receiving
gonna
your
go to comic.
rewards, just add an email address or a
Guy
mobile
walks
phone
by,
number.
he goes,
Get $10 reward for updating your
no.
existing account. Not an Old Rewards member yet?
He
Sign
goes
up is super
and he
easy
said
and quick.
murders,
Online
you know,
at
just
O'ReillyAuto.com or
absolutely
in store at
8 people.
O'Reilly Auto
It was
Parts.
like a stadium of people laughing.
O'Reilly?
And I'm like watching this, and I'm like, holy fuck. It was Dennis Leary.
Back to back, cool, check.
9/11. 8 people.
Why did they keep this in?
I couldn't
Check
believe
this
it.
out.
I walked
This is
off,
another one.
and he
This
walked
is
off,
live.
and he said,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
hey man,
All
I
right.
said,
Well, that makes sense.
that was
I
unbelievable.
think, I don't know,
No,
prep
that
him for it or
shit, yeah.
something. Yeah.
You
Get him
shit's fucking
coached.
amazing.
Like,
The
hey, we're
thing
going to
with
do O'Reilly Auto
he was
Parts,
serious. He said
then
that
we're going to do Progressive.
whatever, the
You say
cowboy with the
O'Reilly
kickstand,
or
fuck, that's great. Whatever it was I was doing.
and then practice
And
it
I'm
or
like,
something
you
before.
like fucking
Finish that. Yeah,
Did I
finish
do
how
shit?
you done. Yeah.
No.
No, dude. You
But
for
I've
sure
never
can
gotten
shop that. But
tell them
shop
that again.
is just
That
like
Dennis
not.
Leary watches this show. That was the most coolest thing a comic ever did.
You
Just
think
gave
shop
me a big hug.
they're
They
paying
were
for
fucking
this?
great.
Yeah.
That crowd sucked. I
I
said the crowd
don't
didn't suck.
understand.
He just
But I
murdered
do
them.
understand they want to be
They didn't like
associated with
me.
the best.
Well,
He
that's a
said,
small
he
sample.
said, you were
Best
great.
podcast
You were
comedian.
8 people.
UFC
Bombing in
fighter.
front of 8 people.
Yeah,
time.
but it was
Bombing in front of 8 people.
I'm wondering, like, the people
It
at
happens.
Progressive.
That was
they
one of
look
the
at
great
this
things about the
studio,
store is that you get those 8 people
They see
crowds
13
sometimes.
cans of
The early
Ray
days of the store,
on the thing.
you
They're
would
like,
go
I
up,
want
if you got like a 11:30 spot on Tuesday night, you might go up in front of 8 people.
well, that's right next to the
You
Happy
probably
Hippo
won't
Crate.
get on at
That's a good
11:30.
thing.
There's a bunch of people
They have
stopping.
one to try it.
They do sets. So by the time you get up, you find like
Quick Nicotine, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Progressive.
But
both
those
car
shows
things.
show you what
They want to be associated with all
They
that.
show you
Energy drinks,
there's something
drinking,
about small crowd shows you
and
what
nicotine. These are recipes for
Yeah,
disaster.
like sometimes you have to like figure it out. You have to, and the brutal thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with the openness.
It's just an
of
interesting
taking
choice.
it, right? But here's the
I've
thing.
never driven on
It's like
300 milligrams of natural caffeine.
one of the things about
but
jujitsu.
I'm down to try it.
We learn jujitsu.
This one, I don't know if
It's
you
really
ever missed
important
this, dude,
not
but this
to
made
be
me laugh
afraid
pretty
to
hard
tap.
today. It's called
Because
Talking About
if
a
you can
Perfect
just
Storm, Bubba.
open your game up
It
and
was
not
like
be
a
afraid to tap
perfect
and tap,
whirlwind.
you can
That was
learn
my
more
guide guitars.
because
Let's see here.
you you don't
that
do it tense,
information come at
and
me.
you do it more
At the same time that
playfully,
the
and it
trash
doesn't
dude did
mean
all
as
stuff
much to you when you get tapped. It sounds
it was like this
totally
perfect
counterintuitive.
Right.
But if you
I
could
would have
just
before,
relax and not
context,
use your
I would-
ego, not try
makes
to
more
win every
sense.
session, just try to figure out why you're getting caught and figure out how to avoid it. And
we've all been there, dude.
but don't
We've all
be
had
worried about
stuff
tapping.
come
Just
out,
tap.
whirlwinds
Tap
come
whenever
at
you
us,
get caught, and then
You got
just
your
let your ego deal with
your
it, and
lab,
then
your
learn
laptop,
and move
you know,
on.
and you
But
think
you
you're
have
safe,
to
but you're not, because all of a
experience
sudden
that. You have to
a
get tapped.
tornado,
You have to get dominated. Like you have to figure out like what's good and what's bad.
earthquake, cyclone.
And I think that's the same thing, kind of. There's an element of that in comedy too. You gotta like
What's another
possibly fail with this idea.
flaw,
You know, like I'm gonna throw this out. I have this half cooked. This is a weird idea that I have. Like,
Yeah, we've all
am
been
I
there, dude.
crazy?
At one
Like,
moment, you're just
do you
trying to
think-
get your dick
Is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as
Next
human
moment, they
beings?
start a
And there's
podcast
something
talking about
there,
it, and you gotta be like,
and I'm
whoa, this is a
trying to find
whirlwind
it.
of stuff I don't need.
But I gotta
Well,
risk
bullshit. You used to
not
be able to
finding
walk chicks to your trip.
That's the only way you find
whenever
it.
you
Because
want.
there's writing
They
on
wouldn't talk
stage
about it.
that
They
you
wouldn't- they just
only
discuss
get.
the podcast.
There's
Yeah,
certain
fucking walk
lines
me in
that
the wall,
only come to you
walk me
when
in
you're
the drug,
willing
me.
to step out on stage. But you
This
gotta-
one's posted by Haphazard. It's called Watch Out for That
You might
Slippery
eat shit.
Slope.
You might have to transfer out of that. It's like you have to. It's a balancing act. This shit might not work at all, or maybe you might have to figure out how to segue to something guaranteed to get back.
Stupid is like the self-driving cars. It's like people are like, oh, it's so convenient. And it's like, yeah, well, wait till you get in that motherfucker one and it takes you to the courthouse or something. You can
marinated for a while.
they decided to
Correct.
Yeah.
That was a good bit. Damn.
Takes you to the courthouse.
For me, it's well, one night worked right, then the next night. Like just a joke last night. They killed them that before. Nothing cricket.
Car that drives itself just takes you to right.
Did you
You
say
get
the same
arrested, or
I
they get
record
arrested,
yourself.
just take over your
Yeah,
car.
I
and
never
drive you to court.
Yeah,
That would be
but
something someone
thing
I
that
said it a
entire
little
face
different.
tattoo would be
I
worth
fucked
that.
up before when I didn't realize I fucked
Jelly
up.
Roll's
And I said
cousin.
something wrong. I didn't realize I said it
Jelly
wrong
Roll's
until I
cousin.
listened to the
This is
recording.
ham sandwich or whatever his name is.
Because I'll fuck
He's got an
words
arm
up
around somewhere.
sometimes. And just like
This is my
I
cousin named
talk
Max
too
Dan.
much.
3 of the
You know,
smartest
I
guys
really
ever.
do. I talk way too much. So my brain is just like on autopilot talking sometimes. And
Well, I know it's different if I
you can't drive to get out of the hospital.
if I say it the same
Can't take your
one
fucking
night,
money out of your account, but
next night doesn't.
or your money expires.
Yeah,
Or
but
there's also another way to control you. Like electric cars is not the vibe for a million fucking reasons.
There's a lot of times when you'll say something just slightly different, and that slightly different makes all
Oh,
the
shit.
fucking
But then I had one
The
when
shop
I
was
was
like,
a
oh, we're doing
there's a
seats
big
on this, dude.
billboard in
You know what I mean?
Vegas.
These guys
It's
really
for the
hate
Sahara.
electric cars. Shop was always talking about how,
It's
like,
got a beautiful
you
woman
pull
on
up in a Tesla with her,
Big,
like, not
beautiful
this
hot
guy.
chick, and it says,
They want a
"Meet
TRX.
me at the pool."
Raptor.
So I put it up on the big screen. I said, "This is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Look at meet me at the pool. It's hot girl."
Another way,
And I said, "Then you get there.
you don't want to drive
change
anymore.
the
You don't
pool,
have any
look at the
control.
pool
You
party,
want to
it's
set
like
the speed limit.
75,000.
You want to get in and
You know,
not
it's just
drive.
great.
You should be a big
So I did last night.
You can't
Got
drive.
a lot, but
Drive a
not
Tesla.
like should
Try
have
and
got more.
be a harder cop.
Then you
He's
get
like,
there,
he
and
goes,
you're like,
you're not allowed in my truck, though,
Ava,
because you're a cop.
no, she was here earlier.
I'll start.
Buried
My
under
truck
all that
won't
house or
start.
something.
You're a cop.
Last night, it
And
just
you're probably
I mean, only for a minute they still laughing and ignoring it.
it's that culture that subscribes to electric. I don't electrics, whatever, but the culture surrounding it. But it's the same culture that wants to get bags. The alpha males are the enemy. It's like, you know what it is. Like, these cars are pretty awesome. They're not though. What do you mean?
Your show in Luxor was pretty fun. I saw it. God, it's been
He's painting a
check it
narrative
out
here.
now, but I've had a bunch of my friends come to Vegas this year.
I don't know if
I
that's
hear
true.
it's fun.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
it
On
is.
Tuesdays, I do it in
This is like
Spanish.
electric
Oh,
cars.
do you really? Do you speak Spanish?
Kind of like,
How dare you?
is
No,
Elon
it's really good.
anti-all, like,
On
alpha
Tuesday night, it's
male?
Spanish night. I come right here. It's the order.
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, speaks fluent Spanish and does stand-up in Spanish. Yeah, so he'll
I'm
do
gonna do
it.
it. I'm gonna see him.
How many dates did he do where he did you to your mom's house?
Yeah,
his podcast.
I didn't know that. It's
Or two bears, one
literally.
cave.
Do they? If,
I'm
I
doing.
wonder if you're if you
What is
have
that,
electric car,
bird? Oh,
you
oh,
no
yeah,
longer
that's
allowed
mom's
to
house.
drink Magic Mike. Oh, no.
Yeah, they're both
You
really
know,
fun.
you gotta read the
Bird
contract.
is, I know, it's a very
You
good
sign- if
example.
you are
This-
buying an electric
Bird's a
car,
great
just make
example
sure
of what
you
we're
can
talking
do all
about.
the
One
same
time we
things.
were at the Improv,
Yeah.
and Bird did this
You
joke,
might
this
be in
new
your
joke.
driving your
The
electric
first set,
car
it
to work,
fucking
you know,
killed.
and you got
And
your
the second set, it
alpha
didn't
rated
do
car,
nearly as
then all of a
well,
sudden
and he was confused. And I had seen both sets. And I said, oh no, it's because in the first set, he said, like,
Well, you guys like your car. Yeah.
Was at the
Streaking
the
off. Yeah,
supermarket.
he's trying to be fucking smarter than everyone else.
30 years.
The other short down special or something.
We had the shadow.
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
it.
shadow ban. You don't get
It's
any
like-
prison time.
he was at the supermarket. And he was standing there talking
I'm
to his
sorry,
wife.
you're
He's
talking
like,
about this. Nobody
God,
talks
it's
about
so
how you
cold
look at your car.
in here. And she looks at him
Instagram shadow.
and she goes, "You are
Yeah,
so
It's
fat."
gonna happen. It's
And
big
he's like,
tech.
"What?" She goes,
Well, it's
"Your
opposite.
dick is
Actually,
hanging
tech,
out."
it, like,
Like,
helps
he
you out.
didn't realize that his fly was
You
open.
don't have an electric car?
He goes raw dog everywhere. He goes raw dog. He got no underwear on, and his zipper's uncut. It's like,
That way people
but the
don't have
joke
full trucks.
was the way it was like she had said it that way.
Right.
Like, you are so fat. I can't see your dick. The first show he nailed it. He nailed the
Shit,
cake.
I don't know.
The second show it's something
My
was
car's
off.
not
He forgot to say one
Sorry,
part of it.
I
And I remember the
car's
first show.
my car.
It's weird.
Jumps
You know,
off
you gotta
the
listen. You gotta listen. Because
There's gas powered cars that do. If you already listen it's fast, then you would drive a fast car.
Shut up.
But people don't realize that we're on our cell phone, so we're living in a simulation. So you're listening to
figure
cell
out how
phone.
to do it the best way you can.
We need more of this shop, dude. Yeah, dude.
No, I think that's a great. I just.
I really
But there's a lot
want
of
to.
people
I want
that
to
don't do it that way.
They want to see my.
This shop, you're right.
Yeah.
And when you start
Everybody's got
putting
their own
these big
process.
concepts in his
So,
mind,
I know some guys
that's
who
where
are
you
really
get
funny
the
that
hate
don't record
photographers
any of
and
the
bloggers
shows
and
and they
all
don't
that.
write at all. They just go up a lot and they have ideas and work them
things,
out.
and then you get that one quotable thing.
Oh,
that
they're
just
really,
blows your
really
fucking
funny.
mind.
Yeah.
It's,
I'm kind of in that. With my
Yes,
more my
exactly.
stand-up
Yeah,
profession.
this is good. Let's see.
But
This
the
growth.
stand-up, I
living in
kind
that
of
world.
I have
You
like
get in
a
your
little
car.
bullet point. I don't write it out.
When you do prop stuff, like how do you
It
even come up with
drives you
ideas?
in.
Like,
It's just
what do
making
you
Americans
do? You like
softer
sit
and
down
softer
and
because
go
it's
to a whiteboard and go, what
Like, it's
can
just,
we do?
there is something
I've
about
never,
free will. Yeah. Well, no,
I've never
the price
sat
you
down
pay is for
and
and it's like,
So how do
they look exactly the
they
same.
come
It's
just
white
like
or
a
black.
lot
The
of
interior
like,
space
a lot of
is
them
fine.
happen by
There's a
just
screen on there. I
in a
charge it.
conversation
It's
or a
I let
story or
guys.
something.
I let
Something
guys have
else
sex with my wife. It's cuckling. Is that cuckling? And then who owns all the? Don't get me started. Who owns all the charging stations? China. So we're more reliant on China. Here's what I fucking idiot.
And I just think about it.
Figure it out. Here's what I take it easy.
I was at a.
So yeah, I mean he's right.
I mean, I made
Sometimes
this like
they
yesterday.
are
I've even done it. I've never
and then
tried
electric cars make cups.
I've never done it ever, but I think it's funny.
You can't put it in
Guys get drunk
and if you need it more plainer
and they
than
punch
that,
walls all
then
the time, right?
you just start watching
I had a friend
Yeah.
backstage.
If you don't understand that, dude, just fucking look
He's
at
like,
it
oh,
on YouTube right now.
I said, what'd you do?
You're about to write like a call down with your
Punch
shoe
the wall. I said, you punched the wall? I'm like, what the fuck?
Watch Ellen.
Yeah.
And I just thought,
Yeah, have fun watching Oprah.
I thought there should be a stud finder.
That's
Like,
what Chop would do.
He had me
You
get a
know what? You
stud.
can
So I
just
said there should be a
watch
beer with a stud
Yeah,
finder.
go have fun with Full House, dude.
So you can find out right where you're
It's no
drunk.
idea what's on TV.
And you, yeah. So I made
Yeah,
it
have fun
so
seeing
it
a
looks
Richard J.
incredible,
show
but
live.
it's so silly.
All right,
that
so
it-
this one's posted by
it will
Watch
get
Roll in Order.
Yeah, it goes
Colonel
beep,
Vintage.
beep, beep. You fucking bitch. Wait, fucking.
This one's posted by Panic University.
But
It's
so
called
sometimes it's
Imagine
that way.
being 40
Sometimes I
and
just,
taking part in a middle school Twitter trend. This did make me laugh, so I didn't want to include it. It's Jesse on Fire. You know who he is, right? He's the guy that, like, dig right shop hard.
Yeah, best friends of yours. Always right, never
The
wrong.
telephone.
Almost as hard as me. It says, can we all collectively report the fighter in the kids' suburb
And I'm
so those
watching
virgins
it,
can
and I'm
go away for good? That group
this
has
is
probably
an
never
old
touched a woman in their
version of
lives.
the cups. We need a new version,
I like the low.
right? Because that's just two cups. So I said, we
So
have to have another
you're
cup
telling me
that comes
Hap
up with
doesn't
a lady.
fuck, dude?
Oh, have fun.
And it was like,
Hap is
that
probably
was my
fucking right
free bird.
now.
I mean, I
One
did
time
that.
I did ask him how many
my
chicks he
closing
fucked.
bit.
He's like, dude,
I told someone in the front
how
row,
much time you got?
what's your name? And they go, hey. And I said,
Same with
you seem so
where's
close,
that
you know, the strings, and she's holding it.
And you
And
just
what's your
leave
name?
from the
And
front,
she said her name, and I said,
you can't
hold on, I
even
have
get in touch
another
with
call.
him.
Hello?
No.
Yeah, I gotta call you back.
His house is like a hero.
Tracy.
Yeah, he's like
And it was
he's a
just
murderer.
bird.
I
No
call
one
him, I'm like,
expected
hey,
me to
can I
call
talk to you?
ladies
He's in
in
the
the
front.
front.
They're like, well, you can't talk to his dick. We probably
So you
talk
have a
to
second
the topper part.
And then I
His
had
dick
three
is
cups for conference call. that came out of
His
that.
dick is
So it
always
was
busy.
boom,
It's always
boom.
beautiful.
Yeah. I'm
Conference
like, no,
call.
well, I just wanted to make
And
sure
I'd
Jesse
throw
on
it,
Fire
I'd say call
was
forwarding,
wrong.
I'd throw it.
Oh, he's not a virgin.
And then I had a
You can
clear
say-
cup that was for caller ID.
It's just
I
like
said,
the
I know
most
you're there, pick up, I
hacked
can see it.
insult
So it was like,
Yeah.
it was like a
You're,
bam, 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 bam.
he gets a
you know,
shot.
really
You know, Shop says real quick, how many chicken fuck? This is that, but less intelligent.
It'll be fun when you try to say those
well, it's not over yet, B. Let's see the next slide here.
that's a carrot classic.
Twitter trend.
You know, I do
What was it again? Imagine Big 40 and
classics.
Take part in a middle school Twitter trend out. So here we go. This is the Twitter trend here. Jesse on Fire kissed girls.
I do like the ice tray. I love it.
Dated 7 girlfriends,
The biggest
including
laugh comes when I go,
drink
I forgot
often
to know
in
what a fucking ice
college.
tray is.
Had
And that
sex
gets the biggest laugh.
estimated
It's
between
no one
3 and 8,000.
But the thing's still funny. They're like, oh, I get this
That's not a
clever.
good
You know,
estimation.
people still have ice trays.
No.
How would you? That's
Well, if you
way
live in a-
different numbers.
You live in like a
How
trailer.
could you
No,
know?
regular house.
Like
ice
a
tray.
baby
Yeah,
ice
where you
Well, they
Well,
might
yeah,
have
let's
they
say
make
guys
new
are
ones now with the big
exaggerate
cube
how much
ones.
they have sex.
Yeah, if you don't
Right,
want an
like
ice
3,
machine
and the girls
in your
under,
freezer,
so how much they
then-
have sex? Like 3, whatever.
just
So maybe that joke's
So
still
he's
relevant.
saying
It's
it's
normal.
normal.
I think it's. I have fucking ice trays.
I have ice trays.
What you call the American
Sometimes
Pie?
But see, when you go put it back in, you got
Yeah.
Skip class, who
But
cares?
there's
Okay, so
certain
he
things that
definitely
people just like pagers, making pager
drugs,
jokes.
yes.
Like what?
sent nudes that never blows up in anyone's
Yeah, I mean,
face.
I remember when I technological jokes.
You say,
Like if you think about like jokes about technology when you date them, it's so weird. I used to have a joke about texting.
Got a
Like, why are you
tattoo,
making
do
me
my
read?
entire arms
Like, call
out
me. You want
as
a
2
phone?
or
It's the
like
best
4
way to
days.
This
communicate.
guy's not a number
Yeah, call
he's man and man.
Like, why are you
This is
making me
something you
fucking
literally
read?
do
This
now.
is so
That's
weird.
how
I'm
you
like,
don't
just floor presses to get a yes. That was back when people sent you a text message.
right,
Right.
yeah.
I don't know, flip phone. rather.
Yeah, we
So,
said to make a 7 upside
everything
down
else was
with
not a
picture.
joke.
Yeah,
Hello, it was the most annoying people that would want
that's
to text.
so great.
Tell
Why are you
us.
making? Why are we doing this?
It's so dumb. But I would just call it back. You couldn't text Joey because he'd yell at you. It would fucking. He'll text you now. But dude, for like
I would
7,
like to
8
fill
years,
this out.
Joey would fucking yell at you. Joey was the last one to get a cell phone.
Yeah, I was the last one to
Whoa,
get
that was a jump scare right there, dude.
Joey had a
Jesus
pager
Christ.
until like
This is
year
where I'm
2000.
That was the old one.
I don't know, it was fun.
He
Was that fun?
fucking kept that
We'll come
pager
different.
forever,
So
man.
this one's posted by
Then
Toronto
you
Rapture.
have to call
It's
his
called
fucking pager.
Callan goes on a 5-minute rant about how
He was a
bad
wild
Ozempic
boy.
is while
He was fun.
Papa squirms in
He
his
was just
cheer.
such a fun dude. But if
let's
you
keep in
call,
mind,
if
those
you
cheers
did not
are-
call him, you would get angry. He goes, I'm insecure. I want to hear your fucking voice.
Like, what the fuck with Ozempic is it causes stuff around us.
Messages.
Here's the other fucked up thing about
Fucking
Ozempic.
text you like a little girl.
95% of the serotonin that you make.
Because Red Band loves texting. So Red Band was like one of the first guys to text. He texted you back in the days.
Yeah.
You know, you press it 4 times to get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest.
Yeah.
Sidekicks. Remember that?
Yeah.
And some of their
Your head is
sidekicks
made
got
with the head.
hacked. Right?
And
Didn't like
because it fucks with your
Periscope
gut,
again.
it causes different kinds
Twitter
of
pictures
issues in
pop
your
up
gut because it has to. It has
her
to stop
sidekick got
reverse.
hacked. Something
It's
along those
causing
lines.
major suicidal ideation. Yeah.
Or
And
something
as these
happened,
drugs
people
go
like
up,
stole their sidekicks.
Just kidding. But just kidding. So the word's gonna be
About
apparently sad and skinny. So really sad and skinny. Sad and skinny than fat. Yes. Yeah. That's what you poison.
Job is an
Yeah.
advocate for
There's also
people that
there
are
was
taking
like
a drug that they
strategic
need. That's good.
releases.
Job is the voice of reason.
Stuff back then, like when
You
they
can
would
either listen to Brendan
accidentally have a
Schaub,
photographer
where they most
looking at
unintentional
their
filming people
vagina
all the
to get out of the car.
Or Cal,
Like,
the
you
psychopathic
notice that photographer on his knees with a camera pointing up. That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing up. Yeah, like come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably right.
Yeah, dude.
Probably.
The obvious choice here, I think.
This is a real
And
fucked up
meanwhile,
deal.
you don't have any underwear on. That seems
you guys
crazy.
like one of the
Like,
cups.
why do they have pictures of
Russian
pussy
roulette.
on purpose?
Yeah.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah, it's a game.
You did, but it's
Shot
really
by that game.
it's
Like
smart.
Russian roulette.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to market yourself and get more popular, so
That's
more
how
people know your name, it works.
George played Russian roulette.
We're talking about them right now.
Yeah.
But that was like a brief moment. People don't
All right,
remember
let's go to the next
Pussygate.
one here, dude. Okay,
There
this
was
one's
a
long,
time
so I might cut
where
it out of the
these
episode.
high-level
If I did, it just wasn't worth
celebrity
it.
type people were
It's called,
accidentally showing their pussy.
Yeah.
Two train killers crash the
Here's my
CJ
pussy.
Stroud interview.
Out there in the breeze,
Hashtag hype beast.
just nothing but a curse.
You can tell me
Over
hashtag
raw
hype beast.
pussy. Out there in the wild.
Come on, B.
At clubs, at fucking award shows.
See, I never say that word on stage. Because he killed.
Thank you.
No, I just never have. And I think it was last time. No,
That's
not for
fine.
last.
Yeah,
I
dude,
don't know
the
what.
Pat
The
McAfee
crowd was
show.
just, I don't know.
Me
It
and
was
two
crazy.
bears, one cup.
I don't know. Someone yelled something out, and I said, "What is this I got?" I'm like, I'm gonna just do. I did a horrible prop. It was a Bud Light bottle. Yeah, I'll tell you over hilarious looking. I made a Bud Light guy would break it again. And the guy's like, someone yelled out, I don't get it. I said, it's
Pat's
Plus,
got a good
like, how do you not get the joke? There's 2 legs spread. The beer goes like this. And
I wonder if he Shaw's watching this.
And it was just like, the crowd was like,
I kind of want Joey Diaz to be one of
pussy.
them.
Like, what?
Yeah, just throw them all.
They just didn't. Like, I said, no, it's okay. I said, put your arms on. Don't say it again. No.
Don't say it again.
No, I said, no. They're thinking, don't say it again. I said,
Two funny whites. Two funny whites. Just one. That's how you're still doing it.
But I never say something. But people that don't want to swear, that always makes me. That's like the great That's one of the greatest bits. He said, people now, you get paid, tell Bill to have so many smiles, shut the fuck up. Because you can hear it in Pryor's voice.
No, yeah,
you know.
Oh, yeah? Damn. What's your 4-day time?
That's
40 is like so
brilliant, right? Prior.
Oh, my God.
Vertical, dude.
Oh, my God. My parents took
And
me to see him
what about
live on the
lifting?
Sunset Strip
Like,
when it was in the movie theater. I was like
crash out
15,
this
16 years
strip
old.
now.
It was incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I'll never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Ever. I thought about all the movies that I'd seen. It was really funny movies. I was like, there's nothing that's funny. And this guy just talking. I was looking around.
We take migrants' blood and bone marrow at the border.
Just rolling their body up and down while they're laughing over their body. Like, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is.
That's groundbreaking.
Drone for this? I might have
Yeah,
to
like
leave.
15,
Just like
like,
water.
And you're right. You're right. I've seen people like you said,
dying,
laughing,
falling down, dying, dying, like they couldn't handle it. Like,
I was with Steve Harvey one time, in Alabama, and I did
This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the cable. The table beat.
30 props and a third of them were really good. You know, I kind of just go back.
Sitting around the table talking shit.
I get there and I do.
You know what I mean?
I do the first
There's
thing.
there's so many guys here. I didn't see that.
Work the black crowd.
This is kind of like a Schultz setup a little bit.
No, like
just a bunch of guys. Like,
no.
Then if we run out of stuff,
black people. He said, no,
we get
all
7
black.
other dudes to chime in.
Will it be all black? Oh yeah, all black crowd. I didn't know that. They would go one way or the other. He just said,
yeah, so 9 dudes on a
they
set.
stand up and they start going. They're not leaving. They're standing up. When they laugh. I was like, hey, I'll go out there. I did what it was. They all got up. And they were like, it looked like they were leaving, but that's how they were like, they were just working there. And I couldn't believe like that. I came up and was like, I see for all these so much fun into the show.
I'm going to throw all your high-level athletes.
That's crazy. Thursday, 11 a.m. Thursday, 11 a.m. Hey, Bert, here's to you, bud. Brother.
That guy. He was
free promos, too. Coming away.
And that was his problem.
You'll get free promos.
Tearing off the club, it was so loud. It was
That
so
is wild.
piercing loud.
This show's
And
off
it's
the
another thing I
rails.
thought, I'm not in comedy. Whatever I'm in, I'm
I
not
do
in
feel like
that.
terrible for seeing this guy, dude. It's just like,
Bernie back. That was like Bernie back.
I don't want to be here when this happens, dude.
Oh, look at that.
It's funny that you're doing like
He was
this
so
NFL
powerful
show.
on stage.
You're an athlete, and then
sometimes you see someone
2
perform.
comedians come up
Yeah,
and like
everything is
they're
eyes
both
alone.
fucked
Just
up.
it's just punchlines.
All drunk and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, man!
just was-
And you're like, wow, this is what being in the NFL. I thought we were going to talk about the odds of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Oh my
Not
God.
sober.
It was so funny.
Hey, you're
I mean,
a bitch. You
that
ain't
whole
fucking
era tour.
Come on, Orso, we buy our vodka.
Like Kids Comedy.
What's that thing? The guy,
There hasn't been really a lot of
Pittsburgh's
those
on there.
movie
We're going to stay
tours
linebacker
like
or
that.
whatever. He He's like
There hasn't been.
retired.
Because they were worse when they made films. Right. Kings of Comedy. How many films did they make?
I
They made
feel
at least
bad, dude.
one, right?
Dude, CJ Stroud's more than welcome to
Kings
come
of
on TV.
Comedy,
Comedy
special.
like, the
Kings of
fuck are
Comedy.
those drunk white guys doing? I said,
So then Blue Collar did a couple, right?
Tiger Tick, ever heard of it?
I didn't have so special. Yeah, they were like crazy.
Hey, here's to you
But
boys.
they did special.
Cheers. Two beers.
And they all went on to tour too.
It's a good one.
But
Take it down,
you're right. Yeah.
Come on, too. What is it? You ready to go?
But it's also
Yeah,
like
yeah. Hell yeah. I wasn't before, but now you are. There you go. I can find this in Texas. California, in Florida. Yes. Yeah, bro. More boys. More awesome. I got a good 3.5. Oh, wow.
February. Probably working. He's the SoFi because I'm like, oh, what's going on? SoFi?
He's the kind of people that watch football. I quit.
Yeah. I said, you.
He thinks
Where are you going?
He still doesn't know who they are.
No,
He's like, these two crazy
it just blew me away. I'm like, you're playing SoFi. Yeah, he's been doing it. Yeah. He started showing up.
CJ, what is an accurate over there? What is a proper?
Like he's going to see Stones. He's like, no, I'm going to see
24 and a half. What's a proper expectation? 40? Okay, so what
Wait, but AJ's calling. He's going to give you range. You know,
what is going on? What, TJ? You got a strong hamster about to do push-ups.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great one combination.
Stroud's killing it.
That's a great one too. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Fluffy does LA by himself, right? Doesn't he do the Dodger Stadium by himself? Yeah, so insane. Yeah, Fluffy is a giant power. I remember when we were at the Ice House, he had the record for the most amount of shows sold out in a row. So
Including me. And I walked in with 40. Yeah.
So
Alright, you count it, AJ, come on. Yeah, lock out.
Yeah. How they playing with that? There's Shane Gillis is killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that. It's pretty Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit.
He's been at sea too long.
Ooh. It's fun time.
Where's the area?
15. Doing giant places.
Where you at, Bert? What number you at?
Giant places. It's really wild. It's wild.
Don't make them count. One way up. Somebody else count. Now we missed it already. I know. So if we start out with
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's like 187 pounds now. Dude, he's at the top of the
sure.
club.
I'm a 50. 50. He's been going since early. This is your fault. I still here now.
He was at the club over there. Like, he's great. It's been 187 since he was like in high school.
That's like the crazy wide receiver, Antonio Brown.
He's not like Ozempic.
He's like a wide receiver. This is the inside of his head.
He makes me laugh. He said, how am I being great? My fam says,
I hope this doesn't drink
are you okay?
This is going to get him CT.
I'm okay. Yeah, you're okay.
More CT than
yeah, I'm fine. Why? You look sick.
Yeah, this is a micro concussion happening.
No, I just lost weight. He's like, Ozempic? He said, no, Ozempic. I'm on the other one.
We appreciate you boys. Keep going.
You're on steroids.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom.
Can anyone do that to anybody? No one. No one's happy with it. You look good. What are you on? No, I'm not nothing. The only time you're going to find people that are happy when you're doing good is if they're doing good. So if they're doing good, they get to say, they don't feel threatened. Yeah. They look good. So some people do. They feel threatened by other people doing well. So they don't. They want to. Oh, is that good? Yeah, you want that good? I mean, I would die. That guy has good power. They feel better. They feel better about themselves. Yeah. Because they like that. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's a giant chunk of the population. That's why you're not supposed to read social media. I hear my friends say, like, I look at her and I said, maybe
just two drunk whites in a while. And thanks for waiting on the other tap. You want to give him 2.5, 3.5 push-ups?
here's 600 pounds. That's probably a good idea. And what my friend was telling me, who actually runs the pharmacy, the issue with those first of all, that people are getting these enormous doses, and variable by body weight. They should probably get a much lower dose. And he's saying they're showing now that it's mixed it with certain peptides.
So he
I think
doesn't
it was IGF-1, is that what he said?
It's all about the
I think he said IGF-1. That if you mix it with certain peptides, it eliminates the muscle loss and bone loss.
Yeah,
And so what you do is, if you get on one of these things, if you're overweight, you're really struggling, and you just need something to just get you back on track. The idea is that you can get on this and then use it as like a kickstart to a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now you drop 30 pounds, you feel much better, right? Okay, you've been eating really good, right? Now let's get off this fucking nonsense that you're on that's making you lose your appetite, and let's now just maintain your body weight.
Yeah, let's see what else we got here. That was a long fucking clip.
And it'll go like, if you just do it the right way, you'll continue to progress. You know, you don't have to stay on that. Long term is kind of sketchy. I don't know what are you doing. It's like, what is the actual GLP-1 chemical?
I don't know, and it's always nice to see that they're on medication. What does it actually do? What is this peptide actually do? Thank God for Curtis. Yeah, that's what I should have invested in. The Rachel Playhouse. Rachel, she's going to tour that. New Jersey. Mystic Theater. You know the theaters. Yeah, I am appetite. Golden State Theater. Comedy Book Show. Just added some stuff. So, yeah, I'm happy the tourist is good. I just hope people come out and see it.
So regulates appetite by acting on the brain's hypothalamus to promote feelings of fullness and satiety, and by slowing down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, gastric emptying. It also influences the brain's reward system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy intake and a longer lasting fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else. Like, you can probably use it responsibly, and it can probably help you if you really use it. But I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline. Right? Just show a discipline. But that doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can figure out how to do it right with like peptides, then okay, maybe it's a healthy way for you to get into a good lifestyle. But the real thing is healthy. That's the real thing.
That is predominantly based on people's diabetes, I think, because they found out that
exactly. Exactly. It's like it's
Alright, this one's called Will the Soft Younger Generation Ever Understand How to Do It with Fellow Man's
That's one that I don't have a problem with people making money off of. I don't have a problem with them making money off of any of them. But this one, so maybe like overall benefits if done correctly. They're 500 pounds and they don't know how to stop. And they go to the shows and they think about that stomach staple, that it's an addiction, just like gambling, just like anything else. You need some help sometimes. And maybe that's what they need with boost. Just something to fucking get you out of this terrible state and move you into a place of health. And then you'll feel better. This is a problem. You'll think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better life. You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being healthy. There's zero downsides.
Very funny.
You know, the only downside is it sucks. It's a lot of hard work. Once you get there,
this is would be a hilarious thing to be in Vegas with someone like
getting your
this.
body into
He's spending money, he's
healthy.
getting baddies, and at night we fuck each other.
Take a fucking yoga class. You can do
Hey,
CrossFit.
listen, when in
You
Vegas,
can do stuff. It's physical. It works well.
obviously
Or
everyone
just
knows you want to get
implants like
shot.
I did.
There's no place I would rather be than Vegas with shot. I think it would
one
be
guy got like the most implants.
This is
Oh, I know,
hilarious. He's
but
on
it's
hands,
funny,
he's
yeah,
funny,
yeah,
he's saying
yeah,
Frank
yeah,
Sinatra,
yeah,
saying Frank
yeah.
Sinatra. Look at that face, dude.
No,
We did a
that's
Sinatra song
really
once,
creepy,
Girl
isn't
from Ipanema. Ever heard of it?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is peak shot.
Yeah, like,
Best brains, dude. That's a good song. Alright, so this is another picture post.
I don't know.
For real 80s, it's objectively funny knowing that this guy
That's the thing.
thinks Brendan is
People that
bad.
start doing that kind of
He
stuff,
can
they don't know
never
when to
play his
stop.
club. I fucked up the title of that, but
And it becomes
yeah,
addictive.
so that's the picture.
Just like
It looks like that guy from that cult, you know, that's like they drank the Kool-Aid,
that guy.
they all killed themselves.
Jim Jones.
No, the other one, the bald guy, where they were gonna go to the
$21,000 to do a back implant. It does look like he's got crazy lats, but like that must be a
They were all wearing jumpsuits.
right?
Yeah,
If you saw that,
I'm sure
that guy's jacked.
He looks like
Look
Knoxville
how jacked he is.
That too.
Yeah.
All the way down to his wrists.
Coming out of
Like,
the
hey,
closet.
Yeah.
why are those wrists on that body? That's
All right, we got
crazy.
another picture
It's something
post.
wrong.
This one's called
Like,
How Did
something
Comedy
is
Go?
wrong.
Posted
You know what I
by
mean? It's like,
Caterpillar
are
Bob
you great for like
7539.
whatever it is?
Let's
The
see what's
boobs are
here.
hot. But
From
there's
punches
some
to
part
punchlines,
of your
Brendan
brain
Schaub is
that's
having
like,
the
what
last
is going
laugh.
on? Does he have fake abs too?
Oh, really, dude?
Those are great fake abs. But those are fake abs.
It was 2019, so this is not recent.
They're
In just 3 years, Brendan Schaub estimates he
But one
has
of the
done
ones
something
that
like
just
6,000
showed earlier
hours.
was like, okay, so
Still
those
low
are real
shy
abs.
of the 10,000 hours required to master.
You can get those abs,
So-
but those are real.
Keep talking
Like,
about
you could have done the whole thing.
Yeah, so I
You
mean,
could have done the whole thing.
this
fella.
article
Like,
is
it's
predicting
just-
huge
it's-
success
it's-
for
it's-
Schaub, and now Schaub has
everything
quit
does.
doing stand-up outside of the state of
Oh no, he
California.
totally admits to it,
He's
right?
only focusing on like
No, he's, I think
Los
that's
Angeles,
his
not
whole
even
thing.
just
Yeah,
that,
he's letting
only
everybody
Los
know. It's not like he's like, no, God just
you know,
keep blessing
we
you.
all make predictions, not all of them come out to be true.
Oh, that's normal.
Honestly, I don't think this is accurate. I don't want to, dude, I'm not a
Well,
fact checker.
that's
I'm not even a numbers
totally
guy.
saying.
Yeah. I swear to God, I might
Hey,
sound like
just
one right
how-
now,
what
but
is it like? What kind of
Yeah, not
damage
a
are you doing
Let's
to your
look at that
body
math
just
real quick.
going
What does it say
under
here?
190
So it says he has done something like 6,000 hours of
190
comedy.
times
Okay,
went under?
6,000 hours. Right, 6,000. Right. Boom.
As soon as he got out of the house.
Yeah,
Fuck
for
you,
what?
mom and dad.
Yeah, I'm kind
In
of
3 years, divided by 3.
I'm
getting lats.
I'm getting lats. I'm getting
2,000
fucking
hours of comedy in a year.
He doesn't, but
How
he
many
looks
weeks in a year?
like
Okay,
a
come on.
small frame
weeks
guy.
in a year.
Exactly. Get down to his wrist. You're like, that
Right.
guy's the third wrist. This is insane.
Yeah.
8 inches.
So let's just divide that by 365.
Yeah.
And if you want to be like a leap year kind of guy, 365.25.
Well, that's true, and it
I know
may be
you're
true.
just
It might
tuning
not
me
be
out right now. It's all you.
back then.
Divide by
I heard
365.
numbers, I was like, I'm done.
I think they.
That's
I know
5
they
hours
do
a
ads.
day.
I know they do that
He's doing
sculpt
5 hours of
thing,
comedy
where they
a
sculpt
day.
the fat away and make it look like they're more
I-
attractive.
yeah.
They don't look like
So
that.
he's headlining
I
5
have a
times
guy-
a day.
Those are pretty good.
That's just
Oh, that's that
5
crazy guy.
hours
That
a
guy's
day.
have a lot of those things too. So that's fake ass.
That's like almost
Yeah,
like a
those
full
look real.
shift of work every
But
day.
that like I'm
That's
saying,
nuts.
like if
Listen,
somebody
I
just
know you're
taught
not
that dude into
Yeah,
lifting
So,
weights,
bear with me.
hooked on the
Let's
look,
What about, do you factor in the fact
I
that
think those
Australia
are
is
real
7 days a
abs.
week? How many hours do
which are pretty good.
You're
Like
right.
he could have got a
Korea is
tight
2 days
swimmer's
a day.
body.
Yeah. Okay,
Instead
so
of,
I
what
think
he
there's
did.
12 weeks in a year.
They also
Sure.
have sculpting
Okay,
things
so
that
365.25.
Right.
That's
Yeah, they
wrong number. So
expose,
let's do
they cut all the fat away, so it
365.25.
exposes
Yeah,
more
no,
of
times
that
3
abdominal
numbers, guys.
area.
12 weeks is 4 months.
That's
I think I
1,095.75
had that
days.
tomorrow before
Right.
Segura.
Now,
You're gonna have to get drained.
1,095.75, right?
Yeah.
Stay
So
with
that's
me.
not-
Divided by the horsepower,
Plus,
7,000.
Just had a
That must
wound.
start 1,000.
Cut your fat away.
750 horsepower. So
You want to look
Once
better.
you-
Yeah,
in
no.
bikinis.
I like. No.
All I have to do is just work out.
Once you give it,
Christ, people.
Do a crunch.
give it
Your
ticket.
body is who you
Oh!
are, right? If you have like a little bit of a gut,
Yeah.
it's
So,
phenomenal.
hey, the keep it taking suspension.
That's
Take
just
it
it.
out.
This is
the
the
world.
world.
Overdraft
This is
your
who you are. Let it go.
Overkill,
Look at it.
overkill. That's the next special.
You don't like it, this way.
Blowers on the blowers on top of it.
Let's just
Don't
do
know
6,000 divided by 60. Stick with me. I know it's a
Maybe
lot of
somebody
numbers right now.
Like you said,
Wait,
some
6,000?
really good piece probably
Right.
would help.
Dude, we're just about
times
4 or 5 years away from them being able
sometimes
to genetically engineer you. Anyway.
360,000.
They're going to be able to like
It's
eliminate all obesity.
So if I had-
Obesity is going to be out the window.
What was that number?
At least
10,
with people who have the money
95,
for the
not
procedure.
75.
They'll probably
You're
just
doing
fucking
328 minutes of comedy a
lay
day,
paste around your body.
God damn.
including
Fat will
holidays.
burn away. You'll fucking
It really is that bad.
Coming out look like Chris Evans.
Now I know what
Captain
fucking we were
America.
talking about, dude. And he still needs
That's
4,000
gonna
hours.
happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah,
But
well,
he's like a
They're
monk.
already doing weird stuff that's beneficial to
He
people.
really can't,
They're
like,
Yeah.
we should
figure out how
take
to
back anyone who
spice
says that he's
genes
not
and
serious.
turn
about
off
comedy.
like
Or
gene
was it?
expressions that cause certain
Imagine going from
diseases.
doing
They're
300
getting
minutes of
involved.
stand-up a day
day and not
wild
only
research
doing
when it
it
comes to like manipulating your genome.
whenever you get a show in
And
LA.
once it
That's
really
nuts.
gets good,
It's a big change.
once they
for
really
take a
start,
step back.
imagine curing
doing that much stand up for 28 minutes a day.
figuring stuff out, and they can ratchet up, and they can start, they'll
they'll start going.
Maybe too much is too
Like
bad.
that.
Too much led to the Gringo
Who
Poppy.
wants a giant
Which is
dick?
amazing.
Who wants the biggest ass?
Right.
Yeah,
That's
it's
kinda
just
sad
gonna
nowadays.
100% people are gonna all
Look at
look
all
like
the numbers
cartoons.
talking
We're all
about
gonna be
it.
cartoons.
I don't want that.
Yes, we're all
I'd rather have a
that.
fucking Mexican cookie.
We're all gonna look like
All right,
Thor.
this is supposed to be my
The woman looks
haphazard
like
dude.
Prime Jennifer
He wants to
Lopez.
travel less and he's doing a monthly
Fun
live podcast.
times, fun times. Everybody gets to play.
Everybody.
Yeah. With how much it must suck to just
Jen, are you excited for the live firing the kid?
really unattractive.
For Austin,
You know, like there's people that got a
I'm
terrible
going to
roll of the
residency
dice
in
in
Austin.
life.
We've
You know,
like,
they
if
got
you ever
I'm
heard
right
of
here.
live residency, it's
You're
one
normal.
night a month. Okay, one night a month. Let's not get crazy.
But
One night.
this
I don't want to travel as
normal
much, so
looking
this is
people
what we
like
agreed
you
to.
and I,
It's one night a month.
like elephantitis, man. That
10
guy,
o'clock.
remember that
It's at
guy?
the Vulcan, the step
Imagine
mothership,
stuff like that.
Vulcan
We
Gas
could just
Company.
completely
That's
change
off
it.
6th Street there in Austin. There's a ton of homeless. Okay. But
Why would you do
work
that?
your way around them. You'll see
Why
the
wouldn't
venue.
everybody get a chance to
And
be
we're doing a live Find the Kid podcast. Not stand up with me and Brian. It's going to be a fucking big event.
It's awesome.
Everybody gets to play. I like
Live
that.
Find the
It's gonna
Kid.
be fun.
Fan
Everybody's
interaction,
hot.
fan
It's gonna be
questions.
great.
We'll have you
And
submit your
what if they
questions
figure it out
on the
what's
Find
wrong
the
with
Kid
the
account. We'll
Like,
pick our
oh, we
top
thought
10.
that you just had
We're
to
doing
let
live
people
questions
experience
from the
life
audience.
and
It's going to be a
figure out
grand
their
old time.
issues
One
and
show to start
make
off, one
mistakes
show
and
only,
maybe go to
one
jail,
night.
then get
It's
out. No,
February
no, no, no,
15th
no.
in
We can just
Austin,
rewire
Texas.
brain.
Brian Callen and me
Rewire
live
everybody's brain
podcast
so
Find the
everybody's
Kid.
like really calm and
It should be a good
kind
time.
and compassionate. And you have to sign up for it. It's a compassionate program, and everybody has to get the updated software.
That's
And
great.
we'll all be super sweet to each other. We're gonna have to do it.
Always to be in computers.
It's
It's like,
Yeah, everyone's gonna be
so I
hot.
keep saying, I'm not ready for
Everyone's gonna be hot,
the
and everyone's
mothership.
gonna
And
be
he's
nice.
like, but the
It's gonna be
Vulcan, I mean,
a
Everyone's
human
gonna have all their
origin.
hair. They're gonna
doesn't
muscle.
matter.
And then all inventions will cease.
I don't know, dude.
Instantaneously. We'll never
Everyone
invent a
says
single
the,
thing after that.
home of
There
comedy
will
is
be
in,
no more music.
Austin now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna be hot. There'll be no motivation whatsoever for you to ever
Well, I wanted to
like
pull this up, dude,
Prince.
because me and you, I
You
talked
know?
about this.
Like
earlier.
Prince became
Yeah,
Prince
before we
because he
started
was
recording.
5'3",
This is a big
and that was the way to
problem,
get women to love him.
Yeah.
He's so
Let's just show
fucking
the people here.
talented. Like
This one's
that
supposed to
people
be
just
get
are
free
blown away. And
tickles
you're acting
or
like a
get
woman.
free
They don't even
tickles.
understand it, but they're so
Only
hot for you.
276
Like, he
seats left
hacks
to see
the system.
TFK live at the Step Mothership.
You're not gonna get that if
I
everyone's
met
hot.
That's
Prince
not funny.
one time. I met
Here,
him.
fucking,
He was
I
the person.
apologize for laughing. I
I
could only
was
laugh
on
too
the
shot.
show and I was
The Flair's Black Belt podcast.
My makeup done, whatever.
Why are there so many
So I already
colors?
came in makeup, so
I don't know. I think it might be
I was always ready.
range
So
of tickets, like money
I
wise.
just walk out the makeup thing.
Keep talking. They're
Prince is
range
on the show.
colors.
His
I'm
door's right
gonna
there.
look this up.
And mine
So
is
you
down
have to
here.
talk for a little. Sure. Go
So I
for it.
walk
So
over
I
to
think that
Jay's.
those colors are like the different kinds
said,
of
"Can I
flavors of rain, and
introduce
they
you
did
to
some sort of deal worked out
We got
a cross promotion between
I said,
Rain,
well, no,
the Step
protocol,
Mothership, and
rather
Shop,
than
where he's like,
walking
if
in,
we don't
Prince to say,
encourage people to
hey,
buy
hey,
tickets, if they
he
buy
said, I haven't even said hi to him yet. He has to
buy a
come in.
blue, if they buy a
So,
ticket in the blue
He said, well,
seat,
go after
they
this.
get a blue
His
flavored rain.
makeup.
But if they
I'm
buy
gonna stand there.
a red seat, they get
Prince
a
comes out of his dress.
cherry limeade flavor,
says,
and then
"Where's
if they
my
buy a
fucking
green,
tea?"
they get apple flavor. So
And I'm
that's
like,
what's going on. Okay, so
what's that?
here we are. I'm on the Step
He's my
Mothership
fucking
page.
tea.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Ticket on.
oh,
It seems to be almost like they're calling
I'll go get
attention
it.
to the
And
fact
he
that there's no
closed,
tickets sold.
closed the door, and
Yeah,
Dave's
so
right there in the
but
thing.
this is how the Ice House does it too, though.
I said, where's Prince's
And
fucking
you know
tea?
it's right.
And she's like, what? I said, he just yelled at me to get his fucking tea.
So
He's like,
this is
"He doesn't know
updated,
me. He doesn't know my show. He
and
probably doesn't know you're on the show."
there's
So I
4,
went and
5,
got
6,
tea,
7, 8,
and I
9, 10,
walked up and
11,
knocked on the
12,
door, and
13, 14,
his assistant opened the door. I said, this is Prince's tea.
Oh, I see.
He
The
said,
blue
he
seats
doesn't
are
have
like the
tea.
expensive ones.
I was like,
and the
okay.
light blue things are farther
no.
away.
And
I
Prince
see.
is looking
They
at
sold
like,
roughly
a
50
filler
tickets so far.
to the thing. What the fuck was
Not
that
much
about? He
withdrawal.
was my fucking
But
tea.
you know what?
Tea.
Like, I see what you're saying. I think
So
listen,
listen,
cats.
That
Listen,
seems
it's
insane.
$30.
That's insane.
This is one of the. This is
I-
the best show in
it-
podcasting.
but it was just awkward.
$10 a week off of buying Diet Starts Monday merch and buy buy a fucking ticket.
The next time I'm in Vegas, I'm going to my own room.
You didn't talk to him at all after
This is
that?
your only
No,
chance.
he
It's not
no,
traveling.
he did his thing, and he
Here's your job.
brings
Have
all on
presence.
at the end. So this is everything. Prince
It's not gonna keep doing it if only 50
and Prince
people show up.
declined it.
Yeah, we have a big
drop,
problem with
but
this
the
because that
closest
shit
you can
should
see
be
it,
sold out.
he's like, we have to thank Prince. Can't
He doesn't need help from us.
Do you think he was
But everyone
embarrassed
should
that
be
he
showing
was
up.
to get his
People at
teeth?
their jobs usually
No, I
get
think
at
he's
least
out of
2
his
weeks
mom.
of
No,
vacation.
maybe he thought, oh, should I? No, but he would have said
You're in
thank you
Austin, B. You don't
for my
think
tea.
you're gonna
They're
get
like,
murderers to come on
he
stage
doesn't
in Austin?
want tea. I'm like,
If you don't go to this,
he
I mean,
just
if you
asked
go
me
to this, probably get some
that
Tiger
follows
Thing
along
for free.
with my theory
He's always giving
about
that
that
show, so
kind
it's
of
like an added
talent.
bonus too. You get to see
I always think you have
hilarious
to be at
podcasting
least
where they talk
somewhat
about being a cook,
or have a
and the
relationship.
trucks that they
You have
drive,
to have a
and all that
relationship
stuff,
with
and
his
then also on top of
which
it,
is probably why I
Tiger
joined
Thing.
Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
It decided to stop swearing.
Honestly, I
It's
would
like
drive out
God's
there, brother, but
destruction,
I'm going to be
right?
in.
He's probably out of
And I'm
relationship
at the
with
stepmother ship
insanity.
that day too.
Yeah, so
You're
he
not
definitely
there.
had
I
that.
call you video
had a
record, dude.
couple. We
The
all know
stepfathership.
I'm at the stepfather ship.
That's
Yeah,
different.
that's just.
But
Yeah, I'm the best brains beat.
the best
All
one
right, let's go. We still got so many
the
clips to go
MGM
through.
brand of the
This one's posted by Pharrell 80s. That
that's the
time
show,
being
and
that
then
got
for
all
the girls
soy
at the
with
end
the
of the,
backflip.
you know, the check you in
We're
at the
talking
top.
to Shane
Morning
instead of listening to Brian
How's your
and
show?
him.
It's
Listen,
awful. And I start walking down the
I don't play that
hall,
shit
and
till you
there's
get
this
to that bit.
big,
Yeah,
big
you're
black
smart.
guy just
You're
standing
smart.
right in the
That's
center
what
of
I'm
the
it's
hall.
jarring how much
So
fatter
I'm
he
walking
is.
towards him, I'm like,
All right.
you know, I'm getting close to him, so I
Chief
said, hey,
Wahoo had
how's it going?
The Chief Wahoo had asked
I
him.
saw him go like, you know, I can't go by him. So I said,
Yeah, you're smart.
I'm sorry,
And you're smart. Because that's what I'm
I
starting
need
to
to go to my piece. You can't go back here. I said,
It's
oh no, I have to go to my room. He says,
made
you're not going by me.
It's made to get
What does
it
it mean
here.
about it? But he says, you're not going to go by me. And I made a joke like,
It's like,
I can probably get by you.
It's
It'd be
just
funny.
like even the
I said, I could probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh.
it's like
I said, all right, I'm back to the girl in the front.
Yeah, so he was
It's
perturbed.
Yeah, so he does that when he's perturbed.
Yeah, he was perturbed by them not listening to
Okay,
him talk.
that guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that's at the stepbrother ship
Let me go by you.
every other week, and you're just not listening to one of the
I'll
voices
go
of our
with you and
generation.
watch the thing.
A couple of
I
comments
said,
on the
I brought back up.
step-cousin ship.
I get this old lady.
Right?
Stepsister
I
ship.
brought back up. We're getting through. And he's
Stuck
like,
ship.
sir, he needs to go to his
My
room.
stepbrother
I said,
sister
I'm
got
sorry,
stuck in the washer.
he can't
Stepdoctor
come by me.
ship.
And I just kind of, I figured there's got to be something behind
I was
it.
thinking that too.
And I
The
kind of
stepmother ship thing,
one
I
of
was,
these
my
like,
brain went right
well, I
to
just
like
gotta
the
get-
hacky porn.
and it's
Like,
Prince.
oh, call me
He's
a hack.
standing,
No,
he's
no,
on
not you. Just like when
this
people do
guy's
that nightstand. I know that's
3
not.
times his size. And
Sorry,
Prince is
I quit the
standing
show.
behind him.
All right, so this one's
So I
supposed to
just,
this one's supposed to be Leggin Fiend.
and he goes,
It's called Chin's.
Hey,
So you know what time it
can
is,
I go
dude.
to my room?
Chin's fucking
He goes,
cooking corner, dude.
Right, good, good.
yeah.
That's 3 C's, bro.
I said,
Chin's
can you
Cooking
tell
Corner
him?
show.
And he goes,
So,
to who? I said, the guy.
Chin's delusional cooking
Like he's not
tutorials
with
are
him?
the best
He said,
pieces
he said, yeah.
of
Let
content
Carrot
to
Top go
ever
to his
grace
room.
this
He
sub.
goes,
He's
he goes, and I walk by him, he's just standing
All right,
behind this guy in the hallway. I know what he was
You ready
doing.
for this?
He's
Because
just
it's long
standing.
one, dude.
He's
All right.
standing.
But you know, I'm here for it. I want to watch all
I
of
don't
it.
know, but it was just
This one's
and he
posted
just said,
by
hey, and I said,
Highlight
"Thank you,
Goobers.
sir."
It's
I'm
called
always a weird guy. That's why
Vietnamese
he's so
breakfast
good.
sandwich
Yeah.
warning long.
I just never took that back. I was like, I think everybody gets back good without being really out of the box. You know? No.
You got to be out there, man.
He's standing there behind this guy.
Whenever I have a sandwich or
It wasn't like, it wasn't on his phone.
you think
Funny
you
thing
have
was
like a
his phone.
tripod?
It was
At least.
That's a funny thing to
Like,
do.
why are we seeing
Stand out there with a giant
You
dude
just,
in
you
front
just
of you.
stand.
yeah, I mean, I'm not. You're more of a
Said
film
he was
guy
waiting
than
on the
me.
girl
You
to
know,
come out
if
of
I
the
were to
room,
do it
that's all I
by
could think
myself,
Maybe.
it'd probably
But
be
He was just standing
this or worse.
If you did it yourself, if
All the
we're
backstage
lucky, it would be audio only.
They're doing it so simple because he has the rights to use his
right, the
name.
record right.
That's so insane.
Insane.
You go back to Billy Joel's song, I Am the Entertainer. Like,
That's
this is
not
that
a
too.
way
It's
to
the same thing. Music business. Fucking with one of the all-time greats.
I was just reading about Billy Joel's first record deal. He almost fucked everything up. Everything away for 15 years.
Yeah.
He was cutting it like this.
So
His hand on the end of
that
it.
song you're talking
Just
about.
common sense alone.
We got to figure this out.
Wow.
Captain Jack. Yeah. Oh, wow. Captain Jack. Great fucking song. Have you ever seen him do it live?
No.
Oh,
But yeah.
God damn. Maybe you find an old version.
That's
Yeah, let's go and play it and like cut it out. Yeah, let's play it and cut it out.
That,
Find an old
that was
version of him doing it live from like the 1970s. That is possible.
yeah, there's a whole thing in the documentary right now about Billy Joel.
Look at this. How quick is this? 1976, Captain Jack,
everybody
from
knows.
excuse
the
me,
dirty
Connecticut.
part of bread. That's
Live,
the stuff that tastes bad.
We'll come back,
Nobody
ladies and
likes dough,
gentlemen.
dude.
I
we're back.
disagree with you a little bit, but
Go
I
back
would
You don't like
take
dough?
music earlier.
No, let's hear me out, dude.
I'm sorry.
How
I would take all that out and still eat
That's what I'm saying though.
That's what I'm saying.
For you, I'm sure
everyone has the same decision.
That's so funny. You cut out all the thing and then you're just eating dough while you're
everything from that area, 60s, 70s, 80s, is
That'd be a
still
fun show.
relevant and amazing.
German's cooking.
But there's, it's hard to find. I don't know if they just don't play it too.
Oh,
It's, you gotta find the artists, man. You gotta find the artists.
Go back and I
There's a lot of
I
artists.
still
out
listen
there.
to,
Yeah, but there's great guys right now, man. You know, there's Jelly Roll right now. He's amazing. Oliver Anthony, he's amazing. Teddy Swims. That dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God. Slave
I
the
think that's the
Door.
shit they put. He
by
said
Teddy
Vietnamese. It's kind of like the stuff maybe they put on like
What's that?
or some shit. I don't know.
Just like, we'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. Sorry. But I just want you to
Here's
hear
a, you fuck with your crowd. You say, okay, now here, this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out.
Yeah, but
And you
people
come back
just
and
go,
you come back and you go, right?
It's like
It's just so yeah, I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
watching
right,
somebody
yeah.
put mayo on something
Yeah.
is not.
See, they're out.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's a
You just
lot
gotta
of
find
things out
it. I guess when I'm old like me, I just get stubborn. I go, oh, what do you want to do? I go, Elton John, Jelly Joel, like,
You don't want to see the hot dogs made, right? And that's like every kid watching the hot dogs
Zach
made.
Bryan is on?
I don't want to see your motor on.
Zach Bryan.
That's what
I
the
love
name
Zach
that
Brown.
Jen showed you
Zach
watching
Bryan.
the hot dogs
He's the
made.
guy that was at the arena with Shane
You don't want to
Gillis.
see it.
You don't know him?
No,
Oh my
baby,
God.
do I not
He's
know him?
phenomenal. He's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
And another one of those guys that's like super talented, incredible voice. He was in the military, man. He was making songs like TikTok in the military. One of those things was Fine or something like that. That's how he popped. Just like right out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
He was right out of the army. Like,
It's
just
just
be a
like
fucking
been
star.
out the whole time.
He was in the
It looks
Navy.
bad.
What arena were they at?
That's not
Notre
true.
Dame football stadium. How many people was in that?
Chad, who really did.
A lot.
Is there a picture of them on stage?
A lot, yeah.
I want to see a picture of them on stage. That's so surreal.
Yeah.
Those numbers are so surreal. Look at the size of that. That's so crazy.
It's like the Luxor, nothing different.
Basically the same.
The same.
What's the biggest show you've ever done?
Stadium in Florida.
What is that?
But that was for, it was for their homecoming. It wasn't for the Carrot show. I was the headliner, but it was yeah, look at that.
Wow.
I can imagine. Yeah, but well, my thing with the stadium, we do a count, but this stadium's empty, and it's 100,000 people. This side was going to be the alumni. This side was the kids. All ages. Now they had a rule: you couldn't curse. You couldn't definitely couldn't any session. So thank God I brought all this stupid shit, which is meant for college, a bong, but right. And the open guy goes out and Joe was like, yeah, I mean, this chick out, right? My guy comes running in, like, dude, he's like, this opening line was, and he was draw. I said, no, yeah. I'm like, well, second guy goes out, same thing. Just they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right? And I'm getting ready to go up, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now because they went here. But the crowd wanted goofy. They had heard all this. It was actually working in my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff. The crowd was kind of like, let's get Carrot Top. And I came up and I was like, I did my exact thing I was supposed to do. Silly butcher, from both sides. They loved it. But the weird thing, and I wanted to ask him that. You know, play stadium.
Vietnamese sales that went down. Shadow Bomb me.
Hey, and it goes, hey.
Now, Mark.
Oh, Echo?
Yeah. So I didn't in sound check.
Wow,
Doing
what was that? I will stop you on one
I said, something like,
crispy
Florida, I'm from Florida. So I was like, oh,
crispy
Florida,
bread
my
bomb, but it shouldn't make that noise. It shouldn't sound like this.
And I went,
That's
oh,
exactly
shit,
what I
I
was
in my head,
thinking.
I didn't know what I was going to do.
It should sound like you're fucking knocking on wood.
And I said,
the sandwich is good. Because
I said, wow.
The sandwich is good. But
one thing cool about playing in the stadium,
it's got all your curve. You're trying to avoid a curve. That's when sandwiches are good.
The crowd went like crazy. I said, it just worked off that echo.
I will say to the chefs,
in a split second. I'm like, yeah.
That's what I did. Yeah. God, imagine God just ignoring the fact that you hear yourself 4 times.
No, I know you have to time out your brain. It was
warning,
the weirdest thing ever. You're holding up a thing, and you're like, it's a thing, and you have to hold it longer till they see it. It's weird.
I remember when I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts as like a concert venue, and I was there when Bill Cosby was there. And the problem with comedy in that place is that it was outdoors, so the inside of it was all covered. Like there was like an inside space. It was open air. Like there was a roof over it, and it was all covered, and then there was a lawn area in the middle. And they sold tickets for the lawn, but you could only hear the show inside the roof area. Because once he got out, all the echo fucked it up so bad when it made it out to the lawn, you couldn't understand what the fuck it was. You had to be in there where the speakers were. And so everybody was huge. They were all complaining. But don't check to see if you could hear someone talk better. Crazy.
These kids today, I don't know what he was saying.
I saw Dangerfield there. He was backstage. So backstage, when Dangerfield would do shows, he would get high as fuck. He would take off all his clothes and he'd put a robe on. So he'd go on stage with a bathrobe on, just raw dick in a bathrobe, and with slippers on. And he fucking murdered. I was like 19 years old when I was working there. And you went up there, and I was not even thinking about doing stand-up comedy yet. So I was just loving it because as a pure fan, I was like, I can't believe Rodney Dangerfield. And that's hanging out with a bathrobe on, and then they get room for it. Oh, yeah. In Vegas, you go on the casino. I saw him. I didn't see him dick, but I saw him in a bathrobe, and I saw him go on stage in the bathrobe. And that was his move.
No, I saw it. He walked.
Didn't say the restaurant.
On purpose with it undone.
That's
I said, hey, Rodney. He said, yeah, it's my mom. He goes, hey, mom. And he just stand there.
I was going to say from earlier, we always ask, why don't they edit that?
Crazy, right? And he meant to. He's like, looked at me like, how's mom doing? I'm like, great.
Is he filming in your
dressing room? His wife donated his coat from the Tonight Show.
It's almost the same
handwritten notes are all framed with a photo of that.
So your girlfriend.
It's pretty cool. One of the things I loved about him, man, is that he introduced the world to a lot of other great comics. He introduced the world to Kinnison, Hicks, right? Robert Schimmel, Don Herrera, Jerry Seinfeld, like a lot of comics did. A lot of comics did those HBO Young Canadian specials.
You're doing as well, and Tony is doing that. You give all the comics
to watch them. It's so weird to watch
but the posters don't have them anymore, right? A lot of the shows,
the comics that have podcasts.
But you made a lot of people have podcasts.
That'd be funny if they were watching.
I think people are going to have podcasts with their iPhones on the platform.
I'm like, fucking on. How you got me on? You know, the other shows like Playtime shows don't have comics anymore.
It's the whole show. It's not shows to some of our it's publicity for a bunch of stuff, right? It's like someone's going on to promote an album, so nothing wrong with that, right? But the problem is it's not that the host is interested, right? I think the way that those shows are, you're handicapped, right? Where you have to get on the famous people, you have to get on the rock star, you can't just have weird people. You can't have some guy who works for the CIA come on and tell you about aliens. This is what I know so far.
That would be the whatever guest, like the third military.
You can't do that, though. You can't do it. First of all, you only have 10 minutes. Each guest is like in and out real quick. Barely enough time to scratch the surface of like one or two stories. You don't get I do it. I did it all many times. I did it when I took a date. It was all I did was promoting anything. In fact, the only time I had to get asked to promote, they didn't want to put me on. I got trying to promote I really did. No, I did. I have this movie coming out. Yeah, they're like, I got a movie, Jay. I got a movie. Yeah, but
Yes, I ordered from Burmese
I'll tell you mine real quick. So I was on the flight, so Dick Cheney was on.
Somebody
And I have nothing against it. I mean, it's just Joe himself. Well, I had maybe 6 props. Dick Cheney on purpose, right? Because Dick Cheney, I had like 3 just because I'm the top of the show. I already have them on my show, but then they said you're going to be on.
so rough
Dick
watching
Cheney.
He's got a bang.
So I started writing more.
I'm gonna be boring
So I had
as
like
shit.
6. And I opened
We'll
it
cut all
right
the shit
up,
stuff.
but
Alright, so this was posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Brenda reads an ad for auto insurance and then immediately shits on auto insurance companies.
Can't go by again.
Too good to
So
check.
I finally
There's one of the many ways you can save with Progressive Insurance. Go today at Progressive.com to try the Name Your Price tool for yourself. Join the over 20 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, price and coverage match limited by state law.
I
Auto
think it's
insurance
funny
is important. Deal with it.
there, right?
They take their sweet
I
time.
said, is he
Just
going to
had
stay?
a insurance adjuster come look at my truck and goes, yep, it's told.
Go.
I know.
And James like, well, I don't know.
You drove all the way down there for that? We told you.
And I'm thinking, what? Well,
Told you that.
that's between you and
Yeah,
me.
said see for my own.
Like,
See with my own peepers. Like, cool, man. Why
what
not?
do
He
you
goes,
think?
I'll go back and I'll report it and I'll take it from there.
Running
Like,
over to him.
okay, dude.
He's
3
gone,
weeks waiting
and
for
I do
that?
it, and I keep looking
Hell
like
yeah,
that
dude.
guy's
I
gone.
can't drive in
It's
the
funny.
rain till you get this figured out.
I don't know. I mean,
He's gonna have
I
to
hear
keep
from
picking me
him.
up.
If he could stay, it'd be better.
Pick him up. Replace your tires without slicks. Never.
So they said,
I need
so they go back
slicks.
and talk
Jam to go fast when it's sunny out.
So
Lay the slick
we go back to the jet.
Okay.
Oh my god.
That's
so fucking crazy. Like, do you think that the companies, they don't work?
Wacky guy from Vegas.
They do, they do a great job reading it. Can you not say that insurance sucks after you plug it?
I said, funny you're here. And I
You just
pull
cut
out,
out the, you could have turned it all around and be
pull
like,
out,
what
and I have a
Progressive's
Dick
good
Cheney
at.
gun.
Yeah,
and
Progressive's
the
great.
rifle.
Mine is bad. I'm thinking about switching to
Thing
Progressive.
goes
He
this
doesn't
way.
even use
Shot the
it.
guy right. And I mean, it's already
How long did it
cool
took me like
fuck, right?
less
And
than a
like,
week to
I
get
can't
paid
your
out
gun.
for my
Oh, sorry, Joe.
franchise gun?
And
That's
it's
because
like,
you weren't at fault.
it didn't, the crowd didn't know it first. They're all looking at him.
People were surprised how like me too. And they did a good job. I've never read this rich mom.
So
You want to shout? Who's your insurance or do you
I go, right, I do another one. I had an operation game. You know, the operation had his face on it because they didn't know it was an
And I will say
operation
Progressive was the blockbuster.
I had a book with
Oh,
it.
really?
It was just like 5 or 6
Well, they were not
Cheney
paying
jokes.
us because I didn't get paid
Finally,
up
I
for Progressive. I
look
got paid
over.
up.
You know, you're good.
That's right.
You're not gonna have me. You're not gonna have the auditor. I'm gonna be killed here. And you know, Jason, I went. Now the crowd's really.
Everyone always complains about National Dental. They paid me like 6 days.
He says, "How many more?" I said, "I got one more, and then we'll move on." So I do one more Cheney joke.
I think they might not be the same.
He's kind of
Alright,
laughing.
so
He's
here
still
we
kind of
go.
like this
This
aggravating.
one's posted by Half
Then I
Master.
go
It's
and I
called,
do,
he calls his huge friend Joseph. So he's not like every other psycho fan. What does that mean?
It's a piggy bank.
Like it's probably a famous person. Oh, Joe Rogan.
Right? Right. Piggy bank.
So Joe Rogan just signed a $250 million expansion deal with Spotify.
It's really what Spotify's doing. So you know what they're doing? So before it was just exclusive on Spotify, but now they're paying Joseph a truck ton of money. But yeah, Joseph Rogan, they're paying a heckload of money. But now they're gonna get their money back off the ads. So now it's gonna be on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, regular YouTube. So it's brilliant because it builds the audience, and then they reap all the benefits from the ads. And Rogan gets his flat fee. It's brilliant. Rogan, I don't care who you are. Obviously, Joseph's a huge friend. When he goes to Spotify, I know a lot of people that stop listening just because they can't keep up with it. I hear that.
Is there?
Yeah. They're
And
inventing the numbers
apparently,
too. Yeah,
all
I
his Dick
understand.
Cheney jokes were
That's
fine.
like Callus. Ken,
But
you
I think
understand
they
about
piggy
that?
bank.
Per capita,
She lost her mind.
you refer to him as Joseph
Like,
3 times.
No,
What do you
I
think
don't
about that?
know.
What's your
She
opinion
did.
on
Cost him, I'm like,
that? You didn't have
Like really mad that I did.
What I was thinking was he would know what.
On the show, forget I just did 5 jokes about her father.
Because like
So
people just don't want to
everyone
download the app to
taking
listen
her
to
out
it.
of the studio.
It's like people like me.
Losing her, screaming and spitting. So they took her out of the
Too
studio.
technologically inefficient.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was
I
like,
didn't even listen to
can't
that part
believe
because
they
I knew he's a
said
marketing
that.
genius
It's
or
like
whatever
that.
he's saying. He's
In
going to
front
be
of my
right.
father, I thought you were making fun of me because doing a
the Joseph
you know, shot your dad
thing,
joke.
and
The
the
gay
reason
piggy
that's
bank?
ridiculous
What's
is the
that
way
about?
he says
Gay
it.
piggy
Joseph's
bank?
sick of
Channel?
a sycophant that's like someone who will follow whatever you do, not like
How many two?
just loves you.
One of the daughters. Let's just say one of the daughters. One of the daughters. I don't think it was
Sycophants.
It could have been impossible. It was a crazy person pretending to be one of the daughters.
If I'm
Dick
wrong,
Cheney, his daughter Liz, are both staunchly against Donald Trump.
I don't know,
Despite
you
being
just-
Republicans,
Joseph,
but
it just-
why are Liz
it just
and Mary
sounds so weird.
once
He's not doing it
over
to be like
same-sex
funny.
marriage?
Sometimes I'll do that with people I'm friends with.
How
Like,
they
I
came
never
over that? Let's
call
find out.
somebody Robert.
What's that?
If somebody, I'll call him Bobby or Bob,
When
just
was
like
this?
jokingly or whatever. But Schaub is like
I know you're trying
Joseph.
to have it now. I'm
Like,
curious.
Joseph. I don't- It's probably just something he made the decision that day.
What? A year ago, someone's upset about same-sex marriage. What do they say?
The exact marketing genius. Genius. All right, this one's posted by Haphazard. It's called This Is Hilarious.
Hold on. What was a year ago? So it was.
You stepped into wrong water just
Right.
now.
What is?
But did he ask like a friend, like, hey, look, I don't know how this works. I just wanted to ask, is it possible? Like, I mean, I can see, I've done that with my boys. Well, I have been an agency, and this is hilarious. And you guys all know this comment, this is one of the Joker was announced, the Joker was being made.
Yeah, it was like,
I don't know.
We don't know. I don't know which daughter.
I don't either. I'm assuming it's probably the one that
Second major.
Maybe it's just like two daughters just hating on each other.
Insane.
Well, I
So
don't
just
think
stop
she should get married.
I had
I brought it
another
up
one
as a
that was kind
joke,
of strange.
and he was like, shut down. I'm like, dude, it doesn't work like that. Like, it just doesn't.
Right,
Like,
gay marriage
these,
became legal.
there's so many moving parts. Like, just because we're buddies and I have a buddy who controls it, he's not going to put you in this thing. It's anti-major universe. Remember, we talked to that guy, we talked to a guy who worked with the Hells Angels.
States where there was
merchandise, yes.
this is on springs, whatever.
Yes, and
Yeah,
I
it was just dumb, right? So
That's
I
crazy.
rehearsed it.
Is he saying just a random friend
Yeah, the
asked him
crew
if he could be the lead of the Joker
crazy.
movie?
They were like, ah, this
Jesus,
guy
because
fucking
Schaub
killed
is
us.
friends with
Ari
Emanuel.
So, lady and daughter.
And he said Asians.
I said, I know.
Yes,
I just. I mean, I think it's silly enough. You know, they're just fun.
She was an Asian triple C.
I would always fight with her.
Yeah.
She said, no.
Asian 3C. Asian C with 3 C's.
All right, if I come up with a different idea.
Yeah, you know he was Asian because he had 3 C's in Asian.
She's like, yeah. So I thought.
It's like, if Miguel asked us if we could get him on
guys back there trying to print out Brian Seacrest faces.
This is hilarious.
Like 4 of them.
This is hilarious.
Right.
It's
And I put
also
them
wants to be on a
gay marriages.
It's just like, that's it. You think you can
Brian
be on a
Seacrest
podcast?
is a good friend of mine, and everyone was making fun of him. Right? He was big back then. Oh, he's gay, and they figured, nah.
Alright, so this is another haphazard, and
It's funny.
I'm laughing
So I
because
come
Miguel's
back and I go, how about
hilarious.
this?
And he's
He's like,
very funny. I can never make it on a podcast. Let's see here. This one's
I
posted
know
by
that he's not
Haphazard.
gonna-
I hope he has life
he'll
insurance.
probably text me and say, why would
And so
you
with
do
that, your boy is a
Jay,
truck
because
racer. I race trucks. I get ready for the 400.
Jay,
I
I said,
leave
he's a friend of mine
Friday
too.
to
It's
go
funny.
test
It's
drive the truck they built
not
for me.
anything. It's like, yeah, it could be.
So it should be interesting.
If you put it,
And I did tell him I find my correct. So
Is he?
I need
no,
less.
no.
Right?
Right? But he was very
But
protective
yeah,
of it. I
that's
said, no, it's
7 week of March, but I've been getting reared up for it. Test drive the car.
Well, yeah.
Rigid.
I can put like, you want me to put like,
truck. So it
like
should
I
be
said, like,
interesting.
Richard next to Dick's or something. He said, let's get rid of this.
The other guy goes right, left, right, left. That's tangent. Those are
Yeah,
fridge
well,
my
I
wife
guess
knows
Brian
like the
Creek
rally.
said, that's the
That's why
problem.
he looks so
You know,
crazy.
having editorial access to someone's act and doing a
So
night show
you're getting
set.
trained
It should be
first
like,
and then you're race.
it should be like, you want fucking the Black Rose to play, they sing their song, know what the song is, because you know what the lyrics are, that's fine. But with a comic,
How long do you think
you
it's
can't
been
tell
training?
them they can't do something.
Well, they
6,000 hours.
I had 40 other
There's
props.
so
I
many
didn't
markers
need
you can do. That's the new one, 6,000 hours in 3 years. You can also say,
It's silly.
every
Come on. I did break the
say
law
7
with
days.
one. I was doing a
Somebody
film.
get douches for using phrases a lot. Is it 7 days a week? Is that something we
And
came
I
up
would
with?
do the
Well,
stupid
it's always-
voice like I did.
Yeah, I know, it's like-
and it was just, you know,
It's like what we
seal,
like. We made the tater tots once a week, and then we did the 7 days.
true false
Is
buzzer.
that a thing?
It go bing,
You did. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And
Cut that.
it was
No,
just
no.
so stupid. You know,
No,
like,
so,
I did
yeah,
not
people
have
can
any
do
hit the
shit
button. I
like
did
that.
not have I
They're fun.
was not raised in,
Yeah.
and then, you
All
know,
we
I
do is
fucked her
discuss the
ding,
podcast.
I read the joke.
This one's supposed to
the
we don't have
closing the whole thing was right after I'm doing the podium. That would kill. I could just stop
Dolphins
in that.
fuck people. All right,
I
so
had
this
a
is
foot
posted by
pedal
the real
for,
Mr. Versace.
Monopolinski's
Baba
head would
catching
come up.
strays.
And
What
I had
are
a
we
beret,
doing here with the whole
straight.
thing?
Took it hard. Took engineering to do it.
And
so
despite
I
having
did
a
not-
girlfriend, I have a
the foot
weird
pedal.
fear of dying in a gay way.
The brakes would come up, and I go, not now.
Not so much like choking on a
That's how I
cock,
just
but
not
like
now.
choking to death on
In the
gluten-free
rehearsal,
popcorn.
it was just
While watching Chops, Gringo Poppy.
Oh my God. I said, yeah, great.
Not really what I want
My
to
lady.
leave behind to my kids as a legacy.
I said, oh, fuck.
I do have a bunch of kids, and despite my best efforts, they're all
I said, oh, and I give her a hug. I said, this is the first time
like the Gringo Poppy or like a Harlem Lambs. It's like, what the
And
fuck?
she says, yeah.
Brandon Chuck is coming. Harlem Lambs looks like he just realized where he is. Oh shit! I gotta get out of here. And Red Band's response was the laughing hard. While watching Chops, Gringo Poppy. It's not really what I want to.
You can't use your hand to force her head.
It's not really what I want to
That's
leave behind to my kids as a legacy.
If you come up,
That's pretty funny. You bring up Chop, it takes away your addiction to nicotine.
I will look at prop departments.
All right, well, let's. We got 3 more clips left, dude. This has been a long episode today. This one's posted by Pharrell 80. It's called "I Wonder Who They're Talking About."
Can release and go
Joe
down
Rogan
without
experience.
touching it.
There's a lot of guys we started out with that are
I don't
gone.
know. They looked at it.
Yeah.
I'm under 5 minutes.
Well, it's also that's the thing about comedy is where it's like
So I did the whole thing. I said, I did not aim, and it comes up. I said, not now. I used my elbow.
So then there's guys that just fucking bomb. True.
And of course,
That's
I
this is
killed,
part of
and
the.
it would have covered the death. But I said, not now.
Keeps them
I
around.
get done.
I bomb them. I do like
see
dudes
this
who bomb
feeling.
in
She comes
fucking
running over.
they don't get
If they ever come to
kinda
the
tight.
it's a good.
There's bros that bomb for
Tracy
10 straight
Biscuit. She
years.
said, that was
Yeah, that's not
phenomenal. I said,
There's a lot of fighters like that, too.
was Jay's like, I'm so and I couldn't stand to try to say.
I didn't even connect that. Yeah, that's a connection. Wow. I don't know whether they're talking about though. Wherever it is, doesn't matter. Nah, it's not shocking. All right, this one's posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called I've been training. Yeah, I just don't tell you guys. We already watched this.
I get fired of it.
All right, let's just skip this one for today. Unless there's a funny anecdote. Yeah, there's something at the end.
On the west coast, the East Coast, it went.
So you're getting trained first?
No, not that one. You can't force your head. I said, I didn't force it.
Yeah, that looks insane. Okay, it should be fun.
Like so clever. I said, well, you said don't use it. So, but it did get bleeped out. And it was, fuck your joke. I did not try. Right to it. Good night.
Oh, fucking bad nigger is here.
I am scared for Schultz or for
You
Shaw.
ever get trouble from Schultz? Like that? Well, this is when I got trouble. I got banned from Fox. I think
Jay's driving.
for life.
We're not giving instructions. Yeah.
And this
Wow,
was
is
something
Jay
else.
training?
This is really good. Yeah. I was
Blind leading the blind being. All right, this is the last clip for the week. It's just the eyes emoji. Let's
Chris Rock.
Chris Rock. How much for the little girls, huh?
Together because it's like, top, and I'm not there with the Chris Rock.
I think that's another comic. All right, so let's wrap it up. All right.
Or something.
Yeah, good dude.
Fucking fucking nigger is coming with
Show.
you.
It's already happened. Our fit's coming up in about 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
He says,
Mira, no, tío, tiene 16 ordenadores en cada lado.
Brad can tweet his things completely nailed the delayed impersonation better than I could have been
come up
my
with something.
entire
I
life.
said, why can't you go
Bro, ¿quién es el Alexander?
Is it this one?
That'd be awesome.
Tengo miedo.
Yeah, perfect. We'll kill the time without having to change too much.
Yeah, I think it's
But I can just go on more.
Calla esta, toma por culo, callado.
I go and I feel like I was so TV trained
It's a fucking laugh at the end of it, man. There's some talented chefs in the record universe. Yeah. But
So,
leave us a voicemail if you want to at 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. Play him on our other show, right? Tweeties.
Put it on.
What do you think about
And
these two guys, dude?
and the sound.
They were
Sounds
starting
like
to
the
show
show
up a lot of
is
those.
Oh,
stupid little bit.
I hope they don't get
But
conditioned
there's
too
like
hard.
20 toilets he
Oh.
leading up to that. And I was like, I'm not kidding.
Our great content.
30 close. And one that holds women's hair when they grow up, and one that lights up.
Oh, he's here somebody, bro.
The last one was Pluto, right? So
No, but Bird is getting very I get a lot of hate for
it's great.
I mean, I'll fight.
And I'm thinking they're going to come high five me.
I will
because we
die
just
on this
saved the show.
mountain.
We had it.
Right? So they
Right,
know.
we added time.
I will die in this mountain. The
The guy's
machine
was funny. I enjoyed the machine.
Did
you see it? I saw it, but I passed out. You didn't like it? I was going through a breakup, and then I got back together.
Because it was sponsored
Remember,
by
what did
Taco
you
Bell.
think about it? I passed out. I didn't
How
sleep
the
for
fuck
like 2
am I
days.
supposed to
I saw it. Wait, before watching it?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you watched it.
I'm like, where I know you said Taco Bell.
Did you
I'm
see
like,
any?
Oh my god, that's
how
really
the fuck
funny.
did you're banned for life.
You watched it wrong way.
Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't
Give it
know.
another shot.
I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have told me, they should don't do anything with Taco Bell.
It wasn't that bad.
That's a normal reference for a
Narrative
Taco
you're saying.
That's funny.
Yeah, not funny. Really, I mean,
No, it was the
funny
opposite.
now.
They would have been pumped if you said Del Taco.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, but if they told me, I would have.
Some of the stuff he does, some of the stuff you see today, that's
Hey,
great.
brother, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud, you're one of our podcasts.
I'm looking forward to
Stand up
until
business.
Tony.
Yes.
And anybody wants to check
See
him
you next
out,
week.
Carrot Top is at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada on a regular basis. What's the best way to find out when
Just
you're there?
text me. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
so Las Vegas, carrotop.com or Las Vegas.
All right. Hey, there you go. One shot.
No, no me acuerdo que se ve eso. No. Para, que lo ven todo Dios, que lo ven todo Dios. Así se ve. No me ven. Ahora que lo veían todo. Lo ven todo Dios.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Welcome back to 10 Business Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Wow.
It goes so deep.
Big news. We did another stand-up review.
This is,
Okay,
to me,
we did Wendy
this
Cummings
is
jokes.
one of the most exciting
If
moments
you want to know what we thought about that,
in terms of
check
like
our Patreon out.
politics,
Yeah,
in
real
terms
bait
of
and
like
switch.
who's in
It's called
control,
jokes.
like having RFK
Okay, well
at
that's
the helm
a hint
of the
of what we
HHS
thought about it.
and
Also,
having him
our other show, Raccoon Trees, has moved to
to
Thursday.
get peptides through, really
Thursday
pushing to
is
stop all
anything
this
else.
bullshit that's been going
Please leave
on.
us some podcast reviews, dude.
All these fucking
T-Mo's
roaches
and Gone
going
Brendan.
running out
What
of
is
the
it called?
lights
Record
come
Tweeties.
It's been crazy.
No, dude.
It's definitely been crazy, and for anyone who doesn't know my background, if they haven't heard our previous podcast, I started out as a drug rep for Eli Lilly. I did that for 3 years, so I saw behind the curtain. This was right out of college, and then I was a med device rep, and then I owned labs, blood labs,
All right, but anyways,
college
that's not why
labs.
you're here.
I pharmacogenetic labs. I tried to educate clinicians on all this preventative care stuff within the insurance framework, with the system. And I've been blowing the, you and I did, I think the first one 4 years ago, where I was trying to blow the whistle on. There is a lot of corruption, collusion, and corporate capture throughout every one of these organizations, top to bottom. Every alphabet organization, whether we're talking the EPA, the CDC,
So you remember when
the NIH, the
this
FDA.
kid that helped out with the dad trying to kill everybody? Yes.
The guy
Dude, I didn't know, so I got subpoena. I was at the car shop. Two cops walked in, gave me a subpoena. I'm like, what's this for? Like,
you know this guy?
Oh, I know
this and
what
this
you're
coming up.
fucking
I was like,
freak
okay.
who's
And they're
upset
like,
that they're not
you're
giving
gonna be
babies
tomorrow.
hepatitis B
So
shots.
he literally in an interview yesterday said his biggest concern is that they're going to get rid of hepatitis B shots. Children aren't having sex or shooting up drugs. Why do they need a Hep B shot?
What are you thinking as the attorney when you find out that your most important witness is Brendan Schaub?
They're paying.
Well, and that's the problem is, as you like systematically walk through these systems and the history of each one of these organizations, I can show you time and time again. And I went from coming on this podcast and trying to educate people on the importance of taking themselves out of that system, doing blood work, getting proactive and predictive, preventing
But then you
chronic
like look him
disease.
up online
Don't
and
put your
you
hands
see
in the
you're like,
face of
oh
these
wait,
broken systems.
he like
And that led to getting to meet RFK and being a part of the Baja movement, testifying in front of the Senate, and then I've testified at the state level
Yes.
Joe,
Oh man.
the fucking level of
And
fuckery
also,
and
if
shady
it was us
shit
as
that I've seen now
attorneys,
behind
I'd
the
be like,
scenes,
I hope
getting
he wears
line of
dark
sight
shoes.
into the government side.
Is he gonna wear
Because
Cuban
I
tag?
was on the outside in the periphery, somewhat aware of the government stuff, but now having got behind the curtain,
I still haven't looked up Cuban
dude,
tag. I
it
have
runs
no
so
idea.
much
So it's a
deeper,
company.
so much darker,
He wears
and
Cuban
it's
tag.
so
He
much
wears-
more
Come on,
controlled
dude. I can't believe
than I
I
ever
even
realized.
missed that it's on his stuff. I thought it was something you do to the. I thought Kibby tagging something was doing it to a truck.
Oh, I think HHS and even HHS, which all falls under Secretary
So
Clinton
that's
now,
what he meant.
I think it's
This
between
whole time.
70 and
Well, the
80,000.
guys that enjoy
Right? And so when people are asking, how does it, why are we moving faster? Why are we doing this? Why aren't we doing that?
Oh, you
It's
have to, otherwise
you're
we'll
trying
arrest
to
you.
move the time. There's all these divisions within HHS, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA, and it's laughable. And every day a new fire pops up. And every day you've got industry lobbying, politicking, and moving chess pieces to obstruct, delay, deny, depose, and prevent any sort of change. And you've got legacy employees. There is literally a memo at the NIH that's being circulated around about how to subvert and ignore President Trump and Secretary Clinton's mandates. Which isn't President Trump and Secretary Clinton, it's the American people. The American people voted for change. We're over the corruption. We're over the pollution. We're over the corporate capital. And for most people that I know,
What a crazy guy. I love it. I'm in. This is a great clip so far. Let's learn more about the Jews.
One of the
After
biggest things
8:30, I
was getting
did
Kennedy.
I believe that the Baha Moms
and I go,
in this
I'm gonna
healthcare
leave.
movement and the
As sure as you
frustration
can,
with the
but if we
broken
call and you miss
healthcare
it,
system
you can be on warrant out
was
for your arrest. That's how they get you.
a deciding factor
I feel like
in
he's
Trump winning this election.
out
And
there
my
right
fear
there.
is if we don't keep the pressure up at these midterms,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
the attorneys
Republicans or
are going to be
Democrats.
like
Historically, both sides have been
their
corrupt.
throats, but they're
And both sides have made catastrophic
But
mistakes.
so the attorneys
And
are
if you
listening.
walk
And
through
they're
like
like, okay,
each
great.
one of
That's
these
all good.
organizations,
We're going to need
like
you
back
not
to
to do
the
that voice.
even the FDA. Okay,
During
so
the
most
trial.
recently,
Because no one's going to
I'm in
believe.
Europe and I've got eyes and ears
I
everywhere.
saw the
Or you tell me where the best place to start is. I want there's so much around to go. Okay, so Secretary Kennedy set up a meeting to lead the
Do you know
FDA
what Reddit is?
back in January.
Objection sustained.
And he said, I want you to come with an
It's
open
just
mind,
all
open
this
heart.
content
They're going to
they're
do the
doing,
same.
they're all making
And I
fun
want you to just sit down and lay out for these folks what you've seen, what you've experienced, and help them understand what compounders, telemedicine companies, stem cell companies, regenerative medicine practices, cash flow practices across the
benches and
country
criminals.
are experiencing
Because everyone's
because
going
of
out, so I've
the
never seen more guys with tattoos on their face in my life. Yeah.
And so I went to this meeting, flew to
I
DC,
did, I watch a bunch
sat
of
down with all these folks.
crime
They were
dogs
taking
and
notes. They
murder
all
mystery
seemed
stuff.
really
I
friendly.
didn't
There was
feel like I
probably
was
8 or
on
9
Law &
people
Order.
in the room.
Because I would sit
And I left it. And a day later, and everyone's like, how do you think it went?
Alan knows about court.
They seemed very receptive. Like
Although
everyone was
when I did
nice,
jury
everyone
duty,
smiled, and everyone was just
seats
being
were
friendly.
comfortable, so there may be a bit of a
And the guy,
competed narrative there.
from a person at the FDA.
I was bored, so I did it in all the trials. Yeah, so I loved it. Dude, I loved it all.
Oh, wow.
I even asked the lady, I'm like, hey, I know I'm not involved. Can I sit in there? She's like, I don't see why not.
And I go, what do you
I
mean?
literally
They're going to smile to your
9 hours,
face,
they do
and
all
they're
sorts
going
of
to
trials.
ramrod
And
all
they
the
kill
things that
exciting.
you've been able to talk to them about. So, like, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was the
possible, but I don't know if
Forget
Shop has
whether good or bad. Let's just shelf that for the moment.
sit for 9 hours and watch trials.
GLP-1s have their origination at the National Institute for Health.
Let's explain to people that's Ozempic.
He's a renaissance
Yes,
man.
correct.
Let's not sleep on that.
All
He's
these
a guy that does a
blockbuster
lot.
weight loss
He's just
peptides.
adding another
But
thing
it's
to his
bigger than being a weight
This
loss
answers
peptide.
the question
They fall
of,
under the
why are they
category
shooting
of
at those
peptides.
locations? You know, like when you just
It's a
took
slippery
that,
slope
and their next
because
push
if
is
we
like,
allow
"Hey,
the
that's a
pharmaceutical
lot."
industry to
That's funny
capture
as fuck, dude.
peptides,
Because the
it will
bushes,
shut
they always have
down
those outside
all
courthouses.
future
All the
innovation of
different shows are
peptides
shot
for
outside of
compounding
whatever case he's
pharmacies, for
watching. He's
telemedicine,
like a court
for
reporter,
any of these
a
things.
stenographer, if you ever heard of
Correct.
it.
And you and I talked about this the last podcast, and I was spot on.
Pretty
All the
fun.
things I was telling
did-
you, I have now confirmed.
Do you
Having
know it's
gone to
nerve-wracking
meetings
when
with
you
the
get up,
FDA.
like when it was
I
finally
said
my
in that
turn,
meeting,
when they
and I
call you
said,
up, And the
So
prosecutor
what
and the
happened
defense
is Eli
start
Lilly is
questioning
now
him.
one of the largest
It's a
makers
little-
of this
they go,
weight loss peptide.
it's a little
It's
stressful.
officially
You
Novo
you
Nordisk
gotta
and
get
Eli
out your
Lilly.
P's and Q's.
They have
That
lobbied
guy
hard with
was
the
clearly
FDA
trying
to
to kill his
say
family.
we
What's he
can
saying?
meet the needs of the American
You know,
people.
like, talk
There's
about-
no
I don't
reason
know,
why
man, but
anybody
he was
should be
trying to act like he
compounding
was
any of these
insane.
peptides.
Be
They're
careful about talking
dangerous.
about
You guys don't inspect compounding pharmacies. There's no FDA oversight. These products are made in garages, and there's no FDA ingredients in them. They're not the same product. XYZ. Just go down the list of all the narratives that they're spinning to the FDA. And when the FDA is only hearing one side of the story, and 60% of their funding comes from industry, what you will see is time and time again, they side with industry. So the FDA defaulted right before to their generic answer, right before Secretary Kennedy and Donald Trump took control. They expired the exemption that was allowing compounding pharmacies to make cost-effective alternatives that patients could utilize. And this is crucial. The reason that you're seeing side effects, the reason you're seeing this cascade effect of issues is because they are not treating patients with the most efficacious dose for that patient. They're treating patients with the dosage that reimburses the highest reimbursement rate on the insurance formulary. And I can prove this. They are overdosing people under, like, literally, they're not taking the time to do the consult to educate the patient on diet, lifestyle, and nutrition. There is zero doubt that GLP-1s are overutilized. There's zero doubt that they should not be a frontline defense. There is zero doubt that they don't come with some sort of risk factors. But most of those risk factors are found in higher dosages. So why would you start a patient on a higher dosage? Why would you rapidly titrate them up to a higher dosage where you're causing catastrophic muscle loss? It's because it reimburses more. It's not because it's what's better for the patient. It's because it's what's better for Wall Street. Okay. And then their answer is compounding pharmacies, we titrate at a lower dosage for unique to the patient. So what we try to do is start you at a micro dose. And then also what we do is compound it and add other peptides. So like one example, they're literally working to patent a combination of a GLP-1 and IGF-LR3. We've been making that for 5 years. Like 4 years. GLP-1 for weight loss and IGF, insulin growth factor, LR3, time-release insulin growth factor. The reason being, IGF preserves lean muscle mass. IGF preserves bone density. IGF helps reduce visceral fat. IGF has a cascade of benefits that allow us to microdose a GLP-1 at a much lower dosage so you don't get the muscle waste. So this compound in trials right now is showing 20% body fat loss. And it's 20% loss relative to the GLP-1s, but all of it's body fat. Almost all of it is fat. You're not losing the muscle. And compound is already making this stuff. Right? And so where I'm going with this is Lilly lobbies the FDA and Novo Nordisk, and they say these drugs are dangerous. Let's look into that. Step one. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk both have warning letters from the FDA for their manufacturing facility. Novo Nordisk was cited as having cat hair and pest activity. I don't know if it's rats, if it's roaches in their sterile room. This is the FDA's own inspection. Eli Lilly has been cited time and time again for his egregious actions, destroying records, hiding clinical data, a barefoot woman in their sterile room. The FDA uncovered all of this through whistleblowers. Furthermore, there's over 2,000 major pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities that have not been investigated in 5 or more fucking years. And so my message to the FDA was, one, you're wrong. You've inspected me 3 times in 18 months. 2, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are not making a safer product. They're not at a higher level of manufacturing specs. You guys look at them less often than you do compounders. And they don't make dosages unique to patients. So we're titrating dosages down, allowing patients to optimize the benefits, minimize the side effects. Not a one-size-fits-all approach. And then last but not least, it's cash pay. We aren't billing insurance carriers. We aren't billing Medicare, Medicaid. And we're not charging $1,300 a month average wholesale price. We're able to ship these products for a couple $100.
to your doorstep
What?
with a
Delete said all
nutritional
the comics,
consult.
so all the
And
big
so
comics are on
it's a
Ozempic.
better
I
mousetrap.
guess, I
And
don't know,
what you'll
Tom
see
Segura lost a
time
lot
and
of
time
weight,
again
but
is if
there's also
industry's
Keith,
getting
so.
beat,
I mean,
big
yeah,
pharma
you
is
think he's
getting
like Keith?
beat,
That would be so
they
fun,
just
dude.
change
If
the
any of these
rules of the
fucking
game.
bigger comics
And
come
so
out now and they just
where
happen
this
to be
is going
eating
though
kiwi,
is so much bigger and grander, Joe.
put
So
that in
I
the
asked the
raccoon
FDA,
tweed subreddit.
what made you
They're not
think
gonna lie you on
that this is no longer on a backlog list?
We'll take it.
Because
We
it
got a
was
lot
an
of
emergency
posts on the
backlog
subreddit
list. So
about
the FDA
Sharpies,
provides a list
kiwis,
every year
wholesome stuff.
where they tell compounders, you
But
can't
check
get
this
these
one out. This is
drugs,
another
we
haphazard
need you to
right here,
compound
dude.
these drugs.
It's called,
Think of
turns
it like
out
the
it's
bat
just
signal.
stress,
Bat
not the
signal goes
symptom.
off,
So he's
we
just
jump
using
to it,
all
we start compounding those
Yeah,
drugs.
I missed
The
these. I wasn't
exemption
on that.
expired under
I
Biden,
looked a little
right
bit
before
on the
Secretary
subreddit for the
Kennedy and
song,
Trump took
but
control.
been off the
The old regime at the FDA ramrodded it
I
through.
saw you.
Now
in
it's
line
not exempt.
at the
Now 503B
supermarket.
pharmacies
Yeah,
cannot
I was like,
compound it because they don't make
think that's
patient
my friend
specific,
Brandon's
which
shop.
means a lot of those
Like,
products are no longer available.
Ozempic.
But they did that decision based off the fact that these crucial diabetic patients would be able to get the drugs they need.
Yeah.
This is where the clock tickets. We called over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months.
Wow.
I turned all of this into the FDA. Less than 6% of the lower dosages were available for patients. Which meant what? They had to go to the higher dosage.
Get a cappuccino with
Which meant
buffalo
what?
bills.
All of these programs get billed a higher reimbursement rate, a higher billable rate. Eli Lilly and Novo aren't mad
Dude,
that
they wouldn't
compounders
sell, a
are
doctor
making
wouldn't
the
sell
product.
Ozempic to
They're
shop
mad
because
that
he would
they're
look
getting
at shop, they'd run the
exposed to
test
the
and go, oh my
corruption,
God.
collusion,
You're how old?
and manipulation
Wow, these
of
are
our
the results
healthcare
of a
institutions
25-year-old
time
Navy SEAL.
and time again. And it's going to get 10 times worse as I lay this out for you. But I'll pause.
Okay, so pause right here. So, what is a response to this? So you lay out this information. What can be done? What is the response?
So they all,
So
they were
2024 is
friendly,
getting
they
you right
smiled,
into
they were
it.
dropping
This
down
gets you right
notes.
into it.
One of
Oh
the
my God.
head
Listen, we gotta give credit where credit's due, dude. Those are some fire ass
one of
stories,
the
dude.
clinicians from the FDA,
They're not bad.
Hale, who's never practiced
I was
medicine,
thinking,
it said
2024.
there's no medical
I
need
kind of
for
agree.
peptides in this
2024 is not going to sugar.
He's like, but today we're going to talk mainly about GLP-1s. There's a
2024,
need for
dude, is not going to put
Okay, I dig it.
sugar on your dick.
Where did this guy
It's like,
do
what is he tell? It's
his,
delicious. Tell you who's delicious.
he is a clinician, but his first
What if I
stint in
delivered that well?
politics was in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis. Eli Lilly's headquarters. I worked for Eli Lilly.
But hold on.
Eli Lilly owns the state
The
of
truck
Indiana.
isn't even in the
And
same
they absolutely
conversation.
own the state,
But I'll just
or
talk
the city
about
of Indianapolis.
bad luck.
And
I'll
this
just say,
guy
who
did
gives a
his
fuck about
first
your truck?
stint
Who gives a fuck about anything else?
in politics under a congressman, in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis. And this congressman has released multiple tweets and messages and attends Eli Lilly factory openings and is a huge proponent of Eli Lilly.
But he's also insane.
This is just one example of the issues with that system.
There's
You have
also the statement
It is like a dangerous person.
GLP-1s are fucking
I almost tried. He's like, you know, it looks like
I said,
you're
you understand that
He's like, yeah, but the truck thing
insulin
sucks.
is a peptide. Yes, there are over 150 peptides that
Shop
big
doesn't want to
pharma
talk
is
about
attempting
that
to patent
I don't
right
blame him.
because the
Yeah.
future
Why
of
would you want
medicine is
Harp
peptides.
on something
And
like
here's
that
why.
on a show.
We
That's a great
we aren't
perspective.
compounding a drug. We're
all right,
taking
we got another
something
one.
found
It's posted by
naturally
Busy
in
Middle
nature, the signaling cell
8108.
found in your
It's
body,
called Thief
just
for
like stem cells,
Sutherland
just like
is
amnion,
back.
just like all of these crucial building blocks to our health and longevity that are deficient in our food, deficient in our diet, deficient in our lifestyle. We don't get enough sun. We have too much screen time. We're inactive, and all of that shit's taken in our body. Shocker, right? And as we age, there's a precipitous decline in peptides, in building blocks. For example, GHK, copper peptides. We have roughly 30 to 40% of the level of GHK in our bloodstream in our 40s that we had in our teens. Why is that important? It's an important signaling cell that tells your body that you're young. Your cells are young, your skin's elastic, heal this injury, heal this wound, reduce this inflammation, right? It's safe, it's benign, it's found in nature. We're synthesizing that. That's what peptides are. And big pharma got to the point. Compounding pharmacies. And compounding pharmacies have an array of peptides in their toolbox. And the war on peptides has gone beyond the GLP-1. This is what I wanted to explain. So, very confident. I got to make sure I nail this right because it's important for President Trump to understand. understanding. President Trump, the art of the deal, the master negotiator, is attempting to play hardball with Big Pharma. And he is going to negotiate a deal for best in class, the best in the world drug pricing for the American.
All you gotta do is be like,
That's very
Cat
admirable.
Williams says,
And I respect the hell out of him for trying to get it done. But the devil is
So
in
the
the
handler
details.
needs to step in
And
and
my
tell him that. Yeah.
fear is,
Even if they
historically,
were at TFAK,
big
like,
government
between,
has been co-opted and colluded by pharma.
Like, it's just
And
like random cuts
when
and
they're
shit
not
in the
able to
situation.
pull a lever
You know what I
and
mean?
move a chest,
It's like when you're in a truck,
out
dude, and you're in an F-150, but then a Raptor
and it's
pulls up,
already
yeah,
happened.
are those the same?
Eli Lilly's CEO announced he's going to raise the prices of drugs in Europe to offset the price reduction in America. But what that really means is we're not going to get the price concessions that President Trump is working for, right? Because what he's doing is the same thing we already see with the pharmacy benefit managers that I've explained on this podcast before. The PBMs artificially inflate the price because they get a rebate on the back end from the big pharmaceutical companies that's hidden, that's not disclosed to the public. Then when they negotiate a deal with Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, they tell the government, we're giving you 30% off. You're giving us 30% off a bullshit price that you created because you set the market. And if we give these people a monopoly, we already know where it goes. We can see it time and time again. Eli Lilly's price of production on insulin became 1/10 of what it used to be, and they charge 10 times the dollar amount of the retail price of insulin. And I've also, Jamie, on any of this stuff on the Ways to Well website, I did the JRE experience links again because I'm referencing so many things that people are going to say, no way. So Lilly literally goes to waytowell.com and there's JRE links. There's a links page where I reference everything I'm talking about. So
to be serious next to that, like,
industry's already moving the needle. That's just one piece of the code. Here's where it gets even more fucked up. This is how crazy this shit is.
So that's funny.
It just happened with thyroid medicine.
Let's
Okay.
put ourselves in. For us, it doesn't really
Animal-derived
matter
thyroid has
because
been around since 1890.
he is going to be in
We
LA.
have compounded it for over a decade. I have had not one adverse event in a decade. Not fucking one. We ship 6,000 bottles of medication a day at my pharmacy, Rabbi. We have had minimal side effects in literally over a decade. Big Pharma has lobbied the FDA to say these thyroid medicines are dangerous. We need you to shut down animal-derived thyroids. Why? Because they're attempting to launch a thyroid medicine, and they want the thyroid labeled as a biologic. Why would you label it as a biologic? Because by labeling it as a biologic, you subvert President Trump's mission to reduce the price of a drug, because it's not a drug. I'm selling you a biologic. So now I can bend you over the barrel and screw you again on the price. Here's where it runs even deeper. This is where it gets crazy.
I saw a
patent on a
because, like, think
drug
about
is
like his
usually
core
5
values.
years.
Fish,
You know what the patent life is on a
cars,
biologic?
kids. Did you hear
12
comedy in that? No.
fucking years.
So it's like, if you
So
didn't know
Eli
this
Lilly,
shit, it's because you don't watch
all
it
of
for
these
10 minutes a
Novo
week.
Nordisk,
Like, we
all of these
only
entities
devote
are
10 minutes
attempting to
of our
put
week
pressure
to
on
shop.
the
I
FDA
think, you know, comedy does work in threes.
reclassify
You know?
drugs as
And I think it is funny
biologics.
that kids are not the
They
first
want GLP-1s as biologics. They want HCG as biologics. They want all of these amazing compounds that we've been providing for people for over a decade to all be reclassified as biologics. And that is the fucking straw that will break the camel's back, the final death blow to telemedicine and compound pharmacies. Because the third part of the equation is you cannot compound a biologic. The FDA stance is it is illegal for me as a compounder to compound a biologic. So now you give a monopoly to Big Pharma. You get rid of all price competition in a market where the president's main goal is to reduce the price of drug costs. If you want to reduce the price of drug costs, the way to do it is through competition. And we saw with the GLP-1s. The only price concession that any of these motherfuckers have given the American people in the last 20 fucking years is because the pressure of an open market. People quit going and buying these retail drugs at $1,300 a month because they couldn't get the dosage they wanted. They're getting titrated up to these mega dosages that are causing muscle wasting, mineral density loss of vision. There's a $2 billion lawsuit against these scumbags right now. And I'm sorry, I've bit my tongue historically and tried to be like politically correct to an extent on here, but I can't do it. Like, this is insane. And I go back to if RFK and this administration was not in power, all of this would have just happened. So I texted the secretary and his team, and I said I have to ring the bell on something. And I've educated them on what's happening and all the moves that are being made. And the FDA was reviewing in a court document that nobody knew about. This is the problem with having 70,000 employees. There are legacy employees that have tight collusion relationships with industry that have been there 20 fucking years, that they're going to do what you let them do. And their offense is you run the big pharma offense. We're going to obstruct compounders, we're going to prevent telemedicine, we're going to push people back to sick care, we're going to launch drugs into the marketplace. And let's look at the history of safety. If we look at, again, I'm going to keep hammering on Lilly. Lilly in a lawsuit against Mochi Health last week at a federal judge is suing Mochi for using GLP-1s for weight loss, and their claim is you are violating our patents, which you're not, because it's patient unique. You are, and it's a peptide, which is naturally found in the human body, and you didn't create the peptide, the NIH did, our taxpayer dollars, because we fund the NIH. That's where all of these originated. Out of the last 210 blockbuster drugs, between 2010 and I think 2016, 210 blockbuster drugs. How many of those do you think Big Pharma started at Big Pharma versus started at the NIH?
Dude, when you got as many shows as he does, like the last thing he did is what? 4 shows, dude, right? So, I mean, that's just straight talk wireless, dude. We all know that. Yeah. I mean, he can easily sell out Madison Square Garden.
So taxpayer funded, and then these.
And that's when you know, like, when Trump's really fucked up, like if he said massive red table garden or something like that. Yeah, it's triangle garden. You know what's a realistic hope for us? Is that he would probably say square, but
so the FDA, my argument to the FDA is nuts.
What a scam.
And my argument to the FDA in this meeting was these compounds are safe. One, they're safe. They're naturally occurring in nature. They're prescribed under the supervision of a board-certified clinician. They're compounded at a compounding pharmacy that is inspected by the FDA, right? That you can inspect to be 3 times in 18 months. All of our API and ingredients are sourced from the same exact suppliers as Novo and Lilly and all of the big pharmaceutical cartels. We all buy the ingredients from the same place.
This one's another haphazard. It's called
the only difference is, and this is what I told Secretary Kennedy and the FDA, the difference between me and Novo and me and Eli Lilly is I actually manufacture and produce my product here on American soil and employ over 500 hardworking Americans. Ask Big Pharma why they're moving all their facilities to India and Ireland to escape the scrutiny of the FDA. They don't want you in their factories. They don't want you able to challenge them or stifle their ability to print cash. Right? I can't play by those rules. I can't jockey that. The state of Texas is currently suing Eli Lilly. This came out. Kim Paxton sued Eli Lilly like 3 weeks ago because of fraudulent activity where they were providing kickbacks to providers. And this is important too. If you have a clinician and you go to your doctor and they will not prescribe you a medication, you need to understand you, the clinician, get to decide where that prescription goes. Not your doctor. That is not your doctor's decision. So when a doctor says, I'm not going to let you go to a compounding pharmacy, you need to fire that fucking doctor. That is not their choice. They cannot force you to go pay $1,300 at CVS. That is not their choice. And there are academic institutions like Methodist Hospital that have policies that say, we're not going to prescribe compounded medicines on GLP-1s. You've got to go to the retail drug because we think compounds are dangerous. Where is this coming from? Where in this court document I was going to that just came out last week, Eli Lilly sued Mochi Health, claiming that they're violating the corporate practice of medicine. So they're not just attacking the compounding process, they're also trying to obstruct via the FDA, and they're now suing everybody and their mom in this industry who compounds or runs a telemedicine practice
and Lilly is challenging that telemedicine is legal. Eli Lilly is literally challenging that telemedicine is legal because one of the ways that so many patients are getting accessibility to cost-effective care is telemedicine. And Lilly thinks if we can shut down the pathway of telemedicine, we can force them to our own company, which Lilly launched their own little telemedicine branch that you can call in. But in the meantime, they're claiming that these companies are violating the corporate practice of medicine.
They just want full monopoly.
100%.
So what can be done?
We're doing it. Candidly, we're doing it. So I leave that first meeting with the FDA. I get that message from this individual at the FDA, and I thought, I'm going to wait and see. I hope this person's wrong. Let's see what happens. And when we were in Europe, I get a call from another source that said, hey, they're doing it. They're in a court document. The FDA is going to make a stance that says there is no medical necessity for peptides, which would in effect ban over 50 peptides that have been being compounded. Now, remember, they already put, I think, over a dozen peptides on a bulks list a year ago. That's all separate from the GLP-1. Why did they do that? Because of the lobby of big pharma. You have people at the FDA who are legacy employees of the FDA who have legacy relationships with big pharma. We've already gone over how many heads of the FDA have gone to work for industry and then come back to work for the FDA and then gone. It's a revolving door. They're swapping spit. They're lobbying together. They're going to dinners together. They're spending time together. And the CEO of Lilly is up Trump's ass. I was with another high level person at HHS, and their phone kept ringing. I swear to God, kept ringing. And they looked at their phone and they go, God, man, these people from Eli Lilly are aggressive. And all of this was happening in the dark. And so what we can do is what we're doing. This podcast, getting President Trump's attention, gaining the attention of Secretary Kennedy and the team at the FDA. And Secretary Kennedy and his team are playing whack-a-mole, because you got to think, it's not just the FDA. It's the CDC, it's the NIH, 80,000 employees. I think they have 200 appointees from the new administration. You're literally, it's like the Spartans versus the Persians. You got 200 hard hitters trying to fight 80,000 people that have been co-opted. And I'm not there to say all those people are bad. There's a lot of good things that have been done at all of these organizations. But there's also a natural innate bias when a big chunk of your funding pivoted in the 90s, where over 60% of the FDA's funding is based off fee schedules. And those fee schedules generate the revenue that create your jobs. And you have an open door policy to meet with the FDA, but you're not meeting with compounders, and you're not reading the emails from compounders, right? And so when I told the FDA, what made you decide this backlog was over? They said, well, industry told us they could meet the need. And I said, okay, well, did you see the email I sent you where we contacted over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months and they can't meet the need? Less than 6% of prescriptions were available. They cannot meet the need. They're going to force people to higher dosages, and it's going to cause a catastrophic health consequence to the American people, and it's going to bankrupt our systems. Did you not see these emails? And they just sat there dead quiet. And so, jump forward, I get wind that in a court document, and it's all in secret, right? All of this shit happens in the shadows, and then they play dumb. Oh, we didn't know. What do you mean? We didn't understand. That's just a court document, Secretary Kennedy. Bullshit. It's a court document that sets precedent, and that precedent says that peptides have no medical necessity, while at the same time you have big pharma trying to patent 140 fucking peptides as biologics that we were already making for the last decade.
Jesus.
Is it about safety? Is it about safety? Because all of the adverse events that have been reported, almost all of them, a huge majority of the adverse events, which aren't even that many, came from black market peptides. And that's what Lilly in the court case 2 weeks ago presented to the judge all the adverse events, and the judge said, where are they? And Lilly said, right here in this Reddit forum. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
And the judge said, are you really telling me that your documentation of adverse events is coming from a Reddit forum?
You should send them to the Flat Earth Reddit forum. Let's see what else is going on
so
here.
that's just like a sliver, Joe, like a fucking sliver of what I've been living.
One of my favorite narratives is that they're trying to do good.
That's one of my favorite narratives. One of my favorite narratives, whenever there's any sort of a large-scale government organization, is that we are trying to protect people from harm. They're fucking never. No one is trying to protect you. Everyone at every level of the government, whether it is about climate change, whether it's about geopolitical relationships, whatever the fuck it is all about money. There's not a single thing that you could point to. Well, the government really cares here. This is the one. This one is a huge, corrupted organization that really cares. Like, there's not one.
And you can historically go back.
Of course.
Like, that's where it's like,
it's money.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I know people want to label it as that. If you go back, the FDA's predecessor, I think, was the Food Something Act of 1901. And as they went to try and create this organization, industry assembled. Whose industry? Big chemical, big food, big pharma.
Well, Rockefeller literally set the tone for the entire medical establishment in this country by using petroleum-based medicine.
You got it.
Yeah. And people don't know this. Like, most of your medicines in this country are formulated with the use of petroleum. And that is because of Rockefeller.
Yep.
Because
100%.
he had a monopoly on that.
And that's why the side effect profile is higher. And that's why peptides don't have any of these things. Again, we're synthesizing short chain amino acids found in our body that we're deficient in. And so as we begin to see a precipitous decline in all of these raw elements that allow our bodies to heal and recover, we can bring you back to a state of homeostasis through the utilization of peptides. And Big Pharma is realizing they got beat to the punch, and they're scrambling to capitalize and monopolize this entire sector. And the only way they can do that is to try and horse trade with President Trump and the administration and pretend like they're going to play the game, but they're not going to play the game. They're just going to move the goalposts.
There's no way Trump is aware of all this.
Well, he's got too many things he's fighting, and that's why I'm trying to ring the bell.
I've talked to him.
Yeah.
It's no way.
Yeah.
With the way that guy's mind works, there's no way he's absorbing all this.
So the message that Secretary Kennedy gave me, and this is where I'm like, it isn't woo-woo, it isn't bullshit. I can tell you, I've texted that guy 2 times in my life, and both times he's called me within 10 minutes. And I texted him, I said, I have an emergency. This is a big deal. I want to make you aware of something that's happening at the FDA. And he called me and said, what's going on? And I laid it out for him, and he said, what the fuck are you talking about, basically? Wow. I had no idea. And it's not. He's playing whack-a-mole. He's got 500 fires. You've got some legacy employee at the FDA that's going to try and make this statement in a court document that's flying under the radar because it's not an overarching policy, right? And then even in the subsequent meeting, so RFK said, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I'm on calls with the FDA. Then he's like, how soon can you come meet with the FDA again? So we set an emergency conference call. I do a call with the FDA. He said again, his Secretary Kennedy's team said they're going to approach this with an open mind and an open heart, and it's going to be a different tone than the last meeting. And I'm going to try and attend that call or have one of my staffers attend that call. Okay. The call went down at like 8 in the morning when he was in Alaska, and then another mole leaked to me because I have moles. I'm playing the game they play now. I'm not going to fuck around. And my mole called me and said they scheduled the meeting early because they knew he'd be in Alaska and they knew he couldn't be on it. And that call did not go well. It was a bunch of legacy FDA employees basically saying, we're gonna stay the course. We're not opening peptides up to the American people. And so I had to text his team and go, hey, the call didn't go well. And then they're like, our intel's telling us the same thing. And so he stepped in and said, this is a mandate. We are not going to dictate to the American people that they can or cannot use preventative care and peptides. This is a mandate. You need to figure this out, and we need to open accessibility, and we need to bring peptides back for the American people through safe, compliant compounding pharmacies, not black market, which is springing up everywhere. We're going to have another opioid crisis. I explained this to them too. Everywhere out there, there are peptides that you can buy online now with no checks and balances, with no FDA inspection, with no validation testing, with no way of telling if there's any contamination, cross-contamination.
Or if they're even real.
Yeah.
I've had people buy ipamorelin online, and that's a peptide that when you do it, it has a very strong reaction. Like you feel it in your body, like immediately after. There's nothing. They get nothing. I'm like, it's probably bullshit.
Yeah,
you're buying bullshit peptides. But the point is, like, if Kennedy is not aware of all this, there's no way Trump is.
Yeah,
he cannot.
No, they have too many things they're fighting.
He's literally involved in Rwanda, having like peace talks with enemies that have been enemies for 20, 30 years, trying to bring them to the table. All the shit that's going on with Gaza and Palestine and Israel, all the shit that's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Do you think he even understands peptides?
Yeah.
Like, look at him.
Well, the healthcare system's complicated. It's nuanced. And the challenge is you have some of the best litigators and attorneys in the world on payroll for these big pharmaceutical cartels.
Of course.
And they fund 60% of the FDA. And the history of the FDA is that I've said over and over again, it's captured, but the truth is all of these organizations were born in captivity. They were born in captivity.
The news.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer.
Well, they're even doing it right now, making it look like the world's turning. I don't know if you saw Bernie Sanders tweeted, RFK's got to go, all these people. But the truth is, last week they announced the approval ratings, and RFK is up 7 points in the approval rate, the highest rating of any elected official. The American people are not turning on RFK. Even the CDC debacle that people are turning into the news is making out to be a debacle. You lost legacy employees. You lost this dude wearing sex gear and shit on covers of magazines who wants everyone to get Hep B. Nobody's saying you can't vaccinate your kids. Nobody's saying not to. They're literally
no reason.
I know, but what they're saying right now is we don't want to keep mandating without science, without evidence, and we want to understand: is there a potential risk of side effects when we hit a child with this many vaccines before the age of 2?
Did you see the conversation that Kennedy had where he was talking about, they were talking about measles? And he said, we have had 4 deaths from measles in the last 20 years. Do you know how many cases of autism that we've had? And he rattled off that.
Oh, yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
You know, in California, it's literally 1 in 12 boys now.
Yep.
Do you know how insane
he
that is?
said that at the Texas legislature when Abbott signed off on the bills that I helped testify.
But yet you're having guys like Bernie Sanders who doesn't know. I'm an old school Bernie bro. I love Bernie. I love the idea of Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
Bernie didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when it came to climate change.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. Climate change is definitely happening. Like, what are you saying? Like, what does that mean? Has the climate ever been static? Like, when you confront him on the details, he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
To me, what's frustrating
is their narratives.
Yes, their narratives.
So the narratives is that what we've done with vaccines is stop all the diseases. Okay, are you sure? Do you really know that? Have you ever looked at the history of the eradication of diseases and the introduction of sanitation, running water? Have you looked at any of that stuff? Nutrition, vitamins, have you looked at any of that stuff? Do you know anything about polio for real? When I tell people the polio statistic that 95 to 99% of polio is asymptomatic, it's one of my favorite questions.
Yeah.
I'm like, what percentage of polio? You know,
do you also follow that? So
the DDT story.
So do you know that the CDC? There's so many fucking crazy stories. The CDC was created in World War II to stop the malaria spread. Okay, and the first thing they did was ink a deal with a little chemical company called Monsanto, where they began to dump DDT into all of these countries to try and kill malaria. And they spread an array of health issues that lasted generations and gave immunity and did all these things. That was the foundation of the CDC. And where it gets even crazier is, guess how nobody talks about this shit. Do you know where the CDC's headquarters is? Their headquarters in Atlanta was gifted to them by Coca-Cola. The CDC, to this day, is in a fucking giant building that was given to them by Coca-Cola. And in a FOIA request, there is a fucking email from one of the executives at the CDC, I don't remember, like the 70s or 80s, where they're literally going back and forth with Coca-Cola and saying they're going to do all they can to shut down this bad information on sugar. It runs so deep. And then you go to the EPA. You go to the EPA and its relationships with Monsanto. The EPA, in a FOIA request, one of the heads of the EPA with regards to glyphosate in disclosure documents literally sent an email saying, if I pull this off for you guys, you owe me a fucking medal. All of this shit's out there. I put all of it on the website. You can go find all of this stuff. It is there. And so systematically, FDA, CDC, EPA, NIH, every one of these systems have been built, co-opted, corrupted, and developed alongside industry. And even when you talk about chronic disease, so many people, there's a big podcast that dropped that if anyone, it gets into antidepressants. And a lot of people don't know this because I want to quantify peptides, because you're going to have academia go, well, the difference is drugs are investigated and peptides aren't, and there's no placebo-controlled double-blind studies. One, there's a lot, and we can systematically break that down too. They just haven't gone through an FDA approval process because that costs $2 billion. Well, who established $2 billion to bring a drug to market?
What a great way to be a gateway.
Boom. It was established by Big Pharma. Big Pharma told the FDA, let's build this model, right? So then they capture the molecule at the NIH level, bring it to phase 2 and 3 trials, bring it into human trials. The cost of doing that is not what they make it out to be. And then it's a pay-to-play system. And it's an obstructionist system that stifles and prevents innovation, because if I'm a biotech startup or a compounding pharmacy or a stem cell company or a peptide company or anybody who wants to get into that space, I am going to be forced to sell my company at some point to Eli Lilly or Pfizer or one of these big conglomerates in order to get it through the FDA approval process. I can't afford $2 billion. And so what you've given Big Pharma is the keys to the Ferrari. And they control all the Ferraris that hit the marketplace. But then they co-opt and corrupt the data. So here's an example. When we talk about science, follow the science, follow the evidence. I worked for Eli Lilly. That was my first job out of college. We sold antipsychotic drugs, Zyprexa. Patients would come in and doctors would say, Brigham, I don't know what's going on, dude. This lady put on 30 fucking pounds in like literally a month. This is not good. There's something going on here. And so when we go back to the main goal, safety, where was safety on that drug? Out of 12 blockbuster drugs in the last, I think, 15 years of Eli Lilly's history, 10 of them have black box warnings. Black box, that was the harshest warning you can get. The studies oftentimes don't represent long-term data, and the studies oftentimes aren't looking at all of the multi-faceted aspects of human nature and life, like comorbidities and what other medications are these people taking and how do all these impact each other. Average Americans on 4 or more prescription drugs. All right, so I want to lay out for the antidepressant because this one's crazy. How do you think we diagnose depression, anxiety, ADHD, any of these mental health disorders? And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that these disorders don't exist, and I'm not saying that there is not a medical issue with patients.
Well, it's all completely subjective. It's not like a test they can give you, like, do you have syphilis?
Correct. There is no blood test.
Right.
There is no brain test.
Right.
There's no chemical brain test.
Well, not only that, let's be really clear. The established criteria, the idea behind it being that there is some sort of a chemical imbalance has been disproven.
Correct.
So
even in autopsies.
It's not real.
Even in autopsies. And you know who perpetuated and created that narrative was Big Pharma. Big Pharma created that narrative, sold that story. It was never a serotonin deficiency. There's zero evidence to show that. So the screening tool we use to tell you if your child has ADHD was developed by a doctor in the 70s who was a consultant for Ritalin.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, jump to the 90s. Eli Lilly, Pfizer, everyone's launching antidepressants into the marketplace under the guise that these selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are going to fix your chemical imbalance in your brain. The measuring stick to decide whether you're depressed or not was a questionnaire developed by a consultant for Pfizer. A doctor who worked for Pfizer developed that test, and the goal of the test was to simplify depression so simplistically that any primary care in America could prescribe an antidepressant through a simple questionnaire. They set the rules, they set the protocols, they set the everything. But there's no quantifiable data that says that actually
It's just a questionnaire. So it's totally subjective. So what is this questionnaire? Can we take it and find out if I need pills?
Yeah.
Let's take it right now.
I can tell you.
Should we take it?
Yeah, let's
take it. I want to see if I need pills.
Let's see. Hold on. That'd be hilarious.
I've never met a single person that's depressed that has a great life. Is that weird? I've never met a single person that's healthy, has a family, where everyone's doing well.
Yeah.
They have a good career that they enjoy.
Well, that's why what's that dipshit? Colbert's like, it's multifaceted in healthcare. Yeah, dumbass, it is.
Who was that?
Colbert report guy.
Oh, that
He
guy.
just attacked Maha a few weeks ago and was
Did he?
he
What did
was
he say?
saying that to try and go after food and the drug companies is insane. And so if you follow even depression.
He looks super healthy. Let's see him in his underwear.
If you follow depression, when did we skyrocket in depression? When did depression skyrocket? It skyrocketed in the 80s. What happened in the 80s? We moved to an ultra-processed food diet. There is more compelling evidence that most depression is tracked back to insulin response and eating ultra-processed foods and sugary foods than any other aspect. We're all going to go through highs and lows. We're all going to have tough times. But when we're systematically, chronically inflamed and poisoning our bodies through our food systems,
you're exhausted and depressed.
And it leads to all these. I don't have cell in here. I'm trying to see.
I get exhausted and depressed if I eat a bowl of fucking Fruit Loops. I mean, think about it. As healthy as I am, does this work? Do you think? ADHD self-report scale.
That's the ADHD.
All right,
one.
let's try this one though, because I'm pretty sure I have this. How often do you have trouble wrapping up the final details of a project once the challenging parts have been done? I don't want to qualify for that one. Never. I get shit done. Okay.
I guess never. It's very often.
If it's a project, I get shit done. Okay. How often? But that's just a decision that I've made.
You gotta give me a score.
Never. How often do you have difficulty getting things in order once you have a task that requires organization? Oh yeah, I have a problem getting things in order. Often. Let's go with often on that one. How often do you have a problem remembering appointments or obligations? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes with that one. When you have, but that's just overwhelming. I'm just overwhelmed with shit going on. When you have a task that requires a lot of thought, how often do you avoid or delay getting started? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes. How often do you fidget or squirm with your hands and feet when you have to sit down for a long time? Often. How often do you feel overly active and compelled to do things like you were driven by a motor? Always. Very. How often do you make careless mistakes when you have to work on a boring or difficult project? That's not applicable. I don't have any boring or difficult projects. Careless mistakes. What are the options again? Let's say rarely.
Okay, the
let's say
depression
rarely
test is
with
the
that one.
PHQ-9. Sorry.
Okay, but let's just go through this real quick. How often do you have difficulty keeping your attention when you're doing more repetitive work? We did that. How often do you have difficulty concentrating on what people say to you, even when they're speaking to you directly? Well, it depends on the person. If it's you, no problem at all. But if it's someone who's saying some boring shit, yeah. So, what's the middle one? How often does you have difficulty finding things at home or work? I'd say often with that one. How often are you distracted by activity or noise around you? Often. How often do you leave your seat in meetings or other situations you expect to remain seated? Never. How often do you feel restless or fidgety? Often. How often do you have difficulty unwinding and relaxing when you have time for yourself? Always. I always have difficulty. What's the most one with that? Very often. Very often with that. How often do you find yourself talking too much when you're in social situations? Probably, I don't know. What's too much? My social situations are all with professional talkers. That's a weird one. I don't think Well, because I do podcasts a lot, I'm pretty good. It's like not talking too much. So what's the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I'm pretty good at that. But it does happen. When you're in a conversation, how often you find yourself finishing the sentences of people you're talking to before they can finish? Again, depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to a fucking moron, and they're laying things out to me that are like super obvious, but they're going really slowly, I'm like, let's go! Pick it up. Yep, I got it. So it depends. Sometimes, what are the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I rarely talk to moron. How often do you have difficulty reading your turn in situations when turn taking is required? Difficult. Like, what would I be doing in a turn? No, not really a problem. How often do
You got to think too. This is graphic children. It's going to be a lot.
Right.
Impulsive.
Okay. How often do you interrupt others when they're busy? Again, I got a weird life, so it doesn't really come up. I'm not interrupting you. I'm not showing up at someone's work and interrupting them. So that's never. That's it. Okay. Let's find out. Do I have a problem?
So here's where this gets wild, though. So now look back retrospectively. Okay, when I was a Lilly rep, and they're talking about Prozac, and we're going to cure depression. And depression's caused by a serotonin chemical imbalance in the brain. We now know all that's hogwash. We don't really know what was causing the depression, the anxiety, and all these cascade effects. In their own retrospective studies of every SSRI on the market, what we now see is on a 52-point depression scale, SSRIs scored 2 points higher than placebo. 2 points higher. It's not statistically relevant. It fails to differentiate statistically from placebo. There are two things that do differentiate from placebo. Exercise is 5 times more potent than placebo or an antidepressant in studies. Red light therapy is even higher, 2 times higher than any antidepressant that's ever hit the market. But now you put a person in a chemical straitjacket where you have direct care systems. You have now created more harm than good. And so step 1 in medicine is no harm, right? Step 1 for the FDA, make sure these drugs are safe. They're not safe. Even there were lawsuits in the early days of suicidal ideation and violent thought because a lot of the pharmaceutical companies tried to hide that they were seeing in trials that children were having suicidal and violent thoughts in the early days of being on SSRIs. Because it numbs the emotion. It shuts down the emotional response. It damages relationships. These are catastrophic things that you're
Basically, the long and short of it. Do you have any final thoughts on quitting comedy?
I hope he's still going to do it. He's hilarious. As I've said many times, probably like, again, broken record.
No one in the news.
I want to see another real
there's something that correlates.
There's
a correlation. There's like some statistical thing that you can look at and say, wow, this is kind of crazy. This one particular medication is involved in almost every mass shooting. And when you say mass shootings, there's a thing that gets thrown around about when we talk about like mass shootings. Mass shootings, the problem with the statistics is
I don't see that as a possibility. I will do something.
You have gang, like what happens in Chicago every weekend, like last weekend in Chicago, 54
I'm past keeping you busy.
People say, Trump's doing a terrible
This
thing,
means a
bringing
lot
the
to me.
national
My
guard.
North Star is
People in
now the
Chicago,
possibility of
that's
another special.
If you
I will do
want
whatever I
this to
can. I will
continue,
bet on it.
like, do you have a better
Brennan, I'll
solution?
bet on
If you have a
myself.
better
I'll bet on
solution,
you.
I'm not a
I'll bet on the
favor of
cats.
bringing the National
I'll bet
Guard
on
into
the
every
Hawks.
fucking city and militarizing
This is not a
America.
bad
No, I
thing.
think that's terrible.
The argument against guns is that people are getting shot in Chicago.
Like I said on some of the comments, Michael Jordan
have the highest
played
gun
baseball for
violence
like a season. He
states that
came
have
back
the
and won
strictest
3
gun laws.
championships.
Bad guys are still going to get guns.
Exactly.
You're
So
saying
there's that's one. So
I
this
mean,
is,
every
but
time
when you're
Trump does
talking
stand
about
up, he performs at that level.
that's a
There's
different
levels
thing.
to this shit. Oh,
So
shit.
school shootings,
Oh, yeah.
you find almost
Think it's
all
over,
mental
Man,
whatever.
it just began, bro. You need to know, bro.
You're not
Well, I will
politicized,
say
but it's all
amongst
mentally
the
ill people
Hawks in
who
the
are
chat,
almost all of them on psychiatric medication. I mean, every
British
single one.
shop is an
All the way
industry
back to
brand. When you
So
think
yet
he's
no one
gone,
brings it up. That seems insane. That seems completely co-opted. If you have an industry that is literally sponsoring the fucking news on CNN, literally proudly, not even hiding it, right? Brought to you, they want everyone to know that they're sponsoring the news. And,
this one's posted
the way it's been described to me,
Master 8000. It's called Little Dicky.
Yo, Train.
this is not so
How you living, pimp?
This is so that the news.
How'd you find out about me, son?
Oh, we've met many times, dude.
Okay, well, I've got 2,100 people in here, so...
You do.
Yeah, what's good?
Oh, I found you through your kickbots.
Okay, very cool.
I was gonna propose you something.
You're gonna,
I'd
for
to
marriage?
order someone breakfast today.
Oh, man.
And I'm wondering if that's you, if you'd like some.
It is not me. I just ate, and I am stuffed.
Okay.
I sincerely appreciate it, though.
Of course.
Why are you so generous today?
Well, I found a method on Grubhub to get free food.
Okay, how's that work?
It's like a super secret method.
Okay, well, what is it?
I can't say. They're on to me.
They're on to you? Okay. Well, I wish I could accept it, but I literally just ate within the last 10 minutes, and I am stuffed.
I respect it.
And I have a good amount of food still to eat. So, okay, Audrey, what else is new?
Nothing much, just that. Yeah, not very eventful. She came here to ask if you wanted food.
I appreciate it. Okay, so did you see me from a kickbot that created a clip or that spammed someone's chat?
It was your first wave of clipbots, maybe a year ago.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
But now I noticed, even on my Kick account, there's a clip.
Oh, okay.
It's reached the masses. It's reached far.
Excellent. So it was the clip bot that got you, not the spam, right?
Yeah, I noticed it on Ice Poseidon. There's just a million clips with your Discord.
Excellent. Very well. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we've grown since we've last spoke. I just surpassed 2,000 people.
Oh yeah, I was in here maybe a few weeks ago, but.
Okay. All right.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's really good. And I just awoke, and I'm about to make my bed, and I'm about to restart my streams, and I'm about to pray, and I'm about to then create robots to get the message out to the masses. I recently launched a meme coin, and I've been live streaming on Pump Fund, if you know what that is.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, very well. So, yeah, I'm just live streaming there. Met some cool people in that community, and just doing my thing. How about you? What have you been up to?
Nothing much, just enjoying life,
Are you slanging dick?
Traveling.
Trina, are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I wish.
All right, well, maybe someday, dog.
Yes, maybe soon.
You never know. It could happen any day. All right. And what other platforms do you watch?
Just kicking YouTube.
All right. Who do you like on YouTube?
No one specifically. I watch whatever comes on my feed.
Sure. How about who are your favorite kick people?
I like Ice Poseidon.
What do you like about Ice?
Mainly.
What do you like about Ice Poseidon?
His old lore. It goes back.
Yeah, I've heard some of this. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so essentially, he had the best IRL streams.
Right.
And yeah, that's about it.
What happened to?
Mr. Rap, I have a few things to get done over here, but I'm gonna head out, but I'll be back later.
All right, Audrey. Well, thank you so much for your generosity. It is certainly appreciated. It's the thought that counts. You take care, my friend.
You too, brother.
Peace, baby.
I'll see you soon.
All right, God willing.
Peace.
Peace. Shout out to Audrey and everybody.
Let's see.
There's that stuff with Theo Vaughn. He was upset. Like, how do you deal with something?
Immediately, I lose respect for people when they do this show. Like, I love the first season of Dave, and I think I like the second season too. But I remember watching the next season and being like, and even some of the second season, I was like, okay. I think he's falling off. He's heading into this territory where, you know, he's starting to get the yes men. Everybody telling him he's a genius, a murderer, nothing he can do wrong. And so he's insulated himself to the point where now he's not getting it anymore. And he's on Schultz, and he's doing episodes that are woke.
Yeah.
And it's going to beat the wall soon.
Right.
So we'll see.
Also, I want to give people a little insight into what I do. Whenever somebody asks me what my top 5 rappers are, say 4 rappers that are reputable, right? Biggie, Tupac, Kendrick, Kanye,
right?
For the 5th rapper, and I go, and Lil Dicky.
It's so funny because I truly hated on him when he first started before the show. I like barely knew who he was, and my roommate at the time was like, "Oh, did you hear this guy Lil Dicky? Oh, you got to hear this rap." So he started playing Lil Dicky for me, and I looked at my roommate and I said, and I walked out of the room. I acted like I was angry. But the show is so good.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm wrong again. You know, I've been wrong. But you know, I'm seeing a little bit of a decline when it comes to my taste.
And you know, naturally, once you put him in the top 5, people are gonna have questions. All you have to say is one word, dude. Be like, bars. It throws people into a mental spiral if you put Lil Dicky in your top 5.
When Vincent Luis asked me once who my top 5 favorite rappers were, I was like, Eminem, Yellow Wolf, Vanilla. I just always said all white people, Lil Dicky, and they were like, all right.
Let's see. But I mean, Schultz is just, his presence is just so powerful, you know.
Yeah.
Right when he starts, I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch this, you know.
Yeah.
There's that stuff with Theo Vaughn. He was upset. Like, how do you deal with something like that? I'm happy that you brought that up. So I have never stolen any junk once. But like, how do you handle that? Like, I don't think that. Well, that particular instance, I think to myself, well, I don't understand why he would think that I haven't stolen. You know, to catch. I don't know if you guys are aware of the context of it. I only recently am aware because I saw a comment. It was just on the internet, and I think he was doing like a Barstool show, and you guys both had a similar idea in the show. Right? Yeah. He had it in some.
2 things. One is, I give Schultz props here. I like that he always is willing to ask these questions. Like, he asked him about stealing. You think I'm like a douche? I'm not, no. He asked him about stealing. Cool. And then he also had to shop up with the drug walk. Hey, shop. Real quick, though. Tell me, hey, what's up with this shit? I hear about you doing, like, drug walks and shit, bro. Be honest, period, T. But I like that he at least asked these questions. A lot of people are too scared to, you know, find us a big celebrity and bring it up because I think they'll just walk away. The other thing is, like, Lil Dicky, he's gonna say, like, because I watched this clip, he's gonna be like, I mean, I didn't steal it, and I remember in the writer's room. Okay, did you come up with it, or did your writers come up with it? Because the writers could have stolen it. Are we not? These are like common. How long have you been doing this? Did you just start? Hi, my name is Brendan. Did you just start today? How do you not know that the writer could have stolen it?
Yeah.
It's just, it's fishy.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. I don't know. I can care less, honestly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not a throwaway.
But, I mean, I don't respect you.
Yeah.
Thing and then you said it again. He said it again.
You know why, dude? Because I'm going to YouTube comment you really quick, dude.
Sure.
Fuck it. People always accuse these guys of having the list off screen of what they're going to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I want to promise you guys, when you come to Timo's...
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you?
We're not reading off of a... What does it say? Off a whiteboard.
Excellent. Come in my Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi.
Fucking guy's laptop. Exactly, dude.
The hockey guy.
Yeah. But, that's... I don't know. The narrative is pretty funny to me. Like, you go to, like, Two Bears, One Cave. I watched one of the latest episodes. And people want to act like it's all orchestrated. It's like, it's kind of hard to do that, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like it's very hard to blur the lines of an orchestra. administration. I do believe that Little Dicky knew that he's gonna bring this up. It's not like, oh, I'm dumb. He's like,